Chapter 1, Drums in the Deep. Obligatory disclaimer, all the characters, world building, and story beats here that don't belong to J.K. Rowling belong to Jim Butcher, or their associated media empires. This is the third in the Born in Fiendfyre series. Please check my profile for the completed previous year stories, or this one will likely be hard to follow. The mausoleum was on fire, and it wasn't my fault. It was Draco's fault. Why didn't that work? The basically white-haired teen screamed, usual affected nonchalance impossible to muster at the moment. It was hard to be cool when the horde of mutant skeletons was now a horde of burning mutant skeletons, and that wasn't slowing them down any. It had been a pretty nice fire-making charm that the rich kid had freaked out and cast when the remains of the tomb robbers started to animate. It was Percy's fault. I think they must be surrounded by a dark magic aura that preserved their bones but not their flesh, and that keeps them from burning, my roommate observed. The lean, bespectacled redhead was trying to maintain his dignity while fast walking out of the tomb, away from the undead creatures. They'd been totally inert until he tried to show off his ability to read demotic to his girlfriend, and wound up animating the tomb protectors. It was Penny's fault. There has to be something else involved, though, otherwise the flames would just go out. Maybe they used an early variant of Plankhart's inversion to cause a fast-acting mutating cancer, and it's still somehow putting enough energy into the bodies to fuel the fire. The curly blonde-haired girl, for whom Percy had been showing off, was clearly still in researcher mode. She'd been trying to figure out why the skeletonized bodies of the cursed tomb robbers lying about had extra heads and arms. She was hurrying to keep up with the group, but it didn't seem to have sunk in yet that a horde of flaming skeletons were shambling after us. And she was the one that had talked us into slipping into the not quite cleared mausoleum for a little investigation. But it wasn't my fault. My name is Harry Dresden, 17-year-old legal adult wizard, basilisk slayer, Voldemort's #1 annoyance, and part-time felon, and I wasn't even supposed to be there. My other roommate and my girlfriend were off checking out a Sudanese magical beast preserve, but I got talked into exploring the secret wizarding tombs near Abu Simbel, regardless. Guys. Run now, research later. I urged them, not happy about how the skeletons seemed to be picking up speed but we really weren't. The tomb complex was fairly vast, the work of Ptolemy-era Egyptian wizards who'd hidden their city far from the more famous Muggle areas. Nobody was quite sure why the Egyptian government decided to move the older Abu Simbel temple nearby when they flooded the original site to make a giant lake a few decades earlier. Maybe it was conspiracy, or maybe it was just good bedrock to support that kind of thing. According to Percy's brother, Bill, the local magicals had forgotten about the tombs themselves, and had a hell of a time scrambling to keep the Muggles from finding the site back in the 60s. Given that some of them had sported the remnants of modern clothing, the skeletons chasing us had probably been a mix of tomb robbers from the original era and the last few decades. Everybody thought they were Indiana Jones, but most of them were Satipo. You know, Alfred Molina's character dies in the beginning of Raiders. I had that movie on the brain since I'd insisted all my friends watch it before we went on vacation to Egypt. Which was why it was especially galling that we'd triggered a trap our first outing on our own. Reading my annoyance as we finally started running, Percy insisted, the traps should have all been deactivated. Bill insisted it was safe. To be fair, babe, Penny said, still not properly appreciating the tight spot we were in. You shouldn't have read passages from the Book of Going Forth by Night in front of the corpses. Why were there even still corpses? Draco tried to run and have a nervous breakdown at the same time. Given that he was the only one of us that played sports, he'd probably have already been to safety if he had his breathing under control. He hadn't been aware that the tarps in the corner of the tomb were covering where they'd relocated the bodies, since they hadn't gotten around to properly disposing of them yet. The fortunate thing about being chased by a bunch of burning skeletons is that they provide plenty of light to see by, and we were easily able to keep our footing as we finally got to the slightly collapsed entrance of this particular tomb. I brought up the rear as we stepped over fallen masonry and ducked out of the shored-up tunnel that led into the tomb. Engorgio. Penny incanted as soon as I was clear, causing a head-sized chunk of fallen stone to swell to block the entire passageway. See, no need to panic. I was actually surprised that my yearmates hadn't panicked. Percy and Penny hadn't really been in any of the combat situations I seemed to find myself in around Hogwarts, where we all went to school. Despite being more than willing to help out, they tended to miss the chaos. While they were both gifted casters, I still didn't have proof they'd be an asset in a real fight. Maybe this showed they would, or maybe they just hadn't realized how serious the situation could have gotten. A loud, bony thud resounded from the other side of the impromptu barrier and a bit of flame shot around the edges. Everyone was suddenly very still, waiting to see if Penny would immediately be proven wrong. But the boulder held, and the sounds diminished from the other side. Lumos, Percy cast, lighting up his wand so we could see in the low corridor that ran under the sands from tomb to tomb. It still bugged me that my wand-reliant friends could either cast spells or have a flashlight. I needed to get them better foci for the light charm. Or actual flashlights. As I was saying, Bill was sure it was safe. Those bodies were primed to reanimate, but only as part of an enchantment placed on the sarcophagus itself, which the curse breakers removed. Congratulations! Draco sneered, sitting on the floor with his legs pulled against his chest, trying not to hyperventilate. You found an ancient curse even Gringotts curse breakers missed. Better write to McGonagall to have that count towards being head boy. Being sarcastic seemed to make the kid feel better in almost any circumstance. I already passed on that, Percy shrugged. Wait, what? I asked him. Being the school's head boy, as hilarious as I thought the title sounded, had been one of Percy's dreams. They gave head girl to Gemma Farley instead of Penny, he explained. Which I have no doubt she earned. He nodded to Draco. Gemma Farley was the Slytherin girls' prefect in our year and presumably a friend of Draco's, since that was his house. But I realized that it would be a lot of responsibility and time, not even spent with Penny. I have too much study for NEWTs to do, and our research project. The position is helpful for the general ministry bureaucracy, but not for the Department of Mysteries. That's really smart, man, I told him. He'd come a long way from the status-obsessed kid I'd first met 2 years earlier. Who'd they pick instead? Flinton, I think, he answered. The Hufflepuff boys' prefect seemed like a good choice. Penny had clearly already known about this, but squeezed Percy's shoulder anyway for making such a mature decision. She said, though, that digression aside, I guess a recitation shouldn't have had that much effect if it wasn't keyed into the tomb wards. Now that I think about it, a password-activated animation effect would have been really hard to miss. So why did they suddenly stand up and attack us? They may have only attacked us because someone set them on fire, I glared at Draco. Obviously it was slightly hypocritical because I might have blasted them by reflex myself if I'd been a few seconds faster than Draco. But this time it wasn't my fault, and I was going to hang on to that fact. As for why they animated, I wonder if it was coincidental. I trailed off, realizing that my subconscious had been trying to raise a flag about something I'd half noticed for a few minutes now. Does anyone else hear drumming? I stopped talking, and everyone shut up. My hearing is generally uncannily good, but, once I pointed it out, I could see that the others began to realize that the only sound in the underground necropolis other than our breathing was far too rhythmic to be the natural sounds of wind and earth. I did a quick bit of math and realized that it was probably a little after sunset outside. We'd been too engrossed to clear out when the rest of the Gringotts teams and their guests started leaving for dinner, and this close to the equator sunset was only around 6:30 even at the end of July. Have they ever spent the night in these tombs before? I asked. Everyone else gave a big shrug. Maybe we should go ahead and leave. Even with magic, the ancient wizarding Egyptians hadn't believed in wasting any more effort digging underground passages than their Muggle contemporaries. The corridor was low enough I had to duck under the recently installed wooden support beams as we walked, and Percy ducked his own head just so his untamable carrot top wouldn't brush against them. While he wasn't anywhere near my freakish height, Percy had gotten the last of his growth spurts around the time he turned 17, and most of the Weasley boys were tall. Draco had only just turned 13 a couple of months earlier, so might have to worry about being too tall someday but not yet. And he already had Penny beaten for height, so she was pulling ahead of the group, completely unconcerned due to having over a foot of clearance over her petite frame. Sometimes being small was an advantage. Not having to duck every few feet meant she had time to get her thoughts in order, so asked, if this is drumming, and it's related, that's American necromantic traditions, right? Percy answered, yes, though possibly by way of Africa, syncretism between various native traditions that grew to prominence around the Caribbean. I believe it is supposed to require less effort and time than the British style. An Inferius is essentially a dark magic item, with all the enchanting work that entails. Drumming necromancy requires significantly less preparation, but relies on the drumbeat to represent the beating of the heart. Stop the drummer, stop the undead. Or, at least, remove the necromancer's control, which often ends the animation. Good to know, I told them, grimacing, because I think we're heading toward it. The passage finally emptied into a much larger room, which served as entryway and embalming chamber for the various connected crypts. It was the only way out of the complex, up to the Gringotts encampment where we were spending most of our vacation. Beautiful frescoes covered the walls, and had held up better than their Muggle equivalents due to preservative magic. The excavation teams had placed cool burning bluebell flames in glass jars throughout the room, providing plenty of light, albeit with a bluish tinge. And, sure enough, standing in the middle of the room, atop a stone bier used for embalming, between us and the doorway, was the drummer. A slender, androgynous figure that I assumed was female from the knockoff Cleopatra robes and headdress alternated using her hand and the end of a black, lacquered wand to strike the head of a simple wood and skin drum slung across her chest with a leather strap. If she weren't the drummer, I would have assumed she was one of the things it was animating, because her skin was a near translucent, pallid grey and her eyes were milky with cataracts. She saw us as soon as we exited the corridor, and her deathly blue lips turned up in a smirk humor that didn't reach those dead eyes. Early party guests, she said, voice cultured but extremely gritty like a heavy smoker, and glimpses of yellow teeth didn't belly that impression. Don't worry, the others should be along shortly. Then we'll all go out and make more friends on the surface. Oh, but where are my manners, new friends? Pleased to meet you. You can call me Mavra. Chapter 2, Black and White. I think she's a vampire, Penny whispered, wand at the ready. She is, and her hearing is very good, Mavra chuckled, in a voice that was as dry and dusty as the tomb we were in. She still perched a yard above the stone floor, standing on a stone bier that had been used to embalm the denizens of the mausoleum complex. Black Court, Draco added, surprisingly. He hadn't even done his third-year defense work, which was mostly about creatures, but maybe he'd been reading ahead. The vampire didn't deny it, and I racked my brain for what I knew from my own owl studies. The Hogwarts curriculum didn't go that deeply into vampires beyond pointing out that there was a different type native to the Americas that functioned differently than those more common to Europe. The locals were pretty similar to the ones in Dracula, while the American ones were more like demon bats in human suits. Magical creatures are weird. They were supposed to be hideously powerful, especially as they got older, though they had the classic weaknesses to sunlight, garlic, holy symbols, and the like. But they were technically classed and legally protected as beings, if they were willing to follow the laws of wizards when interacting with them. The Ministry and the International Confederation of Wizards didn't really care if they were devouring muggles by the busload. Which meant we weren't supposed to light them on fire preemptively, even if they were being super creepy. Percy had apparently come to the same conclusion, and tried to be diplomatic. We appreciate the offer of friendship, madam. But I think we will soon be missed by our fellows and would prefer to go ahead and demonstrate that we are all okay. So polite, Mavra told him, still drumming. For that, you, your lover, and the Malvera castoff can go. Dresden, however, has an engraved invitation that it wouldn't be polite to decline. I groaned and said, let me guess, that invitation came with a snake and skull on it. I'd known there were rumors that Voldemort had made allies among the dark creatures throughout Europe. Maybe I'd gotten complacent that he'd just be sending Death Eaters after me. Mavra just nodded, still drumming calmly. She cocked an ear expectantly, and I, also, soon picked up sounds of desiccated feet shuffling up the several corridors that emptied into this room. The other bodies in the complex must have had to dig themselves out rather than being laid out under a tarp. You'd deny me my protector? Draco asked, curiously. He bargained, the House of Malfoy has a use for Harry Dresden still, and would be willing to negotiate an end to hostilities. While I wasn't really pleased that he was treating me like a business interest, I hoped that Draco was just trying to stick up for me. Mavra just shook her head however, and explained, I care little for the concerns of the White Court in the best of times, and even less for the machinations of their cadet branches. But, again, your politeness does you credit. Best take my offer to leave while you can. The party is about to begin. Hopefully I'd have time to work out what she meant about a White Court later. I knew being in that picture was a bad idea, I muttered. The Weasley family had won a ministry prize draw that was funding their extended Egyptian vacation, and it was apparently newsworthy. I mostly suspected that the Malfoys had engineered it to make sure Draco had a good vacation without his hosts feeling like they were taking charity from a man they hated. Regardless, the 9-person family and several of their close friends who were also on this trip crowded into a spread for the cover of the Daily Prophet. It must have been a slow news day. Maybe I should have argued harder about not being in the photo. I was paying for my own trip with book money, which I already felt guilty enough about taking since I'd just cleaned up Severus Snape's potions notes from an old book I'd found that had belonged to the dead potions prodigy. Would this just be the first of bad guys who would figure out where I was and make a play for whatever bounty the Death Eaters had set on my head? You guys get out, I told them. Hopefully they, and get help, was implicit. No, Percy said, simply. I have failed to have your back too many times already. Damn, why did my friend have to prove right now that he wasn't just in Gryffindor as a legacy? Penny had looked torn about leaving me, but she definitely wasn't going to leave me and her boyfriend. Professor Lupin better give me extra credit for this, she whispered to console herself, moving further into a dueling stance. Draco looked at both of them like they were mad, gave me a seriously apologetic shrug, and said, well, good luck to the three of you. Madame Mavra. She smirked that evil smirk and gestured, so Draco strode quickly past her and toward the exit. He did keep his head turned, so he could watch her out of his peripheral vision. Maybe he'd just hoped for her to try to hex him in the back because that would give us a chance to attack her? That would be the most charitable assumption. But the kid got safely into the stairway that led up to the surface, and we were running out of time to wait. I could clearly hear the shuffling almost to us from the other corridors, though we'd at least delayed the attack from the one we'd come from. I vaguely worried that I didn't have my staff, mostly because it was hell to maneuver in the low-ceilinged corridors, but I drew my blasting rod and shook my shield bracelet out from under my sleeve. Percy moved to my right and drew his wand, with Penny slightly back and more protected between us. Last chance to call this off, ma'am, I suggested, playing toward her enjoyment of politeness for all the good it would do me. "No, I think not," she said, and then stepped back off the embalming bier, placing its solid stone basalt bulk in between her and us, dropping prone so we could only locate her by the drumming. Mummies began to stagger from the corridor opposite us, quickly orienting on the only living beings in the room. "Reducto!" I shouted, hoping that the Gringotts teams would accept a horde of mummies as a good reason to damage the architecture. Sadly, my spell barely affected the lintel of the hallway that was spewing undead, resisted by ancient protections in the stone. A few chips of limestone shattered free, but did little more than annoy the undead. Aguamenti. Percy tried moments before Penny's, Glacis. Sadly, the attempt to combo summoning and then freezing water was thwarted by the dry air. The water-making spell needed water vapor in the air to catalyze its conjuration, in concordance with Gamp's laws, and so all Percy got was a super soaker rather than a fire hose. The lead mummy was encased in a thin layer of ice that it quickly began to escape from, and the few behind just started to go around. "They're not all going to be fireproof," I suggested, still hanging on to Fiendfyre as my last-ditch wizard's curse. I wasn't keen to use it, since it would likely kill me and my friends as well, but if all hope was lost anyway, but for the time being, I tried, Conf Ringo. And launched my girlfriend's uncle's favorite spell at one of the approaching mummies. The torrent of explosive fire had the intended effect, causing the animated dead man to catch fire and explode, shattering the ice off of his neighbor and staggering all the nearby mummies. Fortunately, Percy was watching our flank, because I heard him yell, "Protego!" at the same time as Mavra non-verbally launched some kind of curse from the cover of the stone bier. Percy's hasty shield barely knocked it out of the air, but wavered as if it had packed a hell of a punch. The vampire had switched to entirely drumming with her left hand while she was using her ebon wand as a focus instead of a drumstick. "Switch," Percy suggested. I went low as Percy and Penny started hurling fire-making charms at the remaining mummies, getting my own shield up to intercept a couple more unspecified curses. They hit hard, but my shield was holding. I didn't recognize them exactly from her wand gestures and the colors, but they reminded me of some of the darker spells that the Aurors had warned us about in our tutoring sessions. Yet, somehow, more raw, as if Mavra had studied their precursors from centuries past. I wondered why she hadn't resorted to unforgivables. I'd later discuss with my spiritual research assistant and evolve the theory that the darkest curses technically require the caster to have a soul, no matter how shredded, because hell has no interest in providing power to those that it will never capture. But at the time, I was really worried that if she launched a killing curse, even if I could dodge, it might hit my friends behind me. So I was powerfully incentivized to bring the fight to her. Trusting that the two combat untested prefects would be able to handle flammable mummies that had no ranged attacks, I charged the vampires. Several large strides carried me across the room. Conf Ringo. Incendio. Bombarda. I cast as I ran. Mavra easily dodged the blasting curse that went over her head, did that annoying point defense deflection to my fire-making charm that advanced wand duelists were so good at, and put up a full shield to keep my exploding charm from taking out her cover. But hopefully she wasn't prepared for me to then shout, "Lumo Solemn," as I rounded the bier. The bright, sunlight-adjacent variation of the light charm hadn't done much to the basilisk, but I hoped vampires were more vulnerable. Brilliant blue-tinted light streamed from my mother's amulet on my chest, and the vampire shrieked as I caught her full in the blast. Transparent shields weren't much help against light. It didn't last long. "Finite incantatum," she hissed, and my light went out. I'd been just as blinded by the light as she was, so I didn't realize that she'd moved forward rather than back. As the light winked out, I realized she'd dispelled it from inches away. Faster than I could hope to block, she backhanded me with her wand hand, never ceasing drumming with the other, even as mummies began to spill from the other corridors, surrounding us. The blow to my head felt like a baseball bat wrapped in old leather. I suspected, later, that she hadn't even hit me as hard as she could have, for fear of snapping her own wand in the impact. I went down hard, fortunately onto the left side that wasn't usually taking punishment from hitting the ground in fights. Looming above me, shaking the stars out of my eyes, I saw that her pallid visage was now crispy like burned meat, and the look of smug amusement in her eyes had been replaced with barely controlled rage. "By my own hand, then, wizard," she growled, baring yellow teeth and diving at me faster than I could track. Chapter 3, Holy Wars. The vampire was diving at me with hideous speed while my friends tried to hold off an ever-growing army of reanimated mummies when suddenly there was a shout of, "In the name of the Lord, avaunt!" followed by a flare of golden light. Mavra immediately aborted her attack at my prone form and focused her wand at the new arrival, even missing a beat at her drumming and causing the undead to stumble. I looked toward the source of the shout and saw a burly white guy with short brown hair and a trimmed, dark beard standing amid chunks of hacked-up mummy coming out of the corridor closest to the exit. He was wearing jeans and a simple flannel shirt with a tool belt, and I thought I'd seen him around over the last few days helping to install the wooden support beams in the corridors. Also, he wielded a long sword that was possibly bigger than he was, and he wasn't a short man emitting the golden glow. So that was unusual. You! Mavra screeched, even angrier at the sword-wielding craftsman than she'd been at me for burning her. Wait, dark hair, beard, carpenter. I briefly entertained the idea that she'd accidentally reanimated Jesus with her necromantic drumming. But that would be silly. As silly as a caretaker showing up at just the right moment to save me with a giant sword? I was withholding judgment. Mavra starting firing curses at the guy, and he just batted them out of the air with the sword. The man simply strode across the chamber toward her, deflecting spells and calling, "Blood of the dragon, that old serpent, I cast you out." I finally got my legs moving and drunkenly stumbled up and away from the distracted vampire. Some mummies were emerging from the corridor we'd started in, so I shot a gout of flame at them while Percy and Penny tried to cover the horde coming out of the other areas. They were really stepping up, though their situational awareness wasn't great. Hopefully all the fire wasn't going to start affecting our ability to breathe soon. As the handyman warrior got into melee range with Mavra, she started moving around. The vampire moved so quickly that she almost seemed to be operating, but I knew she wasn't. The anti-apparition wards the Gringotts teams had set up to prevent antiques from teleporting off were still keeping us from taking the easy way out of the building. Instead, she was basically moving like the Flash, a blur of robes and a dopplering of drumming sounds. Yet, despite this speed advantage, the swordsman was moving unerringly. His blade swings caught her spells and forced her to dodge, even though he was only at human speeds. Realizing she was distracted and this was my best shot, I lined up my blasting rod, anticipated where she was getting hurted, and yelled, "Reducto!" She still nearly dodged it, but I'd configured my object-shattering curse for high speed, low power. It just needed to do one thing, shatter the drum. It caught an edge under her elbow, and that was enough. The musical instrument broke into several pieces, pulling the skin in half as she made one last attempt at a downbeat. The remaining mummies staggered, confused, for a few moments, and then began to collapse. Good. I'd remembered at the last second Percy's mention that some research suggested stopping the drummer merely freed the undead to do whatever they wanted. I didn't know if that was a different ritual, or she just hadn't built up enough power in them yet. Blowing up her drum also wrong-footed Mavra, and she was barely able to drop and roll to avoid being decapitated by the glowing sword. As it was, it cut the top off of her headdress, exposing matted, stringy hair to the light of the room. Tumbling back, glancing around, and realizing she was now significantly outnumbered, she clearly decided to leave. 3 wizards oriented to blast her and there was just a streak of colors sprinting out the exit, 3 curses going her way and not quite landing. She didn't even have time for any repartee. Rude. There was a tense standoff as we all warily regarded each other and the collapsed bodies, many of them smoldering. Penny was the first to break the tension. "Well, that's a big mess." She lowered her wand and asked, "Mr. Carpenter, right?" The big man, whose name was hopefully an on-the-nose cover identity like that of my werewolf friend Remus Lupin, nodded and stepped back, the glow fading from the sword. I could see that he was perhaps in his 40s, older but still clearly athletic. I wouldn't have looked twice at him in any industrial district or construction project in the Western world. Penny had probably talked to him in passing because he reminded her of her father. Honestly, he had a pretty dad-ish vibe in general. I lowered my blasting rod and Percy followed with his wand, and I quipped, "How'd you get that sword in here?" "Magic hat." In my experience, wizard hats were the preferred method of moving big swords quietly. "In my bag with the shovels and pry bars," he chuckled, his accent indefinably Middle American. Glad I didn't have to make do with hammers and framing squares. "Are you a focus caster, like Harry?" Percy asked, nodding at my blasting rod compared to his and Penny's wands. To be fair, it wasn't much of a leap, given that I'd been running around casting with a broadsword a few weeks earlier. "Not exactly," he said, again with a wry grin, though I thought there was some wariness in his eyes. "I go where I'm needed, though." I was surprised to get an invitation to work on the other side of the world at a magical dig site, but now I know why. Seeing that he had our curiosity, he explained, that Vampire is an old enemy. My wariness was growing at his talk of invitations, and I asked, overly calmly, "You're not a rival assassin then? Or, wait, did someone pay you to watch my back? She was after you in particular, then?" He asked. "No. While I'm sure you're a fine young man, I usually don't get called in to save a single life. I suspect once she'd killed you, she planned to unleash that horde on the campsite above and then use those bodies to terrorize the nearby human city. Or, at the very least, she'd then have plenty of time to find dark artifacts in these tombs that she absolutely shouldn't take possession of. Some kind of MACUSA counter-terrorism force, then?" Penny asked. She'd been hyper-aware of terrorist groups since her father was injured in an IRA bombing the previous year, plus all the Death Eater attacks on myself and the school. "Kind of. Not the wizarding government, though. I answer to a higher power. But, effectively, yes, a lot of the time I find myself in between innocents and forces that would unleash terror upon them. I felt like there was a faint stress on higher power, but I didn't feel great about pursuing it since he was giving up more information than he probably had to. He just might give me an answer. Not unlike Harry, Percy grinned. You weren't so bad yourself, Perce, I told him, looking around the room. You too, Penny. I didn't know you'd both been doing combat drills together. It seemed prudent, my roommate shrugged. Neither of us has your raw power, but we are more likely to be attacked together, so coordination gives us an advantage. Mr. Carpenter's face looked sad, and off my quirked eyebrow he said, I hate to see kids having to deal with this kind of thing so early. Just thinking about my own children getting involved at all, much less as teenagers. Penny clearly wanted to ask him about his kids, but we were interrupted as the whole Curse Breaker squad came pouring down the stairs, along with most of our adult chaperones. Wands out, they probably weren't prepared to see us casually talking in the middle of the room, surrounded by a defeated undead horde. All right, folks. The lead redhead asked. While it was hard to think of most people as truly tall, given my own freakish height, Bill was, so far, the tallest of the Weasleys, though I thought Ron might give him a run for his money as he finished growing. He was the one who actually worked here, that the vacation was based around getting to see. Long hair pulled into a ponytail and a pierced ear that Mrs. Weasley had already complained to all of us about, he gave off a vibe of being competent and dangerous, only mitigated by my introduction to him amid getting smothered by his mom and baby sister. Also, Mad Eye Moody had been right. Bill did look more like the paranoid aura than his own father. Wizarding genetics were weird. The vampire escaped, and Harry took a hit to the head, but I think otherwise fine, Percy summarized. We barely saw her passing and put up guards and wards, Bill acknowledged. That's what kept us. Glad you had some help. Mr. Carpenter, right? He asked, wary of the giant and seemingly ancient longsword that our new friend had point down but not stowed. Michael Carpenter. Shouted a voice from the throng of wizards, and Percy's second oldest brother stepped forward, aghast. Charlie was the one Weasley boy that seemed to most take after his mother, short and stocky. The lack of height had apparently served him well as Quidditch seeker, but he'd bulked up working at a dragon preserve in Romania the last couple of years. He kept his own red hair very short, one might even say singed, and his complexion already showed a few burn scars that not even magic could completely heal. It is you. I've seen the pictures. This asshole is a dragon poacher. You have the story wrong, Michael said calmly but with a hint of danger. You're saying you didn't kill Siriuthrax 7 years ago? Charlie insisted. He was probably the oldest living dragon in Europe. How much did you get selling his parts? Nothing. He was possessed by a dark entity and had been kidnapping mortals to devour. Michael could have ended his statement there, but went on, but I guess wizards generally care little for the depredations of monsters as long as they aren't killing your kind. The longsword may have lifted a little more off the floor, not quite into a combat stance but ready to get there. Wands of the incoming posse weren't exactly being lowered. Fortunately, Mr. Weasley moved forward and laid one hand on Charlie's wand arm and one on Bill's shoulder. It sounds like Mr. Carpenter felt he had a good reason, and I take it he was very helpful in driving off that vampire. Penny, Percy, and I nodded. Then perhaps we can worry about this over tea rather than wands. With his father crimping his righteous dragon handler anger, likely second-hand, since he must have been like 12 when it happened, Charlie grudgingly stowed his wand, everyone else soon followed suit, and Michael moved his immense sword to a relaxed stance and suggested he need to go get the sheath where he'd left it up the corridor. As he was walking off, and everyone was calming down about the unexpected swordsman, the Gringotts employed curse breakers and archaeologists in the group finally realized that they were looking at the undifferentiated, mostly burned bodies of dozens of historical mummies and the spell-damaged walls of the ancient tomb. They started making very sad noises. Sorry. I shrugged. We really did try to just stop the drumming. But, vampire. Chapter 4, Flown Felon. Vampires now, Harry. Yelled the reddish-brown-haired witch who tackle-hugged me the moment I stepped back up to the surface. A couple dozen folks that were apparently prevented from going running into a potential vampire/zombie outbreak were waiting anxiously around the entryway down to the tomb complex. Just crossing off the whole defense against the dark arts curriculum one at a time to get that NEWT review in, I joked to my girlfriend. Seriously, I'm fine. Just a bump on the head. How was the creature preserve? See any Nundu? Nundis? Nundi. I wasn't sure about the plural. No, but they had Strelers and Erumpants. We got you some potion ingredients. It was lucky, since they'd been sold out until recently but they got a fresh batch. That was great. I'd been wishing I'd had more Erumpant potion on hand when I found myself without my blasting rod and facing down 2 Voldemorts, a Death Eater, and a Basilisk. But don't change the subject. Why does this always happen to you? This time? I shouldn't have been in that picture for the paper. Bounty hunters know where I am, I explained. A good point, said Mr. Longbottom, the balding Auror, who'd been listening from a few feet away. Perhaps we should go ahead and move to the second leg of our vacation. I don't want to make everyone leave. I demurred. Nonsense, he said. While I'm sure the Weasleys have been happy to spend time with Bill, a week at a campsite in the desert is more than enough for me. And, I'm sure, especially for those that don't consider it a holiday to try to translate hieroglyphics. Cairo, next. Matilda grinned. My girlfriend was very smart, but had almost zero interest in runes and magical theory. They have shopping. And restaurants. You just left him there. I heard yelling, and looked over to see Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom accosting Draco. The two didn't have their whole posse, since Seamus Finnegan hadn't been able to afford the trip and Hermione Granger wasn't going to meet us until later. Her family had already planned to go to France for part of the summer. But Draco hadn't brought any of his normal backup. And I'm going to do more than just be in the way. Draco spat back, not giving ground. Maybe you two think you would have stayed and helped? Or would you just have been a liability? And nobody up here would have known anything because bloody Gryffindors all think they have to fight every battle. It wasn't entirely a fair assessment, since Ron and Neville were extremely competent in a fight for 13-year-olds. They'd had to be. Neither had been in nearly as many scrapes as I had, but they'd each been in at least 3 life-or-death battles I could think of off the top of my head. And, ever since they realized Voldemort was a threat, they'd been taking their training very seriously. Of course, Draco was also probably getting a lot of the same training I had from my godmother, his aunt. Not that I'd recommend the Bellatrix Lestrange course in magical combat to anyone. This had been the first time I'd seen him in any kind of real fight, and he'd at least attacked rather than fleeing when he first saw the skeletons coming at us. Though he was holding his own, I moved over, arm still wrapped around Matilda, who didn't seem inclined to let me wander off any time soon. It's okay, guys, I told them. I would have told Draco to go. I tried to get Penny and Percy to take off, too. Matilda jammed a knuckle in my rib, making me wince, and growled, "Did they help? Would you have died if they hadn't stayed?" I thought about objecting, then shrugged. Having them watching my back had let me focus on Mavra, for all the good that did. Without them, I might have gotten overwhelmed before Michael showed up. Then stop it. We get to decide if we have your back or not. Draco's face fell a little, so she added, "But it's also fine if having your back means getting more help." Speaking of Michael, he was leaving the tomb with an oversized duffel bag hung over his shoulder and a toolbox in his hand. It probably really was an effective way to get around with a giant sword. Maybe I should consider something similar for my staff? Ginny Weasley, Luna Lovegood and little Julia Longbottom, late to the commotion, wandered up, but Luna only had eyes for the sword-wielding carpenter. "Who is that?" the little blonde seer asked. "Some kind of American battle mage, I think," I told her. "He has a giant sword that he fought off the vampire with. Says he solves dark magic problems." "I don't think he's a wizard," she shook her head. "I've never seen anyone like him before. It's like the golden ribbons at school." Luna had seemed to see it when our school's fortune magic ward spent probability to make sure the students and teachers wouldn't get killed while on campus. Only he's tied to the whole world. Or at least as far as I can see. They're pulling him north. "Hey," I said. "It's kind of exhausting getting manipulated into being in the right place to save someone just at Hogwarts. Must be tiring if he's doing that for all of planet Earth." I guess he did say something about being surprised about an invitation to come out here. Maybe he meant it was fate intervening rather than someone in particular hiring him. Maybe not fate. Maybe not exactly, Luna said mysteriously, then added, "I'll figure it out." Ron breathed. I didn't think he'd really bought into Luna's gifts until just then, but he suddenly realized, "Luna, think you can help me with my divination homework this year?" He saw my eyes widen as I was about to object, then insisted, "I'm taking Muggle studies and care of magical creatures, too. I know it's woolly, but 3 extracurriculars look better than 2, and I'm not going to make it in the brainy ones like the rest of you." Neville and Draco looked like they were about to call him on not taking arithmancy or runes, but then shrugged in agreement. Luna simply smiled, "I'll see what I can do, Ronald. I don't really know much about the formal tools. I'm excited to find out next year, though." "So did I hear we're going to Cairo?" Ginny asked. The youngest Weasley had been enjoying spending time with her 2 eldest brothers, but seemed to have exhausted her interests in the camp's limited amenities. Especially since nobody would let her play adventurer all by herself in the tombs at her age. "Because Oliver said they're supposed to have an indoor Quidditch pitch and camp, and maybe we can rent the same kind of broom and have a real race, Draco." As everyone was surprised that the aloof Slytherin shrugged and nodded his assent to his rival seeker, I asked Matilda, "Where is Oliver, anyway? Didn't he come back with you from the preserve?" I hadn't seen my other roommate loitering about. "He and Lexi went straight to the tent," my girlfriend explained. And she looked over and noticed all of the adult chaperones having an animated conversation, probably about what had just happened and moving on. And, you know. You got a bump on the head? I should help you take care of that. In private. Wouldn't want it to get infected or anything, I grinned, and the two of us waved goodbye to the younger kids and sneaked off. To be fair, I noticed that Percy and Penny had made themselves scarce, too. Something about the adrenaline spike of a life-or-death battle. We actually had a whole hour to ourselves in one of the palatial rooms of the wizard space tent Draco had provided for our group. Technically, the girls were in one tent and this one was just Oliver, Percy, Draco, and me. But the kid was an excellent landlord, and, well, the chaperones weren't paying that much attention. Put your shirts on, the Slytherin in question drawled from the main room of the tent. More problems. 6 older teenagers spilled out, clothing in various levels of disarray, and I asked Draco, what's up? It's a good thing we're moving, because I've just had a letter from my father. He waved the parchment in question, Lucius Malfoy's handwriting visible. It seems someone else saw the picture in the paper. My cousin, Sirius Black, has escaped from Azkaban. Chapter 5, Sook and Destroy. This is nice, Penny opined, sitting back sipping from her coffee. I never really expected to be able to afford the whole bumming around Europe thing, you know. I looked out around the Kimasook, Cairo's version of Diagon Alley, a tourist trap of a magical shopping district, and couldn't help but agree. The place was basically straight out of Indiana Jones, so only probably 50 years behind rather than Britain's century-plus lag for magical architecture. It was nice. Me either, I agreed, enjoying my own overly strong coffee. The two of us were holding down our table at the outdoor coffee shop, a hard-won place in the best shade and with 6 seats. We'd been trading off who stayed behind to guard it while everyone else explored, and as long as we kept ordering coffee, the owner didn't seem to mind. We were going to be so wired by lunchtime. Currently, Matilda and Alexis were in a nearby clothing store, Percy was checking out the bookstore, and Oliver had demanded a chance to check out the broom shop. He was passing up a chance to go broom racing with the kids, after all, so he had to get his Quidditch energy out somehow. That had been vital, however, since the athletic fun day had pulled off all the younger kids and, importantly, all the parental chaperones. It was just the 6 of us, on our own. I think they may have forgotten that Matilda wasn't technically an adult yet. It was still weird that the rest of us, being 17, counted as grown ups in Wizarding Society. I didn't expect to be trusted to go off on my own like this until I was 18, maybe not even until 21. I couldn't even vote yet, let alone drink. Wait. I probably could legally drink, at least at wizarding bars. And I could legally drink in British Muggle bars in a few more months. The world of possibilities this opened up. Oh, weird, is that Michael? Penny asked, pointing with her coffee cup across the way. Sure enough, our mysterious sword-wielding savior was sitting at another outdoor cafe several storefronts down. It looked like that one served breakfast and juice. He didn't have his sword, but was still rocking the jeans and button-down, which is probably how Penny noticed in the otherwise robe-centric area. The man he was having breakfast with seemed like a local, long grey hair and beard but dark skin and still tall and fit. His robe seemed like he had money. I wonder who that guy is? Another secret global protector. What guy? Matilda's voice asked from behind us. We'd been focused enough spying on Michael that I hadn't noticed her and Alexis get back. I turned to answer but just got out, wow, to my girlfriend's obvious amusement. She'd changed into the new robes she'd bought, and I used that term guardedly. They were more like a sundress, made of something diaphanous in a red and gold pattern, probably very comfortable in the summer Egyptian heat despite being, well, clingy. We saw, nice dress. I think you broke Harry, Penny laughed. We saw Michael over there, and wondered who the guy was that he's talking to. The guy with the sword that showed up to help you fight mummies? Alexis asked. She and Oliver had missed all the excitement a few days earlier by rushing off as soon as they got back. I noticed she'd also bought and worn new robes, in cooler cream and reddish brown to better match her dark-haired complexion. Oliver was likely to have his own problem communicating once he got back. Let's go be nosy, Matilda suggested, seeing that Michael had said his goodbyes and headed off, but the mystery man was still lingering at his table. If my brain had been in gear I might have objected to just bothering a potentially dangerous older wizard, but I was halfway there before I really realized where we were going. I picked out giggling from Penny and Alexis as they stayed guarding our table, behind us. Hi. Matilda greeted the man without pretense. Are you a friend of Michael's? Up close, despite his grey hair and beard, the man's skin wasn't terribly wrinkled or thin and he still seemed to have an athletic build under his blue and grey robes, but his dark eyes seemed almost impossibly old and wise as he regarded us. I didn't make eye contact, but Matilda did, and after a moment he smiled and gestured us to take a seat. Indeed. I suppose you were involved in the unfortunate recent affairs of vampires he told me of. Well, Harry was. She was after him. I missed it. Matilda gave away. It was probably good that she didn't have plans to become a professional card player. Vampires. They're supposed to be under control, these days. Sadly, the degree to which the vampiric courts are willing to pretend to be civilized directly depends on the power of the nation they are confronting. They have generally found it inadvisable to target wizards, but still prove quite dangerous to the mundane population. He explained, echoing what Michael had said. His accent was perfectly clear English, a hybrid of an upper-class British accent, the local flair, and an almost Germanic undertone. And you take up the sword and defend the defenseless yourself? I guessed. Not in quite some time, he shrugged. My place is now as teacher, rather than upon the field. Were I to take up the sword again, well, others that have retired may also choose to step in. Best to let younger people lead the fight. His eyes didn't quite twinkle the way Dumbledore managed, but it was clear that he knew he was showing he knew more than he should, as he explained, people like yourself, if I had to hazard a guess, Harry Dresden. Legilimency. I suggested, worried about his eye contact with Matilda. Or Michael told you. Neither, he waved my guesses away. While I am retired, I receive news. Both your English magical newspaper, and word of those who were using it to hunt you. It was wise to change locations, but news of your presence in Cairo will follow you. Stay wary. You strike me, sadly, much like Michael, as a young man destined for a life of needing to watch your back. I've got people for that, too, I said, squeezing Matilda's hand under the table. She grinned that I was finally getting it. I picked up on the reference and asked, is anyone watching Michael's? On this earthly plane? Not so much. The sword-bearers tend to lead short, lonely lives. Michael has lasted longer than most. He has a support network, but refuses to put anyone else but himself in danger. Sounds familiar, Matilda joked. He nodded. It has always been a paradox that the stronger the man, the harder it is for him to admit when he needs help. You would think he would have less to prove, but no. It's good, I think, that women are more and more able to take the field themselves, as they tend to be less prone to the same dangerous assumptions. Me go into wilderness, kill mammoth, bring home to women back home, we're safe, I grunted, owning that he was basically calling me a caveman. Quite. But it's easy to forget that humans never killed a mammoth without a hunting party. And Michael is after something far more dangerous than that. I'm getting what you're saying, I told him. Where do I glanced at Matilda's sudden frown, we need to go to back him up. The guy had probably saved me from Mavra. I owed him for that, even if it wasn't my natural disposition to jump in when there was a fight that didn't actually concern me. And that's how all 6 of us wound up down in the bad section of the Cairo Magical District, where we'd absolutely promised our chaperones we wouldn't go, incidentally. Matilda, who'd changed from her distracting new clothing into her more protective, but less breathable, creature-minding robes, was finishing explaining, there was a mysterious old man in a tavern handing out quests. Of course we had to agree and form a party. She had been reading Arcanos, the role-playing game, after it had proved so useful for identifying petrifying creatures the previous year, and had already been picking up the tropes. She wanted to run a campaign once school started again. Alexis had already called dibs on playing the party wizard, causing grumbling from everyone else. Has anyone actually been to Nocturne Alley? Percy asked, suddenly realizing that we were in the bad part of a wizarding town in a foreign country and we weren't even used to the bad part of town in Britain. Maybe we should have brought Malfoy. Rather than keeping the seedier businesses on a distinct thoroughfare like in London, the magical souk in Cairo featured a courtyard off the Muggle area and nearby streets that were touristy, and a gradually diminishing level of gentrification the further away you got from the center. At this point, we were pushing deep into territory that Muggle aerial photos showed as being beneath the Nile. When the settlement was founded, the regular seasonal inundation had probably rendered these parts of the Kima district uninhabitable for large parts of the year. These days, they were just a labyrinthine slum. I've been meaning to ask about that, Alexis piped up in her English accent with an undercurrent of her birth and early years in France. She'd also switched back to more practical clothes, much to Oliver's disappointment. We're just friends with Malfoys now? Draco seems like a nice enough kid, but Harry has a plan. Matilda defended me. Admittedly, not sure if he's converting Draco or Draco's converting us. But a plan. Thanks, Thilda, I told her, slightly sarcastically. I think he could be a lot better than his family, with proper role models. But, agreed. I feel like I was kind of tricked into being his entourage this summer. I don't like when his dad's plans are involved. Alexis nodded. I can appreciate how much having a rich kid along is increasing our standard of vacation, and I haven't heard him say anything especially bad. But Death Eater parents, though, right? I actually have no idea what Lucius Malfoy is up to, I admitted. He could have helped not, but he didn't seem to? Maybe just because that crew was trying to keep the circle small. When Cantankerous Not had been marshalling the Wisengamot to clear Hogwarts for their plan to revitalize Lord Voldemort, Malfoy had appeared to be uninvolved and amused. And I couldn't voice my suppositions that he was deeply embroiled in whatever plot my godmother, his sister-in-law, had involving the Cid, which seemed totally unrelated to Voldemort's plans. But Matilda could. That crazy half-sister of his. It may be that Draco really wants away from her this summer. Or he could be trying to help her with whatever her plan is. Since her slut bomb thing doesn't work on my Harry. There was a round of nods. Whatever the Winter Lady's strategy at Hogwarts, Matilda had done a better job than I had of making sure Maeve wouldn't get her hooks into Gryffindor. I think he may be getting sweet on Ginny, without his Slytherin gang around, Penny ventured. We should make that happen. The girls started chatting conspiratorially, while Percy, Oliver, and I tried to maintain some situational awareness in this magical slum, small alleys and multi-story buildings making it hard to even remember that it was still early afternoon. That awareness was only partially successful, giving us a few moments' warning as a small local man peeled himself off the shadows of an alley and declared, "British tourists? Lost, are you?" In heavily accented English. We'd probably gotten this deep without being bothered by being 6 members. But I counted more than that of humanoid figures still lurking in the area. We'd wandered right into a trap. Not particularly, thanks, I told him. Just a bunch of poor kids trying to find a cheap place to drink. Heard there was one in the area. Nothing that way but Necropolis, our mugger said. He reminded me a lot of Mundungus Fletcher, a fixture of the British underworld that kept floating up into the shop where I'd worked the previous summer. He didn't have the leprechaun afro of red hair, though. You kids don't want to go there. We did. We have no money. Matilda insisted, breaking off her conversation about Draco's love life in a tone of voice that implied the man was stupid. Are we going to fight? Maybe I shouldn't have explained to my girlfriend, the only one of our group still not quite of age, that the Egyptian magical government barely policed the trace on their own people, much less on tourists. At least that's what my research had suggested. The rest of my friends had their wands out and looked ready to throw down. I shook my shield bracelet out of my sleeve and readied my staff. Apparently a half-dozen teens who'd had way too much coffee were not ready to negotiate with muggers. The shadows moved as the gang of locals got into position, and I hoped we were as hot shit as we thought we were. Chapter 6, Necropolitan. The fight went, surprisingly well. Matilda had gotten wrapped up in fighting wargs and dark wizards with me. Oliver had been in a few of my fights, even though he'd mostly been out of danger or taken out early. Penny and Percy had obviously been training together. Alexis was the big unknown, but she didn't get to be a Gryffindor prefect because she was a slouch at magic or afraid to fight. The gang of thugs had probably assumed a half-dozen teens would be easy pickings. Honestly, in a fight where nobody was throwing unforgivables or had terrifying monster powers, the whole thing felt a little non-threatening for me. Maybe I was getting too blasé. I had little trouble holding off everything coming in on my flank with my shield. Oliver and Percy shielded against the other directions. It was honestly amusing watching the members of the gang attacking us realize that it was the 3 girls of the group that were taking them out with pretty accurate stunners. The magicals of Egypt had never really embraced Islam any more than those of Europe had embraced Christianity, but the patriarchal notions still seeped in. They broke and ran when 5 of them were down, dragging their stunned friends off into the labyrinth. Good job, team, I told everyone. It had been our first fight as a group, and, for Alexis, her first real fight at all. There were smiles all around, but before the inevitable adrenaline crash set in, I suggested, let's get going, before our reputation precedes us. It wasn't too much further to Necropolis. It wasn't an actual necropolis, which I understood were usually kept on the west side of the river while we were on the east, but an establishment with that name. Now I really feel like an adult, Oliver quipped. Go and tee my first bad neighborhood pub. While it looked like the actual structure was a simple masonry rectangle taking up the ground floor of the apartment block with a front entrance on the alley and a back that might drop right into the Nile, the decoration made it much more complex. The room was broken into a twisting array of booths and tables with partitions snaking around them. They were probably ideal for making it difficult to listen in on conversations or being certain who was there at any given point. But it was pretty clear that, this early in the afternoon, the place was close to as dead as its name. Only a few tables had guests, possibly there for the lunch special. The bar was near the front door, and looked pretty new, simple wood without too many stains from long use. But it already had signs of having been repaired with magic, faint scars that didn't quite set back properly due to missing material. My guess was that the place got rowdy, and the bar had to be replaced pretty often when someone smashed it or blew it up in a bar fight. Slowly taking count for the night and stocking new bottles of liquor from crates, the barman was an actual ghoul, not trying to hide his deformed, mouthy features. Great, FN tourists, he muttered in an indefinable European accent. Louder, he suggested, you've seen the sights, kids. Buy a drink then get back to the main drag before dark. Full moon tonight. As potentially the most cosmopolitan of the six of us, at least as much as she'd spent a lot of her childhood on the European continent, we'd elected Alexis our spokesperson. The dark-haired witch sauntered up to the bar like she was in a film noir and said, we're not just here to see the sights, we're looking for information. It might have been a better delivery if there hadn't been 5 other teens in various states of gaping tourist mode. It probably didn't help that we were all clearly various shades of not wealthy. A mysterious and worldwide source of a potentially big bribe, we were not. Maybe we should have sent her in alone. The bartender smirked with a smile that went way further back on his face than it had any right to and said, pick a table. Maybe you'll learn a lot. And that's how we wound up at a large table to the side of the room, day drinking in a seedy wizard bar. Penny and Percy had done a number of detection spells on everyone's drinks for both intentional and unintentional toxins, and still both nearly spit out their room temperature beer. Matilda and Alexis sipped politely at theirs, but their glasses weren't lowering much over time. I was being much more mature, I thought, appreciating all the flavor of beer brewed in the nation that had a pretty good argument for having invented it. Which is to say that I also wasn't a big drinker, but I thought I could eventually acquire the taste. Oliver complained that it wasn't as good as Guinness, but happily drank his down. I once again marveled that one of my best friends was such a high school jock stereotype. While the night crowd at the bar was probably way more interesting, there were nearly a dozen patrons that filtered through while we were there. A couple of old women that might have been hags were actually trying the lunch special, so I really wasn't interested in it. A guy passed through at one point whose tics reminded me of Remus before a transformation, so hopefully he was just getting one for the road before locking himself up for the upcoming full moon that evening. Perhaps the most interesting was the man holding court with a half-dozen hooded wizards that slunk in one by one throughout the afternoon. Despite his guests being locals, from what we could see of their faces, he stood out more than our group as a foreigner. Tall and fair-skinned, he wore a dark silk shirt, blue jeans, and a red ball cap. And, if the looks the ladies at our table were giving him were anything to go by, he had the same kind of impossible Sid beauty as Maeve. Okay, fine, I could also tell that he was a real hottie. Lacking anything better to do, I tried to overhear his conversation, even though the arrangement of the room scattered noise and the magically powered fans pulling air through the building from the Nile exit weren't helping either, although they did keep the building merely uncomfortably warm rather than sweltering. It also didn't help that he was a native language speaker and I wasn't. But the general gist I got was one of planning and convincing of some upcoming event. Hopefully they were just arranging a dark magic bake sale. Finally, they broke up their conference and he headed out. Oliver, headed back from the bar with another pint, bumped into one of the wizards who was heading out. Sorry, pal. He said, brushing off the guy's robe. No harm done. The group froze for a moment, but then decided not to bother with British tourists. As the ringleader walked past the table at the rear of his group, I realized that his red cap had an Oakland Raiders logo, and I thought they only did black and white apparel. Even the logo was red and black. And the cap looked slightly damp, like it had been recently dyed red. Or dipped in a reddish substance. Le Facin, he tipped his bloody ball cap to me as he walked past, a knowing smirk on his face, carefully stepping around Oliver. Great, the Fae all knew me on sight at this point. What did he call you? Percy asked as the Sid in the red cap left the building. I tried to figure out how to explain in a way that wouldn't catch on all the things my implicit oaths to my godmother and Maeve prevented me from saying about the Sid. My mother got the nickname Margaret Le Fay, because of some of her extracurricular interests. I know at least one house elf that called me that. He's like Maeve, Matilda got it. A boy Maeve, Alexis said, it almost seeming to slip out. She flushed when everyone looked at her, but Penny and Matilda giggled too. And if you're right, Maeve is one of the Fae, Oliver interjected. So who's that guy? And what's he up to? His cap didn't start out that color, I suggested. Merlin's beard, Harry. Matilda suddenly lost some of the effect his aura and appearance had on her. You're saying that's like a full Never Never version of a red cap? They're already XXX threats. And not nearly that hot, Alexis grinned. I shrugged, just guessing based on how damp that hat was, and how that team's sporting apparel is normally black and white. So what now? Asked Penny. Do we just, wait here, or follow that guy, or maybe we should? She was interrupted by a tremendous crash of breaking wood and plaster toward the back of the room near where the red cap and his meeting had been sitting. A section of the ceiling caved in and a large person covered in splinters and dust barely landed safely, groaning and rolling away as the table partially broke his fall. Staggering to his feet, it took me a moment to recognize Michael due to all the masonry and plaster dust stuck to him. A pair of 8-foot-tall brutes dropped confidently from above into the detritus. One of the ogres told the bartender, caught someone peep in. Exasperated, the ghoul asked, then why didn't you throw him into the river instead of through the floor? Oh, the burly creature grunted. Guess we'll do that now. They both moved to try to herd Michael out the back, and the man hadn't brought his sword. Does that answer your question? I asked Penny, as we shoved out from behind our table to help. Chapter 7, Terror Tactics. Ogres, it turns out, are magic resistant. I don't know why I was surprised. Most aggressive, sentient non-humans seemed to be. Maybe it was some kind of forced adaptation. Most of the intelligent creatures that couldn't either use magic or resist it got wiped out or subjugated. Humans are nothing if not thorough when we discover an advantage over the things that go bump in the night. It made sense that things like wargs basically only existed in the never-never these days. Ghouls, it turns out, are not. An ambush predator that mostly preys on muggles, maybe they somehow kept out of the way of human wizards enough to survive as a race. This was unlike Necropolis Bartender, who decided to jump in and back up the two ogres as soon as our group stepped in to help Michael. I don't think they're ever going to let us back in that bar. Wasting no time, Michael had scooped up a nearby chair and smashed it to pieces on the face of the nearest ogre, staggering it back. A half-dozen stunners from my crew spread between them only seemed to slightly make the ogres woozy for a moment. It was enough for Michael to dodge a backswing and do some kind of judo move to make the attacking ogre plow through a partition and crush another table. That was when the bartender jumped in, making upset noises and unhinging his jaw until his mouth full of sharp teeth took up most of his face. For some reason, his predator instincts sent him after Matilda instead of a bigger threat like her boyfriend standing next to her with a 7-foot length of oak. I managed to knock several of those teeth out with my swing before the others tried stunning him. He went right down. I probably should have tried that first. He surprised me. I insisted, my friends having the usual shock disconnect upon seeing a wizard use physical violence instead of a spell. Michael was doing extremely well against the still-standing ogre, trading blows with the hulking brute in a way that none of us could have managed. While it was hell on the furnishings, Michael seemed to have an excellent awareness for improvised weapons he could grab as he dodged blows. Not that anything in the room was really sturdy enough to survive a couple of impacts against the beast. Before the judo-thrown ogre could get back up, Percy, Penny, and Alexis had buried it in an array of conjured ropes and transfigured furnishings. Though its bindings creaked ominously, it seemed to be sufficiently cocooned that it wasn't going anywhere soon. But the other one was much more of a moving target. While my friends were better at combat transfiguration than I was, they still weren't anywhere near Professor McGonagall's level. She'd have probably had the guy sinking into the floor. I had a thought, and yelled at Michael, "Keep falling back." I extricated myself from our table, lined up with the back door, drew my blasting rod, and started pulling in magic. As soon as the ogre was in between me and the view of the Nile, I told Michael, "Down. Bombarda." The exploding charm doesn't usually do much to living flesh. It's meant for blowing holes in walls, not in people. But I didn't want to pulp the ogre, I wanted to take advantage of the shockwave that inevitably results from unstoppable forces meeting immovable objects. He could ignore the magic, but not the physics of the floor beneath him suddenly turning into a crater. I couldn't really hear him over the explosive thrum of shattering tiles, but I like to think he made a very surprised noise as he went on a parabolic arc, smashed his head through the lintel over the back door, and belly flopped into the river. Yet. Bar fight. Oliver yelled, and smashed his mug over the head of the tied-up ogre. It didn't do much other than make my roommate feel good about himself. Across the room, Michael had avoided most of the floor shrapnel, because I have excellent aim and also because he was very good at dodging, and rolled to his feet. He took in the catastrophe around him, saw that all the other opponents were down, and started brushing dust off of himself. I figured the look he was giving me was a mix of exasperation and gratitude. Honestly, as covered as his face was with smashed flooring, it was hard to really make out. Taking pity on the guy, Penny waved her wand at him and incanted, "Turjo," causing most of the dust to fly off of his skin and clothes in a puff. He seemed pretty bruised up underneath, but considering he'd just been smashed through a floor and fought an ogre in hand-to-hand, he looked great. He had reacted slightly at Penny's spell before realizing it wasn't a threat. "Did you need anything around here?" I asked, maybe slightly loudly, my ears still ringing from the explosion. "If not, we should probably leave." As the 7 of us strode out into the mid-afternoon sun in the alley, the heat of the day was like stepping into an oven, even in the shade of the building. Not seeing the red cap or his entourage, Michael started to stride back toward the safer section of the district. He asked, "You followed me?" "Your friend kind of suggested that we should," I told him. "Ah, you talked to NEWT, the old meddler," he said. I guess he wasn't wrong. "Thanks for the help." "No worries," I said. "You were there for the red cap?" "We've..." I grunted in annoyance, unable to finish the statement. "We've been having problems with Sid in Britain, as well," Matilda translated for me. I squeezed her shoulder in thanks. "Seems suspicious that they're all over." "The immortal races are moving in a way I've never seen," Michael nodded. "I'm not sure who's behind it. First Mavra, now this, and other rumors of coordination. I don't like it." Do you know what they were meeting about? I asked. My Arabic isn't great, the big man admitted, as we finally turned a corner into a shadier part of the district, the temperature dropping several degrees to merely hot instead of baking. But I think they were organizing some kind of attack. But, not so much on a person as on maybe the city itself? I heard something about acquiring explosives. Terrorists, Penny practically growled. We have to stop them. I'm not really sure where to begin, Michael admitted. Well. Oliver piped up. That guy I bumped didn't keep his robes the cleanest, or his beard that short. Ollie. Alexis smacked him on the arm in delighted disgust. Tell me you did not pickpocket some creepy wizard's beard hair. I thought tea might be useful. The Quidditch captain shrugged sheepishly. I've been looking into tracking spells, I nodded. After the Aurors had caught me 2 years prior, I'd been briefly fascinated by them. Haven't had a chance to try one yet, but I could give it a go. I don't know if I should be involving a bunch of teens in this, Michael demurred. We're nosy. Matilda summed up for the group. If not with you, we'll get in trouble somewhere else. Might as well keep an eye on us. And we're all legally adults anyway, Penny said, failing to point out that Matilda wasn't quite yet. Michael sighed, but he was clearly out of his depth and not willing to pass up a bunch of help. Fine. But if I tell you it's too dangerous, I need you to listen to me. Who does that sound like? Matilda grinned, elbowing me. Percy, who'd been turning it over in his head for a while and ignoring the ongoing conversation, piped up, the old man's name is Nacht. Interestingly, one of the little-known Arthurian knights, thought to be a potential protector of the Grail, had that name. He was supposed to have originally come from Egypt, where Merlin and some knights met him as a street urchin and took him back with them to Britain. You don't say. Michael smiled, eyes glinting like that wasn't a surprise to him. Chapter 8, Surveillance State. The tracking spell led us to the far eastern edge of the magical district. Since we'd only been a few minutes behind the guy when we realized we could use it, it had changed direction as we walked. My mother's amulet that I'd tied the sympathy components to periodically changing the direction it was tugging toward the wizard we were following. In the haphazard labyrinth of buildings, we were losing ground just adjusting to get around buildings that were in the way, guessing how he'd gone around them based on where it had been tugging before. So when it started tugging down, we started looking for a sewer grate or basement. It would have helped if anyone was a local. Finally, as the sun was starting to set and the tracking spell had about used up the material available, Alexis found a concealed basement door next to a building, and we went down. The tunnel beneath ran further east, and we must have been leaving the magical part of Kima and into the Muggle City, a large suburb north of Cairo proper. I'm tapped out, guys, I said, as the charm finally broke. I think we found what we needed, Michael said as we entered a larger space, ready for a fight. We were having to use light charms to see, so we couldn't exactly sneak up on anyone. Looks like a staging area. The underground room wasn't that big, but had transfigured stone countertops installed against the earthen walls, and venting chimneys running away and toward the surface. Michael had clearly noticed the square spots of absent dust on the floor near a large doorway on the opposite side of the room, but didn't understand the significance of the rest of the furniture. It looks like a potions lab that has had its apparatus removed, Percy seconded aloud what I'd been thinking. So they were brewing something, packing it up, and then taking it into the mundane parts of the city, Michael figured. There's still dust in the air like they were here for the last load this afternoon. Do we know any diagnostic charms to figure out what they were brewing? Penny asked Percy and Alexis. Don't bother, I told them, standing near the brewing station and sniffing. I recognize the smell. Matilda just bought me new components to make it. Erumpent potion. She exclaimed. Michael raised a questioning eyebrow and I explained, magical explosive. Think of it like nitroglycerin. More stable, bigger boom. And I bet it doesn't leave a chemical residue or use precursors the government could track. The swordsman guessed. Same or denser form factor as nitro. I nodded and he grimaced. If all the crates it looks like were in here were full, this could be a tremendous amount of explosive. The merchants at the preserve. Matilda said. They told me I was lucky to catch them when they had some fresh. There was a lot of demand for their supply in the city. They hadn't been able to keep it in stock. Can you track the supply that way? See who was buying it? Michael asked. I can ask my brother, Percy nodded. Though wizarding vendors do not really keep extensive records unless legally required. Perhaps we could. Lights. I hissed, cutting him off. Someone's coming. I'd hopefully heard the steps before the new arrival heard us. We quickly moved back to the side of the room and doused our lights, refocusing eyes making out another light coming from the hallway down which they'd presumably taken the crates. Probably the same guy we'd been following entered the room, his wand lit and held high. Before he even registered the illumination falling on the 7 people in the room, he'd been hit with 3 stunners. I needed to look into whether it was dangerous to do that before we killed someone by all stunning them at once. Fortunately, the guy didn't have any backup. We took his wand, tied him up, and revived him. We'd agreed to let Michael take the lead while we all stood behind the guy. If, for some reason, he went to the Aurors, we had a lot more to lose than the swordsman did, since he could get out via plane while we had to take a state-controlled port at. I want to know about the irrumpant potions. Talk, Michael ordered him. Something about his command seemed designed to speak to the guy's very soul. It wasn't a magical compulsion, exactly, but just like he was the kind of guy who had the right to make you confess. You aren't an Auror, American, the guy grated out. But it was just a job. They provided the materials, I made the potions and delivered them. Easy. And when they're used? Michael chided the man. On muggles, the guy shrugged, or at least as much as he could thoroughly trust up. Why does an elf want to use explosions on muggles? Something about drawing attention. I don't know. They pay me to brew, not to care about politics. He looked around what he could see of the room. It's gone, anyway. I'm not sure where. I already put it on the train. I should have ridden with it, I guess. How much did you make? About 400 liters. It took quite some time. The guy seemed pleased with himself. Michael signaled, and I stunned the guy again. This is bad? He asked. I nodded. Based on how big those crates probably were, and if I'm visualizing soda bottles right, could be, what, a dozen heavy crates? I've never made more than a pint of the stuff, but an ounce is enough to blow a big guy off his feet. Each crate is probably like a big pack of dynamite. I don't know enough about demolitions to judge what you could do with that much, Michael thought out loud. I shrugged because I didn't either. But it sounds really bad. Can we just turn him over to the Aurors? Percy asked. At the very least he was muggle baiting. That much of the potion is probably illegal, too. If you don't think they're corrupt here, okay, Michael nodded. I think I can talk to NEWT about getting him picked up with no questions asked. But I've never known the wizarding police to really care about what happens to ordinary people. I had a hard time disagreeing with him. It wasn't easy to go back to vacation after that. We traded contact information with Michael, in case any of us learned something. And we had to fess up to the chaperones more or less what we'd been up to. We didn't dwell on the particulars busting up Necropolis, so much as just seeing Michael and helping him track an illegal potions lab. We always had a real grown-up with us from then on. Molly Weasley, in particular, had a very scathing tirade about Percy putting his life in danger instead of just calling the Aurors. She wanted to know why we even bothered going on vacation instead of walking deep into Nocturne Alley at home and picking a fight. The second week of August, the Grangers joined up, flying in from France. With them in tow, it was a lot easier to see the Muggle side of the city, which the adults felt like might be safer in case more Death Eater bounty hunters were in the area. Word had gotten to the Longbottoms that the Egyptian Aurors had tracked down several crates of the illegal irrumpant potion through various detection spells and removed it to safety. So maybe everything was completely fine, we'd done a good thing, and leaving it up to the proper authorities had paid off. Of course, my life is rarely that easy. Michael got word to us that he was worried that he needed to be in downtown Cairo, so we should definitely stay away and let him handle it. Naturally, Matilda insisted that meant we needed to be there. And that's how the original crew of the 6 of us wound up deciding that we wanted to learn about the Egyptian Parliament and check out the other government buildings downtown on the last Thursday of our trip, August 19th. Naturally, Arthur Weasley was happy to chaperone on a trip to learn about the Muggle equivalent of the Ministry, and Alice Longbottom tagged along just in case the girls wanted to break off from the guys to do something. Fortunately, it seemed super boring to all the younger kids who insisted on going to see the pyramids, safely far away. Bill was apparently pyramid sitting for one of his fellow curse breakers that week, so could get the kids in to see some of the hidden chambers that weren't on the Muggle tours. It took most of the day to finally spot Michael. He was easy to notice because he was running. He looked frantic, chasing after a motorcade of black cars leaving Tahrir Square and turning east past us where we were looking around the campus of the American University. It was nice to talk to more people who wanted to speak English for a bit. Even in traffic, cars are faster than a running middle-aged man. We were closer, but it took a few vital seconds for me to realize what was going on. By the time I realized he was trying to stop the cars, it didn't matter. They were still a couple hundred yards from us, but in the midst of possibly hundreds of other tourists between the university and a Muggle government building. I saw what Michael had seen, from his better vantage point, suspicious construction in the street at a corner that could intercept traffic to the Ministry of the Interior from multiple directions. We were too late. Boom. Chapter 9, Paramilitary Parameters. The news reports later were slightly confused. The official report said that rumors of a gun battle were wrong, and it was just the bomb and the bodyguards of the Minister of Information shooting. What were they shooting at? The news had no clue. Before the Obliviators got to work, the situation was far more dire than what eventually got reported. Even from a couple blocks away, the explosion was loud. Humans aren't designed to respond to something like that. In nature, that kind of noise is a volcano, a stampede, or an avalanche. Your lizard brain doesn't make the logical assumption that there's probably one bomb, and it's over. It says that the rocks are about to fall and you need to run. In this case, the human reaction was probably smarter than the wizard reaction. The vast majority of the uninjured were clearing out, an onrushing tide of humanity that I had to fight through. I'd been near, and caused, enough explosions that the noise barely registered. Maybe it was too late, but maybe I could also do something to help. And then the shooting started. Ahead, the motorcade had actually stopped short, as suspicious of the unscheduled road construction as I'd been. Only the first few cars were damaged, and I could make out injured but living men in dark suits crawling out. Though it hadn't taken out the central car, it had effectively dead-ended the street, and the fleeing pedestrians made backing up impossible. Men with handguns drawn were surrounding the central car, looking for threats. And those threats materialized. Literally. The crack of apparition is distinctive, even after a bomb going off, especially when each wizard is side-launching two armed men, displacing a huge volume of air. Militants probably couldn't have loitered usefully in downtown Cairo for long with assault rifles, but magic could bring the fighters directly to the front line in an instant. If the Egyptian magical government wouldn't have been that concerned about supplying terrorists with potions, they almost certainly would think differently about teleporting into a firefight in broad daylight. Well, if they were going to break the rules first. Just to cover my butt, I glanced to my right and was pleased to see that Alice Longbottom, British Auror, wasn't too far behind me. They have wizards. I shouted at her. The poor witch who'd signed up for a day of learning about Muggle government and maybe hanging out with teen girls at a department store visibly slid all the way into Auror mode and yelled back, "Damn it, Dresden. Just try to be as discreet as possible." Clearly, nobody else in the Order of the Phoenix was surprised by my methodology at this point. I nodded, and drew my blasting rod from its space-expanded sheath that looked like maybe a flashlight holster on my belt. Annoyingly, that little development had taken months, and making one for my staff was proving extremely difficult. It was hard to make a wizard space 7 feet deep in a small form factor in the first place, and all the enchantments on my staff made it even more unstable and difficult to get right. I realized Michael didn't have his sword, either. It was hard to be a guy with a giant weapon who sometimes needed to have a fight in public. Elaine had always mocked me about overcompensating. But I was at least one focus up over my fight a couple months earlier with the basilisk when I'd had to leave both staff and rod at home. Unfortunately, most of my non-lethal options were on the staff. Dangerous times, though, required desperate measures. I slowed to a stop, lined up on the nearest man with a rifle, shook out my shield bracelet in case this drew attention, and yelled, "Reducto." The reductor curse is hard on objects, but won't trigger if it hits a person, so I wasn't being nearly as negligent as I could have been. I doubt the guy appreciated that much as rifle shrapnel crunched into his chest and arms. At least it mostly blew away from his body and not into his face. Behind him, the wizard that had brought the guy in had been lining up his own attempts to use magic to tear open the central car, but turned when he recognized the incantation and started firing spells at me. And I was glad I was putting a lot into my shield because the second gunman he'd brought also turned his rifle on me. Curses and bullets hit my shield, and I was sweating a little with the strain of keeping it large enough that anything that missed me wouldn't go flying into the crowds behind. I didn't have to hold it for long, though. All my friends with shorter legs weren't that far behind me. Mr. Weasley and Oliver were first, and started rocketing stunners at the opponents, taking out the second gunman and forcing the wizard to shield and start worrying about being outnumbered. Across the street, Michael finally caught up and simply dive-tackled one of the other gunmen from behind. That might not have been a great idea, with the other gunman around, but at that point Mrs. Longbottom appeared right next to him with a quieter crack of displaced air and started firing. I really needed to practice combat apparition more, because running is exhausting. Fortunately, the bodyguards seemed to recognize that we were reinforcements for them and not for the attackers, and we started driving the wizards back and taking out gunmen. Michael gave a distasteful look at the rifle he'd wrestled away from the guy he tackled, but couldn't seem to justify tossing it away and being unarmed. He notably didn't start shooting with it, though, instead using it as a club. Then, suddenly, as if getting a radio broadcast from a higher power, his head snapped back the way he'd come and he growled, "This is a distraction." "Hell of a distraction," I told him, having reached his position on the other side of the street. "Protego." I incanted, shielding us against pot shots while he tried to focus on whatever sixth sense he was using. "What's that way?" he asked, pointing at an angle basically due northwest. I tried to visualize the things we'd looked at that day and listed: the university campus, Tahrir Square, bunch of hotels, the river, big bridge over the river, wait, the Egyptian museum. His eyes lit up in some kind of recognition at the last and I groaned. "This is cover." I yelled to my friends, "They're going after something at the museum." I took a moment to get a bigger picture. The gunmen were mostly all accounted for and the enemy wizards were getting pushed back. Penny had stopped at the first bystander that had been caught in the explosion, and was furiously casting healing charms while Percy covered her. Oliver, Alexis, and Matilda were spread out at my flanks, shielding and firing stunners when they saw an opportunity. And our chaperones were moving through the fray like the war veterans they both were. Do not take your eyes off Arthur Weasley, mild-mannered bureaucrat by day, extremely brutal counter-terrorist fighter by night. I wasn't even sure what he cast at one of the wizards, but the guy went down hard after it managed to power through the guy's shield. Michael seemed equally impressed. I thought I said not to be here today, he chided, half-heartedly. You're welcome, I grinned. Glaces. I managed to get a distracted wizard to walk onto the patch of ice and slip, Mrs. Longbottom quickly finishing him off. I have to admit, this isn't the behavior I've come to expect from wizards, he nodded, starting to head off toward the museum. Yet. We're pretty awesome, I told him. Also, a taxi service. Nope. Matilda said, welding herself to my side in a fierce hug. She hadn't quite figured out operating herself, but I'd been practicing my side along with her. Lexi. Take Michael. Mrs. Longbottom yelled back, no. Merlin's hairy balls. You're going to make me go grey by the end of the day. I'll take him. Arthur. Can you handle the Egyptian ministry when they show up? Okay, as she hustled over, she looked for a second like she was going to try to order Matilda to stay behind, saw her affixed like a limpet to me, and sighed. Fine. Oliver or Alexis. The other stays here to help. I'm the better healer, Oliver admitted. He'd had to figure out several of the charms to deal with Quidditch injuries from how hard he made people train. Right. Museum. With me, Mr. Carpenter. Warily, Michael took the small woman's proffered arm. Maybe he would have argued, but he probably didn't feel up to trying to run the half-mile back to the museum. Exit through the gift shop, I suggested. Everyone nodded. I took a breath, called to mind what I needed to do to not splinch me and my girlfriend. I usually used my staff for the boost, but 1,000 yards shouldn't be a problem. Deliberation, destination, and determination firmly fixed, I turned in place and dragged us along the veil between the world and the Never-Never, skating instantly through the intervening space. And I only knocked over one display of horse eye necklaces when I landed. Fingers, check. Ears, check. Shoes, check. Matilda announced, after detaching herself and making sure she hadn't been splinched. Sorry about the back of your hair, though, I winced, then stuck my tongue out and winked when she frantically felt the back of her head and realized I'd been messing with her. I looked around and confirmed that we'd gotten lucky. The gift shop was momentarily empty of shoppers, just one cashier giving us a 1,000-yard stare like a couple of teens teleporting into the building wasn't the weirdest thing she'd seen in her time there. A moment later, 2 more small explosions heralded the arrival of Alexis, Mrs. Longbottom, and Michael. They didn't knock over anything. The poor, beleaguered retail worker just rubbed her eyes, and wandered off to rearrange a display somewhere else. Your show, where do we? Mrs. Longbottom started to tell Michael, before the sound of screams from the museum became apparent. Never mind. We rushed out of the shop toward the noise, and wound up in the large, central atrium, where the early afternoon crowd was thin, presumably because lunch was still happening. Those that were there were being menaced by a dozen spindly little men with pointed ears, clubs, and red hats, who'd already smashed several security guards unconscious. You called it, Matilda told me. Remember that they're extremely dangerous. Class XXX. Not spell-resistant. Beasts, not beings. Right, similar to goblins, redcaps had survived wizards by being ornery rather than immune to magic. Unlike goblins, they didn't have any legal protections. I really needed to figure out whether all intelligent creatures that didn't get classified as beings were safe to kill with magic without risking your own soul. This probably wasn't exactly the time to find out. These might be from the Never-Never, I warned instead, so they might be even worse. There was one way to find out. Glaces. I incanted. That was the cue for the other 3 wizards to start blasting. Saving the rather more exhausting stunners for the moment, everyone was mostly making do with lower energy spells. Petrificus Totalis. Matilda tried, while Alexis used Immobilis, and Mrs. Longbottom incanted Incarcerus. After flinging out the ropes, the short aura also tried Combat Apparition again to bottleneck the creatures, and Michael charged off deeper into the atrium, flipping out a large pocket knife. The iron content of the steel blade would probably be a very effective deterrent for true Fae. While they were far faster and scrappier than they looked, they'd obviously been expecting nothing worse than Muggle security guards and scared tourists. If your accuracy is decent and you start far enough away, ranged attacks beat melee pretty much every time. I guess I'm saying, they brought a club to a spell fight. I mean, Class XXX sounds scarier when you learn about them 3rd year. Matilda asked, while we made sure we had incapacitated all of them. They hadn't even gotten close, though one of them had nearly clipped Alexis with a thrown club, and Michael had kicked one out of his way as he ran past. When we'd secured the room and caught up to Michael, he looked worse than he had when he left, but not by much. A couple lines of blood scored his arms, and his shirt was cut open revealing a tunic of fine linked steel chain mail. His opponent was significantly more injured. The true Sid in the red cap we'd seen at Necropolis was shoved up against a column, Michael's arm leveraged against his chest and his pocket knife at the Fae's throat. The guy had a few nasty cuts of his own that looked burned from the iron allergy, a pair of silvery hatchets were discarded on the floor nearby, and he'd lost the hat. It had left a bit of a red stain on the floor beneath where it had fallen during the fight. He was after that. Michael nodded at a display case without taking his eyes off his prisoner, whose arms hung in seeming surrender by his sides, but who had that typical mad fake gleam in his eye. "Good afternoon, Le Facon," the Cid told me with a feral grin. "Call off your church night, let me finish my mission, and there will be favors owed. Continue impeding me and I shall have to take it as an affront." "He's not mine," I shrugged. "I'm just tagging along here." "But you certainly pissed his boss off." "I mean, I figured, at least." "Church night?" I'd still been thinking the guy was just a really specialized American orator. "Le Facon?" Michael asked me, still not taking his eyes off but managing to quirk an eyebrow at me anyway. "My mom apparently had enough dealings with the Fae to get a nickname," I told him, slightly surprised that much information wasn't somehow caught up in the secrets I couldn't share. "Not wise," he said. "These things will forever try to get you under their thumb." I just shrugged. He wasn't wrong. Mrs. Longbottom and Alexis had been investigating the display case, which held hieroglyph-inscribed ceremonial golden shields from Tut's tomb, according to the note. I felt like I'd seen a couple of similar artifacts in the Wizarding Dig site, delicate gold in a curved shield, or maybe headstone, shape with lots of negative space, figures defined by sections cut out of the shield. "Why is this in a Muggle museum?" Mrs. Longbottom asked, after running detection charms. "It's highly magical. And I bet it does something really cool." "Cool enough that Mavra was looking for another one in Abu Simbel," I suggested. The Cid that was now sporting hat hair had a hell of a poker face, but I thought I saw a twitch. "Did you blow up a whole street just for a shot at that thing?" I asked the guy. "Just? No. Why not a win-win?" He smirked. "Now, are we trading answers for favors?" "I don't think we can hold him without killing him," I told Michael. "I'm opposed to that outcome," the Cid nodded. Michael thought about it for a few moments, probably weighing whether he would prefer to just kill the guy. "Your freedom for your oath to stay out of Egypt and cease attempts to obtain any artifacts currently therein for at least a year and a day, as well as a truthful and full answer to one question." "What's the question?" he asked. The knight thought about it for a second, then clearly nodded my way, ceding me the phrasing. I considered, then asked, "What is the objective that requires you to patronize terrorists and try to claim that artifact?" "Damn. A truthful and full answer, yes." The captured Fae asked, then elaborated, "The simple answer is that you already have guesses. We want to once again have the free access to this world that is currently denied us. That artifact is one of several possible shortcuts. The terrorism, well, involving ourselves in such concerns allows us to offer our help against it if we can come to an agreement with the temporal authorities. Shatter the veil as a fait accompli, or convince the wizards to shatter it for you so you'll stop causing trouble," I summarized. He merely gave me that mad grin. I believe we had a bargain. Michael nodded, releasing him. He quickly scooped his hat back onto his head and disappeared his hatchets under his shirt. A quick, calculating look, memorizing faces and planning his payback. Just because we had a bargain didn't mean he couldn't be vindictive. I had a thought and mentioned, "You might hold off on spreading this story around, unless the queens were ready for the plan to be widely known and happy for you to be the messenger." A flicker of worry. Great. Maybe that meant he wouldn't immediately call down Maeve and whatever other true Fae had made it into the world to try to ruin our year. His mad, smug grin froze a little, and he simply nodded. "The family legacy continues. Until I see you again." With that, he blurred and there was a slight pop of air. It didn't feel exactly like apparition, but hopefully he was doing basically the same thing to leave the country in the quickest manner possible. "All business," Michael turned to Mrs. Longbottom and asked, "You can get that thing somewhere safer?" Before she could answer I grinned and told him, "But it belongs in a museum." All three witches stared at me blankly. I'd only had time to make my friends watch Raiders. We hadn't gotten to Last Crusade, yet. After a few seconds of dead silence, Michael sighed and told me, "So do you, Dr. Jones." I broke out in the biggest smile. Usually only Matilda finished my pop culture references. He wouldn't give me a high five though. Chapter 10, Victorious Vacation. The aftermath was a mess, but fortunately Longbottom and Weasley, British Ministry employees at large, were able to smooth over our actions. While the Egyptian Ministry officially didn't condone wizards using magic in front of Muggles even in a crisis if they could just leave the scene, they admitted that it was already a pretty bad breach of the statute of secrecy that we hadn't really made any worse. I got the impression that their Muggle government liaisons were pretty happy with us for jumping in to help. But actually praising us would have set a bad precedent. So they basically just quietly ignored us for the rest of our trip. Whatever the shield was in the museum, it quickly and quietly disappeared into Egypt's version of the Department of Mysteries. We were able to get in touch with Bill Weasley and tell him about it in time for him to get more of a look at the similar shield in Abu Simbel before the government's strong-armed Gringotts into giving that one up too. Bill had come into Cairo for the last few days of our vacation, fresh off his stint guarding the secret chambers of the Giza pyramids, and we discussed it at lunch one day. The entire extended Weasley/Gryffindor/Order of the Phoenix vacation group was spread across multiple tables in the back of an American cafe that did acceptable hamburgers and fries. After a month in a foreign country, we'd all gotten a little bored of expanding our culinary horizons and were in the mood for something familiar. Michael had been invited, and was clearly completely bemused by how quickly the Weasleys would make anyone into honorary family, even a mysterious Muggle swordsman possibly on a mission from God. I only have so many relevant diagnostics, Bill explained, gesturing with a French fry, but I didn't find anything to disagree with your assumptions, Harry. And the other shield-type artifacts we've found have generally suited form to function, providing some kind of defensive effect. This one is providing some kind of wide-scale protection, not unlike a wardstone. I'm surprised it's not physically anchored in a temple or obelisk. Is moving both of them to the same vault going to weaken the overall protection? I asked. I worried that if it was somehow shoring up the local veil, it needed to be distributed. No. Bill shrugged. The one in the museum had clearly been moved around quite a bit. There's hints of some of the kind of deep, conceptual ties that powerful artifacts have. It might have been dangerous for them to leave the country, but moving around within it wouldn't be too bad. Frankly, I'm not sure it's actively doing much. It might just have enough invested meaning that it could be used in a ritual to try to weaken whatever it had originally been used for. Fair, I said, taking a drink of my real sugar Coke. I'm not actually sure the veil was erected until the Middle Ages. These could have been used for other national defensive magics and it's just similar enough that it would work. Or the veil here could be tied into those old national wards. Mr. Weasley just shook his head. I just have a hard time wrapping my head around all of this. We've been focused on the threat of dark wizards, you know who in particular, for so long. I don't know if any of the wizarding nations are prepared to adapt to attacks from beings we literally think of as fairy tales. At the very least, Mrs. Longbottom suggested, we can put pressure on the Department of Mysteries to start taking this kind of thing seriously. Mr. Longbottom added, we might be able to spin it in a way they'll accept, multiple attempts by dark wizards on these two shields, so we need to identify and protect any similar artifacts that they might go after in Britain. I think the Wisengamot will go for allocating a bit of funding for that. And we can tell Saul over in the DOM what he should really be looking for. Mrs. Weasley asked, Michael, is there anything else your people can do on your side of things? The big man shook his head, I'm more in the crisis management business. I don't exactly have a support staff like your lot. The very fact that I was sent here to thwart these attempts means that they could have been really bad. But it could have just been because I was supposed to prevent the side effects of an army of the undead and magically augmented terrorism. I don't know if I'll keep getting orders to help with the Fae situation in general, or just if they try more really deadly distractions. So. I summarized, if we see you or another guy with a holy sword, we're probably running out of time to handle the problem with research. Pretty much, he shrugged. Sometimes I do take normal vacations. You should come visit. Mrs. Weasley gushed. We could put you up. Your kids would love to see a Quidditch match, or a magical menagerie. Hanging out with him for one morning, she'd already dug up a huge amount of information about the stoic man's family and personal life. It would be a hard sell to my wife, he shrugged. But I'll see what I can do. All right, big brains. Oliver announced, grinning after having hatched a plan with the twins. You lot done making a plan to save the world? Only it's Quidditch o'clock and we're getting everyone on brooms this time. We should be able to field 2 full teams. Oh, such fun, Mrs. Weasley enthused. Michael, can you come watch? Thanks for the offer, Molly, but no. I've still got to get my equipment shipped home safely before my flight out tonight. Well okay, but leave us your contact information. She insisted. We'll owl you once we're all home. Clearly not sold on Owls showing up to his Muggle home, he nonetheless complied in the face of Molly Weasley. Turned out he lived in the suburbs of Chicago. Small world. I left him details for Remus Poe box and the phone number of the Grangers, which were probably more relevant to his situation and the closest thing I had to permanent Muggle contact information at the time. Then there was nothing else to do beyond getting dragged off to the Broom Flying Fun Center and forced to play Quidditch. The Weasley kids realized they could field a full team of their own if the older brothers played as chasers, much to Percy's discomfiture. Oliver did the best he could putting together his own team, but running Draco as his seeker was the only option he had for anyone that really played Quidditch, though Alexis was an enthusiastic amateur. That left me and Matilda as beaters and Penny and Hermione trying not to fall off their brooms as the other two chasers. Somehow, Neville and Luna proved that the two Muggle-born girls, and me, were better options. Neville really could fall off a broom that wasn't going faster than a walking pace, and Luna got distracted very quickly. Neville's little sister, Julia, was still too young to be in a full-on Quidditch game. We were awful and got thoroughly trounced by the Weasleys while Oliver and Draco pulled their hair out at how bad the rest of us were. It was good times. A couple of days before we were supposed to head home, Luna's father showed up from whatever expedition he'd been on over the summer, and invited everyone interested on a day trip to try to find the elusive crocodile men of the Nile. Fortunately, we didn't find any. I didn't think I was prepared to fight lizard people after everything else that month. Mr. Lovegood managed to corner me on the banks of the Nile during part of the trip, while everyone else was disembarking from the barge he'd chartered, and asked, "Mr. Dresden, is there any truth to the rumor that you and Sirius Black became bitter enemies during your stay at Azkaban prison?" "Wait, what?" I asked, confused. "I was there for a few hours, in minimum security. I don't think I came anywhere near the guy." He nodded a bit frenetically, his long silver hair bouncing across his shoulders. "I thought as much, but good journalism insisted I confirm. I suspect that the Rotfang conspiracy is floating that idea rather than admit that he's after you because of the more simple explanation that you know who needs to eliminate you as part of his shadow war against the Fairies." None of that made much sense. If anything, given that my godmother and Lucius Malfoy worked for both of them, and Mavra had at least seemed to be double-dipping trying to kill me for Voldemort while stealing the shield for the Fae, I was a bit worried that the Winter Fae might be trying to help Voldemort in some way. Not that I could explain that, even if I wanted to, because of the geese against revealing my godmother's secrets. But then I latched onto, "What do you mean, he's after me?" "Oh, yes. I have it on good authority. He somehow got a copy of the Daily Prophet that featured your group picture, was heard to mutter, 'He's at Hogwarts,' then escaped the next day. After your activities of the last couple of years, as little as the administration wants to admit you've faced you-know-who on multiple occasions, it seems apparent to everyone that you're the obvious target of his top lieutenant." "Man," I sighed. Of course, having thwarted the last batch of Death Eaters, another one would escape out of prison to ruin my year. I was hoping for 1 year off from these guys. "Not to worry. I hear they're going to station Dementors around the school to prevent him access." I boggled at him, and he amended, "Wait, I don't mean not to worry, I mean it gets worse. I'm personally affronted. Luna is there. The Quibbler will be running a multi-part series about the dangers of Dementors to try to drum up public support." He began regaling me with information about Dementors that I was pretty sure only about a quarter of which was true. A deranged escaped Death Eater coming after me. Dementors for my protection. I'd just wanted to have 1 quiet year. Was that too much to ask? Chapter 11, Security Theater. I should have figured out how to fly back from Egypt with the Grangers. Like Cafeterias, there were only really a limited number of ways to do security checkpoints, so Britain's International Port KA terminal wasn't that different than airport security other than being in an actual castle somewhere on the island, with stone walls and tapestries in the traditional wizarding style. All translocation from outside the island was theoretically, who knew how many holes the system had, redirected to this one giant room full of runic arrays. Aurors had sniper posts around the room in case someone obviously bad landed, and then everyone had to progress through a corridor that was doing other kinds of passive and active scans. Then I reached the declarations desk, where I had to turn over my foci and enchanted items to make sure they weren't some kind of contraband. I suspected, based on my understanding of the runes I saw on the scanning arrays, that there were a huge number of ways to sneak through. If I was willing to put the work in, I could probably make a container that showed as completely mundane, no matter what was inside. A little polyjuice into a non-problematic citizen and any Death Eater could get in. But it wasn't that bad. No worse than airport security. The problem was that if I'd come in on a plane, there probably wouldn't be reporters waiting to ambush me. "Harry Dresden. Can I call you Harry?" the witch asked, somehow managing to intercept me and drag me into a corner between the security desk and where I would pick my gear back up. She was tiny, with aggressively permed blonde hair, horn-rimmed glasses, and other sartorial choices that made her look like she was here to interview for a job in a 1950s steno pool. A green dictaquill and piece of parchment floated beside her, ready to take transcription. "Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet, and Teen Witch Weekly. And I assure you that both of my publications are very interested in you. Now, Harry, let's start off with a soft quaffle. Any chance that, as some readers have speculated, Sirius Black might be your father?" "That's your softball?" I asked, vaguely feeling like we'd skipped the part where I agreed to be interviewed. But, no. Even if I wasn't sure who my father was, wasn't Black still at Hogwarts in 75? And I think my mother left before he even attended. Obviously, they probably knew each other if she was over at my godmother's house all summer, but I wasn't going to explain that to a reporter. To try to distract her, I said, I also never met him at Azkaban. I know that's a rumor, too. I was only there a few hours and it was a misunderstanding. Somehow, the rest of my friends had been delayed coming through security, or were already out in the next atrium, so there was no rescue coming as she asked her next question. Interesting. So why do you think this dark wizard is after you? I shrugged. Have they proven that he's after me for sure? Have they even proven that he actually said, he's at Hogwarts? Honestly, even if he did, maybe it was because he thought Voldemort, startled gasp from the reporter, was still there. After all, I've banished him from the school twice now. A serious claim. The wizarding world is certain that you know who is dead nearly a dozen years. Defeated, not dead, I shook my head. Did they ever even find his body? I kind of feel like the country was so excited the war was over that they didn't do enough to prepare for the next time he or another powerful dark wizard showed up. Even if you don't believe I keep fighting Voldemort, hiss, there's no doubt that his former minions are still out there. A couple of them kept attacking me last year. Did they ever catch the Lestranges? Isn't the Crouch guy still at large? Any one of those could make a bid to take over. Can you say that the political disagreements that let him gain followers in the first place are solved? Admittedly, part of that was rehearsed. Dumbledore figured I might have to talk to the media eventually, and had explained what he thought the wizarding public would accept. He'd talked me out of talking about the Wraith, and certainly about the dark magic that was keeping him from dying fully. That's certainly a lot for our readers to think about. Speaking of readers, since Sirius Black is known to be one, do you have anything to say to him? I gave it some honest thought. No matter how bad the guy had wound up being, I didn't think I'd wish 12 years in Azkaban on anyone. That he should cut his losses. Azkaban is cruel and unusual punishment. I can understand why he would do whatever he could to get out. But if he comes after me or anyone else at Hogwarts, he'll be right back in there. He should keep hiding. After all, I need to study for my NEWTs this year. I'd rather not have to fight off another dark wizard. Such confidence. Which is a great segue to my other publication. Is the rumor true that you're taken, or can our Teen Witch readers hold out hope? Taken? Sorry. She's actually around here somewhere and I should get back to her. I tried to use the excuse to cut the interview short. But then I saw quite possibly my least favorite person on the planet striding up. Actually, Dresden, Dawlish smiled, smugly, we need to take you into protective custody. The fair-haired Auror was still trying to work the John Constantine look, tan trenchcoat, cigarette stains, and all. A couple of other Aurors I'd seen around but didn't know were flanking him, and they had wands at the ready. I guess that explained how I'd gotten separated from my group for long enough to give an interview. And they were carefully in between me and my foci, still waiting for pickup across the room. I stared, annoyed, at a point in the middle of his forehead. I didn't think he'd suddenly picked up mind-reading skills, but no reason to risk it. I hadn't met Rita Skeeter's eyes for the same reason. Yet? I've heard Hogwarts is the safest place there is. Yet, if that's where a murderer is going to try to kill you, it would be a shame for him to find you there, the man drawled, clearly thinking he had the upper hand. Headline: Overzealous Aurors try to imprison an adult wizard and keep him from completing his education, I stated, glancing over at Skeeter. She looked absolutely delighted to be included in this little play, though I pretty much thought she must have been in on it in the first place to know when to ambush me. Just come along quietly, Dresden. The press will find this is on the up and up. Dawlish gritted out, once again remembering why he hated dealing with me. He gestured with his wand, and I felt like the clear implication was that I was defenseless. Oxio staff, I said. You might want to duck. I held my hand up and my staff sailed into my hand with a thunk, having flown lengthwise over all three Aurors' heads to their great surprise. I thought Skeeter looked impressed. While I'd love to keep how much I could do without a focus secret, at least part of it was certain to have gotten back to Voldemort, assuming he hadn't personally seen what happened while he was in a cauldron and I was escaping from his death trap. Are you arming yourself in front of duly appointed Aurors? Dawlish tried. Just retrieving my possessions. Or am I under arrest rather than under protective custody like you said? Oxio gear. With my staff to augment the spell, I was able to summon the rest of my stuff all in one go, a bundle of belt, bracelet, and amulet all flying across to me. Is Mr. Dresden under arrest? Skeeter asked, painfully curious. The green quill hadn't stopped writing when our interview had ended, and was clearly recording the entire exchange. For his own safety, he needs to be under Auror protection, Dawlish tried, but it was clear he was no longer having fun. Then I better get out there and meet back up with my Auror escort, then, right? I said, trying for deadpan but I probably let too much smug humor into my voice. The Longbottoms are more senior Aurors than you, right? War heroes? Great couple. Starting to be good friends. Not sure there's anyone else I'd be more happy to have watching my back. I did see them right outside, Skeeter offered, uninterested in clearing the smug glee from her own face. Dawlish glanced back at her, betrayed. I'd have to remember that she was a fickle ally. Fine. You're free to go, Dawlish basically snarled, twirling and leading his press gang away. We should schedule a time for a longer interview, Harry, Skeeter told me, assuming I owed her. I'll let you know once I'm sure what you print from the current one is fair, I smiled back. Draco Malfoy wasn't the only one who was learning that it was useful to have a friend in the news business. Dealing with the love goods was probably training wheels for this lady, but I felt like I'd picked up a few solid strategies. She didn't seem totally happy with that, but smiled magnanimously anyway. Enjoy your year at Hogwarts. I nodded and finally hurried out of the security room, right into a pair of Dementors. Hell's bells. I yelled well, maybe shrieked a little and held my staff in front of me trying to juggle my other foci that I hadn't been able to put on yet. It took me a second to realize I wasn't feeling the soul-crushing despair, even though there were Dementors right next to me, and finally glanced down to see that they were contained in runic matrices around circles that had been chalked onto the floor. Guard dogs only, sir, the Auror manning the checkpoint told me. Were those here before? I asked, quick-stepping through the Dementor gauntlet and into the anteroom proper. I hastily hung my amulet around my neck and held my shield bracelet in my teeth while I tried to buckle my belt back on. Special security upgrade for these times. They'd know Sirius Black no matter how he was disguised. Maybe they had accounted for some of the security holes I'd noticed. Fair enough, I said around the clasp of my bracelet, before finally getting my belt set and putting the bracelet back on my left wrist. No, no word of this. Lips are sealed, sir. Happens to a lot of people, the Auror gave me a faint smile. It was nice to see that not all of them had it out for me. Probably my Order of the Phoenix friends were a big help in that. I finally exited into the British side anteroom, where we could take a porte-carte or apparate out, and realized there were several other exits into the room, and all of my friends were already in there, waiting. Harry. Matilda quick-stepped up. What kept you? A reporter distracted me, then Dawlish tried to take me into protective custody, I said, doing the air quotes and everything, despite nearly dropping my staff to do so. All set, though. Good, Mrs. Weasley bustled up. You almost missed the porte-carte to the alley. Let's get a move on. Reporter, hey. Matilda asked as we were putting hands on the length of rope that served as our group porte-carte. Yet. Oh. She also writes for Teen Witch Weekly and may have asked about who I was dating. The witches of Britain are apparently very interested. Harry. What did you tell H? She didn't quite finish her question before the porte-carte triggered. Chapter 12, Alley Cats. I don't know about this whole professor thing, Junior Auror Tonks complained as I strolled with her and Percy through Diagon Alley. She'd finally been promoted out of the apprenticeship program, and had to deal with the hurdle she'd missed while she was concerned with graduation, how to keep dating Remus Lupin while he was a live-in professor at Hogwarts. Do I just go to Hogsmeade after work, walk up to the gates, and ask to see my boyfriend? Do any of the professors have spouses? Do they even date? You could have probably used the secret passages, I told her, but I think McGonagall filled all of them in while Dumbledore was paralyzed. She'd better have, or Mad I will go spare, Tonks agreed. It was interesting getting to spend time with the only slightly older Auror outside of her just being over at my house because she was my landlord's girlfriend. She was the current Auror on deck to watch my back until I went back to school, because the Longbottoms wanted to spend more time with their kids the week before school, and occasionally had to go into the office. I still wasn't entirely sure why the Weasleys and Longbottoms had decided to spend the last week of summer vacation taking rooms at the Leaky Cauldron rather than going home. It suited me, because Remus it was going to be really hard getting used to calling him Professor Lupin had already shut his house up and moved into his Hogwarts accommodations, so I would have had to figure something out regardless. Unfortunately, only Hermione had convinced her parents to let her stay as well, so the rest of our friends had gone home to spend a last week with their families. After a month of basically spending every waking moment with our girlfriends, as well as Oliver and Alexis, Percy and I were a little at loose ends just rambling around the alley without anything specific to do. And while it was interesting to spend more than a couple of hours in the Victorian shopping mall that was Diagon Alley, a week was too long when you'd already blown through your summer funds and were back to being broke. We'd browsed ourselves out at the bookstore, finished all of our summer homework, done a bunch of work on our next apology spell development, and even spent time looking at the brand new Firebolt racing broom at the Quidditch store even though neither of us cared about Quidditch. So we were on to strolling and talking, after we'd gotten bored with sitting and talking, and loitering in shops and talking. I still find it hard to understand the rationale for leaving so many tunnels off the grounds for so long, Percy complained. I could understand one or two heavily warded exits in case of siege, but to just have unmonitored exits that students can find and use. Just because your brothers thought they were unmonitored doesn't mean they were, I disagreed. The longer I know Dumbledore, the more I think he really enjoys students thinking they're getting away with something. I'd bet you a lot of the time students thought they were sneaking out of the castle, he had some scheme or other they were assisting. I half expect he's already dug a couple of new tunnels over the summer that we'll be allowed to find out about when it's important. Dresden. You don't half trust the old man, do you? Tonks asked. We were still on a last-name basis. She tried to stay on a last-name basis with everyone, because she didn't like people calling her by her first name. It didn't mean we weren't getting to be friends. She may have still been on a last-name basis with Remus, her boyfriend. Oh, I trust him plenty. I just think he's manipulative, I shrugged. Just because I expect he's manipulating people to try to ensure something good happens for everyone doesn't mean I have to like knowing it. He swore he was going to try to play things a little bit more straight with me this year, but we'll see. I mean, what in the world is that? I'd been distracted by the rising third years exiting the pet store. Neville, Ron, and Seamus, who'd managed to show up for the shopping day, looked slightly nonplussed as Hermione happily cooed at an orange pile of fur half as big as she was. I thought she was going to get a post owl so her parents could write her at school and she could write her friends over the summer. Percy asked. He'd always been proud of his own owl, even though most of his friends could just flew over to hang out during the summer and he had no use for Hermes at Hogwarts except to write home, which he could have used a school owl to do. As we got closer, I was able to tell that the new pet was an enormous cat, awkwardly held by the young witch. The thing must have been at least half Neasel, a breed of mystical cat, and was basically twice as big as any house cat I'd ever seen. It regarded me from a smushed face that looked like it had survived dashing into a wall at high speed. Hermione, who is that? I said, stopping to regard the immense ginger beast. And do you think he'll let me rub that giant fluffy belly? Isn't he gorgeous? She beamed. His name is Crookshanks. The lady said for some reason he'd been there a long time and nobody before me wanted him. Can you believe it? I can believe it, Ron muttered, rubbing his head. He fell on me. Given that the boy basically had a hollow leg with as fast as he was growing, I'd bet he had all kinds of snacks secreted about his person that the cat would go after. I ignored him and focused on the cat. He'd climbed up onto Hermione's shoulders to get a better look at me. Despite my question, I knew better than to immediately go for a belly rub. With the claws on the big guy, I'd need a tourniquet. Instead, I held my finger out for him to sniff. After a moment of pretend haughtiness, he inclined his head to me to scratch. He could probably tell immediately that I was a sucker that it was good to be friends with. He was probably right. Oi! Seamus suddenly said. Please tell me I'm not only one seeing that. It's a bleedin' grim. Like right out of divination book. We all turned and, confirming it wasn't just Seamus, the cat jumped down in front of Hermione and raised his hackles hissing. Across the street, lurking by the steps into a home goods store, was an immense black hound that looked diseased and deranged. It eyed our group hungrily, took a step forward, and then apparently reconsidered taking on 3 grown wizards, 4 kids, and an immense cat. It turned and rushed off into Nocturne Alley, Crookshanks spitting and chasing it a few feet before deciding the dog had been successfully intimidated and walking proudly back to the group. Such a brave boy. Hermione gushed at her new familiar. It's a bleedin' grim. It's an omen of death. Seamus kept muttering. As far as I knew, he and Ron were the only 2 of the 4 who'd decided to stick with taking divination class, Seamus adding ancient runes, at my insistence. Ron was also taking care of magical creatures and muggle studies, Neville both of those plus runes, and Hermione was the only one taking arithmancy, instead of creatures class. I think it was just an alley dog, Tonks corrected, though she seemed to be papering over a bit of concern at how big it had been. Were its eyes glowing red? Ron asked. Probably just reflecting the light, Tonks shrugged. I hadn't really noticed that, because it was in the sun enough that even if they had been glowing it would have been hard to make out. I was suddenly struck by a thought and asked, so, Dementors sense your mind, right? And in Transfiguration last year, McGonagall mentioned that an animagus in their animal form is much more like the animal, mentally, than a normal human transfiguration. Which might mean a Dementor could have a harder time seeing or affecting an animagus. That sounds like a very reasonable supposition, Percy allowed. Why? I talked slowly, working it out as I spoke. I really wish I'd have figured this out earlier, and Remus never actually wants to talk about it for sure, but, what do you think the chances are that Canis Major, the kid from his books who turns into a black dog, is literally because his friend, Sirius Black, was an animagus that turns into a black dog? Seems kind of on the nose, right? Tonks groaned, her pink hair flickering hues before settling on an embarrassed red. I still wasn't totally sure what was up with that, though I had heard of wizards born with a natural metamorph ability, so that's what I figured. I am going to kill that dear, stupid man for keeping a secret this big. Damn. I've got to call this in. Expecto Nuntius. Tell Scrimgeour, potential black sighting fleeing into Nocturne Alley. Maybe a black dog animagus. Her silvery jackrabbit patroness dashed off toward the ministry with the message. We should find the rest of the families, Percy nodded, prefect reflexes kicking in. We can get somewhere safe so you can join in the hunt. Thanks, Tonks sighed, her hair fading to a muted auburn. This is going to be a long afternoon. Need me to stick around to explain it? I asked her. She shook her head, saying, no. I've read all the books now, and could have figured it out, too. I should have dug more into what Lupin knew about my cousin after the escape, but we didn't have much time together this month with the search and his classes. More quietly, just to me, she added, and it's almost his time of month now, so he's going to be prickly about it. You might actually get him to fess up before I can. Just keep your head on a swivel. At least Black's form is big so it makes it hard for him to sneak into places, I nodded. Just think if the traitor in that friends group had been the one who could turn into a rat. Chapter 13, Strangers on a Train. It had to be the school trunks, it's all I could think of. Nobody trusted kids to hang onto a box as big as them going through the flu, and hardly anyone felt confident side along operating a little kid in their trunk. It was the only explanation for the inefficiencies, unless flu outages like what had happened when Maeve forced her way into our reality were more common than I thought. It was all I could think of for why we'd been packed into enchanted ministry sedans to whip through traffic to get to the train station, starting less than a mile away, to get on a train for 8 hours to get to Hogsmeade, when I could have been there in less than a minute by just stepping into the inn's flue. I had to admit, the crazy space-bending cars were pretty fun to ride in. We navigated through traffic by folding space to let the cars simply squeeze through gaps between other vehicles. The enchanting to get them to do that at all, much less not be immediately obvious, had to be immense. Of course, we were on Weasley time, so even with the special cars we got to the train much later than my usual. Fortunately, the rest of the crew had already staked out essentially every cabin on one of the train cars. Given that I didn't really have a home address to come back to this year, I'd probably be spending both holidays based out of the castle, so this might be my last train ride to school. It was weird to be getting nostalgic about my last year at a school I'd originally basically been forced to go to. The seniors compartment was made plausible only because half of us were prefects, so it wasn't 6 people full the whole time. As the train set out, Percy, Penny, and Alexis were all in the prefect meeting in the front car, so it was just Oliver, Matilda, and me, busily sharing our last week as if it had been a million years since we'd last seen each other. So we're basically working under the assumption that Sirius Black is an animagus that can turn into a giant, mangy-looking black dog, I finished. Like that one? Matilda asked, her position closer to the door meaning she was looking out the train's window while also facing me. I looked up just in time to see the black dog perched like a gargoyle on one of the last road overpasses over the train tracks before we left London, probably barely 20 feet above the top of the train. I couldn't be completely sure, but it looked a lot like the one we'd seen, and it was almost certainly unusual for any dog to get up on the wall around a road to stare intently at passing trains. Stars and stones. Exactly like that one. Pivoting to try to get a look, the train was going around a curve and I couldn't have seen anything behind us even if the width of the overpass weren't in the way. But we were close to the front, so there was plenty of space behind us if the dog wanted to drop down and stow away. Long-distance apparition was still not completely fixed after Maeve cracked the veil months earlier, and he might have problems stealing someone's flu, so maybe this was the most efficient way for him to get to the school. Or maybe he planned to go after his target while there was a severe limit of adults, wards, and dementors to stop him. I need to go inform the prefects, I told them. Keep an eye on the kids. At least we'd gotten our cabins all closed together, so everyone in the photo was on the same train car rather than spread out. Draco was the only member of the trip who wasn't nearby, but he'd also skipped the photo so as to avoid being associated with the Weasleys, and, thus, was unlikely to be the target. It was still probably worth warning him. The first car was a more traditional open arrangement, with an aisle down the middle and no individual compartments, though it looked like the front was closed off into storage for the snack trolley. It probably would have been impossible for the 24 prefects to meet if they had to deal with individual 4-person cabins. I knocked my staff politely against the door between cars before stepping in, clearly interrupting Jake Flinton in the middle of some long-winded planning speech for the year. While I liked the guy well enough the little I'd interacted with him in classes, I suspected the head boy and girl positions were basically designed to make petty tyrants of teenagers who had never before really engaged in any form of student government. Sorry to interrupt, I said before he could yell at me for doing so. And, not to panic anyone, but there's a decent chance Sirius Black just jumped off an overpass to stow away on the train. I saw a bunch of faces ready to enact their power over adolescents suddenly filled with fear at having to take on a crazed escaped convict. Well, Percy, Penny, and Alexis just looked annoyed at the interruption as if this kind of thing was par for the course for them these days. My fault, I was sure. Oh, also Maeve didn't seem bothered. I hadn't even realized she'd finagled her way into a prefect position. I wondered what she'd done to the poor girl that originally held it for her year. I tried to completely ignore the white dreadlocked Sid princess. He may be an animagus that turns into a big, black dog, I explained, to those that hadn't gotten the memo. Unless anyone objects, I'm going to inform the Aurors, I continued, but you might want to go ahead and start patrols? But we don't have a way to inform the Aurors. One of the new fifth-year prefects exclaimed, on the verge of panic. I thought she was from Ravenclaw, maybe? I didn't know her name. Oh, man, if I was going to help Remus with his classes I'd probably actually have to learn the names of a bunch of the students. Being a grown-up was rough. Nobody actually objected, though few seemed to know what I had in mind, so I just grinned pleasantly and incanted, Expecto Nuntius. And, as the messenger version of Mouse appeared, an oversized lion-like dog made of silvery light, I told him, Tell Tonks, black dog spotted on a bridge overpass as the train went underneath. May have jumped aboard. The instruction delivered, he ran off through the walls of the train, back in the general direction of London. I still hadn't confirmed whether that was super cheatery and would let me triangulate to track people that I didn't have a sympathetic link for. It was at least risky, because anyone I wanted to track down might start running when they started getting repeated messages from my patroness. Fortunately, I was pretty sure pure muggles couldn't see a patroness any more than they could see a dementor, so I at least wouldn't be breaking the statute of secrecy doing it in muggle areas. One of you want to inform the headmaster? I asked. That spell took a lot out of me, and I had to maintain it until it reached its target. I didn't want to admit in front of Maeve that throwing out a second one would leave me unable to do much else for a while. In fact, Ms. Malfoy? Heard you're a dab hand at charms. Want to show off? I actually wasn't totally sure whether the Lady of the Winter Fae could actually cast spells like a wizard. I suspected she'd been faking everything with the closest equivalent glamour and ice magic that she could create. And I'd eat my hat, if I had one, if she had enough of a soul to cast a patroness, regardless. I don't actually know the headmaster very well, she shrugged dismissively. Doubt I could get a fix on him. He doesn't really make time for Slytherins like he does for Gryffindors. I'm sure one of you is more than capable, though. Alexis just shook her head at the elf once more, wriggling out of a social confrontation, and quickly had her silver fox bounding off north with a similar message for Dumbledore. Right. Let's get patrolling, Flinton took control of the meeting back. Don't get separated, just in case. Everyone stay on shift for a half hour past your original cut-off time so we have plenty of coverage. Call for help if you see him, don't be a hero. He gave all the Gryffindors a very Hufflepuff look at that statement. As they all headed out, I ignored Maeve and told the head girl, Gemma Farley, I don't think Draco is a likely target, but you should probably warn him just in case. I'd had a fair number of classes with Gemma over the last couple of years, and she was one of the only Slytherins in my year that I thought were good people. She nodded, but told me, get back to your compartment, please, Dresden. Let us handle the patrols. I'm sure you'll come charging in if there's screaming. It was mostly good-natured, so I grinned and let it slide, following her instructions and heading back. Patrols were by house rather than relationship status, so Penny was off the first patrol shift while Percy and Alexis wandered the train, and we caught her up on what had been going on. By the time she had to start her own patrol, we were a ways into the countryside, and half an hour later, our house prefects finally finished and headed in. It was starting to look like miserable weather outside. Nothing that we can find so far, Percy explained, sinking into a seat. Alexis leaned against Oliver, visibly annoyed. I said the best flyers should borrow racing brooms and fly around to check the roof and undercarriage, but Jake wouldn't go for it. You should have taken the head position, Percy. I probably would have said the same thing, to be fair, Percy admitted. If Black has obtained a wand, he could shoot you out of the air. On a moving train, with limited backup, I could not justify the risk. At least if we encounter him in the train, we have cover. We tried to keep the conversation light until Penny finally got back from her patrol, the room getting especially cramped as three couples tried to sit together in a space designed for 4 adult-sized people. Some kids in the third car from the end thought they might have heard something land on the roof at about the right time, Penny explained. But they're second years and the rumors have already gone all up and down the train, so they were freaked out and may have just been imagining it. By now, even though it was still early afternoon, it was nearly fully dark outside from the storm clouds. Every time the train went around a curve, I peered out, trying to get a glimpse of a darker shadow clinging to the roof. Maybe I just wanted to use a Shatner voice, there's something on the wing. Quote. But if he was on the express, he had found somewhere less obvious to hide than clinging to the top of the train for 8 hours. We eventually solved the space issue by Oliver and Matilda taking the seats on one side of the room, Percy and Penny taking the other, and Alexis and I sitting on the floor below our significant others so the research team could talk spells while Oliver and Matilda played cards quietly. Over the summer, we'd decided to invite Alexis to help with spell development. Spending so much time with her, we realized it was weird we hadn't included her before. She'd already had a couple of ideas about places in the arithmancy we'd been stuck. Around 5, though it was dark enough outside to seem like midnight under the driving rain, it was time for Percy and Alexis to go back on patrol. Penny excused herself to go spend some time checking up on the Ravenclaw lower years. And Oliver went next door to have a Quidditch team meeting. Alone at last. Matilda grinned, leaning against me as I reclaimed my seat after a couple of hours on the floor. We'd been making out for less than a minute before the door to our compartment banged open and Hermione and Draco trooped in, followed by Crookshanks. Ugh. It's like their faces are some kind of magical magnets or something, the boy drawled. They can't help it, they're full of hormones, Hermione defended and insulted us at the same time. You will be soon, too. I'm sure Pansy's just waiting for your face to have a magnet. Though he was good at controlling his reactions, the slight blush was very visible on Draco's pale skin. Are we studying or what? Are you studying? I asked. And if so, why here? Quidditch, Hermione answered. Slytherin, Draco answered, gesturing to indicate that Hermione probably wouldn't be especially welcome in his part of the train. They both got out numerology and grammatica books, taking the seats opposite ours in the compartment. I thought you were taking magical creatures class instead of arithmancy. I asked Draco. I got advanced word who was teaching it and changed my elective. I'd rather learn about creatures through independent study, Draco shrugged. He saw the 3 Gryffindors had no clues so explained, your gigantic friend Hagrid? He didn't tell you lot. Good for Hagrid. Matilda cheered. I knew he was trying to keep a big secret. Must have been the longest he's ever managed to keep a secret, Hermione mused, absently, trying to find the page she wanted in her book. Do we think he's going to start on a reasonable curriculum or have the 3rd years on class XXX creatures from day 1 because he thinks anything less dangerous than that isn't worth anyone's time? I wondered. Matilda's eyes got wide and she said, I'll talk to him. First thing. Anyway, I started having trouble on chapter 8, you. Hermione asked Draco. The 2 overachievers helped each other with arithmancy for a while, with a little input from me when they got stuck. There were hardly any arithmancy students from Slytherin in my year, so it wasn't a surprise that Draco was having a hard time finding kids in his own house to study with. I was proud of him that he'd gotten to the point that he was willing to treat Hermione as a valid study partner, even though he was still pretty chilly to her in their non-academic interactions. It was a shame that she hadn't been able to make it for the whole Egypt trip. He'd gotten almost chummy with Neville, Luna, and Ginny, and could get along with Ron for several minutes at a time, which was real progress. Matilda had gotten bored and nodded off to sleep snuggled against me after a while, and I couldn't help but notice that Draco's sideways glances weren't really disgust at the PDA, but curiosity. He was probably feeling the hormones more than he wanted Hermione to know. Crookshanks had decided the 2 of us were acceptably respectful humans who made a nice warm spot, and sprawled across our laps. It was past time for Percy and Alexis to show back up, but maybe they'd found their own SOS elsewhere on the train. I was quietly answering a question the kids had about when to total numerological values by word and when by syllable when the train's brakes suddenly went on, and the deceleration caused us to jolt and the luggage racks to sway dangerously. We there already? Matilda asked, sitting up, upsetting the cat who gave a bit of a grumbling hiss before flopping to the ground and rejoining Hermione on the other seats. Not unless someone really kicked up the throttle, I said, glancing at Hermione for confirmation. She checked her wristwatch and nodded, we should still be at least an hour out. A few moments after the train fully shuddered to a stop with the sound of poorly secured luggage falling in the other compartments, pounding rain still hammering against the roof and windows, all the lanterns went out at once. I don't like that, I said. I slid my arm out from behind Matilda and stood up, retrieving my staff from the luggage rack. I think something's moving out there, maybe coming aboard, Draco said, peering into the darkness. Personally, I didn't think anyone's eyes could adjust that fast, particularly with how pitch black it was outside. I could hear the kids in the other compartments bumping into each other in the dark, and a wince of pain as Hermione bumped Draco also trying to look out the window. Lumos, I said, lighting up my mother's amulet where it hung around my neck. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Hermione asked. I didn't feel cold exactly, but more like the memory of being cold, stuck in a cell in Azkaban, starting to remember the death of Justin and Dementors, I said, realizing. I quickly stuck my head into the corridor and yelled, Dementors searching for Black. Stay in your compartments. I saw a tall, black-cloaked figure coming in from the next car. It wasn't so much illuminated by my amulet light as it was a perfect black silhouette against the end of the corridor where my light could reach. I yanked my head back in and slammed the door, leaning my staff against the wall and reaching into my belt to retrieve my unicorn horn focus. I don't like this, Draco muttered. Why are they here? If he was inside the train, we'd have found him. I felt Matilda grasping for my hand, as if to reassure herself that I was there and she wasn't alone. I hate them, but we have to let them search, I quietly told everyone. But then the blackness eclipsed the window into our compartment and stopped. Maybe it was the light. Maybe it remembered me from my brief stay at the prison and wanted another taste. I was starting to fall down a well, and only my girlfriend's hand in mine was keeping me present. He's not in here. I yelled at the creature. Draco. Hermione choked out. I glanced and the boy had slumped, seemingly unconscious, into his seat. Probably too quietly for even Hermione to make out. I could barely hear him whimper, "Aunt Bella, please. I don't want to learn to resist the Cruciatus. Please. No." And the compartment door began to creak slowly open, corpse-like fingers translucent in the spell light reaching in to drag it open as Crookshanks puffed up and hissed. I was back in the prison. Everyone around me died, and it was my fault. I'd be alone forever. The looming spectre assured me, implicitly, that I'd watch everyone around me die and then I'd die alone. Sirius Black isn't in here. I choked out, barely defiant, clutching desperately at Elaine's, "No." Matilda's fingers in mine. Draco continued to whimper in his trance. Hermione was clutching Crookshanks for protection and comfort. Matilda whispered something about wolves. It would be so easy to let the cold claim me, just give up, and let the monsters win. But the fingers twined in mine were far more real than anything the undead abomination forced into my mind. I hadn't made all these friends just to let them die, and I hadn't spent 2 years studying Soulfire to forget it in the moment I'd learned it for. And no creepy undead lethofold too stupid and vicious to even do its one job was going to stop me. Expecto Patronum. Chapter 14, Fax Machine. The train started moving again shortly after Mouse chased the Dementor off. I heard later that my friends had marshaled their own Patronuses to clear the other parts of the train where the Dementors were being overly thorough, though nothing like what happened to us. I was half certain that I'd find out Dawlish or one of his cronies had been running the operation and had deliberately let the creatures on the train instead of just searching around it, probably with advice that they should check my compartment in particular. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any permanent harm other than everyone's chocolate stores being raided such that the first Hogsmeade weekend was going to see a furious restocking at Honeydukes. Why did eating chocolate ameliorate the effects of Dementor exposure? I was sure Penny would have at least a précis on the subject if we asked her to work it out. The rain let up a bit by the time we stopped for real in Hogsmeade, enough to dash to the carriages only somewhat damp. I was sad to realize that, after the bombing in Cairo, most of my friends could now clearly see the thestrals that pulled the conveyances up to the school. The previous year, few of them had ever truly seen someone die up close. Penny, particularly, seemed about to cry again when she realized what that meant. Though the last couple of years probably should have dented the faith in the safety of Hogwarts, spirits slowly rose in the warm Great Hall as the new first years were sorted and the food got closer to arriving. I was all set for Dumbledore to give his customary statement that he'd make his remarks after the feast, but, this year, he actually had something to say beforehand. "While I don't wish to delay the feast," he began, "this knowledge may sit heavier on a full stomach. As you are aware from their entry on the train, the prison guards of Azkaban are on full alert for the escaped convict Sirius Black. We would have all preferred they not trouble you, but their presence did turn out to be necessary. Marks were found on the roof of the express that indicate a large animal leapt down upon the train to stow away as it left London. While nothing was found, it is very likely the creature in question was scared away by the arrival of the search party, and they are currently combing the countryside near where the train was stopped. I say creature out of caution, for we are not yet certain if it is the same person, but, I saw him shoot a glance to Remus down the table, we have learned that Sirius Black is an unregistered animagus that takes the form of a large, black dog. If you see such a beast, or the man himself, you should immediately retreat and seek out a professor or other authority figure. To help prevent this, the Dementors will be stationed outside the grounds of the school. While they have been ordered not to harm students, as you may have seen on the train, their nature can fight against their directives. While sneaking off the grounds or into the forest is always forbidden, this year you may find the consequences much more dire than others. The Dementors will not be fooled by stealth, nor guile, nor even magical invisibility. Our prefects and the head boy and girl have been entreated to be especially diligent while we play host to these creatures, and I implore all of you to listen to their directives, for your own safety. And, on a happier note, Hogwarts has a new professor for care of magical creatures, now that Professor Kettleben has retired to spend more time with his remaining limbs, and I would like everyone to please welcome his replacement, our very own Rubeus Hagrid. The magnitude of the applause was much stronger from Gryffindor than anywhere else. I resolved to remind Matilda to talk to Hagrid soonest. I would also like to note that our temporary defense against the dark arts professor who taught a very informative spring term has graciously taken the position full-time. We all have high hopes that Professor Lupin will finally bring some stability to a position that's experienced too much turnover of late. And I think that's everything worth mentioning. Tuck in. McGonagall flagged me down to walk with her as everyone was leaving the dining hall. The severe yet grandmotherly Scottish witch told me, "Hoss, we didn't want to call you out in case students would be upset about the Dementors, and because you don't seem to care about points, but good job identifying Black." You may well have stopped him from hitching a ride all the way to Hogsmeade. 20 points to Gryffindor. Philda spotted him. I shrugged, but nodded that I appreciated being appreciated. How was your summer? I dare say not as exciting as yours. Vampires and redcaps, I hear. I just got a bit of relaxation between breaking in 2 new professors. Werewolves and giants. I told her quietly. It's all in how you spin it. The battle to get them to turn in a proper lesson plan was epic, at that, she said. I even got a bit of a smile out of the stoic old lady. Yeah, we'd bonded. There and then, I made it my goal for the year to actually get a genuine chortle out of her. Speaking of which, she continued, thanks for your help with Remus' lesson plan. He's still feeling a bit poorly after yesterday and it's late, but let's find a time to meet about your assistance with his classes this weekend. I nodded my agreement, and she headed off to her rooms while I jogged to catch up to Gryffindor before I missed the new password. I still thought there was probably a more secure system for accessing the rooms, especially with a killer after one or more of us. It was another year where September 1st wasn't on a weekend, so the first week was just Thursday and Friday. The next morning, I got to actually take it easy because I had a free period, but the rest of the day was one of my busier ones: arithmancy, runes, double transfiguration for my official classes, and my focus group seminar in my free period right after lunch. I wasn't totally sure when Wild Bill was doing his seminars for the younger kids. I'd heard he'd gotten a day job that wasn't in Hogsmeade for the year, but was fluing in for his classes. At least, unlike my 6th year, we didn't have to juggle Millicent Bulstrode's classes to find an overlapping free period. The Slytherin girl had grown another couple of inches over the summer, but her growth rate finally seemed to be slowing down. She probably wouldn't actually reach 6 feet, but was destined to be burly regardless. If her house's Quidditch team wasn't so devoted to chauvinism, they'd have put her on as a beater or keeper immediately. I probably hadn't helped much by pulling her out of flying class for the focus seminar during her first year. How was your summer, Millie? Hermione asked, as the bigger girl, also a cat lover, cooed over Crookshanks. She shrugged. We were supposed to go on vacation in Finnegan's neck of the woods, but my mum thought it was too dangerous and we just went to the shore for a bit. Seamus nodded. Wasn't too bad o'er the summer, but 'tis been tense, sure enough. The troubles, Mita says. Wizards aren't Catholic or Protestant, so both sides might be after us if and they knew. I had to shake memories of Penny crying over her injured father the year before, and her horrified rage as she struggled to save who she could in the bombing during the summer. Even wizards couldn't live entirely separate from the rest of the world. And if the Death Eaters had their way, we'd be back to having our own equivalent organization of terrorists soon enough, much more close to home. And I still wasn't sure what to make of the Sid Redcap suggesting that the Fae were exacerbating all these violent disagreements for their own ends. Why don't we do some runes review? All of you have your first class tomorrow, right? I said to interrupt my own dark mood. Turned out they did. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday were elective days for the 3rd years, and Friday involved a fair amount of juggling because they also had several core classes. Hermione was probably already happy she wasn't having to time travel to make classes. My Friday was similarly packed, of course, double arithmancy, defense, double charms, and runes. I missed my owl year when I somehow got Fridays totally free. Remus, Professor Lupin was mostly recovered from his monthlies by the pre-lunch defense class, and laid out the plan for the year, which, like most of my other classes, was about drilling down on specifics where we were still weak on the NEWT standards. A couple more people hadn't hacked it through 6th year defense, even with Lockhart teaching, and nobody in the small class was interested in objecting to me being the TA, especially after I admitted I'd probably basically written our lessons from the previous year, even if, because of the memory charming bastard, I couldn't remember any of it. But, on the whole, despite the heavy loads in my final year, I felt pretty good about it. I mean, it's not like I actually cared what I got on my NEWTs because there was basically no chance of me working anywhere that wanted them. So I got to use the year to learn all the fun high-end magic that I wanted. It didn't seem like Hermione was as sanguine. I noticed her fuming at a study table after dinner with Ron, Neville, and her roommates Parvati and Lavender. I read through the textbook and knew this was lacking, but I wasn't prepared for just how uninformed Professor Burbage would be. I mean, she's a lovely woman and I'm sure she's an excellent educator, but I don't think she understands everything she doesn't know. I don't know, Ron tried to curb the young witch's temper. A lot of stuff she talked about are things my dad's tried to explain to me before. I think we even have a fax machine in the shed, we just don't have the electricity. It was clear when he stumbled that he realized that was wrong, to make them download fax. Or, what did she talk about? The telephone lines. It's a telephone, Ronald, Lavender disagreed. Didn't you all get to use one of the television devices over winter halls at Professor Lupin's house? I must not have sufficiently contained my guffaw because Hermione turned and said, Harry. Tell them. Giving her my best I told you so look, I ambled over to the table and explained, this is the point where Hogwarts not having a Latin class is really hurting you coming and going. A lot of Muggle terms, especially for technology, use the same root words as spells. Telephones and television both use the same root as teleport, hearing or seeing across a distance. Fax with an X is short for, I think, facsimile, or to make something similar, because it creates a copy of the document you feed in at one end and prints it out on the other. Electricity, that one I'm stumped on. I don't know why it's called that. I looked it up, Hermione said. It's the word for ember, because you'd rub ember on wool to get static electricity. I nodded. I vaguely remembered that Latin word. So, basically, if you crack down on learning your Latin, you'll have a really good clue about what Muggle technology does based on the roots, and you'll have an easier time understanding what new spells do. I looked down at the fuming, bushy-haired genius and said, and, Hermione, if Burbage is so far off from right, that just means this is another target-rich environment. The more stuff you have in your suggestions for improving the class, the more they're likely to implement. That seemed to mollify her, and Parvati beamed, and I think we're going to do great in this class. After all, we have our own personal human fax machines. Lavender just shook her head and frowned. Parv. We've talked about this. You have to stop punning. It makes you seem silly. Chapter 15, Writing Lesson. A barrage of conjured missiles rattled off of the side of the dumpster as I dove behind it, just narrowly missing me. I'd finally gotten a little better at taking falls, and managed to roll on the pavement and bleed off some energy rather than taking it all on my knee. I even managed to pop back up at the end, leveling my blasting rod and using a screamed, reducto to blow up the trash cans my assailants were using as cover. With the momentary distraction, I was able to cross from my own cover to the corner of the brick building nearby. Taking the antique fire escape up was risky, because I was exposed if they could get down the alley and around the corner while I was still climbing, but I was chancing that I was faster than they were. Of course, I hadn't counted on the sound of shoes clanking on iron steps giving away my plan. While they couldn't make the sprint in time to catch me, my attackers were more than capable of hampering me from where they were. One chanted out, Avis, and sent a conjured storm of birds pelting around the corner after me, while one quickly transfigured a pile of trash visible at my end of the alley into an aggressive-looking baboon that began chasing me up the fire escape. Monkeys are fast. By the time I'd managed to get a lucky shot clubbing the baboon with my blasting rod, I'd only gotten a few more steps up the escape, and 2 pairs of footsteps rounded the corner. We've got you, the leader said, matter-of-factly, wand bearing down on me while his partner covered me from behind the dumpster I'd abandoned. Fair enough, I grinned. I didn't expect the monkey. Nobody expects the monkey, McGonagall deadpanned from behind the dumpster. This room is amazing, Remus said, holstering his wand and taking in the cityscape. We'd had the room of requirement conjure. I can't believe we never found it. We thought we'd found everything in the castle. You didn't get the Chamber of Secrets either, I told him, clanging back down the fire escape. Who knows what else nobody knows about? Took a Muggleborn asking the house elves to find this one. You're at least certain we've accounted for all the passages Black knows about? McGonagall asked him. Unless he kept some of them secret from us. I wouldn't have thought he would, but, well, he did a lot of things I never expected. Remus frowned. I'm far more worried about an approach through the forest, though. We were quite familiar with navigating it in animal form. I still can't believe how reckless you were, going into the forest rather than staying safe in the shack, the assistant headmistress chided him as if he were still a student. You're the head of Gryffindor, I told her. Fine. I can believe it, I just don't appreciate it. Remus was always the responsible one. It was a relative value, I'm afraid. Lily was the only one that could stand up to James and Sirius when they really wanted to do something stupid. He got a wistful look on his face, remembering his fellow prefect. Remus didn't talk much about his 3 fellow troublemakers beyond what he'd written in his books, but he almost never talked about Lily Potter, the Muggleborn who'd been the Penny or Hermione of her day. What little I'd put together made me think that she was the biggest loss to the world when Voldemort wiped out the Potters, a gifted witch whose life ended far too early. Yes. Well, without the passages, we'll just have to hope the denizens of the forest are a deterrent, McGonagall stated, seemingly fighting back her own wistfulness about the departed prodigy. The centaurs have been informed, though it's unclear how helpful they plan to be, especially with the intrusion of the Dementors. I believe Lucius Malfoy's bid to curtail the Acromantulas will start over the winter at the earliest, so they may also be a difficulty for Black. I fear they've multiplied extensively since you 4 wandered the forest. And he certainly doesn't know about this room or the chamber, Remus nodded. Which may allow us some leeway with deployment, though I'm not yet sure how. We can't count on the chamber, I warned them. If he was Voldemort's secret second-in-command like they say, he might have been informed at some point. I suspect at the very least those rumors are exaggerated to make Minister Fudge feel better, Remus disagreed. While I clearly didn't keep a good enough watch on him, I'd probably have noticed if he were deeper in the Death Eaters than as a spy. And he was far too young and irresponsible, despite his black pedigree. If anyone was Voldemort's second from our generation, it would probably have been Lucius or Bellatrix. I hoped they didn't see my Unseelie. But your point is well taken. In the meantime, though, this room has too much potential to be held in reserve. I'd like to start using it in my upper-level classes immediately. Collins already told the secret to everyone in Gryffindor anyway, I shrugged. You wouldn't be able to keep kids out of it, so it's probably best to schedule it officially. This place is already way more popular than the broom closets among the upper years. The things Oliver alone had let slip involving fulfilling some of his fantasies that required the top box at the Quidditch World Cup. McGonagall looked like a vein was about to pop in her forehead as she contemplated the possibilities for teen sexcapades this room represented. We shan't be having any more of that, at least, she finally grit out. While she was super cool for an old lady in a lot of ways, she was still the daughter of a minister and grew up in the 40s and 50s. She had views on what was proper behavior for her students. And then her gaze got contemplative as she stared at me. I quickly waved my hands in denial. Not me. Matilda can still visit with the unicorns. I mean, she'd started making some statements like she wasn't sure she wanted to have that particular superpower for much longer, and she'd be a legal adult in the spring. See that this status continues, my head of house ordered, in the tone of voice that meant she knew she was trying to hold back the tide with pure force of will. But, speaking of Matilda, are we done? I asked the professors. I promised to go help her help Hagrid with his lesson plan for the year, too. She barely caught him before he showed the third year's hippogriffs their first day, and now he's frantic to figure out what's actually appropriate. I heard McGonagall muttering, he's good with the kids. He deserves a chance. He does know a lot about the subject. I just have to let him succeed without micromanaging. Massaging her forehead, she said, louder, yes, Haas, I think we're done. Remus. Yeah, I think we've done all the planning we can, he acknowledged. I'm going to stick around for a bit and try out some other configurations. The possibilities for showing how to escape from various ambushes are mind-blowing. And if we can get those animated targeting dummies that we talked about. I grinned and left them, Remus still imagining using the room as his own personal educational holodeck. The room of requirement was also extremely convenient to Gryffindor Tower, so it was no effort at all to pop over, collect my girlfriend, and head down to meet Hagrid. How'd it go? She asked, as we walked. McGonagall got me with a monkey, I complained. Matilda grinned and sagely said, guerrilla warfare. She'd been on a kick researching apes and monkeys after her escapades defending the school with hit-and-run tactics the previous year, and I hadn't had the heart to explain to her what a guerrilla actually was. I'd caught her up on my morning by the time we reached Hagrid's hut down on the grounds, on what was a pretty decent Saturday to be outside talking about magical creatures. After pleasantries, involving sharing Hagrid's tea but passing on his cooking, we got onto the meat of the subject, and I suggested, maybe a good rule of thumb is nothing past Class X creatures for the third years, double X for the fourth years, and so on. Save the acromantulas and manticores for the seventh years. But the single X critters re so borin'. The half-giant complained, somehow looking like a half-ton toddler despite the immense black beard. No way I can do a whole year on flobberworms and hork-lumps. Why don't we see what you have to show off? Matilda offered. THA's right. You two can meet the hippogriffs. You'll see how docile they are. Without further preamble, Hagrid grabbed up a brace of dead ferrets he had hanging like gruesome rustic curtains on a rope above his window and led the way out of his house. You stay, Fang. Poor guy, I said, as the enormous black boarhound whined and laid back down in the corner. Worried someone will mistake him for Black. Hagrid nodded, slinging the ferrets over one shoulder and grabbing his crossbow as we headed into the forest. I always suspected those boys had some extra trick to 'em. I even remember Wandrin whose black dog it was I'd see sneakin' bout after curfew. There were a right suspicious stag, too. That would probably have been James Potter, I confirmed, based on the books. And Peter Pettigrew was a rat, which would have been easier to miss. I want to turn into an animal. Matilda suddenly insisted. I can probably do that for my new transfiguration project. Harry. Let's become Animagi together. I shook my head but grinned at her enthusiasm. McGonagall already told me I don't have the mental focus to do it, even if I had the time. Not everyone does. But can you imagine if I wound up being a horse animagus? She'd just laugh and laugh. You should definitely try it, though. Speakin' o' horses, Hagrid said, gesturing at the paddock he'd led us to, where several hippogriffs lounged around. C'mon, Beaky. He yelled, waving the brace of ferrets to get their attention. Buckbeak's my favorite. Do they really stay inside the fence? I asked, skeptical that something I could step over would keep in horses with wings. Oh, big herd instinct. As long as they consider this their territory, they'll only leave if they need to hunt. Fence keeps the other critters from both air and M. Hagrid really was a good source of information about these things, and could become a good teacher if he could properly calibrate the danger level to people that weren't 9 feet tall and all but impervious to harm. The large, eagle-headed horse that came to the name Beaky eyed me warily, but clearly wanted the ferrets. "Hi, Buckbeak. Remember me?" Matilda asked, walking a little away from me and bowing at the waist. The beast cocked his head at her and then gave a little bow of his own to her after a moment. "Harry, bow so he knows you're a friend." Feeling completely ridiculous but figuring it wasn't that different than the things you had to do to befriend a cat, I shrugged and leaned over the fence. At my height, when I bow, it's hard to miss. The hippogriff was clearly impressed, regarding me for a full 10 seconds before finally offering a bow of his own. Introduced to everyone, he ambled the rest of the way over and accepted a tossed ferret from Hagrid, catching and bolting it down in one smooth motion. Matilda swung herself over the fence and, with clearly practiced body language, approached carefully and began to pet Buckbeak's face to his obvious pleasure. "Such a handsome boy you are," she cooed, and he actually preened. Maybe these things were a lot like cats. "See? Perfectly safe," Hagrid announced. "What happens if someone isn't properly respectful? If you miss the bow and just walk right up? Hell, what if you insult one?" I asked him. "None of the kids do that," he insisted. "No Slytherins taking the class?" I asked, knowing the answer. For everyone who wasn't smart enough for arithmancy and runes, and was too prejudiced for Muggle studies, the combo of divination and care of magical creatures was their only option. The school probably needed a 6th elective. Maybe something boring like home economics. It would be especially funny if a bunch of pureblood heirs took it thinking they were getting a business management class and wound up having to learn to cook and sew. Fair point, the big man nodded, finally getting it. "Maybe I can do hippogriffs later, once I've made sure the kids know they can get hurt if they don't respect the creatures." "Sounds like a good plan," I told him, and he beamed. "You've got this, man. You just have to remember that some of the kids are jerks and none of them are as tough as you." "Hagrid?" Matilda asked. "How much can they fly with?" "Buckbeak can do a few 100 pounds, right?" "Oh, he nodded. Obviously he couldn't lift me, but yet, no problem." "What about me and Harry?" she asked, shooting me a flirty glance. Hagrid made an approving grunt. I made a disapproving one. "Come in, Harry. It'll be fun." I just chuckled, handed Hagrid my staff, and vaulted the fence. I thought back to Lily Potter and how she'd been the one to talk her boyfriend out of doing things that were dangerously stupid. While I imagined we'd have gotten along, just like I got along with Penny and Hermione, she would probably have been mad at me all the time. No, I figured a guy as dumb as me needed a witch that wasn't just going to let him get away with taking mad risks, but was going to instigate every now and again. And, despite my reservations, riding a giant winged horse bareback, clinging to my girlfriend while she clung to his feathered mane, scheming along above the lake was fun. Elaine definitely would never have suggested this, or gone along with it. But the witch wrapped in my arms whose hair smelled of fur and wild flowers was screaming in joy at the thrill of it. Oh no! I wasn't ready to fall in love again. Was I? Chapter 16, Innovation. After the weekend, where I was trying very hard not to confront my potential growing feelings for my girlfriend until I absolutely had to, we had our first full week of classes. The front of my week was actually significantly lighter than Thursday and Friday for some reason, with 7 free periods throughout. I wondered if Hogwarts ever considered hiring a few more teachers so they could overcome the chaos that was a schedule designed for each core class professor to handle a dozen different sets of students each week. I knew the place was strapped for cash, but it certainly wasn't hurting for extra classroom space, at least. Monday afternoon, in one of my double free periods, my spell creation group met in our favorite of said empty classrooms. "I think we're just about there," Penny said, gesturing to the arithmancy diagrams we'd set out for the exorcism charm. "It's going to come down to figuring out the right emotion again, though. Soulfire and Hellfire had both proven to be extremely temperamental power sources. Unlike normal spells that you just cast, the Unforgivables and Apologies required you to feel a particular emotion. We figured it had to do with making your own soul a proper conduit, in the moment, for the energy to flow. It's not random, at least, Alexis suggested. It's so much easier to cast the Patroness now that we know the happy thought is really more about feeling safe or protecting others. And the pride you need in the target to cast the Libertas also makes sense. So we need to figure out what emotion corresponds to freeing a target of dark influence," Percy nodded. "That at least narrows it down." "Well, show us the wand gestures and we'll get on tea," Oliver suggested, ever practical. "Incantation is Excorio, innit?" As everyone tried to match the diagrams of wand gestures required, I finally had a leg up on the group. I'd built my unicorn horn focus around the Soulfire matrix, so it ought to be able to cast any of the Apologies. I was gradually winning everyone over on the name, with it just by pointing. It definitely worked for the two we'd already mastered. So as everyone else was practicing the elaborate gesture, I was just pointing at things, yelling, Excorious, and trying to feel different emotions. Not that my head start mattered much. By dinner, we still hadn't landed on it. Maybe it will only work if there's actually a valid target, Penny suggested, getting frustrated. I guess we need to get on the headmaster's schedule, Percy agreed. While Dumbledore had agreed not to just go ahead and destroy Ravenclaw's diadem, which was currently haunted by a piece of Voldemort's soul, he wisely wasn't willing to let us experiment on it without his supervision. One moment of weakness and it could be loose again in the school, a clone of the Dark Lord's mind driving a student's body. I hadn't really helped the headmaster with the explanatory tap dancing required to explain to my friends why the cursed object was basically haunted without reading them fully in on the idea of Horcruxes, which Voldemort used for necromantic immortality. I thought they'd probably all more or less figured it out, anyway, and were just being polite about another of his secrets. The next day, basically the same group had our first triple potions period. Oliver had dropped out after 5th year, so we kept our partners for the class, Percy with Alexis, and Penny with me. Professor Belby had apologized for his attacks the previous year while under Voldemort's imperious curse, but his hair was still very short. The twins had hit him with something that he hadn't been able to get out without shaving his head. I honestly didn't think he really noticed or cared what his hair looked like. To wit, the inch of graying fuzz was especially interesting on that particular day, looking almost like a dragon's ridges from him wiping his potion-slimed fingers in lines backwards as a nervous habit. Surprisingly, he started class by waving a copy of the Prince's Potions. If you don't have a copy of this, I recommend it, he suggested. It's better than the standard text. Moving on. He probably didn't even know it was my work. Well, it was Severus Snape's work. I'd just copied the improvements he'd made in the margins when I got his copy of the book second-hand. The Wizarding World's complete inattention to copyright meant, with Remus' help, I was perfectly able to sell copies of the transcription I'd mostly made to share with my friends. Selling a couple dozen to NEWT students each year wouldn't be that much money in the grand scheme of things, but it was a nice bit of additional ongoing income, and I appreciated it. This year, Belby continued, we're moving on to creation. Your ability to adjust existing recipes is adequate. The dirty secret is that creation isn't that much different. Few potions are truly original. You'll mostly be trying to isolate concepts from known potions and combine them into something new. What about your Wolfsbane potion, sir? Trudy Stump, the Hufflepuff prefect, asked. It was originally based on the other mental potions, he admitted. In fact, why don't we break that down? This week's essay will be an analysis of which elements of the Draft of Peace, the Calming Draft, the Wit Sharpening Potion, and the Memory Potion are still present in the recipe for Wolfsbane. I'll provide a current copy of the recipe. I've actually managed to improve it a great deal over the summer. Remus had been telling me that working at the school with Belby had been a boon for both of them. They'd managed to get the potion dialed in so it substantially reduced Remus' hangover after a transformation. They were currently working on getting it to be less volatile, having to be consumed almost immediately after brewing for full potency was a real drawback. I had my own ideas about how to solve that problem with enchanting, and was currently working on a stasis thermos to give Remus for Christmas. Belby interrupted my thoughts with, but, also, start planning out what you might want to do for your creation project. Ambition will be rewarded in final grades for this term, and even if you fail, the lessons will serve you in good stead for your NEWTs. I don't want to see another original potion that's just cure for boils, but for acne. It's been done. Your skin will clear up on its own soon anyway. He paused, then barked out, Dresden. You're bound to have an interesting idea. What do you want to work on? He wasn't really putting me on the spot. I'd already bugged him about my idea before class, so he knew I was ready. Some kind of counter for opponents with enhanced speed, sir, I said. Over the summer, we had a run-in with a vampire who moved so fast she was almost impossible to target. There were several shocked looks from kids around the room, but with Percy and Penny nodding along, it was clear I wasn't exaggerating. Perfect. New, but attainable, Belby said. You'll also likely use wit sharpening as a base. Invigoration draft and strengthening solution may also be a good complement so you can move as well as think faster. Also consider elements of Felix Felicis, since that one is as much about improving your intuition as it is about altering your luck. Next. Flinton. He began going around the room. Percy had an even better idea than I had, and wanted to see if he could brew a solution that would basically absorb and denature dark magic. It would be good both for potentially cleansing cursed items and for using as a thrown weapon against the undead. Penny wanted to figure out how to come up with a primer potion that would give an imbiber enough magic for healing potions to work better on them. She claimed it was for use on wizards who were magically exhausted, but most of the class seemed pretty clear that it would also allow muggles to benefit from potions. They normally didn't have enough innate magic for most of them to do much. Alexis kind of jokingly suggested a perfume that would get her boyfriend's mind off of Quidditch. Oliver did have a tendency to be distracted by his obsession. Belby thought it was an excellent idea, though, since it would be both less unethical than love potions and potentially more useful in a general sense. Honestly, though she seemed embarrassed by getting stuck with her joke, it would probably make her a million galleons if she could get it working. Tuesday out of the way, on Wednesday morning Madame Hooch was clearly surprised to see me at the open flying period for 7th years. The literally hawk-eyed coach raised a grey eyebrow at seeing me show up. Mr. Dresden, right? Of the students I'd never expect to see out here, you'd be near the top of the list. To what do we owe the pleasure? Oliver grinning at my discomfiture, I asked, can you, please teach me how to ride a broom without falling off? In case the recent problems with long-distance apparition don't get fixed and stay fixed, I figure I ought to have flying as a backup transportation option. Also, being fully immersed in the magical world since before my 16th birthday meant I still hadn't had the opportunity to learn to drive a car. That was probably something I needed to figure out how to resolve soon after graduating. And I'd have to do it in Britain, where they drove on the wrong side of the road, where I wasn't technically legally present enough to get a muggle driver's license, and where I'd struggle to afford a decent car with a sturdy enough electrical system that I wouldn't immediately hex it into failure. Maybe I would have to content myself with a bus pass. Fair enough, Dresden, she nodded, smile looking predatory due to her avian eyes. Let's see if we can get you to the point you're not a danger to yourself. Wood, you're on spotting duty for your roommate. Yes Oliver grinned. Come on Harry, I finally get to teach you something. He led me over to where Hooch placed a school broom, and joked, you start by holding out your hand and and up. This was going to be a long year. Chapter 17, Maeve's Maneuvers. I'd managed to completely avoid Maeve for the first week and a half, save for our brief public standoff on the train. While I felt like I needed to ultimately do something about her, I didn't know what. I was really good at problems that everyone agreed it was okay to throw dangerous spells at. Death Eaters, werewolves, vampires, and basilisks, no problem. Beautiful young women for whom I was the only one to have a proper understanding that they were up to no good? Those were significantly harder to solve. I mean, I might have a real problem even if everyone agreed it was okay to try to set her on fire. I wasn't exactly sure where I picked up my weird chivalry thing, but I knew it was wrong to hit girls. Even if they were immortal eldritch entities with machinations inimical to human life. Of course, I hadn't even blinked trying to blow up Mavra, so maybe I only had a problem fighting pretty girls and that was a bias I needed to examine. Regardless, my dithering avoidance of Maeve came to an end when I almost literally bumped into her in the hallway on the second weekend of the term. Turned out not even Sid Grace could make having to pace up and down the hallway 3 times to summon the room of requirement door less of a navigational hazard if someone else was coming. I'd just been going over to Ravenclaw Tower to see if Penny wanted to discuss the potions essay, but now I was focused on something more important, what the elf with white dreadlocks and an illusion thin punk aesthetic was up to this time. Why are you messing with that? I asked. As conversation starters went, it was more school bully than righteous defender of the 7th floor, but I was nonplussed seeing her there. I hadn't realized spreading it around to the professors would see Slytherins using our secret room. That was a good point, don't you have a cool room with a giant snake closer to your dorm? Oh, is this Gryffindor's special room? She asked smugly. Realizing I'd come unarmed to this verbal sparring match, she quickly rolled her eyes and said, Prefect business. Didn't your friends tell you we've been assigned to try to make sure there aren't any other secrets in the castle that Sirius Black could use to gain entry? It was also funny, I noticed in passing, that she didn't really push the Irish accent when she was talking to me privately. Her voice took on a tone much more similar to my own American accent. She was very like a conversational mushroom, taking on the flavors around her. I think she even increased her height subtly to negate some of my ability to loom. She certainly seemed much shorter in mixed company. My prefect friends had actually mentioned that they were tasked with exploring the castle, and I hadn't connected that it would give Maeve free run as well. How'd you even get to be a prefect anyway? I asked. Poor Nerys had such a hard time balancing her prefect duties and her owl studies that she realized she needed all the extra time possible for her NEWTs, and relinquished the position. A door finally materialized for the room of requirement, elegant and painted in multiple shades of blue. Coming. She didn't wait for my answer before pushing her way in. I wasn't sure if it was the innate command in her voice that I needed to learn to resist better, that I wanted a clue as to what she was up to, or just that I wanted to finish the argument, but I wound up following her into the room not knowing what she could get away with in there. I bet you suggested that she needed to give up the duties, hey? I asked. Friends, I understand, provide advice. And if she also came to understand that Malfoy patronage would see her in better stead than a silver badge when she graduated, where's the harm? The room Maeve had summoned was like walking into an Escher painting, or, perhaps more appropriately, like into the Labyrinth movie. Which, I guessed, was based on the same idea. The room was enormous, full of every possible variation of furniture, all twisting in on itself to form different areas on the walls and ceiling, all broken by stairways leading to other doorways at impossible angles. Let me guess, you just tried to think of a normal sitting room and this is what your twisty brain spat out? I asked. You're lucky you're still more useful to me alive than dead, Harry, she tossed back, playful tone fading as it usually did when I started actually scoring points. Someday, you may see what's left of others who have been so insolent to me. But, no, this was mostly intentional, to see if I could stretch the capabilities of the room. It seems limited to providing furniture it actually has in its storage, because that wasn't what I imagined. And she tried to take one of the stairways that emerged out of the wall at the wrong angle and wasn't able to stand on it. It seems limited to gravity that reflects the rest of the castle. It actually amazed me that she was thinking these things through scientifically. And it worried me, because I hadn't thought to test the room's limits like this. I wasn't even sure I could imagine a room request this involved. It would have been a cool place to hang out, if we could have different groups on the ceiling, I admitted. But that's not all, she said, walking up one of the stairways that was oriented correctly to climb and throwing open the door at the top. Observe. I followed up so I could see through the door and my mind was blown. I recognized the back room of Honeydukes that the closed secret passage once emptied into. She'd just created a portal probably a half-mile away into Hogsmeade. How is that possible? She shrugged, closing the door. Everything I just showed you is yours to share. I'll be telling the head girl myself. Think of how dangerous this could be with someone inside the castle controlling it, or if it could somehow be summoned from outside. I trooped back down the stairs, thinking of how this all could work, especially given how comparatively backwards ancient magic had been. How long had they labored to enchant this room, and then kept it a secret? But I have a theory, Maeve continued, walking over and leaning against an incongruous marble column that rose to support the room. And that theory falls within your gaze, Harry Blackstone Copperfield Dresden. From what I've observed, none would believe you anyway. That theory is that this room is an accident. A natural consequence of the intrusion of this school into the Never-Never. What they call wizard space. They didn't create it so much as confine it. Thoughts? I nodded. I was actually kind of surprised to see Maeve thinking things through instead of just being a queen bee mean girl. The castle was full of space expansions that required pushing into the Never-Never, and that could create some kind of spatial imbalance that needed to be anchored and contained. That would make sense. She smiled, like a shark. This space is the domain of the Never-Never. The wizards hid it. The wizards likely feared it. They forfeited it. Before I realized what she was doing or could even consider stopping her, her left hand lit with blue, freezing flames and she used her index finger to sketch a fey rune on the column. It left behind a trail of ice and the black of frostbite. Witnessed by a wizard protector of Hogwarts, I claim this room for the Winter Court. So I say it, so mote it be. As my brain kicked into gear that I needed to stop her too late, I tried to dive toward her, but suddenly the Escher-esque properties of the room surged, and everything twisted. Though she was only standing a few yards away, it was like she was across a great chasm, my feet leading me at oblique lines to where I wanted to go as the room suddenly fought my attempts to reach her. Thanks for your help, Harry. I couldn't have done it without you. The smug dismissal hurt more for knowing she couldn't lie. This hadn't been a chance encounter after all. Don't worry, I plan to lease it back to the school at very generous rates. None of the students or teachers but you and I will even know anything has changed. And it will remain that way, because you can't tell anyone. I felt the geese snap hold of my tongue. Where before the prohibition against sharing her secrets was subtle to the point that I had to test it to even notice, this prohibition was enforced. I could tell there wouldn't be any dancing around it or leading Luna or Matilda to the truth with half-finished statements. Just a representative, hey. I scoffed at her, referring to her statement the year before about her intentions. It's hard to represent an institution with no power in it, she shrugged with languid nonchalance. I should have just kept avoiding her. Chapter 18, Next Best Thing. I felt pretty fully outmatched. Whatever the Winter Court was up to, they were so many steps ahead of me it wasn't even fair. After consulting with Bob, my skullbound spirit/research assistant, I was pretty sure I could unweave the binding Maeve had put on the room of requirement. Except I couldn't figure out what she'd wished for to get that particular room. And maybe she'd just used her control to lock it out as an option for me, regardless. My attempts were pretty limited, in general. Once the staff found out the room could be used to generate doors to seemingly anywhere in Hogwarts or even near the grounds, they got very particular about scheduling access. Some new portraits were hung in that hallway, as well as a couple of suits of armor, which I hadn't confirmed could animate into castle guardians, but seemed pretty likely. At least my first substitute day for Remus was a distraction from my failure to prevent Fey plots. Since most of my classes were self-paced anyway, it wasn't a big deal for me to miss my own classes one day a month. So on Friday, the 1st of October, the 6th years were surprised to find me sitting at Remus' desk when they showed up for the first period. Well, Matilda wasn't surprised, and the other Gryffindor Newt students weren't, but the rest of the class didn't seem to have realized that I was going to be the substitute their professor had mentioned. Fortunately, Maeve didn't seem to be in this class. I suspected she had dropped all of her practical magic classes after Owls, if I was right that she couldn't really do magic in the wizarding style. Faking it would be a lot harder at the Newt level. Based on the moon schedule for the year, I was likely to wind up subbing for the 6th years a lot, and I was pleased to get to see my girlfriend and not my nemesis. Who wants to work on soul magic? I asked, surprisingly more comfortable at the front of the classroom than I'd expected. It helped that Matilda was giving me a thumbs up from the front row. I know the Patroness is technically beyond Newt level, but with the Dementors floating around, it would be good to know. Professor Lupin figured I'd be a good choice to focus on that with you guys, since my friends and I have had a lot of luck getting it to work. And once you've got that down, I can start teaching you the new charm we developed that can break the Imperious curse. My biggest limitation was going to be wand gestures, but fortunately Matilda had those down despite not having a ton of luck on a corporeal patroness so far. She could at least get silver mist consistently. I kind of figured that, like I'd been, she was stuck on finding the right memory. And maybe she also needed a dangerous enough situation to force it. With soul magic, I explained to the group after she'd demonstrated and they'd tried it to very little success, the biggest problem is getting your emotions right. As near as we can figure, you're basically setting up your soul to resonate with the magic and open a channel for the energy. Unlike most magic, it comes from outside of you. I'll leave exactly from where up to the more religiously inclined. You're not really looking for a happy thought, but one where you're feeling safe and protected, or where you realize that you're needed to protect others. For most people, that's a time when you were happiest. And the memory has to be strong. The group of teens slightly my junior let me natter on about our research into soul magic for the rest of the period between attempts. A couple of the students managed a mist by the end of the class, including one Nerys Orpington, former Slytherin prefect. Maybe she really was better off letting Maeve steal her prefect duties and promise her a cushy job after Hogwarts so she could devote more effort to study. The next class was the Ravenclaw and Slytherin second years. That was an abrupt switch from super advanced casting to nearly the basics, but at least Luna was in the class so I'd have someone to relate to. I didn't know anyone else from that year outside Gryffindor. You're doing mostly dark creatures, right? Has Professor Lupin given you a higher level discussion of how to fight them yet? I asked. I definitely wanted to avoid having to try to teach spells to second years. I wasn't even sure what the wand motion was for the disarming charm. Like, how to fight them once you're better at magic? One of the Ravenclaw kids asked. Was he a Muggleborn that knew about fantasy games? I might have to keep an eye on him. No, sorry, high level like the big picture that you'd see if you were way high up. Not like your fighting level is high, I corrected. Basically, an annoying number of creatures are resistant to magic. Your best spells just wash right off. In the last couple of years, I've had that problem with ogres, trolls, Lacrata, werewolves, and a basilisk. Tell us about the basilisk. One of the Slytherin kids demanded, excited. Fine. But during story time, I want everyone to think about what we wound up having to do instead of just relying on spells. Because if you encounter a creature that's magic resistant, you need to get creative with the environment and your other tools. You should probably not get too reliant on your magic in general to solve all your problems. Third period was my own year. We didn't really need a professor in class for most of the stuff we were working on anyway, so everyone just broke up into groups to discuss their own projects. Day going well so far? Oliver asked. I never realized 12-year-olds had so many questions, I answered. At least Luna didn't ask me about blibbering humdingers until after class. I was glad I was able to eat lunch before I had to deal with the Ravenclaw/Slytherin 5th years. That year was most of the Slytherin Quidditch team, including Flint's former stooges Pusey and Montague that I'd had standoffs with in the past before their former captain got expelled. Fortunately, Mortimer Lindquist, the Ectomancer, was also in that class, so I managed to fill the period by engaging him in a discussion of the differences between ghosts and wraiths, as well as helping people on their essays that they were pleased to discover they got another weekend to work on. Finally, in the middle of the afternoon I got my biggest challenge. Harry. Where's Professor Lupin? Hermione demanded as soon as she entered the classroom. He had some business to take care of with his Muggle career, I told them the lie we'd rehearsed. It wouldn't be long before someone taking defense against the dark arts noticed if he was sick after every full moon. I personally thought this lie wouldn't last too long either. The kids took an astronomy class, so they had to keep track of the full moon. But at least it was plausible. He's going to try to schedule it for the weekends, but when he can't, I'll be subbing for him. The bushy-headed prodigy nodded, apparently buying it, but I thought I saw Neville, of all people, give me a suspicious look. Hermione gushed, well that's good, because we've been talking about red caps and I was thinking that since you actually fought some this summer you could tell us more about them. Thanks, Hermione. Yeah, that's the plan. Now the thing about red caps is that they're vicious. The final period of the day was the same combo of Gryffindor/Hufflepuff, but 1 year higher. The 4th years were still on curses, so I got to basically steal Quirrell's speech about categorizing curses and unforgivables. But I also put my own spin on it with less moral equivocation. The unforgivables were actually using hellfire, and using magic to torture and kill actually damaged your soul. I wasn't totally sure everyone believed me, but it was a much better argument for not using them than just, they're too good at getting through shields, so got outlawed, which was basically Quirrell's position. I expected he'd believed that even before he got possessed, which was probably why he wound up serving as Voldemort's spirit horse in the first place. After dinner, I just collapsed on one of the Gryffindor sofas. Teaching was exhausting. You did such a good job today, babe. Matilda told me, sitting on the arm of the couch and twirling my hair. So good. In fact, everyone thinks you were better than Quirrell and Lockhart. Maybe not as good as Lupin. So if the curse isn't really over, and you're going to need a job next year. Woman! Don't you put that juju on me! I tiredly exclaimed. The curse that had prevented most defense professors from lasting more than a year had turned out to be the consequence of the Fortunamancy wards dumping bad luck on the current defense professor whenever they saved a life. I need those fortune wards trying to save me. If they turn against me, I'm toast. We both giggled at the thought of me without any kind of safety net. But, seriously, Dumbledore better have fixed those stupid wards. Chapter 19, Tricky Treats. Another month blew by quickly, at least from the outside. When you look back at your life, it's annoying to realize the moments of sheer terror are the ones that really left a mark. A whole month of learning, working on projects, and deepening relationships, and there's nothing really to mention. As soon as a madman shows up, though, it's a memory. Humans are weird. Speaking of the inevitable madman, the end of October was a looming excitement. My 18th birthday coincided, as always, with Halloween, but, this year, also with a Hogsmeade weekend. The excitement was only slightly diminished by the increased vulnerability to Sirius Black and the Dementors set to pursue him while I was out of the castle. It was also sad because that Saturday night was a full moon, which meant Remus couldn't even enjoy the weekend, and Tonks couldn't be on hand as Aurora back up in the guise of spending the day with her boyfriend. But, hey, 18. While it was a year past my wizarding adulthood, I'd grown up Muggle, and 18 felt like the real win. I wasn't really sure how to register for the Muggle privileges, though. I knew we'd been kept in the Muggle system so Elaine and I could go to school in America, but that had slipped since I'd been in Britain. I wondered if there were caseworkers in the US who thought I'd died. Anyway, Hogsmeade, birthday weekend. Did you know that when you're a magical adult they can't stop you from just fluing elsewhere? I mean, they probably could, especially when you're bringing your technically still underage girlfriend. But, hey, Rosmerta. Going to use the flu so I'm not a sitting duck here for Sirius Black, really stops in keeping cougars from asking too many questions. I would like to make a brief aside to note that it's weird that everyone is so into a witch in her 50s, right? Even with the increased magical lifespan? She's a very nice-looking middle-aged lady, for sure, but Madame Rosmerta isn't that much younger than Professor McGonagall, and yet she seems to be every Hogwarts boy's first crush. Is it the magic of finally letting 13-year-olds into Hogsmeade right when puberty is starting to kick off? It has to be, right? One thing that had never really entered my head regarding my girlfriend being a pureblood is that most non-Weasley purebloods are wealthy. When we fell out of the flu into an elite dining establishment for the birthday lunch she was treating me to, I asked, "Wow, can you afford this?" This level of hardwood and crystal indicated the kind of place I'd maybe considered someday entering through the servants' entrance. I wasn't even sure where we were, but the view was an amazing glimpse of sea and islands. If you were willing to rely on magical transportation, building your business in an established magical neighborhood was purely optional. Why, Mr. Dresden, Matilda tried a sultry pout, are you saying you're not with me for my money? I legitimately never considered it, I told her, planting a kiss on the top of her head. But now that I realize gold digging's an option. She leaned her shoulder forcefully into my ribs. Nope. Laura Jigger took her shot and you didn't even notice. Laura was a Hufflepuff in my year. I vaguely remembered she had been trying to chat me up in classes a couple of years prior. The last name seemed familiar, maybe her family had money from potions? You're going to have to settle for mere dragon money. Oh, right. I knew Matilda's family was from Wales and that Welsh greens were one of the British breeds of dragon, but I hadn't really made the connection that the Grimblehawks probably came by their obsession with magical beasts by owning lots of land on which said beasts lived. I misquoted Bilbo at her, no thanks. I didn't come for presents. I only wished to see if you were truly as great as they say. I didn't believe them. Do you now? She asked. Truly songs and tales fall utterly short of the reality, Matilda Grimblehawk, chiefest and greatest of the calamities," I said, quietly, hugging her. "You have nice manners for a wizard," she grinned, leaning up to kiss me after finishing the quote. Ahem, the hostess chose then to show back up. Not in a rush, Matilda eventually drew back out the kiss and told the witch, "Grimblehawk, reservation for 2. The lunch was probably better than any meal I'd eaten up to that point. I won't try to dignify the sense memories with words. Suffice it to say, the difference between regular people food and rich people food is reflected in more than the visual presentation. We didn't make it back to Hogsmeade until mid-afternoon, and joined a triple date with our friends, already in progress, at the Three Broomsticks. Alexis was celebrating forcing Oliver to take the weekend off from the last month's obsessive Quidditch practice prior to the first match the following weekend. Penny and Percy were celebrating that Dumbledore had told them that his friend Saul at the Department of Mysteries had been very pleased with our Liberta's charm and was anxiously awaiting the rest of the apologies. They figured their post-Hogwarts jobs were in the bag. I had absently wondered whether the doom of Damocles would keep me from getting a job with them. But, as much as I loved tinkering with magic, I wasn't sure I could do it as a career. The members of the Department of Mysteries probably never borrowed a hippogriff for a ride with their girlfriends, or slew enormous basilisks. Was it weird that the terror of that moment faded, but the victory remained? Speaking of terrifying moments, less than an hour into hanging out squeezed into a booth in the corner of the packed Three Broomsticks Inn, we heard shrieking from the street outside. Nobody at the table even blinked at piling out to go see what was going on. If you took an aerial photograph of the crowd heading out to look at a crisis, you could probably neatly diagram them into Hogwarts houses, with Gryffindor first and closest to the danger. We were a really bad influence on one Penelope Clearwater, Ravenclaw prefect, who had once had a whole long life of safe research ahead of her before all her friends were Gryffindors. From my position at the head of the pile of the House of the Reckless, who were, themselves, at the head of the rest of the houses that had vomited forth from the doors of the Three Broomsticks, I saw Hermione, Neville, Ron, and Seamus doing a truly impressive sprint down the street, probably from the Honeyduke's candy shop. Give the third years their due, all 4 of them had discovered cardio. They'd actually started doing some light exercise after all the running from danger they'd had to do the past couple of years, and they were putting in a pretty impressive sprint for wizards. Sirius Black. Neville wheezed, charging the crowd like he was playing a Red Rover game. Remember the inevitable madman? Sure enough, not far behind, the same oversized but mangy black hound that we'd seen at Diagon Alley and on the overpass above the train was bursting from Honeyduke's behind a bunch of other shopping students. "Secret passage is closed, asshole!" I yelled, charging down the road, staff aloft. Even going to a fancy lunch, I wasn't going to leave my staff, because I could, eventually, learn lessons about the dangers of not having the proper foci when danger happened. I often took my staff to the bathroom those days. You know what escaped murderers probably don't expect? They don't expect some dumb jerk to charge them when they're in the middle of scaring off a bunch of young teenagers. A block down, the skeletally thin black hound turned to face me and cocked his head in doggy confusion. While I hadn't actually thought it through before I started running, I wasn't really that worried about him in dog form. Animagi weren't spell-resistant, and even McGonagall couldn't manage wandless magic in her animal form. While it was probably ideal for terrorizing adolescents and hiding in muggle areas, a big black dog wasn't great for fighting a wizard. Scratch that. I was a terrible influence on all my friends. A big black dog wasn't ideal for fighting a single trained wizard, and it was way overmatched when facing an entire screaming horde of Gryffindor students pelting down the Hogsmeade Strip. I was even pretty sure that Hermione's crew had hung a 180 and joined the fun when they realized how many reinforcements they had. The dog blinked. The dog fled. He cut behind the post office and made a break for the nearby woods. A rousing, unplanned battle charge tends to lose cohesion when the enemy jukes left and legs it down an alley. While I and my nearest friends kept rushing toward the corner where we lost him, about half the crowd turned right at the near side of the post office and tried to cut him off. Probably a few people turned left in case he'd somehow doubled back and operate to the other side of town. This meant that we were spread out across Hogsmeade by the time the secondary effect of shouting Sirius Black in the middle of town manifested itself. The Dementors arrived. If the charge hadn't already been broken by the target turning on his furry haunches and fleeing, it would have ended when the black-shrouded figures began flying into town pushing an aura of despair before them. Someone, a million miles away, shouted, "Dementors!" Another voice suggested, "Back into the inn." That was all I understood before I was back in Azkaban. The dark walls of the cell pressed in, and I had no memories but the fact that I'd accidentally killed my mentor and girlfriend. Everything else over 2 years at Hogwarts must have been a fever dream. I felt myself falling on cobblestones that might have been the floor of the jail cell. It was where I belonged. Murderer. Pretty soon, the black spectre of Lord Voldemort would be coming back. It would be bringing an immense snake, a murderous werewolf, and a beautiful, white-haired girl that hid knives behind her smile. A dozen Dementors bearing down on my position were harder to disagree with than just the single one on the train. I was nothing. I belonged here. Harry. A voice I vaguely recognized swam through my dark thoughts. Harry. The pretty girl insisted, reddish-brown hair falling into her face as she looked where I'd fallen to the ground. Sirius Black is that way. The girl insisted, gesturing angrily at dark shapes that swarmed in the air. Dos I query fody nane. Expecto Patronum. Something silver erupted from her wand as she crouched protectively over me. The Dementors fled, and I passed out. Chapter 20, Dumb Spiro Sparrow. The Dementors didn't catch Sirius Black. Obviously they didn't catch him, because for some reason they continued to be more interested in incapacitating me than in doing their jobs. Several other kids with traumas in their pasts had apparently also collapsed when the creatures swept in, but fortunately 5 Petromuses had been enough to drive off the central mass and most of the students had fled into buildings when they heard Black was on the loose. I was starting to think we should have prioritized inventing the Soulfire charm, which, being the opposite of the killing curse, we theorized could destroy wraiths and dementors. I really kind of wanted to blow up a few of those jerks after what was looking like an intentional set of attacks on me. One small victory was that most of us were basically right in front of Honeydukes when the dementors showed up, and the shopkeep decided to sell their chocolate at a discount for the rest of the day as well as free samples for those most affected. After the attack on Saturday, few people wanted to go into town on Sunday. Remus contacted me at lunch to say that he'd had a pretty bad night of it, worried about Black being confirmed to be in town, but he thought he would be recovered enough to teach classes on Monday. I told him to take the morning off, at least. Sunday also brought Muggle news, which further clouded the day. There had been an IRA-related massacre in Ireland, which just capped off a month that had also seen at least 2 more bombings. We hadn't been able to talk Penny out of keeping up with the news, despite her inability to do anything about it from Hogwarts. She was taking it all very personally, especially since 2 of the people killed in the shooting had basically been our age, just young adults out at a Halloween party. Of my friends, only Matilda and Luna had completely bought into the idea that Maeve was a representative of the Fae, and that was probably the only thing that kept Penny from dramatically confronting the Cid Princess. The Halloween feast on Sunday night raised flagging spirits, but it was hard to feel like the world wasn't on some kind of dangerous brink. In fact, I pretty much expected that the Winter Court was doing everything it could to help push it there, out of some ineffable political ends. Overall, I'd rate my 18th birthday weekend as A+, oh and if you're a British wizard, 4 meals, but not great otherwise. Well, Matilda making extra sure I was recovered after the Dementors once we got back to the castle didn't suck either. Speaking of, the main reason I'd been adamant about still taking Remus morning classes on Monday was that the 6th years were up again during second period. On either side, I had both sets of first years, and they were as interested in story time as the second years had been, so that made those classes easy. But I really wanted to give Matilda a chance to show off. Alright, everyone. It's been a month. How are those Petromuses coming? I asked her class, first thing. There had been marked improvements since I'd first showed them. Most of the class was able to get the silver mist, and a few were even up to the shield. I was happy to see that the few Slytherins in the class weren't the ones that couldn't get anything. But there weren't many of them, so probably the ones already into dark magic in a soul-damaging way had dropped the class after owls. I'd saved Matilda for last, and gave her a smile as it was her turn. She grinned back, met my eyes, and incanted, Expecto Patronum. I hadn't actually been cognizant enough in Hogsmeade to note her imago. Given her interests, I'd expected some form of awesome magical beast. So I was surprised when the silvery animal that formed was a slightly smaller, sleeker version of Mouse, a lioness dog to the lion-like dog that I summoned. Ha! That looks just like Dresden's, one of the Slytherins noted, while the Hufflepuffs and other Gryffindors praised her for getting a fully corporeal patroness. A couple of the smarter kids who'd done the full reading gave us speculative looks. Alright, everyone, good job, I said, a little flustered. Keep practicing. Done, Wakefield, I think you're both almost there, you're just overthinking it. Catch up with me or Professor Lupin if you want some one-on-one tutoring. Class dismissed. I waited until almost everyone had filed out before taking Matilda's hand and asking, talk, tonight. I hoped I didn't make her nervous, but I needed to figure out what to say and had more first years showing up in a few minutes. Sure. She replied, seemingly unconcerned, giving my hand a squeeze and then heading out. Honestly, I wasn't sure if Matilda was ever really that nervous. My first period after lunch was my own year's defense class, and Remus made it, looking much better than he had the previous day. While the rest of the class was working on individual projects, I managed to have a conversation catching him up on the morning's classes. Good for Matilda. Remus nodded, when I got to that part. I take it she figured it out during the affray on Saturday. I agreed, yet. Everyone else was spread out and I was out of it from so many, so close, so she had a powerful incentive to finally break that last mental block, I guess. He smiled, wanly, if only it weren't horribly unsafe to take everyone on a field trip to attempt it under real conditions. There is always something to be said for field experience. At least I have a lot of that, I said. Lowering my voice enough that only a werewolf or someone with hearing as good as mine might be able to pick it out, I asked, so, her patroness is basically a copy of mine. Is that always a signifier of? Remus' look was musing, but he nodded. There are few enough people that can cast that spell that I don't think there has been a truly scientific study of the form it takes. But, yes, in all recorded instances that I'm aware of, the only time a couple didn't share the same creature was when the relationship was very new or eventually fell apart. Is it a sign of true love or just shared resonance? That's for the poets to decide. He grinned, but, congratulations, nonetheless. It's certainly easier to believe a spell conjured from the very soul than mere words. Thanks, I told him. I got so deep in my own thoughts that I didn't really notice class ending or my friends leading me to our classroom for Monday afternoon spell research. You okay, Harry? Penny asked. Yeah, I said, shaking my head to clear it. Yeah. Another round of trying to find the right emotion? I asked. We still hadn't figured out how to cast the exorcism charm, and had spent the last few sessions doing more arithmancy work on the Soulfire charm instead. The headmaster is joining us, later, Percy nodded. I wasn't convinced having the diadem on hand to try to target was really helping, but it seemed to focus everyone else. Field experience, like Remus had said. After a few minutes of 5 people trying different ways to cast a spell, an endless litany of, Excorio. In every imaginable cadence and tone of voice, my mind started to drift again. In a very real way, I'd shut down after the fire. I'd always thought Elaine and I loved each other. The signs had been clear for Justin's betrayal in hindsight and I'd picked up on them intuitively. But even if he'd put Elaine under the Imperius, I think part of my mind believed that if she'd really loved me, she'd have been able to break free. I certainly could, though I had no idea how powerful Justin's curse was. I had to admit, part of my reticence to date again had been out of a belief that if someone as closely bonded to me as Elaine didn't really love me, maybe nobody could. A therapist would probably have a field day working through my abandonment issues, mother I'd never known, father that loved me but died when I was little, orphanage, ultimately murderous foster father, maniacal godmother. I'd probably put an awful lot on Elaine, without even realizing it, to be my one loving relationship. After all, she hadn't even really chosen me, we'd just been the only one the other had in Justin's dysfunctional training program. But Matilda had chosen me. She'd done nothing but, no matter how many times I'd tried to push her away. I'd do anything in my power to ensure that no one would ever cast an unforgivable at her, but, I realized, I believed that the Imperius wouldn't be sufficient to get her to betray me. Maybe I was wrong to assume that I'd die alone. The proof was right there in her soul magic. Speaking of soul magic. Harry. Earth to Harry. Penny's voice cut through my musings. You did it. What? I asked. You've been getting a spell effect the last 3 times you cast the charm. The exasperated Ravenclaw witch was basically shouting at me, as my other 3 friends looked on in amusement. What emotion were you using? I was kind of spaced out. I admitted. I think. I nodded, realizing what I'd been thinking about, summoned up that feeling, and cast, Excorio. A burst of silver and white light like television static blasted from my unicorn horn focus at the classroom wall. I smiled, hope. It took everyone else a few minutes to dial it in. I had to be a bit poetic, getting them to draw on the feeling they got when they truly believed that good things were coming. That even though the day was dark, the sun would rise again. That even when the servants of the darkness seemed to be winning, ultimately good would triumph. I may have stolen some of Sam's lines to Frodo from Lord of the Rings to get the point across. One by one, excoriating static started to burst from everyone's wands as they found the right feeling of optimism. It probably came easy to Gryffindors. After all, a lot of courage was just the hope that this stupid, reckless thing you were going to do would turn out all right. Penny was the last one, and was getting frustrated. Percy pulled her aside, and I couldn't help but overhear, "Are you okay, Pen?" He asked her. "I guess I'm just finding it hard to believe things will get better," she admitted. "Ever since the bombing this summer, I feel like there's a Dementor following me around all the time. It doesn't matter how many good people there are. The bad people will always be there to kill the innocent just to score some stupid political point. Sirius Black made it into the damned candy shop, and the people that were supposed to protect us just dropped Dementors on our head." Her voice rose so no one in the room could fail to hear, "And no matter what we do, Tom Riddle keeps coming back. Every stupid year." Before Percy could work out what to tell her, Dumbledore walked into the classroom bearing the warded box he kept the cursed diadem in. "I hope I'm not interrupting?" he asked with a twinkle. I hid a smirk, wondering how long he'd been hiding outside the classroom waiting for a good moment. "No, sir," Percy told him. "We actually have made a breakthrough. If you could set out the diadem." As the headmaster opened the box and dumped the silver and sapphire jewelry on the table, Percy turned back to his girlfriend. Penny. It will get better. Evil has to hide in the dark because it knows that society abhors it. Certainly, we will never prevent every atrocity. But for every stone that they kick over, we will raise up 10 more. And you know who is not eternal. No matter what he planned for, he did not plan for a brilliant Muggleborn witch who would show us all how to defeat him. He cupped her face in his hand. No matter how dark it gets, you are the light. Do not let them trick you into going out. Nodding, taking in a deep, shuddering breath, Penny closed her eyes, thinking, then pointed her wand at the tainted artifact. Opening them with a new resolve, she exhaled, Excorio. Penny's spell connected her to the diadem on a pulsing column of silver sparks, soul fire swarming over the object. I saw her grit her teeth and double down, the dark enchantment not willing to give up without a fight. A keening wail began to emerge from the cursed diadem, and Dumbledore stepped farther back, readying his wand to defend us if necessary. But, with one final shriek that sounded so much like Voldemort's anger, a cloud of darkness flew from the relic and quickly evaporated into the air. When Penny ended the spell, it almost seemed like an invisible tarnish had been removed. Dumbledore quickly did several detection spells, and broke into a huge smile when it came back clean. Tears running down her face at the success, Penny and Percy embraced. This time, I managed to tune out whatever they were saying to each other as far too private for my ears. I instead walked over and gave Dumbledore the synopsis. It does seem appropriate, he nodded. The young are our hope for the future. Where I would have destroyed the diadem and forever lost a priceless relic, you've all given it back to us. With hearts and minds like yours on our side, I think this old man might be able to hope again, as well. It looked like Penny and Percy had finished their moment, and he asked, Ms. Clearwater, would you like to do the honors? She nodded, and stepped forward, but Dumbledore raised a finger and said, Actually, wait one moment. I believe we need a few more witnesses. 10 minutes later, we were joined by Flitwick, McGonagall and, surprisingly, the Grey Lady, a castle ghost that had remained mute the few times I'd encountered her. As promised, Helena, your mother's diadem has been freed. I suggested that the Ravenclaw student who removed the taint should be allowed to try it on, Dumbledore told the ghost. She nodded, voice hollow from disuse, it never worked for me, else I should have not gotten us to this state. It does seem appropriate that she who undid my folly should attempt to bear the diadem once more. With the approval of her house ghost and Flitwick's obvious trembling excitement, Penny lifted the diadem and tentatively placed it upon her head. After she didn't say anything for most of a minute, just looked like she was thinking, the diminutive professor couldn't wait any longer and asked, Well. I think, actually, I'm sure of it, Penny began. Obviously. You know how you have second thoughts about solutions? If it's doing anything, I think it's squashing those before I can talk myself out of the right answer. It's like I can hear a voice in the back of my head telling me to go with my gut. You know they've actually done studies that second-guessing yourself makes you turn a right answer into a wrong one more often than the opposite? It's a little like being under the Libratus, actually, I just feel more confident about my answers. The ghost smiled sadly, perhaps it did work for me after all, then. And let that be a warning, for I was quite confident that stealing it from my mother was the right answer. She thought for a second, we were estranged in the first place because she was always so certain she was right about everything. I wonder if we would have had a better relationship had she not invented the diadem. Flitwick seemed sad at that counterpoint, well warned. But we shall fully examine it and see if we can determine exactly what it's doing. Ms. Clearwater, if you're finished. One moment, sir, she grinned. Before I second-guess myself out of it. And she turned and gave Percy a giant kiss. Everyone politely turned away, but I caught the Grey Lady looking wistfully at the couple. I excused myself, not actually willing to wait until after dinner, and made my way down to the hallway outside the potions lab to wait for Matilda to get out of her afternoon class. Fortunately I'd timed it right, Belby rarely actually required the full triple period for NEWT potions, so let people out early often, and I didn't have to wait long. I motioned her over to an alcove nearby, probably the same one where I'd wound up negotiating with Draco a year and a half earlier. Noticing Maeve give me a calculating look as she left gave me a primer on where to start. I waited until everyone else was clear and said, there are still things I can't tell you. Not that I don't want to tell you. That I can't. I still hadn't figured out how to get around my oath to my godmother, even though Matilda had figured out a lot about Maeve. I get it. You have some kind of geese that keeps you from telling me those secrets. And I still feel like you don't know everything and it's dangerous. I put up a hand to stop her from telling me I didn't have to protect her, but I know that you don't care about that. I should let you trust that I'm doing my best that you don't get hurt by the things I can't talk about, and be ready to back me up if they become a problem anyway. That got a nod. And I realized today that I've been trying to protect myself as much as you. Because I didn't have much hope for the future, after everything that's happened to me. Harry. I know I don't know everything that happened to you. But from what I do know? That makes sense. Right, and I'm saying that I've been trying to push you away because I didn't think I deserved to be with anyone else. I think I was just using Elaine as an excuse. My nightmares aren't about her anymore, they're about bad things happening to you. Babe. You don't have to convince me you're over your ex. I've never actually been worried about that, you know. I don't think so, at least. I nodded, trying to explain what I was trying to get to, and said, I didn't want you to have the patroness thing out there and be hanging on, wondering and. I'm just going to say it. Matilda Grimblehawk. I love you. Her eyes twinkled in amusement in the torchlight and she gave me her best Han Solo face. I know. Chapter 21, Party Crash. Wizards were all insane. It was the only explanation for why they hadn't cancelled the Quidditch match. Matilda and I huddled together under a cloak spelled to be waterproof because we'd already lost her umbrella off the back of the stands in the fierce wind. At least the driving rain of the thunderstorm wasn't as freezing as it could be in Scotland in November. But it was so thick that it was hard to make out what was going on except when literal bolts of lightning struck nearby and illuminated the match like a camera flash. I actually noticed Colin Creevey, perfectly adapted to wizarding madness despite his Muggle upbringing, trying to time his photographs to the lightning strikes. If it wouldn't have broken Oliver's heart to hear I hadn't watched the match, I'd have stayed inside. If I didn't have close relationships with at least 5 of the players on the field, I'd have gone back in when we lost the umbrella. If my girlfriend wasn't such a fan, I'd have dragged us away when the lightning started. I am a wizard, so I guess I was as insane as the rest of them. Most of the match was little more than sense impression under the misery of the small hurricane we were stuck in. Lee Jordan, the Weasley twins' roommate and CO conspirator, was doing his best to call the match, but even his amplified voice would often be drowned out by the wind and thunder. Periodically I'd see one of the twins or the Slytherin beaters fly close to our side of the stands to intercept a bludger, or, at least, where they thought one was. Above, when I risked looking up and getting water in my eyes, I could sometimes see flashes of red or platinum hair as Ginny and Draco tried to find the snitch in the maelstrom. Isn't this intense? Matilda yelled and clutched her arms harder around my chest, clearly thrilled. Okay, maybe it wasn't all bad. That's one word for it. Who's winning? I shouted back. I couldn't see the scoreboard from where I was. I think it's close. She answered. It will probably come down to the snitch. Like it didn't always. Ronald. Put your cloak back on. If you get sick, Mother will yell at me. I heard Percy screaming at his youngest brother, where the boy was just letting himself get soaked at the front of the Gryffindor stands while he cheered on the team. Seamus was right there with him, hooting like a madman every time he thought he saw a good play. Even Hermione and Neville seemed swept up in their friend's enthusiasm, though they held tightly to the umbrella they were sharing. It's fine, Penny chided him, loudly, from where they were sitting next to Matilda on our right. Nothing a little pepper-up potion won't fix. Ollie owes me for this. Alexis complained from her seat beside me to the left, grimly huddled under her own cloak. At least one of the witches in my life was sane. And Ginny Weasley has seen the snitch. Lee announced. I could barely make out the tiny redhead trying to make her second-hand broom climb against the storm. The Weasleys had used some of their prize money over the summer to at least get her a decent used comet rather than the ancient school broom she'd been using the previous year. But it wasn't anything like the rocket ship that Draco rode, and even though he was half the field away he was quickly catching up, white blonde hair a visible smear in the rain. Of course, moments before we were finally going to get to go inside, that was when the Dementors decided to show up. They were far enough away that the feeling of despair was muted, but the black shapes were unmistakable even against the storm clouds if you expected them to be there, perfect black against the mere darkness. And the Seekers were so focused on a tiny golden ball that they didn't seem to have noticed. Dementors! I yelled, already unwrapping my arm from Matilda and fishing out my unicorn horn focus. My scream of, Expecto Patronum, was quickly matched by my friends. While Alexis, Penny, and Percy's Patronuses spread into the air to protect the crowd, Matilda's and my matched pair shot upwards toward Ginny and Draco. Word had gotten around about Matilda's patroness later in the week and Penny, after effusively congratulating her for both mastering the spell and upgrading our relationship, demanded that we rename the silvery dogs Mickey and Minnie. She settled for calling Matilda's Minnie, and that name had stuck. The non-Muggleborn weren't very familiar with Disney. Mouse and Minnie, however, weren't quite fast enough, and Draco was already seizing up upon getting too close to the happiness-consuming monsters. It was hard to make out at the distance and in the rain, but I suspected it was exactly the tremors of someone remembering being put under the Cruciatus curse. My godmother had a lot to answer for. The Malfoy heir lost his grip on his broom and fell, the expensive nimbus shooting off on a long arc caught in the wind. I could faintly hear Ginny shout, Draco! And wheel her own broom around. Using the exact same maneuver she'd used to win her match against him the last year, she turned a fall into a powered dive, catching up to her falling rival and attempting to grab and pull him aboard her own broom as our Patronuses flew past them and scattered the pursuing Dementors. The smaller girl on the cheaper broom might not have been enough, but a barrage of well-timed levitation charms from Hermione's crew and Colin managed to do a passable imitation of a shotgun, a couple of them hitting even the fast-moving pair and latching onto their clothing to slow them to a drift well before hitting the ground. I absently noted a few other corporeal Patronuses covering the rest of the stadium, probably Oliver's, Remus, and Dumbledore's, and the amplified voice of the headmaster was yelling at the Dementors to leave, seeming angrier than I'd ever heard him. But why had they come? I let my patroness end as I frantically looked around, not at all surprised when I found a pair of red eyes surrounded by dark fur crouched atop the Gryffindor stands. Who knew how long he'd been lurking behind empty seats waiting for me to be distracted? Seeing that he was primed to pounce and with only my apologies focus ready to hand, I imagined a better future and unleashed the spell I'd been drilling all week, Excoriate. While we hadn't had time to do a full set of experiments in the week since we'd gotten the charm working, we had cast it on each other a few times, because we were still kind of dumb teenagers who didn't have a lot of respect for experimental safety protocols. It didn't do anything to most of us, but I felt twinges of guilt under it. We theorized it was that my soul was still slightly damaged from Justin's death. Our assumption was that against an actual dark wizard with a shredded soul, like mass murderer Sirius Black, it should be an almost incapacitating torment of emotions. That wasn't what actually happened. My blast of silvery static nailed the big, black dog, but he reacted more like the diadem head than like I had. I could hear a wail that reminded me of Voldemort's wraith, the red lights in the dog's eyes went out, and shadows seemed to flicker around him. Unfortunately, unlike a diadem, a living being could move. I only managed to hold him under for a moment, particularly because I was so surprised at the reaction, and the dog dodged under a seat and wriggled between the bleachers to escape into the substructure below. Everyone else around me was paying so much attention to the spectacle above that they'd barely noticed my personal fight right next to them. With only the apologies focused to hand, I didn't have anything I could really do to try to catch the fleeing animagus. By the time I let everyone know what was going on, he was long gone. A couple of hours later, finally dry and warm, I was in Dumbledore's office to brief him. Matilda grudgingly allowed that it was order business and stayed back in the tower, but I figured if I was on a no more secrets kick I'd have to clue her in on the Horcrux situation eventually. At the rate she was devouring Arcanos books to plan her campaign, she'd probably make the Lich phylactery connection pretty soon anyway. Remus had also been invited to the meeting, Dumbledore realizing it would be foolish to exclude his first in a long time competent and trustworthy defense against the dark arts professor from knowing about the main dark arts we were currently trying to defend against. Plus, if anyone had a right to know what was going on with Sirius Black, it was his former friend. Against the cluttered backdrop of old headmaster portraits and magical bric-a-brac, I explained to both men what had happened at the match. After I finished, Dumbledore sat back, thinking. We gave him the time and he eventually said, "We have supposed that Tom has split his soul multiple times to make these items. As far as I am aware, there is absolutely no precedent. But, from what I know of him, he would have been looking to use his murder of the Potters to create another, the triumph over prophecy being a moment of great significance." Prophecy? Both Remus and I asked, almost simultaneously. Ah, yes. I will get to that. Dumbledore looked guilty. I'd been figuring there was something else he'd been keeping from me, based on what Voldemort had said to me back in the Chamber of Secrets. But, and, again, this is pure educated guess, what if Tom, already prepared to make another Horcrux with the death of young Harry Potter, lost control of the ritual when Lily Potter's defensive magic triggered and gravely wounded him? He could have unknowingly left a shard of his soul behind, waiting for something to latch onto. They found Sirius' motorbike at the cottage, as if he'd been there. Remus explained. Yes, the headmaster continued, we may never know exactly what happened that night unless Tom's wraith can be convinced to tell the story and it can somehow be trusted, but I've long supposed that Sirius Black was nearby, entered the house, and for some reason then left to track down and murder Peter Pettigrew without even taking his enchanted vehicle. You think he's basically possessed, like Quirrell was? Or, I guess, like Lockhart was? I asked. Perhaps. There are few records of Horcruxes at all, and far fewer for living Horcruxes. Those dark wizards that only made one would never place them in a host so easily destroyed. It is possible that the soul shard was maddened by the pain of its creation and drove Black to his current unhinged state, so unlike the charismatic, controlled spy he had been. Well, also, 12 years of Dementors, I added. So basically, we need to exorcise or kill him regardless. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. I also now have worries about what would happen should Cornelius' kiss on-sight order be fulfilled. Would the Dementor safely dispose of the devoured shard of Tom's soul, or does some part of the consumed soul forever become trapped in the creature, rendering it impossible to pass on and, thus, permanently an anchor? Fortunately, my crew was quickly becoming the foremost authority on soul magic in the country. I told him, I'll add figuring that out to our research, I guess. Remus, obviously processing a lot of feelings about the situation, instead piped up with, "You mentioned a prophecy." Shortly before the birth of young Harry Potter, a prophecy was delivered that seemed to indicate that he was destined to defeat Lord Voldemort, and Tom unfortunately learned some of the details. That prophecy, more than the harms James and Lily had done him in the war, was why he sought them out so fervently. The Fidelius was our last attempt to protect them as he grew ever closer, but they, obviously, trusted the wrong secret keeper. I suspect, given the results of his attack, the Potter child could not have been the actual subject of the prophecy. I remembered Voldemort laughing at his own folly and said, "You think it's me, now?" Something about birth or rebirth. The identifying passage was that the parents had thrice defied him and that the child would be born as the 7th month died. Dumbledore nodded. "And my mother was apparently as defiant a Death Eater as she was a student, and if you're really generous you can assume I was reborn at the end of July 2 years ago, I worked out. Prophecy is useless. Unfortunately, yes. In this case it receives its power almost entirely from the fact that Tom believes it. But, regardless, it still seems to me that events will conspire to have you be the hand that finally defeats him. Thus, I have tried to keep you as safe as I can while not eliminating opportunities you have to face him." The old man shrugged, apologetically. "Still seems pretty thin," I told him. "With the war on, there had to be plenty of people that had defied him 3 times, and if you can extend it to me losing my childhood and being reborn at the end of July, who knows how many would qualify. Hell, if it was being tricky with the Latin roots, the end of September might qualify too. Maybe babies born 2 months premature? 7th month, indeed, nonsense. Well, yes. There was another candidate at the time even when we were taking things very literally who was also placed in hiding. But, and this must not leave the room because this is part that he does not know, another confirmation was that he would mark him as his equal." I rubbed the side of my chest that still bore discolored marks from Voldemort's creepy wraith fingers when he'd first gotten grabby and tried to possess me. "Fair enough. You could have just told me this before, you know." The old man gave the helpless shrug of a veteran information hoarder and I just rolled my eyes. I could barely blame him. I also enjoyed looking cooler when I knew something someone else didn't know. Out of curiosity, who was the other potential? Wait. Potter would have been a 3rd year now, right? Neville. After all, his parents were Aurors and we'd celebrated his birthday in late July on our trip the past summer. Dumbledore nodded. Fortunately, the rather well-known apparent death of Lord Voldemort at the hands of Severus Snape seems to have kept the Longbottoms from any further reprisals. When I still had a spy in his camp, I learned he had told his inner circle about the 2 possibilities and suspected they might attempt to finish the job. Right, so Neville is totally safe, since Voldemort has moved on and decided I'm the one he needs to kill now. I said, then realized, except the shard that's been in Azkaban since the 80s might not know the main wraith figured that out. Both other men groaned and Dumbledore fished out the newspaper with the vacation picture that Black had seen before finally deciding to escape. I poked my finger down to where Neville was also in the photograph, his recognizable Auror parents right behind him. He's at Hogwarts. Chapter 22, Black Magic. Surprising no one, they still didn't manage to catch Sirius Black. While it seemed like it ought to be pretty easy to notice a big black dog with glowing red eyes, chances were actually good that he was spending most of his time in the Forbidden Forest. Between Black's school-time explorations and Voldemort's supposed involvement in the Acromantula infestation, there was likely little there to fear as long as he stayed away from the centaurs. Rumor was that the only reason the Dementors hadn't been pulled out entirely was because every time they'd screwed up Black was actually in the area. But that rumor came with the side rumor that most of the rich pureblood parents were pissed at how often their children had been put in danger. Lucius Malfoy in particular had come hard at the Ministry over Draco almost being killed playing Quidditch, in addition to being incapacitated on the train and having a near miss in Hogsmeade. He was probably going to leverage that for additional favors in the Wizengamot, but the biggest sign of it was the broom replacement. When Draco had fallen, the Wines had carried his nearly new Nimbus 2001 into the Whomping Willow, which had smashed it to bits. Initial word was that the replacement would be one of the ridiculously expensive new Firebolt brooms. So it was a surprise to everyone when Draco just got another Nimbus 2001, and a second one for Ginny. The Malfoys took saving their lives seriously. It wasn't exactly a full-on life debt, clearly the number of people on the ground ready to cast spells to catch them played a large role in keeping him from hitting the pitch at speed. But it was certainly over and above what anyone would expect from a sports rival from a family that hated yours. Ginny had even passed up grabbing the snitch to go after the boy. It was especially interesting that he'd insisted on her getting an equal broom when the teams were due for a rematch later in the year. Would Draco stand a chance against the Gryffindor Seeker without a superior broom? Needless to say, Penny's summer conspiracy to turn the Malfoys and Weasleys into the Montagues and Capulets was once again the talk among her, Matilda, and Alexis. Before the summer I'd have never believed it was possible, because the last time Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy had seen each other, they'd gotten into a fist fight. But after some initial coldness, Mrs. Weasley couldn't resist her urge to mother literally everyone around her, and she'd begun treating Draco more and more as part of the family throughout the summer vacation. Draco, himself, initially seemed to be mostly confused and using all of his manners not to offend his hosts, but had gotten increasingly comfortable with the family by the time the vacation was over. I mean, really, it's not like the families were actually very different, other than wealth and politics. I was vaguely considering trying to arrange for the kid to spend one-on-one time with Hermione's family the next summer for some real culture shock. And, hell, maybe if he did well enough with it he could eventually actually spend some time with a family that wasn't a tightly bonded nuclear unit of upper-class white British people. But anyway, thinking about Draco's relationships, I'd eventually realized that I might have a way to break my final big secret to Matilda. After we finally made characters for her Arcanos game one Saturday night in late November, I got stuck with Healer because I knew the game best, and everyone else had headed off to bed. I pulled her over to a corner of the common room and had her put up some silencing charms. I'd prepped her that I wanted to try to do this, so I just started with, okay. I haven't met Draco's Aunt Andromeda, and don't owe her anything. You should meet her. I met her at a party a couple years ago. I see where Tonks gets it. Her mother is formidable. Finally, she seemed to grasp what I was saying. Or, specifically, wasn't saying. I mean, Maeve is supposedly Draco's aunt. Obviously you've met her. His only other aunt is. Her eyes widened as she got it, and asked, Harry. Do you know Bellatrix Lestrange? I pointedly didn't admit it, because I couldn't, but I showed her the yearbook that I'd checked out from the library where I'd originally discovered that she and my mother were best friends. Margaret McGregor was your mother, right? Have you ever tried to track them down, by the way? The McGregors, I mean? Probably Scottish, right? Maybe Irish? Maybe that's how she got involved with the Cid. Maeve may actually be from Ireland. I shrugged, and she said, okay, sorry, focusing. So your mother was best friends with Bellatrix as a kid? But she died when you were born, right? So you wouldn't have just met her when you were little. I tried a few things until I managed to get out a non-committal. Justin wasn't the only one who taught me magic after I turned 11 but before I got to Hogwarts. She thought about it for a second and her eyes widened. Paid a Malu Kachu. Bellatrix Black Lestrange is your godmother. I can neither confirm nor deny, annoyingly, I was able to tell her. So is she hiding in America? I made a face at her question that wasn't exactly agreement nor negation, encouraging her to think about it. Finally, her mouth dropped open and she punched me a couple of times in the shoulder in excitement. No. No way. You got straight up Cinderella'd to the Malfoy ball. You told me your tux would evaporate and you were serious. She's not just your godmother, she's your fairy freaking godmother. Keep going, I told her. While she didn't care as much for the deep academics like my prefect friends, Matilda was whip-smart and probably better than me at detective work when she put her mind to it. If you needed to find a needle in a haystack, she was your girl. So she shows up at some point after you get with your mentor. And helps you learn stuff on the side that you might need? Fiendfyre. No wonder you knew how to do that. So you owe her, and somehow she's figured out how to do the fairy geese thing Luna's on about. And then you somehow owe Maeve even though you'd never met her before the Malfoy ball. Bellatrix is why Maeve is here. Her and your mother were up to the fey bargains that Oliver says we should never do. And you can't tell anyone about her for the same reason you can't tell them about Maeve. I relaxed back into the couch. She'd figured out most of it. It was an interesting relief to finally have that secret off my back. But Bellatrix wasn't one of the Death Eaters trying to kill you? What happens if you know who finds out she's been helping you, sort of? That she has power over you? Does Draco know? Wait, you said he came with us this summer because he didn't want to spend too much time with his aunt. I thought you meant Maeve. But she must just be hiding at their stupid mansion. She finally just devolved into cursing in Welsh at the enormity of it. I don't really know what to do, I admitted, once she'd finished. Things like this plus being under the doom of Damocles. I have no idea what the ministry would do. She thought about it for a minute, then suggested, we have to tell Tonks. She'll lose her mind if she finds this out the wrong way. More than anybody. But if we can convince her it's not your fault, she could help. After a moment's pause, she added, and we should tell Dumbledore. While I had deep reservations about the idea, the force of nature that was Matilda Grimblehawk would not be denied. A few nights later I was back in Dumbledore's office, this time with a much bigger sampling of the Order of the Phoenix. The evening had been scheduled around Tonks' night off so she was there, along with Remus, McGonagall, Matilda, me, and, of course, Dumbledore. I kind of figured if the headmaster really believed this was important, he'd have invited more people. It was interesting he'd made sure that McGonagall would come, though I guessed she was Matilda's and my head of house. So, basically, Harry can't talk about any of it. Because of the geese. Matilda finished explaining what she'd worked out. I hadn't been able to provide much other than the vague suppositions I'd given to the Quibbler about the state of the Vale. Remus and Dumbledore looked mostly like they thought we were crazy. The headmaster had brushed off my fairy tales before. Tonks looked the same, except maybe a little willing to be mad about me not telling her about her fugitive aunt even though we were getting to be friends. But McGonagall, she believed me. I could see it in her shocked expression. Margaret always did believe in the old tales, the assistant headmistress began. You remember, Albus, that we chided her for it. It was a large part of why she left school when she did, thinking we had nothing left to teach her. And even if you assume that she simply brought Bellatrix into her delusions, who passed them on to Harry, Alice backs him up, at least, on the Lord of the Red Caps they fought in Egypt. What if the old tales are true, and we drove those girls into making pacts with beings that were locked out of this world for a reason? I could see Dumbledore turning over her suggestion, and he finally admitted, I have found it odd that Bellatrix has been at large for over a decade and has shown little evidence of working toward Tom's return. Nor has Lucius, for that matter. And my spy had once speculated that her relationship with her master had soured somewhat. We speculated it was because of his intention to punish Margaret for her defection, but it could also have been that she had found a second master to serve. Harry, Remus asked, tiredly, just how many dark forces are trying to kill you or use you for their ends? It really was a lot, wasn't it? Voldemort wanted to possess me and then wanted to kill me. For some reason Justin had grabbed me in the first place. Bellatrix probably had more interest in me than just owing it to my mother. Hell, Greyback had chosen me to kill to get at Remus, Dawlish had way too much invested in his beef with me, Umbridge decided to involve me in her political schemes, and maybe the Dementors were after me for their own unearthly agenda? I shrugged, helplessly, and suggested, I have a very helpful yet punchable face. Chapter 23, Sid Schemes. With the problems of my godmother and the Fae in the hands of the headmaster, I was able to knuckle down on my personal projects for the last few weeks of term. I enchanted furiously to make Christmas presents for my friends. I got dragged to the Ravenclaw vs. Hufflepuff Quidditch match. I subbed in for Remus classes another time. We got in the first couple of sessions of Matilda's Arcanos game. We made some progress on the Soulfire charm. And somewhere in there, I even worked on my actual classes. The 7th year winter exams were pretty much just a review to check off things they were likely to ask on the NEWTs anyway. My prefect friends were clearly a little annoyed that I wasn't that worried about NEWTs. Oliver was planning to go into Quidditch. I didn't really have a plan, but knew I couldn't get a job at the ministry. So the two of us mostly hung out and slacked off. He would have preferred to be practicing Quidditch heavily, but his players took their end-of-term exams more seriously than he did. Penny's stress level dropped a little when, in the middle of December, she got news that the Muggle government had signed the Downing Street Declaration, which looked like it might finally start reducing the IRA attacks. But that got me thinking about whatever the Cid were up to again, and worried that it was almost back to the winter solstice, which they'd used to bring Maeve into the world the year before, cracking the veil and screwing up magical transportation. And for some reason the second Hogsmeade weekend of the year had been delayed until literally right before the solstice. The weekend we'd normally be going home, not that I was leaving that year, was instead last-minute holiday shopping time. It had something to do with New Year's being on a weekend, so the students were leaving on and returning on Mondays instead of Saturdays. But it meant that students would be out and about in Hogsmeade 2 days before the solstice, which worried me. Especially when Maeve cornered me alone in the hallway between my morning classes that Friday and said, I take it you finally got Dumbledore moving on the fairy problem. I tried to close off my expression, and she smirked, good job. We're not angry. Quite the opposite. I bet against you with your godmother about whether you would get it done in time. If you hadn't convinced them, we were going to have to try something drastic. Hey? I asked, dumbfounded that she was thanking me for cluing the ministry in on their plot. Can't have a proper conflict if one side doesn't even realize they're fighting, she explained. That's just terrorism. No one negotiates with terrorists. By the way, this conversation was a secret. She patted me with feigned, smug friendliness on the arm and wandered off. And I had no idea whether she had actually outmaneuvered me again, or was just trying to mess with my head to make me think she had. When you still didn't know what the enemy's objective was, it was really hard to counter it. I mean, from what we'd been able to figure out they were funding terrorists. I was still worried about it the next afternoon, when we'd packed into the 3 broomsticks, along with the rest of the students, to get out of the winter wonderland that was the freezing, snowy Hogsmeade. Hermione, Seamus, and Ron had gotten a spot nearby, scrunched into a small table between a Christmas tree and the fireplace, but seemed oblivious to anything other than how excited they were about hot butterbeer on this, their second opportunity to visit the town. And, probably, how sad they were that Neville's parents insisted he stay in the castle while Black was still at large. The noise was overpowering, but that made it easier to be somewhat circumspect. I think we may have been outmaneuvered, I told my friends. What do we actually know the Cid are up to? It was kind of weird the things my geese let me get away with. Anything we'd gotten the Lord of the Red Caps to spill seemed like fair game. Supplying Muggle terrorists, Penny growled. Maybe magical ones too, Percy added, if the Blacks and Malfoys did not totally abandon their old master, but are instead serving to coordinate. Matilda had explained most everything to our other friends after we went to the Order, and the three that had actually met my godmother nearly 2 years prior were a little sick about being that close to the notorious Bellatrix Lestrange. There also were recriminations about why they'd never pressed me for more information, and we realized they may have been under a lesser guise since she'd shared information with them as well. Bringin' down the bloody walls o' reality, Oliver suggested. That was a big one. We assume they want back into this world, Alexis summed up. But how does terrorism help them? Matilda squinted at me and asked, did you learn something else from one of your sources? I held stock still. The geese could bind my ability to speak or write, but it couldn't seem to force me to lie to protect a secret. Not saying no was the system we'd worked out. Maeve? Recently? She asked slowly, taking my lack of negation as a yes. She said something about what they were up to. I tried to talk around the problem, and asked, what do terrorists usually want? Penny clearly bit back her initial anger and drew on the information she'd been researching over the last year, explaining, they want to scare civilians into believing that their government can't keep them safe to try to force concessions that they don't have the power to get in an actual war. And what if, say, the average British citizen didn't even know Ireland existed? I theorized. Everyone thought about it for a second, and finally Percy, the most used to dealing with my thought experiments, answered, there would be bombings, but no one would know why. They would be scared, but would have no idea who to be scared of. And the Ministry and the ICW, until a month ago. I finished. They didn't believe in fairies. Matilda blurted out, blanching as she got it. Did we help them? Did we make the government realize there was someone it could give concessions to? I grinned and gave her a kiss. You're brilliant. Oi. We helped. Oliver objected. You don't have to kiss us, though. Alexis, who'd been stranded for the night at my house the year previous when the veil was cracked, worked out the current date, so now the Ministry knows who to bargain with if things go bad again in a couple of days? When last year they had no clue. And they had a year to gather allies, Percy added, frowning. Last year, it may have just been Maeve and perhaps a small contingent of allies that came through. Perhaps the Lord of the Red Caps and other provocateurs? But now they have allies among the native races, such as the Red Caps. They may feel strong enough to fight hit wizards. Can we just take Maeve hostage? Matilda frowned, still hating the Cid princess. Fudge would never arrest a Malfoy on rumors, Percy shook his head. He depends too much on their patronage. Remember, Lucius Malfoy was very likely an inner circle Death Eater and he went free. Speaking of, I told him, noticing Minister Fudge himself entering the inn with several of the Hogwarts professors, McGonagall, Hagrid and Flitwick. The only clear table in the room was a recently vacated one next to the third years. Hermione seemed to realize this and caught my eye. I nodded to the incoming group and pointed at my ear. She nodded back with a conspiratorial look, and waved her wand to move the Christmas tree to obscure her small table from the incoming adults. I was pretty sure she used the overly specific tree levitation charm instead of the general levitation charm because Hermione was always extra. The group of four talked for a while, just carefully enough that even my listening skills couldn't make out more than the occasional word from their conversation. Especially since, when she caught me glancing their way, McGonagall fixed me with a stare, shook her head, and made a turn-around gesture with her finger. Presumably she'd tell me eventually if it was relevant anyway, but I enjoyed knowing that Hermione was working as my spy. I wasn't going to get that report soon, though. Long before they'd finished talking, the sound of a horn blared across Hogsmeade. Then twice more. One of the middle-year Hufflepuff students whose name I didn't remember without the defense class roll with her name on it poked her head in and yelled to the suddenly curious tavern, "There's an army gathered out by the ruins of the Shrieking Shack." There was, of course, zero chance that a handful of authority figures were going to keep several students from going out to have a look, no matter how dangerous it was, especially since most of them were crammed into a table far away from the door. It took a few seconds before my prefect friends realized they needed to do their jobs and order everyone to stay inside. I was such a bad influence on Percy, when I'd met him, he'd have reflexively started shouting for order before anyone started moving. I like to think that it was also my influence that had more students actually listen to him when he finally made the demand. Matilda and I, however, were among the first out the door. The burned-down foundation of the Shrieking Shack was some distance away from the edge of Hogsmeade, but there wasn't really much obstruction between it and the three broomsticks other than the gently rolling hills. The large wood that I knew contained the fairy wrath took up most of the left-hand side, looking toward the shack, and, indeed, an army had sallied forth from the snow-choked trees. Well, army was a big term, it was probably a couple hundred beings, somewhere between a company and a battalion if you were being technical. But certainly more troops than you'd want a few hundred feet from a civilian town and a school. Somehow keeping the snow nearly pristine beneath their boots, the loosely arrayed group was mostly redcaps, though quite a few of them were riding wargs and the formation was anchored by ogres and other large, magic-resistant humanoids. At the front and center, astride a clearly displeased but bridled Lokrata, was the damned lord of the redcaps we'd met in Egypt. He held a silver horn in the hand that wasn't holding the reins for his mount, and he gave me a smirk and slight salute with the horn when he noticed me. At least he was keeping his word and staying out of Egypt. Fudge, flanked by the 3 professors, wasn't ultimately that far behind us. I guessed Percy, Penny, and Alexis had been left in charge of keeping the kids contained in the tavern. Besides myself and Matilda, about a dozen kids had come from inside the tavern, and a couple dozen more had wandered down from the various shops, as well as a substantial portion of the citizens of the town that weren't running shops. I wasn't surprised that the group included Draco and his Slytherin friends. It actually made me feel a little better if he'd been tipped off but had come to town anyway. Minister Fudge. The Cid in the red ball cap announced. He'd traded the rest of his attire for armor made of blood-red leather with tarnished silver fittings. We bring a demand, renegotiate and sign the Unseelie Accords. They have languished too long, and must be amended to prevent the injustices your ancestors perpetrated upon our kind. What do you answer? I saw the wizard in the green bowler hat puff up, but then realized that there were precisely 0 Aurors nearby. I watched him glance around at the 3 professors, try to figure out how many adults in the crowd were in any way combat trained, and even include me and Matilda in his calculations. He clearly didn't like the math, even faced with an army with no obvious spellcasters. So he did what he did best, politics. I cannot give you an answer without conferring with the Wisengamot and the ICW. Can you give us time to understand your requests and bring this to council? Fudge asked. If you have not made your concession in 2 days, the Cid answered, we will once again crack your veil and upset your wizarding methods of travel. If we have no concession a turning of the moon after that, we will have to do something grander to get your attention. Understood, the Minister of Magic gritted out, clearly not enjoying negotiating in the face of an army. 2 days, Minister, the Cid warned, and then a wind kicked up, blowing the snow from the ground into the air and obscuring the enemy Fae. When it settled back down, they were simply gone. It was nearly 5 minutes later before the Aurors started to apparate in. The Dementors had been strangely absent the entire time. Chapter 24, Present for Christmas. Since there had been so many witnesses to the confrontation with the Fae warriors at Hogsmeade, there was no way to keep it out of the papers, and the Ministry had advised avoiding travel on the 21st lest the flu go down again. Fortunately, that was the day after the Hogwarts Express went home, so the exodus from school was only the usual madhouse. My friends wished me good luck before they left, and Matilda said she'd owl with revised plans if the flu wasn't available. Hogwarts was functionally empty once everyone left. With the combination of black, Dementors, and Fae armies seen around the school, there were basically 0 parents who thought their children would be safe there. Besides me, the only remaining students were 2 first-years whose parents hadn't gotten the memo, and poor Irving Cram, the 5th-year Slytherin prefect, whose family seemed to be going through a very rare pure-blood divorce if the rumors were to be believed. He'd been sullen in the defense class I subbed for back in October, and he seemed even worse after being stranded at school for the holidays. That left a very order-centric lineup of professors in the building, however. I wasn't sure Dumbledore, McGonagall, or Flitwick had homes beyond the school. Hagrid definitely didn't. Remus also decided to stay, which was a large part of the reason why I was, but had managed to get permission for Tonks to spend a large part of the holidays at the school as aura protection, and Moody tagged along as well. I suspected he didn't have much of an extended family to spend the holidays with, regardless. About the only adults in the building that I wasn't sure were in Dumbledore's secret cabal were Sprout, Filch, and Trelawney. Moody took advantage of it. He had detailed plans for magical combat drills to prepare us all for battle with the various Fae beings we suspected were in the Cid army, as well as the Cid themselves. The paranoid old Auror clearly felt like he hadn't been vigilant enough about threats from fairy tales, and had a lot of ground to catch up on. I hoped the Room of Requirement didn't have the ability to report this training back to Maeve, because I couldn't exactly articulate my reasons for why we shouldn't use it for the drills. To no one's great surprise, the flu went out again on Tuesday night at midnight. After it was confirmed at breakfast on Wednesday, I took Bob up to the top of the astronomy tower and had him scan the veil like he had the year previous. This is a much better view than Remus House, Harry. The skullbound spirit enthused. They're definitely using somewhere in Ireland as their gateway, the cracks seem to be radiating out from that direction. How bad is it? I asked. Not too much worse than last year? They probably had less resistance to shove out whatever came through this time, but that meant there was less damage to the veil. They may not be able to shatter it completely this way. Maybe if they started shoving big things through it all the wraths. But what about small things? Oh, yeah, definitely, he confirmed. They probably have to work to get Cid nobles into the world still, because they have more metaphysical scale and the veil is specifically trying to keep them out. But some of the smaller stuff might have hardly any trouble slipping through. That's about what I figured, I grumbled. Small was relative, and probably included things like the wargs and Lucrata from the Never Never. Luna had already warned me that she'd been seeing more of her tiny pests floating around the world in the last year. Hopefully the Department of Mysteries was finally taking fixing things seriously. I still hadn't told the professors about Bob, because I was worried they'd want to take him from me for safety or study. But, fortunately, they were willing to give me a lot of leeway about where I was getting my information on the Fae, and didn't need to know that I could talk about this because of my secret research spirit and not because I had somehow gotten around a geese. Veil isn't too much worse, apparently, I told the Order at our afternoon sparring session. They may have broken it enough last year that it has more flexibility now. But they definitely brought in more heavy hitters last night, somewhere in Ireland. Probably one of those warded IRA strongpoints, Moody growled. The Muggle government wouldn't be having half as much problem dealing with them if they didn't have those bolt holes. We couldn't even do much but confirm that magic was involved when they asked our lot for help. Probably more fairy assistance. There's a Muggle connection to the Ministry? I asked. The old Aura agreed, yep. Doesn't get used much, but there are a few people, like the Muggle Prime Minister, who get to know. I bet old Fudge hated to admit that something magical was going on, but he had no idea what to do about it. As promised, other than the disruption of the Veil, there was no immediate follow-up attack. I wondered whether the Wisengamot was actually planning to negotiate, or whether they were just going to wait for the Fae to make their next move. I suspected the latter. At least they managed to get the flaw fixed quickly this time, and long-distance apparition had never really gotten better. I wasn't totally sure how they'd managed to get long-distance port keys working again. Maybe the use of an enchanted item provided enough power to jump over the cracks? Soon, it was Christmas, and Dumbledore had once again had the elves redirect my presents to the foot of my bed. This year, my gifts to my friends had been part of a set, using the book Dumbledore had given me the year previous about Protean enchantments, and an idea from Hermione, passed through the Lord of the Rings. I'd made everyone rings that could be used with a simple spell to send a short text message that would fill the inside of the band of everyone else's ring. They also could be activated to glow with the equivalent of a lighting charm, since it bothered me that a wand user couldn't really cast anything else while using the focus as a flashlight. And I'd added another secret failsafe. And, yes, mine was the one ring to rule them all. Mostly it just controlled when the rings were all connected versus when my age group was kept on a different network than Hermione's. I'd also tried to give Matilda's a few more enchantments, because it didn't hurt to pay special attention to one's gift for one's girlfriend. We, of course, hadn't been super serious when I'd decided to do rings for everyone, and I wasn't sure how that would get interpreted. My favorite present that I received was from Percy and Penny. They'd gotten the Macintosh store in Manchester that we used to flew to Penny's house to custom make me a weatherproof canvas coat that would pass as either wizard's robes or a Muggle long coat. The note indicated that the proprietor initially didn't believe the measurements they'd given him, until he remembered how tall I was from the few times I'd been to the shop. I already had big plans for the defensive enchanting I could do with a multi-purpose piece of outerwear. I finally received a highly coveted Weasley family sweater, a big blue H on the brown background, and Mrs. Weasley had even gotten the arms long enough to fit my oversized frame. I wondered how many of these she'd wound up making, if everyone that went on the trip over the summer was family now. The most surprising present was from Filch, the caretaker. In the last year, sometimes when I'd stayed almost to curfew just working in the enchanting lab by myself, he'd joined me and just quietly sketched by the fire while I petted Mrs. Norris, his cat. I'd gradually realized that he was a bit of an artist, and part of his role in the castle was to clean and restore the magical paintings. It was something even a squib could do and, in fact, cleaning charms didn't work well on magical art. I was shocked to open the flat-wrapped present that was a foot wide by a foot and a half tall and find a very nice portrait of me deeply focused on my enchanting work. He must have been making reference sketches the whole time. The note indicated that he'd done all the proper prep so a wizard portrait maker could easily perform the final steps to invest it with part of my personality and make a proper wizarding portrait that would animate and talk after I died. That step was a little morbid, but it was certainly the most personal gift I'd ever received. After replacing his familiar bond charm the previous year, with one that actually had some failsafes built in to try to safely dissipate feedback if Mrs. Norris got attacked again, this year I'd added a new minor item to his repertoire. Most of the school, but the twins, in particular, probably wouldn't like that I'd given him a modified sneakoscope that was designed as a compass that would point out nearby troublemakers. I'd also gotten the usual trio of mystery gifts. The book on Transfiguration the year before had been a big clue that McGonagall was one of my unsigned gifters. I still wasn't sure why she was singling me out among the students for gifts, but she got me a book on handy skills for new bachelors as a big hint that I'd have to be out in the world on my own pretty soon. I'd gotten her a really cool cat statue from Egypt. Dumbledore had gotten me a nice edition of a book of wizarding fairy tales that looked to be much closer to the original sources than the more recent books for children, and might genuinely have some insight into Fae politics. After hearing how much he liked socks, I'd gotten him a set of very nice Egyptian cotton ones from a trader on our vacation. Finally, my godmother's present was an actual, non-conjured tuxedo robe and another invitation to the Malfoy ball. I wondered if she had something new to inflict on me or if she'd just seen how much Matilda enjoyed it the year before. Preempting her this time, I'd also sent a present care of Draco, a set of Muggle books on tradecraft and disguise. I wasn't actually sure I wanted her to get better, but it was a fun in-joke after her poor attempts at blending as a servant at the last year's ball. And I wanted our gifting to stay balanced. And, of course, I had another set of clothes, not quite a tuxedo, but a very nice set of robes appropriate for fancy meetings, job interviews, or nice restaurants. And it was clearly intended for all three, basically, since it was from Matilda. After all, I had a new doom hanging over my head. On Boxing Day, I was finally going to meet her parents. Chapter 25, Parental Units. I'd gotten special permission to use Dumbledore's flute to visit the Grimblehawks, both because nobody thought it would be safe for me to come back to Hogsmeade after dark and because the old man was twinkling up a storm about the whole thing. "Ah, it must be getting quite serious to be having Boxing Day dinner with young Matilda's parents," he suggested. "Do give my best to Nicholas and Bridget." The house I tumbled out of the fireplace into after requesting Grimblehawk Manor was more or less what I'd expected. Not nearly as big as Malfoy Manor, the den was still large and appointed with antique furniture. Hanging from all the old, polished wooden walls were many animated paintings of magical beasts and portraits of presumed ancestors. Several of them immediately began quietly critiquing me to their neighboring paintings. "Ah, Dresden. Full early," Abraham Grimblehawk stated, looking up from reading his newspaper. He'd put on a more upscale set of robes than the durable creature-wrangling outfit I'd usually seen him in, but his magnificent white mutton chops were still the same, much longer than his relatively short head hair. "Oh, good evening, sir," I told him. I hadn't expected. "Ha. Of course not. You've been set up. Thought you were just going to meet Nick and Brid, eh? Those two don't go anywhere together, that's not accorded neutral territory. Hence, welcome to my home." I'd been vaguely aware that, like Irving Cram, Matilda had one of the few sets of divorced parents in the pureblood world, but I hadn't thought through the ramifications. She hadn't said I was meeting her father and stepmother. Just her parents, though, right? I may have squeaked the last word. He just shook his head. "They told me to set the dining room for 9. I think you're getting pretty much everybody." "Fire whiskey." "I'd better not," I demurred. "I would probably need all of my wits about me for this surprise." "Suit yourself," he shrugged, pouring his own glass with a generous amount of brown liquor from a small but well-stocked bar in the corner of the room. He took a sip and explained, "I certainly don't want to spend the evening with Bridget and Rhiannon in the same room without fortification." To hide my nervousness, I went and glanced out of a large window onto a large lawn with a fieldstone fence, at the top of a hill overlooking a lightly forested neighborhood of wide-spaced other houses. I was able to make out a little of the rest of the house, which clearly was a large country house faced with dark brick. "So, this is Wales?" I asked. "No, good old England." He joined me by the window. "Sheffield's the closest big city that way. Manchester is about twice as far the other. Nick lives in Rhiannon's family house in Wales. Matilda was mostly raised over there." "So you're the head of the family?" I asked. Technically. Never did get around to settling down. Just me and the house elves bouncing around in this big old place. I'll probably pass it to young Edgar and downsize, eventually," he explained, finishing off his drink. Given how old he looked, I realized that I wasn't actually sure whether Abraham was Matilda's great-uncle, and that hadn't cleared it up at all. Of course, they're free to use it for events like this. The fire in the fireplace turned green. Speaking of. Matilda tumbled out of the fireplace in a Christ-massy, dress-like set of robes. "Harry." She moved forward and gave me a hug, then hugged Abraham, warning us both, "Mum and Edith incoming." I vaguely recalled that Edith was one of her sisters, and the conservatively dressed witch that stepped out of the fire looked only a decade older, so probably wasn't Mum. More solidly built and shorter in contrast to Matilda, she had the same dark eyes and reddish-brown hair, though her hair was pinned in a tight bun. "Uncle Abraham," she gave the old man a hug with the greeting. "Mr. Dresden," she gave me an appraising look before grudgingly offering her hand to shake. "Giselle can't make it," Matilda explained, more to her uncle than me. "She had to go right back on call." I must have looked confused, since I hadn't heard much about her other sister. "She's an apprentice veterinary healer. She was lucky to get Christmas Day off. Magical beasts don't take the holiday off injuring themselves and getting sick." "I'm happy to just do the accounting," Edith said. The fire flared again, and a woman that had to be Matilda's mother stepped through. Firmly middle-aged, she had the slighter build that Matilda had, though was even shorter than Edith. Her hair was a darker brown than her daughter's, though she had the same brown eyes. I wasn't exactly a judge of wizarding fashion, but I felt like she'd dressed a little fancier than was expected for a family dinner, with a decent amount of jewelry on display. And perhaps a bit more skin than was normal for December, with her robes cut to show that she was still in excellent shape for a woman her age. Not that I was checking her out, but the guys at school had suggested, if her mum's still fit, she will be by that age too, and it was hard to ignore that kind of advice. Abraham, she acknowledged the host somewhat coolly, and then turned to me, and you must be Harry. So glad to finally meet you. She held out her hand and after a glance to Matilda to confirm, I took it and kissed the back. Ah, good manners, at least. Her accent was much more traditionally British than Matilda's Welsh pronunciation. Come to think of it, Edith's was more received pronunciation as well. She turned back to Abraham after sizing me up and asked, are they here yet? Still waiting, I'm afraid, he explained. But we can go ahead to the dining room? Nick knows the way. I noticed he had filled another glass of whiskey while I'd been meeting the two new women, and clutched it like a life preserver as he led the way into the house. I was immediately almost totally forgotten by Matilda's mother as she moved ahead to query Abraham about the rest of the family. My girlfriend, for her part, took my arm and explained quietly, Mum hasn't seen Dad since Giselle graduated. 4 years ago? She has questions. She wants to know if Rhiannon's gotten fat, most likely, Edith explained. So, Dresden, tell me about your doom of Damocles. Edith. Matilda argued. It's fine, I squeezed her arm as we walked through the upstairs gallery, which had even more old portraits. It was interesting that there was no evidence of any taxidermied beasts, given the family's proclivities. It made sense that they weren't big game hunters even though it would have been expected in the decor. My mentor was trying to do a ritual to get me possessed by Voldemort. I waited for the gasp, but Edith just raised an eyebrow. I didn't use the safest spell in the world to get out. House burned down. One of his former students is an aura who refuses to believe he was bad, and has it out for me. It sucks. She eventually allowed, apparently satisfied. And you're not teaching Matilda the dark arts? Edith. He's helping teach defense against the dark arts. He and our friends have already invented 2 new light spells. He fights Death Eaters all the time. So you're going to be an aura when you graduate? Edith asked. I shrugged, probably not with the doom. I always kind of wanted to be a private investigator, but I don't think wizards really have those. Like and cast a deadly spell? Edith asked. I nodded. I hadn't realized she'd have been as interested in the family practice of watching Muggle fantasy movies as Matilda was. Seems interesting, but financially risky. You're not planning on just living on Matilda's trust fund, are you? I can honestly say I had no idea your family was wealthy until a couple months ago, I told her, skipping the worrying implication about marriage or at least long-term cohabitation. The money's all from the Welsh dragon breeding grounds. I asked, as we finally made it to the large dining room. Their mother had already taken a seat near the head of the table and answered, Ha! No, that's the Cadogan lands. Those belong to Rhiannon's family. Like Sir Cadogan, the excitable knight in the portrait at school. I asked. He would frequently challenge students to duels, and no one could figure out how he planned to fight them. An ancestor, I'm afraid, a woman's voice cut in from the doorway. She was probably barely 30 and blonde, but also had dark eyes, and didn't look like any of the other women in the room. Unlike Matilda's mother, her, presumable, stepmother wasn't especially dressed up, but was equally slender. She was escorting 2 young boys who immediately reminded me of the Creevy brothers, with their light brown hair. I guess the older was 9 or 10, at least a year before Hogwarts, and the younger a couple years behind him. You must be Harry, pleased to meet you. I'm Rhiannon, and this is Edgar and Robert. She shook my hand politely and greeted, Abraham, Edith, Bridget. Fortunately Matilda's mother's harumph was drowned out by the boys shouting, Thilda. Thilda. And immediately dragging her off to explain what they'd gotten for Christmas. It was Bridget's year for holidays with the girls, so they haven't seen her yet. Sorry, Rhiannon explained, smiling. I got a sense that the relaxed, friendly air that she was putting on was at least partly affectation to show that the older woman wasn't going to get to her. Nick should have been right behind me. Just fixing a drink, love, a man's voice explained as he entered from the hallway with his own tumbler of whiskey. He was tall and stoutly built, especially around the middle, wearing his red-brown hair in a lion's mane and a full beard. Significantly older than his second wife, he gave me a look up and down, apparently didn't hate me on sight, and immediately ignored me to ask, where are my girls? I think he was just making sure you weren't a Death Eater, or ugly, Rhiannon smiled. We trust Matilda's judgment, but I'm sure he'll pay more attention to you when he's caught up with everyone else. It's hard, not seeing them for the holidays. Especially since we got so little time with her over the summer. Yeah, sorry about that, I rubbed the back of my head. I thought she'd have a parent along to chaperone. Most of the other kids did. Unfortunately, I didn't have time due to the boys, Nick had to work, and I'm sure Bridget wouldn't be caught dead on an adventure. Matilda's mother seemed to overhear enough to shoot daggers at Rhiannon and then turn back to talking at her ex-husband about something. I shrugged and asked, I was asking about your family because I thought Matilda was Welsh and the Grimblehawks owned the breeding grounds. No, they're originally Hungarian, the Jindelholics. Moved here around a century ago and anglicized the name. Abraham was first-generation English, and Nick is second. I guess that confirmed that Abraham was the great-uncle. They still own Hungarian horntail breeding grounds. I met Nick through that connection. Only a few European families in the dragon business. She shrugged, we married when Matilda was about 5, and they moved into my family's estate. So I guess she picked up the language and the accent. She still sounds very English to me. Soups. Abraham announced, trying to get everyone to sit down. I wound up crammed at Abraham's end of the table across from Matilda and next to Rhiannon, watching the politics play out. Edgar, the older little boy, took his father's right, and Bridget had already claimed the left. Dinner wasn't actually as bad as I'd feared, since the dynamics on display weren't actually worried about me. I'd occasionally get a drive-by question once someone remembered I was there, but it was mostly about the byplay of the ex-wife and her daughters getting to muscle in on the territory of the new wife. Mostly, it helped me understand my girlfriend a lot better. Nicholas Grimblehawk had clearly wanted sons. It honestly felt a lot like the Weasleys having so many boys to try to get a daughter. When Bridget had 3 girls, he moved on. With the way she talked about their careers, Bridget clearly cared more about her elder daughters, rather than Matilda, who'd been half-raised by her stepmother. Meanwhile, the way her father doted on the young sons, it wasn't any wonder he didn't care that she'd spent most of the summer in Egypt with her new boyfriend. It made sense that she'd told me about her uncle Abraham long before she'd told me anything about anyone else, since following him into Magi zoology was a way to stand out to someone. As a kid who hadn't had a family and kind of dreamed of one like this, I was beginning to realize how lonely it could be. It was interesting that my closest friends, Matilda and Percy, were both solidly middle children, lost between the elder achievers and the much-desired youngest. I'm sure she wouldn't trade it for my situation, but there had to be a special hell in having so many people who loved you, but being the absolute last priority for every one of them. When the dinner finally finished, Abraham drunk off of his chair and Nicholas getting there, I managed to catch a few moments alone with Matilda. Malfoy ball again? I asked her. Exciting. Maybe we'll get to see the next crop of bad fairies. Hopefully not, I frowned, realizing she could be right. I have a suit this time that's not conjured, at least. I still think there's a market for party clothes that evaporate at the right time, she grinned. My suit has 5 more minutes, so we need to get home, now. I joked. She giggled a bit, then said, did you have an okay time? I know there are a lot. I appreciate you coming. It was good. I think I learned a lot about you. Thanks for showing me, I told her, wrapping her in a hug. And I'm sorry if they don't always see you. I do. She gave me a kiss and said, I know. Your detective skills are just one of the many things I like about you. She thought for a second. I'm still not sure there's any money in being a pie. I'm not even sure private auras are legal. You sure you don't want to teach defense next year? I shook my head. Remus just needs to make it a couple more months and, counting spring term last year, he'll be the longest defense professor in forever. I don't think I could steal that from him. Chapter 26, Family Secret. Harry Dresden, what a surprise meeting you here. Rita Skeeter announced from the bar at the Three Broomsticks, where she was sipping some elaborate mixed drink while dressed in her party finest. I knew I should have booked at the last second, I grumbled, and Rosmerta gave me an apologizing look after handing me my room key. I'd decided to go down to the inn in the afternoon of New Year's Eve, travel from there to Malfoy Manor, and plan to stay there until the morning rather than prevailing on Dumbledore to use his fireplace at 3 in the morning. He already wasn't super happy about me going to the ball, except as a potential information-gathering exercise. I was honestly hoping to learn as little as possible. Matilda had a really good time the previous year and wanted to go again. I could do with less politics. So, Rita said, getting up and chivying me over to a table in the sparsely populated tavern area. I could have resisted, but I did still kind of owe her for not siding with Dawlish, and it didn't hurt to have muckraking journalists pretend to like you instead of hate you. That's a nice suit, Harry. Can I call you Harry? Are you taking the youngest Miss Grimblehawk out on another date, Harry? I heard about your birthday luncheon. Seems serious. Is this for the Prophet or Teen Witch? I asked. After mentioning my previous run-in with Rita to Matilda, we'd worked out what she was okay with me telling the reporter if I ran into her again. Let's just see where the story takes us, shall we? She suggested, setting up her poison green dictaquill and parchment. I'd found out that it was a quick quotes quill, which a lot of people were suspicious of since it tended to elaborate and editorialize on the fly, rather than being a simple record of speech like normal dictaquills. But, given that Rita was just going to rewrite the interview in her own style anyway, I didn't see that it was scandalous to let her skip a step to get to press faster. Fair enough. Yes, I've been dating Matilda Grimblehawk for over a year now, and we were friends for several months before that. She's a year behind me, also in Gryffindor. Serious? I had dinner with her family the other night, I allowed. Oh, very nice. Congratulations. Other than the slight scandal of Mr. Grimblehawk's divorce and remarriage to a much younger witch, they're a fine family. So sad that she can't have the same experience meeting your family, she said, abruptly switching topics. Is it true that your mother was a Death Eater? Ugh, right to the stuff I would rather not talk about. I tried to deflect a little and suggested, the last time I confronted Voldemort, there was the twitch I was getting so fond of seeing from the fearful locals. He seemed to think he had some kind of control over her, at least enough that he was mad that she kept doing the opposite of what he wanted. She did marry a muggle, my father, so may have just felt trapped until she could get out. I hear there was a lot of that going around. Paralyzed for a second deciding which of those topics to follow up on, Rita seemed to go with her gut and look for interpersonal drama rather than arguably defeated Dark Lords. Tell me about your father. I nodded, feeling a little safer about the subject. Malcolm Dresden was a muggle magician. You know, they use mechanical devices and sleight of hand to make it look like they're doing magic to entertain audiences. I remember him being a very kind man, but he unfortunately died suddenly when I was 5. I know he had loved my mother very much, and I think she must have loved him back. And how did your grandmother feel about her daughter leaving Hogwarts early, disappearing into you-know-whose camp, and then eventually marrying a muggle and continuing the family half-blood tradition? I honestly had no idea. No one seemed to want to tell me anything about my mother's family. No clue, I shrugged. Surely you've talked to her about it. How would I have talked to her about it? I asked, then probably made a mistake of revealing, I don't actually know who my mother's parents were. Rita's eyes got wide behind her spectacles and her mouth set in a very predatory smile before she said, well, then, readers, perhaps it is time to talk about some background information I've learned to edify both Harry and interested former Hogwarts students. Margaret McGregor was the daughter of a muggle man named Dougal McGregor, who grew up in a small village in Scotland called Caithness. While it was a muggle town, a half-blood family lived on the outskirts, and young Dougal met and fell in love with a young witch just graduated from Hogwarts and about to start on her career. She was perhaps less than diligent with her anti-pregnancy potions, and her career in the ministry was complicated by having a young daughter. I couldn't find out if Dougal ever even realized that he was a father. He later married a muggle woman, had a family, and they died in the war. Some wondered if, perhaps, it was Margaret McGregor trying to purge her muggle heritage to gain favor with her Dark Lord. I must have looked angry, because she amended, but, as you say, if she was truly egalitarian enough to marry a muggle of her own, perhaps it was unrelated, or perhaps you know who trying to punish her for disobedience. Caithness, you said? I asked, reeling from learning about my grandfather only to immediately hear that he and his family had been murdered by Death Eaters. Something about that village name seemed familiar. Indeed. It seems that, as appears to be the way of the witches in the family, Isabel Ross, of the Inverness Rosses, fell in love with a muggle man to the great shame of her wizarding family. She may not have even told the man, a minister in the muggle church, that she was a witch until their daughter received her Hogwarts letter. But, in fact, the witch who would go on to eventually end her ministry career due to the difficulty of being a single mother will be familiar to many of our readers, because she went on to teach at Hogwarts. Her name, of course, is Minerva McGonagall. Rita may have been disappointed that I couldn't give a response, as shocked as I was. I heard the dictaquill still scratching away, so perhaps she was willing it to describe my discomfiture. It all made sense. Why hadn't she told me? I wanted to run back up to the castle and confront her. I wanted to go hide in my room at the inn. I wanted someone to explain to me why I'd had family after all, right with me for over 2 years, and no one had ever said anything. I'm sorry. I didn't know, I managed to say. Can we pick this up later? Of course, Harry. I look forward to hearing more once you've had a chance to check my facts, she smiled, obvious trying to be soothing but looking much more like a shark that had scented blood. Perhaps your next Hogsmeade weekend. I think I agreed. I think I went and hid in my room at the inn for a while. The next hour or so was a bit of a blur. Apparently, I decided to go to the ball after all. I spaced on the Malfoy receiving line, and barely realized where I was until I found myself in a small private room sitting across from Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry? Harry? Are you okay? She asked, the look on her face less concern and more like a car owner wondering why an unexpected light came on in the dashboard. Interestingly, she wasn't polyjuiced this year, looking like herself in a very nice dark blue dress. Don't you need a disguise? I asked. This year, I need to have a few meetings as myself. Hopefully no one will know I'm here who isn't supposed to, she shrugged, but the implicit command to my gaze was felt. So what's bothering you? Just found out who my grandmother is, I admitted. Suddenly, a look that was more human than I'd ever seen crossed her face, a strangely protective, righteous rage. That old bitch. She never told you? Of course she wouldn't. Can't show favoritism. Can't be a damned mother to her daughter, except when she disapproves. I thought, since you were in her house, unlike Margaret, maybe it would be easier. Maybe she'd realized the mistakes she made, or at least be proud you turned out a lion instead of a serpent like her daughter. The madness in her eyes calmed somewhat and she regarded me almost like the godmother she was meant to have been, tentatively patting my hand like she'd never had to console another living being before and didn't know how it worked. I'm sorry, Harry. That woman drove Margaret further and further away. I didn't realize she'd do the same to you. I nodded, pulling myself together. The sheer ridiculousness of being consoled by my mad fairy godmother allowed me to compartmentalize and push it off for later. This wasn't the place to have a breakdown, and I still needed to make sure Matilda wasn't alone here. Almost on cue, there was a knock at the door to announce one of the secret conspiratorial meetings that I wasn't allowed to talk about. The young man that slipped in had curly black hair and impossibly pale skin. Fairly tall and slim, he seemed to be carved of porcelain by a master craftsman to be perfectly symmetrical and handsome. My first thought was Sid, but he felt different, somehow. Apologies for interrupting. He said in an American accent, but didn't actually seem sorry, and apologies that my father or sisters couldn't make it. Ah, yes, my godmother said, some strange humor entering her eyes as she took him in, we didn't actually expect your father to make the trip, though it's pleasing that he sent an envoy. This is my godson, Harry Dresden, she introduced me, surprising me that she'd name the relationship. And this is one of the very distant Malfoy cousins, whose family we've had dealings with in the past. I'm sorry, dear, I don't recall your name. He held out a hand to me, and I shook, wondering what backroom politics I was getting involved with. He had a firm grip, though his hand was cold, and he was regarding me with almost the same humor that my godmother was, somehow recognizing me. Pleased to meet you, Dresden. I'm Thomas Wraith. Chapter 27, Hardball. I was quickly glad-handed out the door and into the ballroom so my godmother could get down to whatever terrifying politicking she was up to. The Thomas guy reminded me that I still hadn't followed up on the Malfoy cousins thing, which Mavra had also mentioned. Harry. Matilda said, catching me as I walked in the door to the ballroom. She was wearing a little black dress with red accents and gold jewelry that momentarily made me forget all my other problems. One of the worst parts of school robes was that they left so little opportunity to appreciate how much growing up my girlfriend had been doing over the last year or two. You look nice, she said, taking in my own formal clothes with a bit of a leer, so I guess she felt the same way. They said you beat me here. One of my teachers was here, having a private meeting, I explained. I think there might be a lot of guests tonight that are here for that kind of thing. She got it and did the mental calculation of what Aurors were in the room. The Longbottoms hadn't made it this year, so they were few on the ground, especially ones we knew were allies. She actually helped a bit, though, I shrugged, taking her arm and pulling her over to a side of the enormous ballroom covered in winter-themed decorations that didn't seem to be immediately covered in eavesdroppers. Rita cornered me for an interview and asked me about my grandmother. Who's Professor McGonagall? I wasn't really doing okay. Oh? Oh. And she's never told you? Why? I don't know. Apparently she really screwed up with my mom. Seems like cowardly is the wrong choice for the head of Gryffindor, but I can't think of a better reason. I'm just hoping I can just try to have a nice time and figure out what to do about it later. You look amazing, by the way. She smiled, doing a little twirl so I could see the whole dress, so, dancing. Let's, I said, escorting Matilda to the dance floor. We made it through 2 songs before the first problem presented itself. As we moved by a table with the minister, Cornelius Fudge, I noticed that the portly little man was turning on the charm for an extremely thin woman in an aggressively colorful dress that included a wide-brimmed hat with a veil. But the little skin that was visible was a pallid gray, and I couldn't help but hear her grit something at Fudge like a long-term smoker. His reply was much more clear. Oh? Are you perhaps involved in Eldred Wurple's study? I've had the opportunity to read some of his early notes for Blood Brothers, and it's fascinating stuff. I'm afraid not, the woman grated. I spend most of my time on the continent. Though I'd be very interested if wizards wanted to spend more time with my family. Perfectly in time with her emphasis, she rotated her head just slightly further than a living human could, and I could make out Mavra's roomy eyes through her veil giving me a close-lipped smirk. If you'll excuse me, though, Minister, I have a meeting to get to. Mavra. The vampire from Egypt, I whispered to Matilda. I guessed she hadn't been properly identified, or at least the British Ministry not informed, after her attack in Abu Simbel. What is going on, Harry? She asked. This is usually just British socialites. There are a lot of faces I don't recognize. And some I do. That's Mr. Pharaoh, she said, indicating a distinguished and imposing man whose age I couldn't quite place, holding court with several purebloods while smoking a pipe. He owns more dragon breeding grounds than anyone else on the continent. But he usually hates parties. Dad's been trying to meet him for years. Did you want to go introduce yourself? I asked. Merlin, no. He's supposed to be terrifying. I'd rather he didn't know about me. A few dances later, while we were taking a break near the punch table, we noticed that Mr. Pharaoh excused himself to leave the room shortly after Mavra returned. They're making alliances right under the minister's nose, I explained, half surprised the geese didn't try to stop me. I must have worked enough of it out from non-secrets for it not to count. Can we tell him? Can we tell anyone? Matilda asked, looking around. He's sitting with Umbridge, who probably isn't my biggest fan after last year, I explained, guiltily. And I'm sure they have everything set up for deniability. It is Malfoy's house. It is, announced Maeve, sneaking up while I was tracking the dragon breeder and Mavra. I glanced over and wasn't surprised to see her in a white and blue gown that was just slightly on the risque side for the rest of the gathering, low cut showing off too much skin and high skirt displaying long socks with Captain Planet characters on them. And someone didn't read his invitation, she taunted. I didn't immediately try to pull out the invitation and figure out what she was talking about, so she huffed and explained, no +1 this year, Harry. You must have taken that for granted. If your girlfriend isn't here on someone else's invitation, then she's crashing. What's your point? Matilda asked. The Welsh language insult was left off, but implied. Just that none of our guests would be breaking our hospitality should they get a bit out of hand with you. Hell's bells, Maeve, can't you let it rest for one night? I asked. She shrugged, we could have been friends, Harry. But since the two of you seem inclined to try to be my enemy, then all's fair. So can Malfoys invite people to the party, or just people imposing on their hospitality full-time? I asked, catching Draco's eye and giving him a head tilt that I wanted him to come over. He walked over escorting Pansy Parkinson, his ostensible betrothed, a pug-faced, dark-haired girl from Slytherin who was apparently the mean girl for her year. Well, that description was probably colored by how Hermione and even Millicent described her. She wasn't a traditional beauty by any estimation, but she would look perfectly fine if she didn't constantly look down her, admittedly small, nose at people. I figured Draco was looking for any distraction. Can I be of service? He asked. My invitation seems to have accidentally left off the +1, I told him, actually checking the card in my pocket, not that Maeve could lie. We were hoping you could tell Maeve here that Matilda is welcome. You will not, Maeve instructed the kid who she'd driven out of his own house all summer. Draco gave me a long-suffering look that I'd pulled him into my problems, then regarded Maeve with a look that I read as more tired of her shit than he was of his dates. If Ms. Grimblehawk wasn't invited, she should have been turned away at the receiving room, he explained. I'm not sure that it would reflect well on the Malfoy reputation if we allowed people to believe they were guests only to accuse them of trespassing later. And yet, technicalities, Maeve said, smugly, as if she had the upper hand. Yes, but I think there's a technical way to solve the problem, he drawled, giving me a look that was almost as mad as his two aunts. Before anyone could stop him, he announced to the room, if I could have everyone's attention. As the music stopped and the dancers and rest of the guests turned to regard our little cluster by the refreshments, I hissed, Draco, what are you? Solving your problems, he whispered back, then announced, we have a disagreement between my Aunt Maeve and Matilda of the Grimblehawk family. Both of them are 6th years at Hogwarts. I suggest they solve it in the traditional way, and give us all a demonstration of the practical instruction they've been receiving. Honor duel. I heard being whispered through the crowd. Lucius Malfoy strode over, eyes half-lidded and trying to work out what was going on from Maeve looking like Draco had let the air out of her sails, Matilda still looking pissed, and me probably looking at Draco like he was crazy. What is the disagreement? Dresden received an invitation with no +1, which he believes is an accidental omission. My dear aunt insists that Grimblehawk is, therefore, party crashing and does not want a retroactive invitation to be extended, Draco summed up. The older Malfoy got the same look on his face that Draco had on hearing the problem. I wondered if Maeve and Bellatrix were just playing these stupid games of trivial technicalities to be awful all the time. Like, I'm sorry, Draco, it is precisely 8:01 and you were told that breakfast was at 8 o'clock therefore I have taken all the scones. The head of the house looked to Maeve, and you won't relent. She shook her head. Very well. He turned to the party and announced, clear a space. Dobby. To the house elf who popped in, he ordered, bring out the dueling platform and set it up in the middle of the room. The elf bowed his agreement and soon enough the ballroom floor had a long platform 7 feet wide and 30 long, made of rune-edged 7-inch high wooden sections. Are you each familiar with the rules? Malfoy asked. Both nodded and I squeezed Matilda's hand as she took her end of the platform. We'd had a whispered conversation in the little time it took to set up, and were hoping that Maeve couldn't really show off her true powers without tipping her hand to the ministry. Standard rules for an honor duel: no illegal spells, unconsciousness, leaving the platform, or verbal submission to decide the loser. If Ms. Grimblehawk wins, she is confirmed as a guest. If she loses, she will head home. That's quite odd. I realized that Fudge and Umbridge were a few feet away, and he had directed his statement to me. Umbridge was actually wearing something understated for her, which was a dark pink robe-like gown. Maeve got touchy that they forgot to put a +1 on my invitation, I explained, shrugging. Humph. Hopefully her breeding will out eventually, Umbridge frowned. I suspected that the plump, conservative witch only tolerated Maeve at all because she was ostensibly a Malfoy, and would hate her with the power of a million suns if she just met her on the street. Proving that there were several areas where my girlfriend's command over magic was way better than mine, Matilda quickly transfigured her fairly tight skirt into something looser and conjured and put on a simple red tunic to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions from her bodice. For her part, Maeve's skirt was already aggressively slit so she could move in it, and she didn't seem worried about her top. They both took dueling stances. Matilda favored a simple side-on stance with her wand held up and forward, almost like a fencing starting guard. Maeve leaned forward, a leg back, and her wand held behind her, hidden. "Wards active," Lucius Malfoy announced, gesturing with his wand, and the runes on the platform lit as the air bounding the platform shimmered, containing any spells from hitting the bystanders or room. "Ready? Bow." They did, very slightly. "Begin." I wasn't surprised that Maeve led off quickly with Iglacis. To generate a blast of frost. In fact, many of her spells seemed to use ice or blasts of cold wind. All her other spells seemed to be mostly to try to hurt Matilda rather than hit, and they dissolved oddly at the dueling wards, making me suspect they were glamour that wouldn't do much if they landed. However, some crunched at the edge, probably concealing very real shards of ice. She didn't bother to shield, simply dodging everything and counterspelling jinxes that hit. I suspected she was somewhat magic resistant, and just choosing to be hit by the weaker spells to pretend to undo them quickly. Meanwhile, Matilda had stepped up her combat spells. She didn't have my deep well of magical stamina, so she couldn't just throw out her best spells over and over like I could. Instead, she still mixed in a bunch of first-year and second-year jinxes but broke out stunners and bolts of fire when she had the opportunity. I'd drilled hard with her over the past few months so her shields were fast and solid to both objects and magic. I saw Maeve frown the first time she realized her hidden ice darts weren't going to slide through. Overall, it was a fairly even fight. Matilda had been in multiple fights against magical beasts and dark wizards and had been taking her defense training seriously. She spent a lot of time dodging, shielded when she had to, and lobbed a bunch of pretty colors downrange with decent accuracy. The crowd seemed to enjoy it, probably much more than they'd have liked my own style of turtling behind a powerful shield and throwing out little but stunners or gouts of fire. But if it was even, it was only because Maeve was very constrained by the role she was playing. She was dodging spells just short of preternaturally fast, couldn't use that speed to just run up and take the fight physical, and probably couldn't use most of her magical arsenal because she wouldn't be able to disguise it as wizard magic in front of the crowd. There were a couple of moments where she seemed to get frustrated at that fact and barely held back from doing something inexplicable. And the temperature was dropping even out in the room, and subtle frost patterns were spreading from Maeve's side of the platform. I noticed Matilda looking a little confused, and I realized that Maeve must be amping up her aura to affect her mind. Well, if she was cheating. I waited for it to look like Matilda was mostly out of it, and Maeve was winding up a big hit, clenched my hand around my magic ring, and whispered, "Libero." The flashlight spell was nice, the secret messages were cool, but the real selling point of the rings I'd made was that the wearers could cast soul fire spells on each other through them. Voldemort and his jolly band were way too free with the Imperius and Possession, and it was nice to be able to clear that without even having to land a spell at range. And because it used Protean charms, it skipped right past the dueling wards through the link. Fortunately, whatever aura Maeve was pouring out was well within the power of the Libertas to clear, and Matilda suddenly snapped from seemingly drunk to perfectly alert, sidestepped the ultra-cold blast of ice, which might have actually cut her up or given her frostbite, because Maeve was the worst, and yelled, "Flipendo." Already assuming she was the winner, Maeve couldn't quite dodge the knockback jinx. I actually noticed a moment of hesitation before she flung herself off the platform, as if she took a moment to realize that everyone would notice if she just no-sold the spell with no explanation. I hated magic-resistant targets so much. I decided if I ever had to fight Maeve for real, and it seemed more and more likely every day, I wasn't going to mess around with spells. I was coming with iron. An excellent showing from both of our young witches. The senior Malfoy announced. Clearly, our NEWT examiners have a lot to look forward to next year. Ms. Grimblehawk, thank you for being a guest of the Malfoy household and putting on such an excellent demonstration. Thank you as well to my half-sister, Maeve, for her own demonstration of dueling skills. There was a great deal of applause as Matilda stepped down and leaned against me exhausted and freezing, but still brimming with the confidence of the Libertas, or maybe just her own irrepressibility. Who's next? That vampire? Is not here? I'll fight 'em all. You did great, baby, I told her. But maybe punch in something to eat before your next fight. Oh. Yeah. That sounds nice, she leaned against me, grinning. Right in her pretty gob. I said I would. She just shook her head and looked across the room at Maeve, who was creating a little patch of frost on the floor staring daggers at us. Barmy Ferret. Chapter 28, Near Dark. With Maeve's gambit disrupted, the rest of the party went pretty well. The only other weird moment was the guy I'd met briefly before his conversation with my godmother, meeting me at the refreshments table. You armed? He asked, conspiratorially, over punch. I narrowed my eyes, and he shot a glance over to the table where I'd seen Mavra earlier. I don't think she's done with you yet. Watch your back. Before I could respond to that, he'd walked off as if we'd never talked. Other than that odd little warning, there weren't any more interruptions to our dancing. We shared a lovely midnight kiss, and I was walking Matilda back to the flue as the party was ending when my godmother beckoned us into her little conspiratorial antechamber. Perhaps a little more willing to go along with it because of the glasses of champagne, my girlfriend shot me a confused look but didn't object as we headed in. Mrs. Lestrange, she greeted, politely, one of the biggest bogeywomen of Wizarding Britain. I suppose so, my godmother mused. Not that I've seen Rodolphus in some time. She started stalking around us, observing Matilda with a stance somewhere between a dressmaker fitting a gown and a tiger trying to pounce from behind. Good speed. You're hamstrung a little on energy throughput. You should consider conjuring spikes to add some variety. Ditch the first-year jinxes, they won't even slow serious opponents down. Shield seemed solid, glad that Harry's taught you to make a physical one. Some tutoring with the old man's aura friends, too, I imagine. I take it you watched the duel. I asked her. Of course. Draco's idea? I'm glad you've been giving him so much effort. He really needed more perspective than he'd have gotten simply from Slytherin House. If you can just kill off cousin Ciri, he'll stand to inherit the black seat, so needs to be competent. You want Sirius Black dead? Matilda asked. He's your cousin. And worked with you to support you-know-who. Bellatrix waved her hand in dismissal as if swatting away gnats. He was the worst black in some time. He certainly never supported the Dark Lord. I don't know what he's up to now. Probably crazy. Hey, I said, then explained, he has a shard of Voldemort's soul possessing him. I hadn't totally explained the Horcrux thing to Matilda, but she had the gist of it. That actually stopped the madwoman for a moment, and she paused, considering. Well, then it's doubly important that you kill him soon. She took in both of our looks of surprise and said, What? I don't want the Dark Lord back any more than you do. He killed Margaret with an entropy curse out of pique. Probably your father too. She was my friend. And he set our plans back years. You thought Severus alone was enough to do the job? Who do you think checked his potions and didn't report that they were explosives? We had wondered why you hadn't been involved the last 3 years, I admitted, after taking a beat to internalize that Voldemort killed my parents. It certainly fit. I guess I could be doing more, she shrugged. But you keep handling it. He does keep putting Draco in danger. I'll look into it. She physically bobbed, cocking her head to try to shake herself back off the tangent. Anyway. Good showing, Ms. Grimblehawk. I never supported Maeve's crusade against you, but, well, there's only so much you can say to the boss daughter. You and Harry should try to stay out of her way. She can hold a grudge forever. Looking at me with her mad eyes, she tapped the side of her head and explained, carefully, she's not all there, I'm afraid. I barely managed to stifle my guffaw and choked out, thanks for the advice. Now, you may not have noticed, but I haven't been around these past few months, and I won't be around much the rest of the year, either. Other people to teach besides you. Watch your back. Watch each other's backs, I guess. I'd say stop annoying my benefactors, but then you'd just do it twice as hard. Maybe I should tell you that you should annoy them. Hard-headed boy. I'm forgetting something. She ran a hand through her flyaway mass of black curls before lighting up like she'd remembered and retrieving an old magical camera from a cabinet in the room. Bunch up. Smile. She said, snapping away like she was getting a prom photo. You're so cute together. I approve. Suddenly, she was inches from Matilda's face, break my godson's heart and I'll rip yours out with my bare hands. The smile never left her face when she said it, and she patted Matilda on the shoulder. Good night. As we walked down the hallway to the den, Matilda was only shaking a little bit. Finally, she explained, overall, not as bad as my family dinner, hey. I'm not sure what to do with any of that, least of which is that she seems to like you, I told her. But if you get any mysterious gifts you need to let me know. You don't want to go into debt with her. Right. Don't get under that lady's thumb. Understood. She said. Still. Those two aside, I had a nice night. She gave me another long kiss goodbye, night, Harry. See you on Monday. Get home safe. And she went home through the flu. I, of course, immediately failed at that simple mission. Moments before I should have exited the flue into the Three Broomsticks common room, I felt a sudden jerk in my passage and I found myself shooting out into the frigid night air. I barely managed to still land on my feet, spinning and seeing that I'd come out of a campfire beneath a hastily erected, rune-edged wooden archway. Between the light of the fire and the moon that had been full only a couple of nights earlier, both the terrain and immediate environment looked familiar. I was standing in the burned-out foundation of the Shrieking Shack, which had an incident with Fiendfyre, not my fault, the year before. The Feywoods were to my right, the Forbidden Forest behind me, the walls of Hogwarts arcing across my left, and Hogsmeade far enough away in front of me to be a problem. Because there were three shadowy figures at the edges of the foundation, blocking my way. Dresden, a smoker's voice grated from the middle figure, and I could make out Mavra's colorful dress from the party. That must have been a hell of a goodbye. We were starting to think you weren't coming. The other two figures weren't as nicely dressed, two vaguely male forms with the same corpse-like look to them as Mavra had. So I was facing three super fast, super strong vampires. They'd obviously managed a redirect on the flue. Mavra could probably put up an anti-apparition jinx, or my attempt to teleport away would just be redirected to the same spot. They almost certainly didn't pull me out here to talk. I had to admit, I was pretty scared, and already thinking about Fiendfyre based on the environment. Pyro Incendio. I yelled, rather than bantering, snapping my blasting rod free of my belt from underneath my jacket and taking aim. Wraith's warning had gone a good ways to making sure I had it ready to draw and was keyed up enough to start out very aggressively. Mavra was already moving, but the vampire to my right must have thought I was unarmed. The purple jet of flame almost instantly resolved into a large cat-amago that pounced on the guy. He didn't even have time to scream. Look, I'm not proud of it. But I'd been doing the research for over 2 years. Unlike the true unforgivables, since Fiendfyre was doing the most simple and obvious thing possible with Hellfire, it wasn't automatically damaging to your soul, but only if it killed someone. Vampires didn't count as someone, as far as killing with magic went. And I was reasonably certain that the scrub grasses in the area weren't going to give the fire enough fuel to make it to the forests or Hogsmeade even if they hadn't been covered in frost. After all, it had only taken out Justin's entire house the last time I'd used it, rather than the neighbors. See, I'm a responsible user of hellish flame. The hard part was cutting off my connection to the fire before it drained my available magic. I swung the super hot flamethrower across the foundation while I clamped down, and managed to get the torrent of flame to go out without sacrificing another blasting rod. Hoping the Hellfire Imago would keep them distracted for a minute before it used up whatever power it had gotten from consuming the vampire, I turned and bolted. It got me a really good head start. Unfortunately, vampires are obnoxiously fast. Something that hit like a small car smashed me in the back before I'd gone even a third of the way back to Hogsmeade. I was moving away as fast as I could, so that seemed to turn some of the energy into throwing me across the heath instead of actually breaking my spine in half. Fortunately, I was getting a lot of practice aiming while getting knocked to the ground. I grunted out a regular incendio. As I hit the frozen ground, focusing on a big gout of flame rather than a focused line, and managed to catch the second vampire henchman with the edge. He went up, well, like a desiccated corpse, and started wailing and throwing himself on the ground to try to put out the fire. I thought about a follow-up spell to try to finish him off, but I realized I'd lost track of Mavra. I threw up a shield and was rewarded for my forethought by some nasty dark spell cracking off of it a moment later. I was once again glad that Hellfire spells didn't seem to work if you didn't actually have a soul to tear up with them, because a vampire throwing unforgivables would really, well, suck. Okay, with her henchman still trying to put himself out, I was down to one vampire, ahaha. One was manageable. Sure, she was a super fast dark witch, but that just meant she was more likely to hang back and lob spells at me before deciding to just rip my head off. I managed to get my feet under me despite my aching back and started hustling toward town as fast as I could go while still holding up a shield and trying to keep an eye on where the spells were coming from. I was so focused on where the zippy vampire spellcaster was on the rolling, moonlit heath that I missed another threat. Bounding from the edge of the Feywood, I was flanked by a large black dog with glowing red eyes, who managed to grab a mouthful of my leg and yank my foot out from under me, once again slamming me on the ground. Oh come on! Conf Ringo! I yelled, forcing the dog to let go and dodge rather than eat a blasting curse at point-blank range. With my luck, the Dementors would probably tag in on me in a second, too. As I scuttled back, favoring my dog-bitten leg, I tossed in a bombarda. For good measure, aiming at the ground, kicking up a blast of frozen, rocky soil into the animaga's face, and hopefully creating a screen of dirt against Mavra for a moment. Between the two fast-moving enemies, maybe three, since the henchman was no longer screaming about being on fire, there was no way I was making it to Hogsmeade over the clear, rolling terrain, especially since nobody seemed to have wandered out to help with a fight at 2 in the morning. But I'd gotten herded right up against the edge of the Fey Woods. And my godmother had just told me she wasn't coordinating with Voldemort's forces. Managing to roll to my feet and narrowly avoid another salvo from Mavra, I pushed myself to dash into the treeline, back and leg in agony even through the adrenaline. A few more spells slammed against the trees around me as I dodged between trunks, and I could hear branches crashing from my right as the extinguished henchman tried to catch up to me. Maybe he'd stake himself? To my left, I heard a canine grunting as Black tried to outflank me. Within moments, I'd be caught in between 3 opponents, and they could corner me and tear me apart at their leisure. But I knew something they didn't know. Using the last of my physical strength to bound onto the low, unusually circular hill in the clearing before me, I started to turn and could make out all 3 of my pursuers in a perfect triangle. The vampires even seemed to be grinning smugly at how trapped I'd gotten. But I was really hoping that the Wrath, designed since before the Veil for long-distance travel, wasn't subject to whatever interdiction Mavra had set up. I kept turning and used the last of my magical strength to concentrate on my deliberation, determination, destination, far away from here. I risked splinching a finger off by shooting Mavra the bird as I disapparated. Chapter 29, Houseguest. In theory, now that I'd finally started using the Wraths again after 2 years of avoidance, I had the whole of the British Isles to choose from. My godmother had given me an annotated road atlas and everything. In practice, I hadn't really committed any of those spots to memory, because I didn't intend to do what she wanted and shake loose any more never-never monsters to maraud across the countryside. I was kind of hoping, a little, that something nasty had popped out on top of the vampires and possessed animagus. So since I was such a poor student of interdimensional geography, I basically remembered that there was the Wrath in the park in West London that I'd accidentally landed in the first time I'd used these, and that there had been a Wrath really close to Hermione's house that I should have used to get home that time. When you have a split second to figure out where to go, sometimes your friend's house seems like a pretty safe option. And that's how a pajamas-wearing Jean Granger, cricket bat in hand, found me on his doorstep at nearly 3 in the morning on the first day of 1994. My brand new tuxedo was all torn up and it had taken me the better part of an hour to limp the half-mile to their door. Sorry. Got attacked by vampires. Didn't mean to wake you, I apologized, a little out of it. I vaguely remembered being let in, shown to a bed, and collapsing into sleep. I came to some time later to a surge of guilt followed by a blast of confidence. Oh, yeah, I guess that would wake you up, Penny apologized from the foot of the Granger guest room bed I was sprawled on. I hit you with the Excoriatus and the Libertas just in case they infected you with something, but I think you're clear. Did Black bite you on the leg? We probably need to get Madame Pomfrey to give you the magical equivalent of a tetanus shot. The Grangers bandaged it up and I healed it the best I could. Thanks, I told her. Hermione called you? You didn't have to drive all the way down here. No, I apparat to the public flue and then took that most of the way. Can't quite apparate all the way from the leaky cauldron to here without going off course, so I had to do some walking. How did you make it all the way here? Made it to the Wrath next to Hogsmeade, I explained. I should have gone somewhere closer, but this was the one that came to me in the crisis. What happened? She asked. I explained the basics of the previous night, Mavra being at the party, and everything that happened after I entered the fireplace at the Malfoys. Only you, Harry, she shook her head. McGonagall's not going to let you out of the castle for the rest of the year. I groaned. I'd managed to forget that issue. What? She's my grandmother, apparently. Nobody wanted to tell me except Rita Skeeter. Hey, she said, thinking about it. That makes the blatant favoritism make more sense. I must have scoffed, because she pointed out, strict disciplinarian Minerva McGonagall lets you get away with all the skiving you did all year, constantly backs you up to the headmaster, probably awards you more points than anyone else in her house, and doesn't she buy you Christmas presents? Still would have preferred to know I had family, I grumbled. Penny sat down on the edge of the bed and said, how old is she? I know we act like she's ancient, but she barely seems old enough to be a grandmother of someone who's 18. According to Rita, she had my mom right after Hogwarts. There was a local boy, they forgot to use protection, next thing you know she has to become a teacher because that's easier as a single mother than working at the ministry. Oh, yeah, Penny winced. Gosh. I can only imagine how much it would derail my life if Percy and I had a kid soon, and he'd stick around and we would be able to get the rest of his and my families to help. Maybe don't take it too personally. She could be terrified you'll reject her. That was definitely a more generous perspective than my godmother's long-maintained hatred of her best friend's distant mother. Before I'd had time to think too hard about it, a giant ginger ball of fluff leaped on top of my chest from the doorway of the guest room. Oof, hi Crookshanks, I told the cat, who accepted a few scratches before walking down to inspect my leg, headbutting my foot in apparent approval of Penny's healing job. Harry. You're up. Hermione yelled, patting down the hall just behind her familiar. Dad said vampires attacked you. Unfortunately. Let's just say that I guess I need to stop taking the Floo for granted as a safe point-to-point travel method. They managed to dump me out over in the ruins of the Shrieking Shack instead of the 3 broomsticks. She gasped, I read about that kind of thing. It's one of the reasons for the Hogwarts Express. That type of attack used to be a lot more common, after they invented the Floo system. I wonder if the Shrieking Shack ever had a fireplace that was connected, they might have been able to reactivate the connection and trick the network. Great, I said. At least the fairies apparently aren't working with Voldemort, so maybe they won't also know that trick. But Mavra was, my geese cut me off from finishing the thought. I wondered what the extent of her double-dipping was with her dealings with both Death Eaters and the Fae. Yet. I guess I could apparate back just in case. I don't know, Harry, Penny objected. It's lucky you didn't splinch yourself as it was, and I don't know how to test for magical exhaustion. Maybe you should just take the train back with us tomorrow. It's bad enough that I imposed already. I can't for another night, I told her. Nonsense, Helen Granger walked in, putting a hand on her daughter's shoulder. You're more than welcome to stay another night, Harry. I just wish we had some way of telling the school where you are. They must be worried sick. Already handled, Dr. Granger, Penny explained, holding up her hand with the ring I'd made. I messaged Matilda and she sent an owl to the school. Also she sent back, he had one mission, and I don't know what that's about. She told me to get home safe, I winced. I realized I was probably going to get an earful about somehow managing to get into another fight with no backup. Trouble does seem to find you, Helen nodded. Professor McGonagall must be constantly worried about you. I winced. Penny told her, sore subject. What? Hermione asked. I guessed it was going to be in the paper or Teen Witch Weekly soon enough, so I explained. Rita Skeeter found out that McGonagall's my grandmother. I don't know why she never told me. Ha! Hermione laughed in vindication. I knew she was too nice to you for some reason. She doesn't let anyone else in Gryffindor get away with nearly as much as you do. That's what I told him, Penny agreed. I kind of felt like it was pick on Harry's obliviousness day. Hermione's mom said, Jean almost has lunch ready. Why don't you girls head down and we'll be down in a minute. After they'd nodded and left, the dark-haired dentist leaned against the doorjamb and asked, Is she your only family? As far as I know, I told her. I guess my dad might have had relatives that the orphanage never managed to track down. But for 2 years nobody's been willing to tell me about my mom's people. And then you found out that you had one right there who wouldn't tell you, she nodded. With everything else you're going through, that's a lot. Don't let the girls convince you that it should have been obvious. They've only ever had a whole family. We worked hard at it for Hermione. I lost my mother young, too. And none of her family really had much to do with me after she passed. But maybe just think of whether you feel like she didn't want you to know, or just didn't know how to tell you. The adults that look like they have it all together are often the ones that have the hardest time figuring out how to fix it when they do mess up. I guess it's good that I'm getting so much experience fixing my mistakes, and nobody would think that I have it all together, I joked. You don't even see it, she gave me a motherly smile. I know Hermione idolizes you, Harry. Probably her friends too. No rational adult thinks they look like they have it all together. Being a grown-up is just one crisis after another that you're not ready for. But, I mean, just last night. If I'd been attacked by vampires I certainly wouldn't have escaped with nothing worse than a dog bite and be joking about it a few hours later. You have it together more than you think. Thanks, ma'am, I told her, though I wasn't sure I was sold. We headed down to lunch, me only hobbling slightly. Penny did good work. Hopefully the Department of Mysteries would let her work on improving healing spells on the side. As we sat down to a nice New Year's Day lunch of dentist-approved dishes, I thought Jean Granger was going to give me a third grilling on the evening, but he'd apparently heard enough secondhand and instead asked, So another date with Matilda? Hey, Harry? I hear that's getting serious. Hermione's father was a big fan of my current relationship, since it was proof that my intentions toward his daughter were entirely big brotherly. They have the same patroness, Hermione gushed. And get dressed up and go to New Year's balls together. The highly practical witch was probably about to hit the age where she was also annoyed that Hogwarts didn't have fancy dances. And Harry met her parents on Boxing Day, Penny grinned, scooping over a mound of potatoes. Didn't Percy spend it with yours, too? I winked back. And I hear his parrot patroness is starting to look a lot like your eagle. It's an auguret, not a parrot, she corrected, but then gave a small smile, but, yet. They were similar enough birds to start with that it's hard to be sure, but I think so. Jean and Helen shared a look that was part enthusiasm about the young love, but part finishing some conversation. Helen decided to point out, in the Muggle world, you'd both have university to think about it, but magicals basically make you go full adult as soon as you finish school. Have either of you given consideration to what your living situation is going to be with your significant others in a few months? Both Penny's and my eyes widened. Graduation was coming up a lot sooner than either of us really liked to think about. Matilda will be in school again next year, I hedged. But she'll be 17? And want to stay with you over vacations. Helen pushed. And last summer, I heard Molly talking about planning to make you up a room at the Burrow, Penny. Jean grinned. Both Penny and I groaned, basically simultaneously, and I summed up our issue. We gotta figure out how to get an apartment. Chapter 30, Family Matter. The rest of the day spent with the Grangers was strangely relaxing. While I loved the Weasleys, they were a lot. The Doctors Granger were much more relaxed, parental, without being aggressive about it. And they had a TV, a VCR, and tapes of several of the movies I'd missed over the last few years. Of course, I had to sit on the opposite side of the room and keep my magic contained so I wouldn't burn the electronics out. Hermione's power leakage wasn't nearly as bad as mine, but even she had also been exiled to the furthest couch. Apparently the last two TVs had failed dramatically when she forgot and tried to watch up close. Tonks showed up that evening to take my statement. She was nice enough to bring the change of clothes I'd left in my room at the 3 broomsticks that I hadn't been able to use the previous night. Her hair subtly flickering from light to dark pink with what I assumed was amusement as I finished explaining my story, she just shook her head and said, I think Moody's going to ask you to marry him or something. What? I boggled. We walked the crime scene earlier, and could corroborate a lot of what you just told me, she explained. The old man was impressed. You got ambushed in the open by 3 vampires, one of whom is a dark witch and black, got away, and managed to take one of them out and wound another. He was just chuckling and saying ha. Constant vigilance, every time we worked out a different stage of what had happened. And the way I took out that vampire. You probably shouldn't make Fiendfyre your go-to or anything, but Moody says he might have tried the same thing in that situation. If you'd burnt down Hogsmeade, it would have been a problem, she grinned. Well, unless you just got the Hog's head. Mavra was at the Malfoy party. Talking to the minister. He didn't seem to know who she was, I remembered. Egypt and Gringotts are both really bad about sharing information, Tonks admitted. But now she's committed a crime here. Well, honestly, she shrugged, if she'd just tried to kill you, who knows whether the ministry would care, but they take tampering with the flu seriously, and I think we can sell that she's helping Black. Shouldn't you be much deeper into your career before you get that cynical? I shook my head. I knew more or less what I was getting into. And Moody had no interest in leaving any of my illusions intact. She sighed, her hair fading to a much darker pink. But if the good Aurors give up on justice, then that just lets the corrupt ones stay in charge of everything. By the way, she changed the subject, was my aunt at the Malfoy party this year? Ask Matilda, I confirmed, as much as I was able. She nodded, figured. I was glad that the revelation of my relationship with her insane aunt hadn't ruined my friendship with Tonks. She was good people. Speaking of Matilda, she didn't actually decide to murder me for nearly getting killed when we met up on the train the next day, but she was pretty upset once I finished explaining what happened. Harry. Why does this keep happening to you? You got jumped in the flu. The rest of my friends' reactions were pretty similar, as I told the story multiple times on the train ride back to Hogwarts. Even Ron, Seamus, and Colin, though they clearly thought it was an exciting story, seemed to realize how much danger I'd been in. I could tell because their usual reckless Gryffindor rambunctiousness was very muted. They didn't even say, wicked. Even once. And then, after a few hours' peace on the train, I got called up to Dumbledore's office to tell the story again. McGonagall had sat in on the recounting, and it had been tense. I guess she'd picked up on it, and as she walked me back to Gryffindor after hours, she asked, "What's up, Hoss?" After a brief inclination to play it off, I decided why not do it then? I wasn't going to get less anxious about the conversation over time. Rita Skeeter ambushed me with family history before the party, I let in. Wanted to know if I'd talked to my grandmother about my parents. Since she was so available to me. Her step hitched and she quietly huffed, "Damn that woman," before visibly steeling herself and asking, "My office?" Sure, I shrugged. No sense having this out in the relative public of the mostly empty halls. Though I guess I would have welcomed Filch and Mrs. Norris showing up to provide emotional support. We deterred to her office and she offered the guest chair, before slumping down at her desk. She glanced consideringly down at a desk drawer, and I assumed there was liquor in there, before she shook her head slightly on the realization that it was a school night. Instead, she folded her hands together and placed them on the surface of the desk, beginning, "I've been trying to find the right time to tell you for over 2 years. Ma'am. With all respect. The right time was the first time we met in the infirmary," I chided her. I was suddenly struck by the memory of Madame Pomfrey sadly regarding the two of us. She must have known the whole time. Probably the whole staff knew, or at least every one of them that had been teaching when my mother was a student. I know. I'm sorry, Harry, she finally got out. You deserved better. I should be better. Gryffindor courage is no match for fears about family. Why were you afraid? I asked. I needed to know. I didn't buy that it was just a courage issue. With your mother with Margaret I never managed to balance my role as a teacher with my role as a mother. I felt that I couldn't show her preferential treatment, and I wound up pushing her away. I thought that if you knew that I was your grandmother but you still had to treat me as your professor, it would have the same effect. I thought about that for a second, then got out, again, with all respect. I think that's bullshit. That cracked a look of shock through her stoic facade. Plenty of kids have their parents as teachers. Any teacher at a public school that's ever had a kid. Homeschooled families. Everyone in history that ever taught their kids to do the family business. She just nodded, thinking about it, admitting, it seemed to make sense. That's when I began to notice the problem. How did you take her getting sorted into Slytherin? Not, well. And before that? I wondered. I had enough of the pieces now that I could put them together to make a shape. Did you live in the castle with her or did you move here after she left? Did you have any time for her before she got to Hogwarts? Did she know that you had to give up your original career to take care of her? Maybe what you saw at school was just her finally getting friends to give her context that made her think you didn't love her. All of that was sinking in. I didn't want to make an old woman cry, but it was all coming out. And then I had the thought and ground out, wait. Did you know about me? Did you let me sit in an orphanage for years? No. She insisted. She never told me. I only knew she died from rumors and inability to send her messages. And then one day your name showed up in the book of new students. It includes parents' names for legacy students. I couldn't believe it. But when we got to the orphanage, you were already gone. We searched for you with every moment for a year, and had the order on the lookout for clues afterward. That's how Kingsley knew to call us the moment you were arrested. That was the first news we'd had of you in years. Now it was my turn to think. I had never exactly been hiding. But I didn't know the steps Justin had taken to obscure my trail. For all I knew, he could have used some variation of the Fidelius that broke when he died. More likely, even though I hadn't moved far from the orphanage, British wizards would have no idea how to track down a kid in a big city in Muggle America unless I'd made national news. While I was finishing that thought, she got out. I'm still that scared teenager with a baby on the way, inside. Maybe if you'd come to me after your father died I would have gotten it right. But there you were, nearly fully grown, coming out of a tragedy greater than most adults have ever suffered, a complete stranger for me to figure out, and I panicked. I put on my educator face and just treated you like any other student until I could figure it out. And I kept putting it off. If that first day at Hogwarts she'd greeted me with how glad she was to have finally found me, that after that nightmare, at least I'd finally been found by family, it might have changed everything. It would have been the right time, I repeated. I'm sorry, Harry, she told me again. I could tell she meant it, but an apology wasn't getting 2.5 years of having a family back. Neither was being hurt and refusing to forgive her, remaining permanently estranged. But I wasn't ready quite yet. I wish I'd heard it from you and not from a reporter, I said. The longer you waited, the less chance there would have ever been a time that made sense. You may have never told me. I need some time. She just nodded sadly as I got up and left. Chapter 31, Chill Words. So what, exactly, are the Unseelie Accords? I finally asked the question that I should have a month earlier. In my defense, I was distracted. But as it finally got to the 21st of January, the Friday on which the Red Cap's slightly vague threat would probably be up, it was clear the ministry wasn't going to sign and I needed to know what they were refusing. You know the old laws that you sometimes hear about from conservative types. Bob, my skull-bound spirit of intellect began. Basically that. It's a huge compendium of things you're not allowed to do, and the penalties for doing them. It's mostly international. You know, basically to settle disputes between wizards and vampires and giants and such. It doesn't say a lot about internal rules for, say, wizards. Oh. I see why they don't want to sign, then. Matilda exclaimed. She was still the only person that I'd told about Bob, so the three of us were locked and silenced in a spare classroom. If we learned anything useful, it would get passed on to Dumbledore and his crew. I must have looked more confused, so she went on, there may be a ton of rules in there that are worse than what we've worked out on our own. We've pretty much been on top for centuries. I nodded, thinking I was getting it. Might be harder to keep the other magical races under the Ministry and ICW's thumb if they suddenly have all these old rights back. Pretty much, Bob agreed. One of the reasons for putting up the veil in the first place was to prevent the Cid from enforcing the penalties for reneging on the Accords. It's been downhill for most of the races that used to be on even footing ever since. Seems a lot, though, Matilda mused. If we had that much power, why not just force renegotiation? Bob considered for a moment, and offered, while I don't know for sure what they were thinking, fairy contracts are typically twistier than even demonic ones. Only the Cid really know everything that's in the accords. Lots of fine print. While the top line items are easy enough to keep in mind, there are a lot of sub-clauses if you want to get nasty. And the ones they protect most are the Cid. The wizarding government of the time may have figured it was worth it to take any drastic steps necessary to throw the whole thing out. Got it, nobody in the government wants to sign it because it gives the evil fairy lawyers too much power, I summed up. How bad would it be if they had to anyway? It worked pretty well for Ian's. Bob rolled his eye flames in what was his equivalent of a sarcastic shrug. Overall, they're pretty fair. Modern thought might consider some of the rules barbaric, or at least archaic. There are a lot of war guild clauses, for example, if you can pay off the family of someone you murdered, that's it for penalties. I wonder if anyone at the ministry even remembers why they broke it in the first place, I mused. Since hardly anyone seems to believe in fairies anymore. Do they even have a copy of it to look at and decide they don't want to sign it? Probably in one of the ministry or ICW libraries, Matilda answered. Purebloods don't throw away books. And we're as mad for legal precedent as the Muggle government. But this is a long document? I asked. Thousands of pages, in a modern book format, Bob agreed. So even if they have a complete copy, it's probably in older languages at this point that not everyone can read. They may have just punted on deciding that they couldn't really get a full understanding of the whole thing in a month, I said. The official line in the paper was about not negotiating with terrorists, which made me laugh because Maeve thought declaring themselves an enemy nation would avoid that label, stationing rapid response teams of hit wizards, and improving the wards at key spots. One thing to be said about all the Dark Lords of the 20th century, the wizarding world was pretty comfortable fighting a shadow war against opponents that could attack at any location. If anything, they were probably less concerned about fighting never monsters than squads of operating dark wizards. Muggles had only had about half a century to adjust to the idea of enemies targeting population centers without having to push through a whole army or navy in miles of terrain first. Wizards had been fighting that way forever. It was probably part of why they were so crazy. Speaking of crazy, as soon as Matilda and I walked back into the Gryffindor common room after the discussion, a frazzled Alexis intercepted me and insisted, "You're a guy, Harry. Tell him he's being insane. Tell them all they're being insane." I clearly felt like she was the insane one with that non sequitur, but Matilda seemed to know what was going on and asked, "Quidditch practice all weekend? And every evening for the next 2 weeks? He's so obsessed with the Ravenclaw match I don't even think he's thought about Valentine's Day coming up." Gah! She barely stifled a scream. The younger kids around the room were boggling a little, watching their senior prefect freaking out right in the common room. "I'll try to get him to chill out," I promised. "Guess he's down at the pitch." She rolled her eyes and said, "Of course he is." While Matilda took my roommate's exasperated girlfriend off to talk and calm down, I headed right back out to talk to said roommate. I hadn't even had a chance to go stow Bob back in my trunk. Sadly, Alexis' potion perfume for holding her boyfriend's attention wasn't any closer to being finished than my potion for countering cheater creature speed. And I was hesitant to point out that maybe if they couldn't work things out without chemical assistance. We were about an hour after dinner, so it was full dark outside, especially with the clouds that hung over the castle. It was easy to make out the Quidditch practice across the grounds, as broom-riding silhouettes whipped past the bright lights of the stadium. Fortunately, the clouds were part of a warm front, so it wasn't particularly cold for a Scottish winter, and the temperature control runes I'd worked into my duster were having no problem keeping up with the 40-something temperature. Since I'd gotten the coat for Christmas, I'd basically given up on wearing robes outside of classes, and nobody had said anything. I'd spent most of my enchanting time for the month putting various protective enchantments on the coat, though I could probably still do more. "Harry. Come TC practice?" Oliver asked, hopefully, from where he was floating only a little ways off of the ground coaching the rest of the team on drills. Tonight, it seemed to be bludger evasion, the girls were looping around as the twins swatted the aggressive iron cannonballs at them. "Came to intervene, man," I answered. I had his attention and he floated down closer to me to talk. "Lexi is pissed you're ignoring her for all this practice. She'll get over it," he waved off. "All our matches got moved to the back half o' the year. I really need to show what we're made of. It's my last chance at the cup before the professional leagues." "You won it last year, though," I argued. "True nah," he shrugged. "But T was close and we barely got it on points. Hopin' T have a real blowout this year. Might not have a girlfriend when you do, though." It looked like I might be getting through with him when there was a sudden cold gust of wind, dropping the temperature to nearly freezing in a moment. Might be time to pack it in, anyway. Oliver took the out. Was supposed to be a cold front comin' in. Might be bad weather for flying if it gets windy. And it was. The gust hadn't really let up, and within moments it had turned into a gale. The clouds above were being pushed across the sky, revealing the bright gibbous moon and stars. Seeing Oliver waving them in, the 6 players fought their way down, the force of the wind notably affecting their trajectories. Sure you don't want to keep going, Ollie? George asked, somewhat sarcastically. We could really practice our aerodynamics against gale force winds, Fred added, helping his brother wrestle the bloodjares back into their case. Yet. If it's like this on game day, you'll be wishing I'd drilled you on it. But Harry was just pointing out that it's the weekend, social lives, and all o' that. Saved us from a giant snake and Ollie's practices, our hero. Katie grinned, and the rest of the team didn't disagree. I think I'll shower in the dorms, Angelina mused. Don't want to walk across the grounds wet with this wind. I hung out while they got their brooms and other gear put away, and the 8 of us started to trudge across the grass back to the castle, the wind pushing against us so we almost had to lean into it to make progress. I'd find out later that the entire region was getting gales up to 70 miles per hour, and that wasn't even half the freak winter weather that hit the northern Midwestern United States. And then, suddenly, with the roaring of wind, it stopped. While it was still cold, the winds hadn't died down so much as they'd disappeared. The abrupt change made my ears pop like I'd suddenly changed altitudes. Ginny even stumbled a bit, having been leaning hard into the wind that had vanished. Back to the pitch. Fred joked. But nobody answered, because our eyes were glued above, where the stars and moon were suddenly smeared in the sky, as if seen through a rainy window. Well, more like through a frost-covered one. Over only a few seconds, fractal patterns danced across the sky, outlining an invisible dome that had sprung into being. Did someone activate the war wards? Maybe. Alicia supposed. Too far out, Oliver disagreed, looking down the edge of the dome. It's got most of the forest and probably Hogsmeade in it, not just the grounds. Guys. That starfield isn't quite right, Angelina, the best at astronomy class, noticed. And I see hints of the northern lights which weren't supposed to be visible tonight. Those aren't the northern lights, I disagreed, peering into the darkness, watching the tiny bright forms move and get closer. I could almost make out little gossamer wings on little humanoid figures. And if I was right about what I was seeing, they were carrying little spears. Wrong stars, an army of true Fae pixies incoming, and an interface around the school that was building up frost energy. I hoped I was wrong but I feared I was right. We just got sucked into the Never Never. Chapter 32, Falling Stars. Like hundreds of meteors, the legion of Never Never pixies began to dive toward the 8 of us, tiny stone-chipped spears betraying their intentions in the blue and green glows of their personal lights. A few of them wouldn't be much of a threat to a grown adult, but hundreds could do some damage. Maybe they were just trying to menace us back into the building, and maybe the fortune wards would intervene if their intentions were lethal, but it wasn't worth risking. Conf Ringo. I shouted, launching a blasting curse to scatter the descending lines. The explosion and shattering of the tiny fairy charge got my fellow students moving. Fall back. Oliver told the team. It wasn't anywhere near the distance from the Shrieking Shack to Hogsmeade that I'd tried to cover over New Year's, but we were only midway between the Quidditch pitch and the castle gates. We should have kept the brooms. Groused one of the chasers, probably Alicia, as the team broke into a retreat. Or at least the bloodjares, Ginny added. Above, split by my blast, the attackers were regrouping, spreading out into 2 spreading arms of glowing lights with sharp weapons. It would have been beautiful, if it weren't so menacing, a ballet of bright jewels sweeping through the air. We weren't going to beat them in a sprint, and I couldn't hit them all myself. Sweeping my staff in my offhand as I held my blasting rod in my right, I incanted, Flipendo. The knockback jinx seemed to work as well on pixies as it did on doxies, blowing another hole in the line as streaks of light were flung into the night. Immobiles. Tried Ginny, having heard how the kids had dealt with the Earthside pixies in Lockhart's class the previous year. Shouts of the 2 spells from the rest of the running Quidditch players began to make more holes in the pattern of lights, alternately being knocked away or dropped paralyzed to the ground. A few managed to dart through anyway, but so far tiny spears weren't enough to easily pierce Quidditch armor. From the corner of my eye I saw Ginny use her seeker skills to actually grab one rushing attacker out of the air and fling it back away. I felt a couple fail to penetrate the protective enchantments on my coat. It's a lot, but it's just pixies, Katie suggested, as we'd covered half the distance and knocked a substantial number of lights out of the air. Now you've done it, George yelled. Depulso. He tried a banisher, but it wasn't much more effective than the easier knockback charm. Yep, we're doomed, agreed Fred. Conf undo. He incanted, his wave of confusion sending several tiny lights off in erratic paths. Through the holes in the pixie lines there was more movement against the foreign stars. Oliver was the first to work it out. When they're right, they're right. Griffins, I think. Maybe they like to eat pixie. Angelina joked. Some days, I was really proud to be in Gryffindor. I bet nobody else's Quidditch team would be able to calmly and jokingly flee from a Fey invasion. The brightly plumaged Fey-raised lion birds did not, in fact, seem to be interested in the pixies. Instead, they plummeted like comets toward us. Ventus! I yelled, managing a torrential blast of wind that scattered the remaining pixies and fouled the griffins' dive a bit, forcing them to pull up. I couldn't keep that up all night. Run! I suggested. We'd made it to the main driveway down to the Hogsmeade gates and were close enough to the school now that I thought we might make it. I was half right. 7 athletes who hadn't just let loose a very powerful spell managed to cover the distance, but I fell far enough behind to be an issue. Long legs and a bit of cardio did not equal the grueling sports practice Oliver put them all through, even though most of it was flying rather than running. They probably thought I was right behind them, but I saw my roommate turn in shock as he hit one of the castle doors as 2 griffins landed in between us on the road, cutting me off. Harry! He shouted, clearly trying to work out the best way to take out a griffin, who, like most dangerous magical beasts, were already tricky to affect with spells even without the extra boost they may have from their never-never upbringing. I was worried about the same thing, and cognizant that there were others above me probably waiting for me to be distracted. What I didn't expect was another blur of less brightly colored plumage to drop into my opponents, letting loose a warcry. Birdhorse tore into Birdlion as one of the hippogriffs, maybe Buckbeak himself, assaulted the Fey monster in a bloody flash of sharp beak and taloned hooves. Above, I heard similar cries as the rest of the hippogriff herd slammed into the still flying griffins. Oh, right, hippogriffs are territorial against griffins. Oliver supplied, shouting from the door. I looked up to see if the others had it covered and noticed pixie lights winking out as well. Up above, translucent black horses were mostly visible as they eclipsed the stars. The Thestrals apparently thought pixies were delicious. But the arrival of our own herds of terrifying magical horses reminded me of their caretaker, whose small shack might not hold up to a continued Fey assault. Get inside! I instructed Oliver, across from the fierce battle that was still in the way of my dash to safety. I'll check on Hagrid. Clearly upset with me going off on my own again, Oliver rolled his eyes and reminded me, if you die, Thilda's going to kill you. Good luck. He ducked inside, shutting the heavy front door with finality. It seemed like, for now, the local fauna were coming out ahead in the battle as I ran toward Hagrid's hut across the grounds, essentially opposite the driveway from the Quidditch pitch. But I figured we were just seeing the fastest flyers, and I had no idea if we'd soon be drowning in slower-moving fantastical beasts. Nothing else dove at me as I crossed the lawn at a jog, trying to keep from getting so winded I couldn't defend myself if something did come after me. Fang, Hagrid's enormous black boarhound, was barking furiously from the hut as I ran up, and I saw the half-giant's bulk block the light in his window as he looked out to see me coming up. Harry. What's going on? He asked me, opening the door and poking his head out. I think we got sucked into the Never-Never, I huffed, slowing down to his door. I summed up, Buckbeak's herd and the Thestrals are fighting a bunch of pixies and griffins. We need to get into the castle in case worse shows up. He looked like he was going to argue, but finally nodded and shrugged on his coat and grabbed his gear, including his handheld ballista. He banked his fire and stepped out into the night. Come on, Fang, he ordered the dog, closing the door behind him. Wart's resuppository to keep hostile beasts out, he groused as we started to head back toward the school. Probably supposed to do a lot of things that don't work right when we get transported into the Never-Never, I shrugged. Hopefully Dumbledore's up and figuring it out. He made a good point, though. If the creature prevention wards weren't working, the fortune wards might not be either. Not that I took for granted that I was safe from getting killed at school, but it was something else to keep in mind. We could still see an aerial fight above the grounds as we fast walked across. Leave him alone. Hagrid yelled at a griffin that seemed to be winning his dogfight, and let fly with a crossbow quarrel that could probably be used as a siege weapon. The surprised griffin crashed into the turf as a mangled wing was nearly torn off its body by the heavy projectile. Hey Tha, the giant gamekeeper grimaced, but can't be having aggressive critters on the grounds. Before he could get another bolt loaded or I could console him about the damage to the extraplanar wildlife, Fang whined at something behind us. I spun to see a patch of greater darkness roiling across the grounds in our direction, seemingly coming out of the forest and engulfing the hut we'd just left. It at least made me feel good about rescuing Hagrid. Within the writhing shadows, I could make out the grunts of animals sprinting across the lawn. Hobbs, Hagrid said, slotting the bolt into place. Think you're right, Harry. None outside African reserves for ages. Big, nasty demi-guises, he explained, but they make darkness instead making themselves invisible. I didn't go to magical creatures class, but if I remembered right from my defense owl study of hostile beasts, the nearly extinct Hobbs darkness was called Myrk and they could basically control it to murder prey in the shadows. And, of course, they were magic resistant. Before we could figure out our tactic against a hidden number of assassin baboons, the cloud of darkness and sounds of running stopped. Stepping forth from the unnatural shadows, but still barely visible in the starlight, was an extremely handsome but short and stocky man in black leather armor. The pointed ears and beauty made me guess another Cid, but not one I'd seen before. "Ah! Fortuitous!" he announced, bracing an ebon-shafted spear with a sharp obsidian spike as the point. "La Facon, I presume." Not sure if I wanted to get another pass for whatever my mother and godmother had gotten up to, I nonetheless nodded, "The same." "Excellent. I hear that you've quite upset one of our queens." He smiled menacingly, baring teeth that gleamed white even in the extremely dim light. "I shall be quite happy to be the distributor of her ill will." With that bit of parley out of the way, he stepped back into the darkness, which once again began to charge. So much for my mother's protection. Chapter 33, Night Terror. Lumos Maxima. I tried, the overpowered lighting charm causing my amulet to flare like a spotlight from my chest. It barely did anything to the myrk surrounding the horde of fey beasts, other than make their silhouettes contrast slightly against the cloud of shadow. It was enough to pick a target, and my follow-up Bombarda Maxima heaved an enormous chunk of turf over half the formation. My tendency to blow up the ground to deal with magic-resistant creatures was probably not endearing me to the house elves tasked with landscaping. Hagrid had also used my flash of light for useful targeting, and 2 screeches seemed to indicate that his heavy quarrel had kept going into the hob behind the one he'd aimed at. Fang, of course, had whimpered and took off like the cowardly dog he was. He honestly had a good plan. "Fall back," I suggested to Hagrid. I saw stars in my vision as I turned and sprinted away from the monsters, hopefully slowed a bit by our attack. Using 2 powerful spells like that in succession wasn't great for my magical reserves, and hopefully I'd be able to manage a brief sprint without passing out. I could feel Hagrid continuing along right beside me, the ground shaking with his footfalls. I doubted the square cube law would let him do a marathon, but 9 feet of height and an active lifestyle made him surprisingly fast over short distances. He was even managing to reload his crossbow while he ran. "I guess if you are going to have one preferred combat method, you get really good at it. See the plan?" I huffed at the big guy, gesturing with my staff at our objective and almost tripping with the upset to my already tenuous running balance. I could hear the clamoring of the hobs behind me. "Gonna be real close," Hagrid agreed, backhanding an ape trailing darkness that leaped on his back. I saw that and managed to dodge one that tried the same to me, stumbling on the uneven grass and turning my final sprint into a staggering charge. I felt a weight on my back as another tenebrous ape made the leap and had better aim, angrily hooting at me as it plowed me face first into the dirt in preparation of biting or ripping my head off. Hagrid hit the ground rolling at about the same time, more gracefully, dodging a blur of shadow and clawed arms that just missed him. And then got unceremoniously punted through the air in the direction of the castle with a sound like a baseball bat striking a side of beef. The one on my back hooted in surprise before I felt it, also, get driven off of me with a golf swing that very nearly missed me. Whumping Willow 2, Hobbs 0. Well, if you counted my mouth full of dirt and grass burn, give them half a point. I could hear several more surprised, pained hoots and the rapid creaking of wood like an old ship in a dangerous sea as the ornery osier offed our onyx opponents. Look, when you're hunkered down in the dirt while tons of hardwood smash around you, you can alliterate all you want to. And roll, Hagrid suggested, when the sounds of branches narrowly missing us moved on to the other side of the tree's radius of denial. Sheathing my rod and pulling my staff close, I started to try to roll back toward the castle and away from the trunk. Hagrid had simply tossed his crossbow ahead before he began rolling, and was pulling ahead of me. He had a lot more girth to work with, so he covered more ground with each rotation. I'd just cleared the area where the grass barely grew, not even the sod safe from the tree's occasional tantrums, when a massive black spear was barely deflected by my coat and into the ground. If I'd been rolling a little slower, it probably would have hit. Clever, but insufficient, the shadowy Cid sneered, standing slightly separate, sequestered safely, suspicious. Look, I'm not proud of it the alliterating, but it's hard to focus when there's a fey-built cheater weapon that just nearly impaled you. Obsidian shouldn't even be able to get that long without shattering unless you use magic. I did not want to get hit with the spear. Depple so. I said, too scared of the follow-up thrust for a one-liner, my right hand coming up out of my belt pouch that I'd been grabbing for while rolling. I'd planned to use my staff to banish the iron nails at our opponents from a distance, but in melee range a wandless charm was sufficient. Tiny sparks of bright fire lit up the front of the black-clad Cid Knight as he screamed in pain and flung himself away from me. He even let go of the spear and I was able to grab it one-handed where it still stuck in the ground and toss it behind me back into the willow's danger zone. I didn't want to try running with 2 long shafts of wood. The thrum of Hagrid's crossbow informed me that he'd managed to lever himself back up, and had impaled the first hob that had been knocked in our direction, recovering and reforming its shadows. Ways clear. The gamekeeper grunted, glancing my way and then beginning to trundle toward the castle doors. Somehow we crashed through before I completely exhausted myself. Maybe my light cardio needed to become a real exercise set, all the sprinting I was doing. I slid across the stone of the castle atrium and clocked Oliver slamming the door shut again behind me. Hagrid barked out a variation on the locking charm, his command over the gates giving him the authority to engage the barrier enchantments on the building. Finally feeling safe, I slumped back down against the stone. I got about 3 seconds of rest before a massive tongue swiped my face, Fang apologizing for fleeing and checking that I was okay. While Hagrid handled explaining to the Quidditch team what had just happened, I idly pet the giant boarhound with my free hand, laying on the cold stone and getting my breath back. While it seemed like forever in adrenaline-fueled moments, it had probably only been a few minutes since the attacks started, so it was still just the refugees from the Fey onslaught in the room. I started to think about next steps, and wonder how long it would take for the professors to get down and start reinforcing the wards. Honestly, it should still be at least an hour until curfew. Where was everyone? Where is everyone? I put that thought to words, directed at the twins. Everyone else looked at them expectantly as well. It doesn't work right if you all watch, Fred groused, while George hid behind him and pulled out the map that we all pretended we didn't know they had, tapping it with his wand and whispering the activation phrase. After a moment of perusal, George explained, everyone's in bed, looks like. Where they're supposed to be. Nobody but us is moving. I was willing to take for granted that some kind of sleeping beauty fairy bullshit had happened, rather than everyone being dead. If everyone was dead, we had real problems. Maeve. I wondered, aloud. He moved down to one of the bottom corners of the map and said, in the dungeons, with the other snakes. That was good, at least. I'd rather have her getting her alibi sorted rather than ready to run interference in the castle. I tiredly sat up and suggested, split up and see if we can figure out why everyone's asleep. I'll see if I can wake up Dumbledore. I'll protect the doors, Hagrid offered, slotting in another crossbow bolt. Harry, take Ginny with you and check Gryffindor, Angelina took charge. She was the prefect for her year, and Wood's likely replacement as Quidditch captain the next year, so it made sense. She quickly sorted the rest of the team into pairs to check the other common rooms and nearby professors' quarters. As we hiked up the stairs toward the 7th floor, Ginny mused, it's not like it is in the books, is it? Words have a hard time with the smell, at the very least, I agreed, seeing where the little adventure novel aficionado was going. Battles were hard enough without dwelling on the sense of blood, unwashed monsters, and flesh burned by spell fire and iron. I need to get better, she nodded. It's one thing when they're meeting you on the field of battle. It's another when they're pouncing on you in the dark. Yet. Nobody really stands in a line and trades shots anymore. It was kind of dumb that they ever did it that way. And dueling isn't like real fighting. What the tiniest Weasley decided was lost as we were surprised by actual sunlight streaming in from the top floor windows as we crested the stairs to our common room entrance. Sunrise was happening at a rapid pace, when as far as I knew it was not even 9 at night. Time weirdness, I growled, remembering all the stories of people walking into the land of the fairies and coming out years later unchanged. We need to solve this fast. The painting of the fat lady that guarded our common room door was also asleep, but fortunately the password magic didn't actually rely on her, a fact that many first years caught out after curfew failed to realize. We stepped in to see several students sprawled out on the couches and chairs. Matilda was in her classic waiting up chair, with a good view of the door. Percy, Alexis, and a few of the other kids that were usually the last up to bed were also zonked out as if they'd fallen asleep wherever they were sitting. Time acceleration and a sleep spell, I guessed, aloud. Ginny just shrugged, and went to shake her brother. I moved over and gently tried shaking my girlfriend's shoulder. Hey! Thilda! Wake up! Neither roused, not even making the normal noises of a deeply sleeping teen refusing to get up. Finite incantatum. I tried the general counterspell, and then, innervate. Neither worked. We don't even have spinning wheels in the castle, I complained. Ginny, having tried shaking the rest of the kids, gave me a look, caught my reference, and grinned. Well, there's one thing only you can try. I blanched, getting her meaning. Trust the story-obsessed teen to realize the skeleton key to fairy-induced comas. I leaned over, nervous. This would be a really embarrassing time to find out that what I had wasn't true love. Chapter 34, Live Within You. Fortunately, whatever I had with Matilda was close enough for fairy enchantments. Or maybe the delighted, high-pitched noise that Ginny started making when she saw my girlfriend stir under my kiss was on precisely the right wavelength to destroy the spell. My dangerous wizard vibe was going to be completely destroyed once it got out how adorable the second year found me. We can go get Oliver to wake up Alexis too. Ginny mused. I don't know if that's the best idea, right now, I frowned, breaking away from Matilda, worried about how this whole night had started with trying to convince him to pay more attention to his girlfriend than to Quidditch. Well, good morning to you, too, Matilda said as she woke, cutting off any reply from Ginny. Did I fall asleep on the couch? Everyone did. Ginny explained. You were under a fairy spell, but Harry kissed you awake. That got her up the rest of the way, her eyes clearing and flicking between us as she processed. You're still dressed the same, so I didn't miss years, then? She finally asked. Like half an hour, I answered. I gestured to the visibly moving shadows in the room from the daylit window and corrected myself. Time seems to be wonky, though. I think the whole castle is in the Never Never. That's not good. Ask Bob. Who's Bob? Ginny inquired. Matilda winced at the mistake in her waking state. I sighed but shrugged. I was 5 months from being out on my own, and it would be harder for the adults to take him away if the secret got out, but I tried. You have to keep this quiet. Even more than about your brother's map. What map? Ginny asked, with a wink, miming buttoning her lips closed. Wizards didn't know about zippers. I regarded her for a second, then nodded, reaching into my bag of holding and withdrawing the skull where it had sat the entire time we'd been outside. Fortunately, the undetectable extension inside came with a lot of padding, so he'd never been in danger from me taking hits and rolling around on the ground. Actually, if the school was currently in the Never Never, how did that impact all the expanded spaces that normally pushed into the Never Never? I made a mental note to solve that little arithmetic problem later. Bob's eye flames sprung to life, seemingly unaffected by the daylight as the mostly nocturnal spirit would be in the real world, and he glanced around curiously. What have you gotten me into now, Harry? He complained. Matilda reached over and shut Ginny's mouth before she could ask the obvious questions, whispering that she'd explain later. So I quickly summed up what had happened since I got down to the Quidditch pitch, for both Matilda's and Bob's edification. Yeah, you're right. We're definitely more in the Never Never than outside right now, Bob agreed with my assessment, as I finished. Take me over to a window. I obliged and he looked out across the grounds that we could see from Gryffindor Tower, the sun already most of the way overhead, hours obviously passing in minutes. Looks like a several 100-yard radius centered on the castle. Got most of the forest and the town. I hadn't noticed that Hogsmeade had been taken, but I winced out, hope they're handling the fairy invaders okay. From up here, it was pretty obvious that the normal landscape abruptly cut off not far outside the school grounds. Maybe you wouldn't immediately notice if you weren't looking for it, as I hadn't just walking into the room, but the distant landmarks were missing, and the whole thing looked almost like a painted background from an old Technicolor movie, not really intended for close scrutiny. That's a very specific radius, Bob continued. I don't think you could get an inversion this big without several anchors around the perimeter. If it's just past Hogsmeade, it might extend to the Wrath. I mused, thinking of the fairy mound I'd used to apparate on 2 occasions. The girls had joined me by the window, looking out. Below, movement on the grounds indicated that various fey creatures were continuing to explore, though they were more careful in the light, most skittering quickly across to lurk against walls or trees. That might be one, Bob allowed. I'd need to get up on the astronomy tower to judge the exact radius, but it seems like it's pretty firmly centered on the castle. You'd either need several more anchors, each the same distance from the building, or some kind of powerful source inside the building. I groaned. Like a room that can be anything you want, and open doorways out to about the radius that's being affected. My gaze specifically prevented me from explaining where the girls could hear that it was also under Maeve's control and deeply linked to the school's connection to the Never Never, but I'd shared that fact with Bob privately after it happened. That would probably do it, he admitted. I guess let's go see if we can fix the room of requirement, I said. Of course, I'd expected Matilda to follow me. I hadn't quite expected Ginny to come along. I probably should have, due to her adventurous nature and irrepressibility. Percy's going to kill me if you come along, I told the girl. It was weird, because the big brother in question was asleep on the couch 5 feet away when I said it. I'll tell him that I blackmailed you, the redhead shrugged. Big blackmail, Matilda nodded, though I caught in her eyes that she, too, was a little worried about bringing a 12-year-old along. She was being hoist with her own petard by insisting that I accept help in dangerous situations, so couldn't exactly ban someone else who wanted to so without sounding like a hypocrite. Implicates us both. Fine. But if you get hurt and don't die, he's also going to kill you, so be careful, I admonished. I stowed Bob back in the bag, assuming I might need his input once we got to the room, and checked my foci. Matilda and Ginny both got their wands out, and we exited the common room. The room of requirement entrance was only a short walk from Gryffindor Tower, and there was, as expected, a door manifested and ajar in the wall. What was not expected was 24 house elves in Hogwarts crested towel togas spread out around the hallway. In hindsight, I should probably have been more worried about Maeve co-opting the castle's large staff of fey creatures. This hallway be off limits. A particularly wizened elf announced in a high-pitched voice, wrinkled hand held up officiously to cause us to halt. The rest of the crowd of tiny, big-eared humanoids stood on guard as their leader hailed us. Most of them were barely taller than my knee, but I wasn't totally sure how dangerous their magic was when actually unleashed against humans. Wait, could they even attack us? Everything I knew about house elves centered on their loyalty to their masters, and for school elves, that might include all the staff and students. Who has declared the hallway off limits? I asked. The young queen, their spokes-elf admitted. But not the headmaster. I asked. Has the headmaster given you orders to prevent students from using these facilities? The old elf frowned, a hand reaching up to twist her own ear in concentration. We must serve the queen. We must serve the castle, she grit out. Oh no. Matilda said. Classic Culane situation. Conflicting deezes. I nodded. This wasn't exactly an evil witch with a bowl of dog meat stew, but, actually, I vaguely remembered that Maeve was the name of the queen that the Celtic hero fought, so it kind of fit. Was she the original Maeve of the myth? No time to get sidetracked by interpreting mythology, I instead fell back on a more recent myth. Like Sarah to Sir Didymus in Labyrinth, I simply asked, what, exactly, have you sworn? We is to watch the hallway and keep any from entering the room, she explained, grudgingly. And if you had to be somewhere else, and couldn't watch the hallway? I suggested. We can't knows what we can't sees. She allowed, after worrying her ear for another few seconds of thought. Aren't you all needed in the kitchens? I nodded. After all, we must have missed several meals so far. And yous not go in the room, while we sees to other duties? She asked, with feigned suspicion. Nope, just right back to the common room, Ginny piped up, fingers crossed behind her back. I was glad she took the initiative on that lie, since I had enough deezes of my own that lying in this situation might roll back on me somehow. The elf considered for a minute, looking at the others. They mostly seemed relieved that they weren't going to have to fight us. Unless I was really underestimating elf magic, we could take them. Even if they won, assaulting students would probably invoke some severe punishment from their oaths. Finally, the elf nodded and ordered, breakfast is past, and lunch too. Lots of cookery to catch up on. To the kitchens, all. They all scurried away. After they were out of earshot, Matilda said, poor little guys. But we should warn Dumbledore. Next time she might tell them to do something that doesn't conflict. Like spying on the whole school, I nodded. I wondered if the castle could even work without a whole force of indentured enemy combatants. I nudged open the door all the way and we walked into basically the same setup as Maeve had tricked me in when she claimed the room, stairways at all angles and orientations. Through dangers untold and hardships unnumbered. Matilda quoted, getting a good look at it. Why are the stairs on the ceiling? Ginny asked, unfamiliar with either Escher or Muggle fantasy films. More importantly, why is that column on the ceiling? I'd finally spotted the column with the glyph Maeve had used to claim the room, but it was basically opposite where it had been originally, stuck to a landing a dozen yards above our heads. I pointed it out to the girls. That's what we're after, but there's no way. I began, stepping onto a stairway that peeled off at a gravity-defying angle. There was. By pulling us into the Never Never, she'd solved the issue with being limited to Earth's gravity. As soon as I set both feet on the stairs, my stomach pulled sideways and suddenly it looked like Matilda and Ginny were standing on a wall. Right, do I try to find a path to the column, or do I take the leap of faith? I mused out loud. Matilda just rolled her eyes at me and asked, are you a wizard or not? Wingardium Leviosa. With her swish and flick, she levitated me by my clothes until I floated near enough to the column for the local gravity to take over. I flipped ungainly to the ground that used to be ceiling, now staring up at the girls inverted on what seemed to be the ceiling. Right. Good point, I admitted. Get ready to do that again once I cancel this. She shot me a thumbs up. Got it. Ginny, keep an eye on the door. The littlest Weasley nodded, but only spared an average of one eye. There was no way she was going to miss whatever stupid magical thing I was doing, and kept glancing back and forth. I pulled Bob back out of my pouch so he could see the rune and asked, like we discussed. He looked it over and hummed in agreement, yep. Just sever the central junction and renounce. But stow me safely first. You're going to smash your skull open in a second. No reason to risk mine. Glad to know we're in this together, I grumbled at him, but returned him to the bag of holding and pulled out some carving tools from my belt. Okay, about to do this. I shouted down to Matilda, placed the chisel across the most important section of the glyph, and defaced it while shouting, this witness reclaims that which was taken under false pretense, and used to harm the wizards of Hogwarts. With a burst of cold air, the glyph flared and then disappeared from the column, only my gouged mark left to deface the column. There was a sudden pressure differential, like rising on an airplane or coming up too fast from underwater, making my ears pop. With a very brief sensation like I'd been turned inside out, gravity reasserted itself. Arresto momentum. Matilda managed, before I broke my head open on the space where she stood, which had won the argument about what got to be the floor. As I floated like a feather down to the ground, I laughed like a madman and shouted in the vague direction of where Maeve was hiding in the Slytherin dorms, you have no power over me. Matilda joined in the laughter. Ginny just looked back and forth between us and finally asked, "Are you both quoting something?" Chapter 35, Signing Bonuses. Fixing the room of requirement had taken long enough in the screwed up never time that it was already fully dark, an entire day passed in minutes. We'd caught everyone else still awake up on what happened, then had a tense few hours to see if people were actually going to wake on their own. Even though the twins could see her moving around a bit on their map, Maeve had the good sense to hide in the Slytherin dorms. If we'd had the password or she came out, it could have gotten violent. I wasn't actually sure whether she'd be able to defeat me, Matilda, Hagrid, and the whole Gryffindor Quidditch team. She likely would have at least seriously injured us in the process, so I was grudgingly happy we didn't have to find out. Hagrid was uncommonly okay with helping with the violence once Matilda explained to him that Maeve was behind everything. His good nature didn't extend to people that endangered his animals, especially if they were already in Slytherin. After a tense few hours in the dark, fortunately the denizens of the castle began to wake with the dawn. We split up to inform the headmaster and heads of house what had happened, had breakfast, the elves had made a lot, and then went to bed. Everyone else was acting like they'd had 36 hours of sleep instead of the few hours of subjective time those awake had experienced, while we were effectively up way past our normal bedtimes. We slept right through lunch on what we discovered was, indeed, Sunday, but Dumbledore had been off since we debriefed him anyway, gathering information from the Ministry. He wound up interrupting dinner to make his announcements. "I'm sure most of you have discovered that Hogwarts was placed into an enchanted slumber, and that today is Sunday, rather than the Saturday you expected. What you may not have heard is that the school in Hogsmeade briefly disappeared, or sent to the location found only a primeval forest in our location. I understand from the few not enchanted into slumber that, during this missing period, we were in the realm of the fairies. Fortunately, the damage from marauding creatures is minimal. This appears to have been part of a series of gambits to bring the Ministry and ICW to the negotiation table. I understand several other magical schools disappeared as well, and the entire city of Milwaukee in the United States, which holds one of their most populous wizarding districts. These gambits were successful. The nations of the ICW have once again signed the Unseelie Accords, which primarily govern relations with other intelligent magical races. This should hopefully have little impact on you in the near future, but I have encouraged Professor Binns to research the Accords and explain them in upcoming classes. Though we've lost a day, our class schedule is not affected, so I encourage everyone to get any homework they plan to do over the weekend finished after we finish eating. Dig in." I glanced over to the Slytherin table, where Maeve was shooting me an unreadable look, which wasn't the smug victory face I'd expected. Maybe she'd planned to get away with it entirely, and wasn't pleased that I'd removed her control over the room and drastically increased the scrutiny she'd receive from the rest of staff going forward. Still didn't exactly feel like a victory. That evening was such a frantic scramble for all of Gryffindor to get their weekend homework finished that there weren't even a ton of questions for me and the Quidditch team about what had happened. I managed to catch most of the way back up on my sleep and get through my Monday classes before Percy and Alexis made Oliver and me tell them the whole story while we waited for Penny at our afternoon spell crafting session. The Ravenclaw prefect finally showed up about 20 minutes late with an armload of notes. "Sorry. I had to go check something in the library. I think I've cracked it." We'd been stuck on the final apology for a while, mostly in finding a workable incantation that fit the rest of the arithmancy. "Is this your dream you told me about?" Percy asked. Penny nodded, spreading her notes out on the table. "I guess an enchanted sleep was good for something. Really let my sleepy time brain work the problem. Also, Harry, I hate you." "What did I do?" I asked, the picture of innocence. "You know the stupid incantation you wanted to use?" she began. I nodded, because I'd jokingly suggested that we should use Hocus Pocus since this was the opposite of the killing curse, which basically sounded like abracadabra. Right number of syllables, but it didn't fit the arithmancy. I shrugged. What I remembered in my dream was something I read about one of the theories of where Hocus Pocus came from. I looked it up and it fits. So. I hate you. She shoved over the final notes page, where she'd underlined Hoc Est Corpus on the sheet. I beamed and asked, "Thoughts on the emotion?" "Well, since the killing curse is hate, and I heard about how you woke up Thilda." Penny began, getting a bit of the same romantic look in her eyes Ginny had been sporting every time she looked at me for the past day. Percy, understanding what was expected of him, looked deeply into his girlfriend's eyes, pointed his wand to our downrange wall in the classroom, and did the wand gesture while breathing, Hoc Est Corpus. The blast of orange-red light, shot through with streamers of silver, almost looked like what happened when Dumbledore's phoenix teleported. It splashed against the masonry, leaving a momentary field of glowing color that evaporated harmlessly from the inanimate object. Beaming, Penny mirrored the cast, having a similar effect. I grinned at how lost in each other's eyes my friends were, shrugged, and thought of Matilda, adding my own splash of anti-wraith energy to the collection. Alexis was now looking expectantly at Oliver, who hadn't even pulled out his wand yet. He was also smiling at the spectacle of Penny and Percy, and it took him a minute to realize his girlfriend was staring at him. The wand gesture for this one's complicated, he said, somewhat defensively. Ollie, why didn't you wake me up, like Harry woke up Thilda? The burly Scotsman shrugged, explaining, we were downstairs while Harry and Ginny checked the 7th floor. Harry, how long was it between when you fixed the room and when the sleeping spell wore off? She asked, adding me to the brewing fight. I mean, time was messed up, so there's no way to be totally sure. I hedged, but her eyes were narrowing and I shrugged helplessly at Oliver. Couple hours. She turned back to her boyfriend and asked, maybe you just didn't think about it. But, well, the wand gestures aren't that hard. Taking a deep breath to marshal his courage, Oliver nodded, looked Alexis in the eyes, and incanted, Hoc est corpus. His wand gesture was fine. He got a pinkish mist, similar to trying to cast a patronus without a strong enough memory. Alexis just nodded, sadly. She looked back at Oliver, whispered the incantation, and her own fully formed blast of light hit where the rest of them had. Wiping a tear from her eye, she walked out of the room without another word. Chapter 36, Hormones. Tell us about the Hobbs, please, Harry, Luna suggested. Her quill was poised in a stance that I'd come to regard as her journalism mode rather than just being a student. The other Ravenclaw and Slytherin second years looked on in anticipation. They haven't been seen in Britain for ages. It was shocking how fast the wizarding world could adjust to their new status quo. It hadn't been a week since Hogwarts had received unarguable proof of the Never-Never, Britain had signed a long-forgotten pact with the Fae, and the entire school had been forced into slumber while creatures menaced the grounds, and it was all becoming just another piece of weird history. The full moon came, I had to sub for Remus classes, and the kids were more interested in unusual creatures than in the extra-dimensional politics. Matilda's class, the period before, had basically asked the same kinds of things, but endured me trying to teach them the Liberta's charm instead. Shadowy, mean, and prone to getting lured into the Whomping Willow, I explained. They're pretty similar to demiguises, so I guess we can talk about those too. Luna had already hit me up about my general exploits over the previous weekend, and I wasn't sure how much was going to make it into the Quibbler. Apparently the tabloid was experiencing a sudden surge in readership, since they'd been vindicated in the December edition as the only ones that had been talking about the Fae. Fortunately, the Daily Prophet had so far been uninterested in interviewing me, possibly because Rita was their only reporter I'd ever talked to, and she was more interested in my family and love life. I managed to make it through the class/interview, and my own year was next. It was as intense as most of my classes had been all week. Oliver and Alexis were still pointedly not talking. Charms, Transfiguration, and Defense, the classes they still had in common, had required a frantic reshuffling of partners. My own relationship with my grandmother, head of house, and Transfiguration professor was still strained, so McGonagall's class, in particular, had been very tense. She was hesitant to make a big deal of forcing a reorganization of partners, and Remus wasn't an experienced enough professor yet to know how to handle it. Flitwick, at least, was immune to the teen drama and took it all in stride. After a sedate lunch and after lunch period, I got to the fun part of my Friday afternoon, when I had the 3rd and 4th years in Gryffindor and Hufflepuff for my last 2 periods. Field trip, everyone, I told Hermione's class, and led them out toward the grounds, where Hagrid was planning to meet us with his own afternoon Newt class of 7th years in tow. That Newt class was just the students that had dropped charms, where I should have been if I hadn't been covering for Remus. What are we doing, Harry? Hermione asked. It clearly still grated on her every time she called me that instead of Professor Dresden in my role as Remus' substitute, but I wasn't angling to be anything more than a TA, and didn't want to put on airs. Looking into the kind of damage magical creatures can do, I explained. Fortunately, only a couple of the hippogriffs had died, but several had taken wounds from the griffins. Similarly, only a few griffins had been injured enough that they couldn't flee, but their corpses were an excellent demonstration of what hippogriffs could do in a fight. As far as we could tell, the Thestrals had gotten away unscathed with bellies full of pixies, and the Hobbs had left the different types of flying horses alone. But there were a few pixies to show off that had died from being punted into structures by our spells, and Hagrid, the Willow, and I had made a couple of Hob corpses to show off. Even with preserving charms, this was probably the last day we could show them off before they needed to be cut up for components and then disposed of before they started to stink. On the way down to the grounds, the class formed a bit of a parade behind me, with Hermione's clique immediately behind and the rest of the kids stretching back in their own little friend groups. While they were trying to be quiet so as not to be overheard by the rest of their classmates, I had no problem hearing the discussion. Seamus continued some discussion they'd apparently been having earlier. I'll ask Bonesy, and then why ask Abbott? Easy. You and Bones. Ron scoffed. What? Just cause I ain't a proper pure blood? Maybe she'll like a lil tryst wi a bad boy. Points for knowing the word tryst at least, Hermione interjected. But I think she and Macmillan are together. I can't go to Hogsmeade for Valentine's anyway, Neville explained, grudgingly. I glanced back and caught a look of longing from him as he gazed at the object of his affections. I'd seen him shooting the same looks at Hannah Abbott the last time I'd subbed for their class, as well. Ah, the fun of when young wizards and witches discovered each other. Your parents will let you go. Black hasn't been seen in a month, Ron argued. There was a brief silence, which I assumed was the rest of them staring at him for how dumb that was, or at me realizing that I'd been the one who'd last seen him. I kept my eyes front, letting them work it out themselves. Or we could just smuggle you out in the cloak. We will not. Hermione insisted, her voice rising enough that the others shushed her as we passed through the castle doors out onto the grounds. Seamus mused. Double date in the greenhouses? She's gotta like plants, Bane a puff. I still don't think you and Bones Ron began. Nah, Seamus interrupted. I ain't gonna try to get in Ernie's way. I meant double WIU too. What? Ron and Hermione gasped at the same time. Seamus chuckled and said, use a thought. As much as I hated to interrupt Seamus calling out the romantic tension that had sprung into their friend group as they all hit puberty, I probably should start teaching. This is where most of the fighting happened, I called back to the group, getting their attention and stopping the side chatter. You'll notice the ground is still torn up from where the griffins and hippogriffs landed. That crater over there is where Hagrid brought down one of the griffins with his crossbow. I proceeded to walk them through the fight, asking questions about why different spells had worked or not on the various creatures. By the time we got to Hagrid's hut, where the bodies had been dragged, there was a lot of interest in pointing out all the bits of damage from my story. The 7th year students in Hagrid's class helped position the bodies to show the various wounds as I and Hagrid alternated describing them. Our class was interrupted by an unearthly, high-pitched wailing coming from behind the large metal cube bin, basically a dumpster, that Hagrid had next to his hut, prepared to take the unusable remains of rendering the corpses. Dead horse-sized beasts had a lot of guts. A banshee. Seamus gasped. Not in the daytime, Hermione corrected. Maybe one of the hobs wasn't dead. Actually, Hagrid mused, kinda sounds like a cat. Sure enough, with the 3rd years pulling their wands out behind us as I rounded the corner with Hagrid and the 7th years not far behind, that was exactly what it was, 2 very distracted cats. Crookshanks! Hermione exclaimed as she caught sight of the very educational vista before her. The exclamation scared the cats, and they separated and bolted, quickly disappearing across the grounds back toward the castle. Was that Mrs. Norris? Ron asked, bewildered. Ha! Seamus barked. T-least your cat's interested in Dayton. Chapter 37, Film Star. Muggle clothes, was all I'd tell Matilda about what we were doing for Valentine's Day lunch. Well, technically, since the 14th itself was on Monday, we were leaving Hogsmeade on Saturday to celebrate. I'd warned Remus what we were doing, and our friends knew we were going to London. With my enchanted rings for sending messages, we'd be pretty safe, right? Sure, it was kind of risky with vampires and Death Eaters after me, but this was the first Valentine's where we'd been really serious, and she'd already treated me to an excellent lunch for my birthday, so I wanted to do something nice. Hopefully being in the middle of the day in an unpredictable part of London would help a lot. We aren't going into the alley. Oh. Muggle clothes. Matilda exclaimed when I led her out onto Charing Cross Road out of the leaky cauldron after we fled through from Hogsmeade. It was pretty cold in London, and cloudy, but the sidewalk was clear enough for a short walk. She looked nice in clothes that were probably a bit out of date, but at least didn't stand out the way some purebloods did when they tried to dress themselves in Muggle clothing. And who was I to judge trendy? We're going to Trocadero Centre. It should only be half a mile, I explained, setting off in what I thought was the right direction. I had the atlas my godmother had given me to identify Raths, which had a decent enough zoom in on the streets of London, so I knew I needed to cut through Leicester Square, and the whole place was optimized for tourists anyway. Which was good, because we were going to the most internationally touristy restaurant I could think of. Murden Mar. She gasped, seeing the Planet Hollywood before us. Is that where we're going? The kitschy restaurant had only been open since the past May, but I figured that was just long enough that, only trying to go for lunch and on one of the least touristy months of the year, we had a pretty good shot of getting a table. Sure enough, the delay wasn't too bad, and Matilda was thrilled to spend it checking out the movie memorabilia they had placed around the waiting area. And, while it was trendy and cool, it was still really just an upscale burger bar, so I figured I should be able to afford it. Our table was in a section that was decorated with props from what looked to be various B-movies, and we discussed them as table conversation while we waited for our order. We'd moved on to looking at a glass-encased knife and ripped bikini that was labeled as being from a movie I hadn't heard of, Blood Beach, which had a signed photo beneath. Looks like it was taken here, Matilda observed. The background of the photo was, in fact, the wall we were sitting next to, with several tables pushed together to seat a party. While the handsome dark-haired man and beautiful woman posing up front in the photo were unfamiliar, one of the guests in the back was. I think that's Thomas Wraith, from the Malfoy party. I pointed him out to her. Could be, she squinted. I didn't get close to him. Someone your godmother was talking to. I carefully failed to shake my head, which she knew to take as agreement past my gaze, and she suggested, I can see a family resemblance between him and the other two. Assuming wizarding purebloods would have a pretty good sense for when people looked related, as the waitress dropped off our food I gestured at the display and asked, what's the deal with this one? I haven't heard of Blood Beach. She tried to hide a faint eye roll and said, you wouldn't have. It's not even out yet. They were in here last month doing a promo tour, and screened it for us. I don't think it's going to win any awards. That's Darby Crane and Lara Romani, she explained, able to parse the signatures. He's the director, and was kind of a creep, honestly. She's pretty, but she probably isn't good enough to make it in Hollywood. And the guys in the background? I asked. Family and friends? Crew. She shrugged. I don't remember them being in the movie, so I don't think they were actors. They were all very cute. Good tippers, especially that one, she gestured to Thomas and got a dreamy look in her eye. Anyway, do you need any more condiments? After we assured the server everything looked fine and started eating, Matilda had a look in her eyes like she was thinking, and eventually offered, I might have actually heard of it. You know how I mentioned the Malfoys produce movies? So we see them to make sure they don't break the statute? I remember Uncle Abraham mentioning there was a new one. But then it turned out it wasn't really about magic at all. I think it was this one. I thought back to Wraith's warning about Mavra, and my godmother mentioning he was a Malfoy cousin. I think we should finally ask Draco about this whole White Court thing. After finishing lunch and doing a bit more tourism in the Muggle side of London, that's what we did next. We managed to catch sight of the smallest Malfoy later in the afternoon in Hogsmeade as he was heading into the bookstore. In there, his little bodyguards, who were starting to be not so little, would wander off and amuse themselves with coloring books or something, allowing us to have a private conversation. Tactful as always, Matilda sidled up to him and asked, quietly, so you're a vampire, Draco? The boy turned and didn't seem surprised to see both of us. I thought you'd ask about that months ago, he drawled. Other things kept coming up, I shrugged. We just remembered because we saw a picture of your cousins Thomas, Darby, and Lara at lunch. Blood Beach? He asked. We nodded and he complained, I don't know why father funded that. Guess it was part of whatever was going on at New Year's. I hear it's terrible. So implied the waitress, Matilda admitted. Draco regarded us both for a minute, probably calculating whether it was worth it to try to bargain for the information versus staying in our overall good graces by offering a freebie. He finally decided on the latter and explained, I'm not a vampire. As far as I know, the hunger, that's what they call it, capital H, eats all the magic in your soul, and uses it to provide the powers. Like werewolves, I nodded. Could be. Anyway, our line are basically vampire squibs, from their point of view, which meant we could be wizards. The families broke off centuries ago, but we've kept in touch. I don't think any Malfoy has been White Court ever since. Doesn't really sound like how vampires are supposed to work, Matilda wondered. More like Vila, really, he admitted. That hunger is basically a bonded spirit that gives them strength, speed, that kind of thing, but they need to drain emotions from people to feed it. The Wraiths are the most powerful line, and for them it's a whole sex thing. Our ancestors were more about fear. I'd check that all out with Bob later, but wondered aloud, so, with the Unseelie Accords now in effect, could your family claim membership in the White Court, even though they don't have a hunger, when it was legally useful? Draco grinned like a little baby predator, gave me a slightly patronizing pat on the back and said, Harry Dresden, we'll make a politician of you yet. He took his leave and Matilda sighed, guess that's what the Malfoys are getting out of siding with your godmother. Do dragons get special privileges? I have to tell my dad to get in on this. It would explain why Mr. Farrow was at the party, I thought out loud. There may be a lot more political ramifications of this than Bob thought. She frowned and asked, and they're still mostly out? Signing the accords didn't include opening the veil. I don't think so. Then they're probably not even done yet, she concluded. Chapter 38, ET2? March 15th was not a good day for this. You'd think even with the divorce from Muggle literature, the wizards of Shakespeare's Britain would be a little wary of the Ides of March. Plus, it was a Tuesday, so all the 7th years involved had to miss potions class, when just doing it on Monday would have only involved missing defense class. Which this was. To be fair, most classes were cancelled anyway, since all the professors also had to be on the grounds with the 7th year defense students, waiting for the horde of giant spiders to come boiling out of the Forbidden Forest. According to Draco, this had been the only day that worked. Lucius Malfoy had been true to his word of spending the winter trying to deal with the acromantula problem in the forest. He'd hired creature experts to clear out the easy nests and cut off any avenues of escape. But the central nests held a ridiculous number of the class quintuple X creatures, as Hermione's crew could attest to from their misadventure the year before. Between scheduling the hit wizards and getting buy-in from the astrology-obsessed centaurs, March 15th was the day that worked for everyone. The plan was to try to burn the central nest and force the spiders south. They'd either be forced out of the forest into open terrain where the secondary team could pick them off, or they'd be stampeded into the lake. Acromantulas were not known to be excellent swimmers, and the merfolk had been convinced to clean up their drowned bodies. But, given the geography and other hazards of the forest, everyone was pretty much assuming that there'd be no way to herd them perfectly, and it was very likely part of the horde would spill out onto the Hogwarts grounds down by the greenhouses. Thus, the most combat-capable professors and the 7th-year defense students were waiting in a battle line for the fight to commence, with the 5th and 6th years standing further back in case it went very wrong, or at least to quickly triage spider bites. It wasn't even a nice day for it. Biting winds hit us from behind as we waited, but the mass of clouds above was so vast that they weren't in any danger of getting pushed ahead and giving us direct sunlight. At least the open vegetable gardens were well and truly fallow beneath the snow, so we weren't wiping out the food supply with our battleground, though venomous spider guts might not be great fertilizer. I still don't know why we don't use let the poor little things alone, Hagrid complained from where he'd set up near us. Despite his objections, he'd come with a full complement of crossbow quarrels. In this kind of fight, they were better than spells. Most of us were set up to banish heavy spikes at the creatures, since most spells would just roll off. They tried to eat the kids last year, Penny reminded him. They just got OER excited, the big man argued. I know not to send any more students into their territory. I think we're more worried about Riddle or his people using them against the school, I explained. I'd explained it before. To be honest, though, it did feel a little bad to be planning to exterminate a bunch of sentient creatures. Too many monsters in the magical world talked. How is it that Aragog never told you about his queen? Percy asked, trying a distraction for the half-giant. And how inbred are they? Oliver wondered. I heard Alexis, near me, bite back a laugh at her ex-boyfriend's joke. Things were still tense. Less talking, please, Remus suggested from the center of our group of NEWT students. I think they're coming. A moment later I heard it too, the sound of spellfire and masses of large, armored creatures careening off of trees. Dumbledore and McGonagall were with the herding force, helping transfigure the terrain to keep the spiders from charging the hit wizards or leaping over the lines from the trees, and I thought I could see the progression of the battle as trees temporarily bent themselves toward us to ground the spiders. And then, like the wave at a sports stadium, the bowing trees reached the edge of the forest and possibly hundreds of chitinous black forms scurried onto the grounds. If these were just the ones they couldn't force into the lake or the killing field across the train tracks, then there must have been over 1,000 of the monsters in the forest. Gasping, Hagrid realized, Aragog said there were a few kids. Wavi they been eaten. I absently wondered how much of the normal wildlife of the forest had been made into spider food in the last half-century, but then the carpet of spiders wheeled toward us. And then it was just the shouts of Depulso. To banish spikes, the twang of Hagrid's crossbow, and the students gifted in transfiguration raising obstacles from the earth. The line of charging beasts quickly began to falter against the onslaught, bending as if considering taking their chances diving into the lake after all, the spells of the herding force chasing them from behind. But then, from the center of the undulating mass, a deep voice bellowed, "No. Forward. We must escape through." The voice came from what I'd initially thought was several spiders clumped together, the volleys of projectiles and speed making it hard to visually distinguish the mass. Looking directly at it, though, its carapace was less shiny than the others, and the whole thing was so big it could have been a special effect mounted on a full-sized cargo van with none of the vehicle showing. While its eyes were roomy, it apparently could sense well enough to direct the charge. Apparently picking out a smell, upwind as we were from it, the presumed Aragog shouted, "Hagrid! Why? Why do you kill my children?" I noted that the spider wasn't exactly slowing down to parley, and was on a direct line for the gamekeeper, and, since I was close by, me and my friends. Groaning with the emotional pain, Hagrid yelled back, "Sorry, old friend. You was never meant to have so many. How many other critters they killed?" The noise was immense, our entire firing line trying to break the charge, explosions and projectiles reverberating through shattering exoskeletons as the creatures got within 30 feet, 20, 10. His descendants crushed beside him, the blind spider barely seemed to notice, his own thick shell deflecting all attacks until, mere feet from the man who'd raised him, one final thrum of Hagrid's immense crossbow launched a bolt into the rearing spider's underside. Aragog crashed into the turf, sliding to a stop as those nearest the gamekeeper retreated hurriedly backwards out of reach of the long, clawed legs. But the gigantic acromantula merely began to twitch in its death throes, losing hydraulic control of its extremities, and plaintively whispered, "I only did what was in my nature." Hagrid dropped to his knees and began to sob, and I awkwardly patted him on the shoulder, regarding the still twitching ruins of an entire family line of vicious but sentient creatures spread out in the cloudy light across the blasted field. With vanishing charms, the corpses would probably be gone as if they'd never been within a week. Dumbledore seemed almost as sad to look out across the killing field as he walked from the forest, trees righting themselves behind him. The other professors and hit wizards that filed out behind him seemed none the worse for wear, and most looked to our side to make sure that no students had been injured. Remus walked over to meet the headmaster and I followed because I'm nosy. "Any sign of Black?" he asked. Dumbledore nodded. "We found a small cave that looks like it could be where he was sleeping. We could use you to confirm the scent, of course, but it looks like he hasn't been there in months. Maybe he found somewhere warmer for the winter," I theorized. "Perhaps." The old man agreed, but then suggested, "Or perhaps your encounter with him over the holidays introduced him to allies of whom he was previously unaware." Great. Possessed animagi and vampires teamed up together. What could go wrong? Chapter 39, Adult Movie. I got us tickets to the movie. Matilda enthused, reading a letter she'd gotten at breakfast, a couple of weeks before spring break. It was a Saturday morning, so not too many other kids were at the table to overhear. "On my birthday. That's the first Monday of the break, right?" I asked. She nodded. "Wait, which movie?" "Blood Beach, of course," she grinned. I wanted to know what kind of horror movie vampires make. So I told Uncle Abraham that we should review it, after all. "You're sure you want to watch a horror movie that's probably not any good on your birthday?" I checked. "If it's really bad, we can just snog," she winked. "Anyway. It's at the Dominion Cinema in downtown Edinburgh, night of the 28th. With a pause and an unusual moment of vulnerability, checking that none of the rest of the kids at the table were paying attention, she asked, "Get us a hotel nearby for the night." My eyes widened, but I wasn't going to ruin the moment by asking if she was sure. She'd been planning what would happen after she was a wizarding adult for most of the last year, so I just nodded, "Sure thing." Though I couldn't help but ask, "Should we check with Hagrid to make sure you get one last hangout with the unicorns before the break?" Mouth opened in amused shock that I'd gone there, she gasped, "Harry." And socked me in the shoulder, drawing brief stares from our fellow Gryffindors. "But, yes. I'll go ask him now." Matilda had probably assumed I would find a wizarding hotel room and just reserve by owl, but I only knew of the 3 broomsticks and the leaky cauldron, and neither of them were exactly the kind of place I wanted to have a tryst with my girlfriend. At the very least, Rosmerta or Old Tom would gossip. Ordinarily, trying to figure out how to find a Muggle hotel from Hogwarts would have been hugely difficult, but the timing actually worked out. Ever since I'd realized I'd need to find an apartment by the summer, I'd been trying to get back in the system. I was talking about getting a place with Percy and Penny, and, obviously, Matilda when she wasn't in school, and both Penny and I didn't necessarily want to be stuck living in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade with no phone or other access to modern amenities. So, I needed to be legally in the country, with a passport, maybe some kind of visa, and enough other forms of ID to rent a place. Fortunately, the Grangers knew where to start and Tonk's dad, Ted, was a Muggleborn with a lot of experience bridging the legal issues between communities. I'd gotten special permission from Dumbledore to head out during my free periods that Monday to get passport photos taken, sign documents, and the like. So all I needed to do was also call around Edinburgh looking for a reasonably priced, i.e., pretty cheap while not being terrifying, hotel that would rent in cash to an 18-year-old American with mostly legitimate paperwork. Easy. It actually turned out to be the American thing that worked for me. While most college kids went to the beach on their spring break, it apparently wasn't that uncommon for American tourists to whip through Edinburgh and need a hotel room. I got a place all booked up that was within my price range of remaining Muggle money, and also got my identification all sorted out. The situation with paying taxes and the visa authorizing me to stay in the country indefinitely were the bits of the paperwork that were only mostly legitimate. Ted Tonks had gotten Don T. Call me Nymphadora to pull some strings at the ministry, so I was on some kind of student visa, and I was mostly hoping that Dawlish didn't catch wind of it. Though I supposed he probably didn't want to have me deported, because it would be much harder for him to harass me back in the US. Nothing else of particular note happened before spring break other than finishing a scenario in Matilda's Arcanos game. Oliver had wound up dropping out after his breakup with Alexis, not that he'd had much time to play with Quidditch practice anyway. We'd replaced him with Neville and Hermione, who'd expressed an interest. They wouldn't be unavailable due to Quidditch, and would provide some continuity for Matilda's senior year when the rest of us graduated. Neville was surprisingly into it, his shyness disappearing when role-playing. He chose Druid, obviously. Hermione was, about as much of a budding rules lawyer as one might expect. It took her a while to figure out that she shouldn't keep holding up the game to argue about minutiae. I suspected that she might be better off playing one of the RPGs with looser rules amusingly, probably the one where you played vampires. I wondered whether the vampire game was as accurate about real vampires as Arcanos had turned out to be about basilisks and liches. The game did feature fancy, artsy vampires that might make movies, so I considered picking up a copy while I was wandering around Muggle Edinburgh. Matilda was meeting me at the theatre, so I got into the city early to get the room key for the hotel. I even had a whole little rune-edged Faraday cage wallet I'd made so I wouldn't instantly demagnetize the strip on the keycard. I planned to potentially have a credit card someday. The Road Atlas of Wraths my godmother had provided had several convenient apparition points in Edinburgh, and I wasn't too worried about destabilizing the Vale at this point. That ship had sailed, so it was a quick trip. While I was checking in, there was some splashy news show on the television behind the registration desk. A dark-haired man had his own graphical intro, with prominent blood spatters to heighten the vampire theme of the night. No way, I believe the wife didn't ken what he was doing in his own house, the desk clerk insisted. What? I wondered. Fred West. He gestured at the TV. I shook my head and guessed, I haven't been following the news. Serial killer. 'Tis been on every channel for weeks. The guy seemed baffled. Maybe no in the States. He figured, catching on to my accent. Yet. I don't really watch a lot of TV, either, I undersold. He nodded, accepting that, and explaining, it's ne'er the ones you'd expect. Man with a family, killin' his own daughters and others in his own home. The wife had to ken. He finished ringing me up, checkout's at 10, and that's you done. Thanks, I told him, not sure what to make of a serial killer's trial gripping the nation when so much more terrifying stuff was going on. I'd heard they'd put up Sirius Black as an escaped murderer as well, and that was apparently not getting as much airplay these days. Did they even know that a whole city had disappeared for a weekend in the US, or had the American wizards managed to cover that up somehow? I checked that the room was nice enough, but did not leave my stuff there just in case I didn't get to use it and was without a change of clothes. I'd learned after New Year's. I was without my staff again, but was otherwise armed to the teeth just in case my time outside of the castle went wrong as usual. After that, it was just a nice stroll down to the theatre. The weather wasn't too bad for Scotland in early spring, it was maybe even 50 degrees when I wasn't getting the light rain whipped into me by the brisk wind. Environmental charms on my duster were, quite possibly, the best enchanting decision I'd ever made. The city was neat, all old brick buildings in long rows with narrow roads between them. I crossed over a quay from the hotel and passed a nice park, but was otherwise penned in by the old masonry, houses, shops, and churches all integrated into the same space-conserving rows. This was probably a much better way to make a city walkable than the wide, car-friendly roads in most American cities. I actually overshot the theater as I walked past the first time, not expecting the Art Deco cinema to just be completely shoved in among a bunch of houses down a side street from most of the commercial shops of Morningside. Matilda waved as I headed down New Battle Terrace, and hoping that wasn't foreshadowing of fights to come, stepping out from a cluster of her family. After getting a quick hug and kiss, I greeted her uncle, her oldest sister, and, Giselle, I presume. The second oldest sister, the dragon veterinarian, looked a lot more like Matilda than Edith did, though taller, keeping her hair extremely short. She sized me up and nodded, punctual, at least. Let's go in and get seats. Not waiting for the little brothers? I asked, joking. To their great chagrin, Abraham nodded. They're arguing that they should get to see The Crow in recompense next month. I recalled reading the graphic novel while treating comic shops as my personal library and shrugged, I've read the source material. Pretty dark, but probably at least not as gory as a slasher movie. I felt a brief moment of premonition that I was going to be in a lot of trouble from Matilda's stepmom in a month. Maybe I could have gone out for divination class. Remind me again why we're watching this one on the Ministry Sickle? Edith asked. Is there some kind of magical subplot? Maybe. Matilda guessed. We're watching it because Malfoy funded his, she lowered her voice, vampire cousins to make it. Maybe they slipped in some secrets. And maybe they're all here, I winced, spotting Lucius Malfoy across the lobby chatting with the vampire that had to be the director, Darby Crane. Draco and his mother were getting popcorn, and Thomas was lounging, bored, on one of the lobby sofas, on the opposite side from the lead actress, Laura. At least Maeve and my godmother weren't around, but there was the risk they'd already taken their seats. I thought this was just a regular screening. Matilda gaped. Well, so did I, her uncle began, surprised as well. The ministry often gives us tickets they've gotten complimentary. I didn't realize these would be a family showing. Perhaps Lucius rented the theater. I'll get popcorn. Ah, see, the rest of the guests have arrived, Lucius told the director, quietly enough that probably only I could hear him across the relatively small lobby. A bit better than the showing at the hamburger establishment, yes. Crane rolled his eyes. It's not exactly a sellout, is it, Lucius? I was expecting some critics, at least. There are a number of students from the local colleges, and perhaps some of them write for their school tabloids, Malfoy shrugged. Including some of the older students from Harriet's school. You know they based their schoolhouses on Hogwarts. It did seem, in addition to the various White Court relatives, there were a large number of kids around our age moving into the auditorium we were supposed to be in. I lost the rest of the conversation as I noticed Thomas striding up, a light in his eyes as if we would save him from the boredom of attending yet another screening of his family member's B-movie. Ah! Dresden, good to see you again. I recognize your date from New Year's. And who are the rest of these lovely ladies? Edith, tight bun and conservative clothing shielding the heart of an aspiring dowager accountant, actually tittered at the attention from the admittedly handsome vampire. Giselle was already offering her hand. And Matilda clutched tightly at my arm with a faint gasp at being up close to a vampire that fed on sex energy. And the girl version, Lara, was also getting up to come see who her relative was talking to. What had we gotten ourselves into? Chapter 40, White Blood. The succubus, Bob, at least, seemed to think that the White Court had been behind a lot of those particular myths, approached from across the lobby. Hair so glossy black it was almost blue, grey eyes, and an almost indefinable sense of perfection to her features drew the attention. I was fortunate that her expensive but tasteful ensemble was designed to protect her skin from the chilly Scottish spring and worked equally against the gaze of teenaged wizards. Her allure was different than Maeve's. Sid magic marked them as impossible figures of beauty to be worshipped, while White Court enticement to go to your knees was for a different reason. I'm saying that supernatural sex appeal is a hell of a thing. Fortunately, months of resisting the Sid princess aura kept me from making a complete idiot of myself as she approached. Or maybe there had been truth to Bob's supposition when I quizzed him further about the White Court that being in love was the strongest defense against their powers. Regardless, other than a slight shift, that I hoped was subtle, to keep my pants fitting and a quick, reflexive visual scan as if I was trying to see through her warm clothing like I had Superman's X-ray vision, I thought I did okay. Her knowing smirk said otherwise, but at least my girlfriend was probably similarly distracted by Thomas. Importantly, like me, Matilda seemed to have more control than her sisters, who were still making noises unbecoming aspiring British matrons. Who are your friends, Thomas? Lara asked, finishing her languid stride across the room. I felt pretty competent at assessing combat readiness based on how people moved and paid attention to their surroundings. While she walked like she was on a Paris runway, there was an undercurrent of martial competence in the way she held herself. Thomas, too, for that matter, both of them likely at least had enough combat training to deal with a conflict if their emotion-manipulating mojo wasn't enough. I was just finding out, Thomas answered. I met Mr. Dresden briefly at Lucius' New Year's party, but I was waiting to be introduced to the rest of his lovely friends. And their very distinguished chaperone, Lara purred at Abraham Grimblehawk, who was just walking up, somehow juggling 2 tubs of popcorn and 5 drinks. The old man, who as far as I knew was a lifelong confirmed bachelor, didn't seem affected by Lara's allure at all. Thomas's either, honestly. With aplomb, he handed out drinks to our party while explaining, Abraham Grimblehawk. These are my nieces Edith, Giselle, and Matilda. And Matilda's boyfriend, Harry Dresden. I appreciated the warning stress he put on that relationship for both of the sex vampires, and was pretty sure I caught a small nod from Lara as if working out our relationship status by how well both of us were resisting the White Court charm. Indeed. I'm Thomas Wraith, the dark-haired young man explained to the Grimblehawks, and this is my sister, Lara. Romany a stage name. Matilda managed, wondering why Lara wasn't billed as a wraith. Married, she admitted, with an insouciant shrug and dismissive wave that showed off that she wasn't bothering to wear her wedding ring and somehow heavily implied it was an open relationship. So what brings wizards of your caliber to our little screening? We tend to watch most Muggle fantasy films. Make sure they aren't too accurate, Abraham explained. Normally we wouldn't screen horror. But, with Malfoy investment it seemed prudent to be certain. Assure the Ministry everything's above board. Is there magic in the plot? I asked. Only your standard unkillable killer, Thomas said. And our cousin's superpowered ego all over the production. He glanced at the director. Oh no, he's coming this way. If we could get this screening going. Darby Crane, probably not his birth name, I figured, asked, fairly rudely. There's still time to run, Thomas whispered, winking, and then turned and walked away like a man headed to the gallows. I'd love to get your opinions, after the film, Lara ventured, then followed her brother. I deliberately turned to look at Matilda so as to not be accused of watching Lara leave. Edith and Giselle weren't being at all subtle about lingering on Thomas's retreating backside. Well, I guess we just need to run into some villa and we'll have the whole set, I joked. I'll journal that for the summer, shall I? Matilda grinned. Abraham chuckled and firmly put his hands on his older niece's shoulders. Perhaps we can get some seats away from the vampires. Vampires? Both of the women boggled, then flushed as they realized what had happened. Lucius entered the theater just before us, Draco and his mother having gone ahead with a polite nod in our direction. The elder Malfoy turned and acknowledged, Abraham. The esteemed Mrs. Grimblehawk. Dresden. A bit out of your usual stomping grounds, Lucius. Abraham asked. An associate has a stake in the theater and offered the room, he shrugged. Lowering his voice so the director couldn't hear, he admitted, I'd rather not throw too many more galleons at this by paying to rent a cinema. For all that Malfoy had gotten it as a cheap favor, the room was nice, with large, plush seating. I gestured toward the back of the auditorium, where there was still some space. I usually sat in the back of theaters out of politeness, nobody wanted to be stuck sitting behind a guy my height. I kept wondering if movie theaters were going to ever realize that the gradually sloping floor wasn't the most ideal cinematic experience. Over the previous summer, I'd read some news that AMC was going to try out a concept called stadium seating in one of the new theaters they were building in the US. Hopefully it would catch on so I could watch films from closer up without feeling like a jerk. Malfoy had invited enough students that there weren't 5 seats together as we were among the last in, which suited me fine. It would have killed the mood to be cuddling my girlfriend with her whole family the next seat over. The other 3 Grimblehawks got seats together a couple of rows away. Abraham shot me a vaguely amused look, and the older sisters were still enough out of it from Thomas that they barely seemed to notice. I saw that Draco had turned around to look at me where he was sitting next to his parents in the prime central seating for the theater. Seeing he had our attention, settled on what seemed by the other young couples to be make-out row, he mouthed, "Magnets," at us with a grin before his mother chided him for not sitting properly and he turned back to face the screen. We get no respect. Matilda laughed before snuggling in, already digging into the popcorn we'd gotten from her uncle. He's just mad that Parkinson doesn't want to make out, I said, taking a swig of Coke. Or Ginny, she suggested, keeping hope alive for that happening. We'll see how badly she trounces him in the Quidditch rematch, I joked. Oliver's insane training had paid off and the Gryffindor team was doing even better than the previous year. All that stood between him and the cup was the final match against Slytherin the weekend after spring break, repeating the one that had been ruined by Dementors. Is it weird I'm rooting for Draco? Matilda asked. Don't want Ollie proved right that he should train instead of date. I shrugged. Of all the friends I'd made at Hogwarts, Oliver was the one I most expected to drift apart from after graduating. It was surprising we got along as well as we did. Probably better that they broke up on her terms than falling apart once Quidditch groupies entered the picture. There are Quidditch groupies, right? Of course. The come-ons write themselves, she acknowledged. Want to take me for a ride on your broomstick? Know how to handle a pair of bludgers, do you? Heard you knew how to find the snitch. Maybe I could learn to appreciate Quidditch after all, I grinned. If I could have everyone's attention. The officious White Court cousin yelled from the front of the room, interrupting our conversation. It wasn't really a very big venue, so his voice carried. Like a lot of older movie theaters, there had probably been 1 or 2 bigger auditoriums in the building that had walls added down the middle to be able to screen more movies at once. As the crowd quieted, he said, I'm the director, Darby Crane. I and the leading lady are on hand to answer questions after the screening. And now, Blood Beach. Not even a, thanks for coming. Matilda observed. Clearly we should be thanking him, I said sarcastically as the lights went down and the projector lit the screen, the film beginning to spool up. The movie was about as bad as advertised. It wasn't even entertainingly awful, competently executed but not very good. Static cameras, uninspired music, paint-by-numbers script, and drama club acting made for a film that had earned its difficulty getting wider release. They'd at least picked a nice location to film at, some kind of lush jungle beach that I assumed was somebody's private island they'd used favors to film it. Lara Romani Wraith was miscast. She might have done okay as the naughty friend who gets killed off first, or maybe as a sexy bad guy of some kind, but she was not believable as the innocent final girl. She did fill out a bikini well, and I was glad she hadn't been showing much skin out in the lobby lest my love-based resistance to her allure be sorely tested. When we finished our popcorn midway into the movie and Matilda wanted to make out, I was all revved up and ready. Come to think of it, a lot of the theater seemed to be. The other couples in the back row with us were clearly also taking the opportunity to snog in the local parlance, but I absently noted that quite a few of the rows featured tight embraces. We were distracted from our canoodling by an action scene and I thought I could make out the White Court vampires watching the audience and glowing faintly. Maybe it was just a weird effect of the projection light, but I wouldn't put it past them to use their sexy horror movie to feed. I wondered if the movie would get anywhere near this kind of hormonal response if there weren't 3 sex vampires in the room. It didn't actually feel like an attack or anything, and I was distracted enough to give them the benefit of the doubt that it was harmless, so I turned my attention back to Matilda for several more scenes until the vibe got so heavy I realized I was in danger of going too far in public. From the muffled moans down the row, some of the other kids hadn't stopped. More Coke? I asked, breaking away. Eyes dilated and not just because it was dark, she pushed a strand of hair behind an ear and nodded, okay. Lots of ice. I managed to get out into the aisle with only 6 people annoyed at me for bumping them while they were fully engaged, but I noticed movement as I was hitting the doors and Thomas caught up to me in the little airlock between the theater and the lobby. Enjoying the movie? He grinned. Enjoying your snack? I fired back. It's the only thing that makes this little punishment detail worthwhile. I'm trying to talk Lara into just doing skin films. Skip the subterfuge. Punishment? What did you do to have to go on a movie tour? I asked, pausing before heading out into the lobby. I'm always on our father's shit list, he shrugged. He's mad at Lara for doing something so crass as starring in a movie, so she has to tour and I have to chaperone. Why'd you use your influence to get this show? I blinked. What do you mean, influence? We saw the photo and props at the Planet Hollywood, we were curious, and Matilda asked about tickets. But we thought this was a regular screening. No clue you were going to be here. His relaxed expression fell into something more serious. We had to rush to get this screening set up. Someone was pulling strings to have it happen quickly. Maybe right after your girl was asking about it. Well, that's not what I wanted to hear, I said, trying to figure out how this was going to screw me over. I didn't have to wait long at all. While I was thinking, I heard someone out in the lobby incant, stupefy. And the familiar sound of a stunner hitting a person, who then flopped to the floor. Raising a finger for silence, I peeked out into the room, though not taking part of my attention off the vampire, in case he was in on the plan. Leaning against the concessions counter was a mad-looking 30-something guy with a mop of dark blonde hair and freckles. He hadn't been in any pictures in a decade and a half, but I'd made a point of knowing who the at-large Death Eaters were and I was pretty sure that was Barty Crouch Jr., who'd never been caught after Voldemort's fall any more than the Lestranges had. He had, of course, a large, mangy-looking black dog with him that was even more familiar. One Death Eater and Sirius Black we could maybe take. 6 adult wizards, Draco, and 3 white court vampires if they'd help were pretty good odds of even doing it without upsetting the theaters full of muggles. Of course, as soon as I thought that, more figures started to enter. The tall, masked Death Eater that I was pretty certain was Cantankerous Knot pushed through the front door, draped in an enormous snake. He was followed by Mavra and 3 male black court vampires. In her penchant for dressing up for the occasion, she'd worn a bikini and they were wearing shorts. Slightly decayed corpses in bathing suits are very gross. So there's not even a ritual. Crouch asked Knot, moistening his lips with his tongue and twirling his wand absently. No. With the anchors, the enemy, and multiple dark marks all in the same location, the call should have already been made. We simply must do this. He put his wand to his left inner forearm, and I caught a glimpse of the Death Eater tattoo writhing with the silent spell. Thomas at some point had scooted in next to me to peer out as well and he sighed, "You have to stop making so many enemies, Dresden." I shrugged. He wasn't wrong. But it wasn't exactly the right opportunity to make friends. I was just hoping I could get out of this one without burning down a theater full of horny college students. That I'd basically given up on getting out of it without blowing the statute of secrecy was a given. Chapter 41, Dead Zone. Expecto Nuntius. I incanted, then ordered Mouse, Tell Tonks, Black, Crouch Jr., Mavra, at least one other Death Eater and 2 Black Court at the movie theater. They're summoning something. Audience full of muggles. Malfoy's in danger too. I released the silvery dog to go get help. Like most of the times I was out these days, we'd briefed a selection of adults about where we'd be. It was annoying how often it was necessary. You didn't mention us, Thomas raised an eyebrow after I'd sent the patroness off. I assumed he could see it, but wasn't sure. I only mentioned the Malfoys because the Aurors might move their butts faster when it's them in danger, I explained. I'll go warn the other wizards. You tell your family and check if it's safe to go out the emergency exit. Take charge attitude, he nodded, seemingly impressed. Will do. I didn't bother to try to lock the doors, since they'd just blow them open or kick them down. Instead, as Thomas slipped toward the front where his sister and cousin were sitting to the side, I waved to catch Matilda's attention, pointed out into the lobby, and made a fangs gesture by holding my index fingers down in front of my mouth. Even in the darkness toward the back of the theater I could make out a long-suffering sigh and a nod. She slipped into the aisle to warn her uncle and sisters, while I crept up to the Malfoys. Dresden, what? Lucius hissed, embarrassed that I was squeezing my imposing height in the way down the middle of the theater, nearly stepping on feet of his roommates to come talk to him. Death Eaters in the lobby with Black Court and a big black dog, I whispered as best I could into his ear. It was a calculated risk, but he was either working with his old pals and this would break his plausible deniability about me getting hurt, or he would be pissed they endangered his family to get at me. I'm going to murder Cantankerous, he swore, quietly. Not let you use the theater? I asked. That would have been nice to know earlier. I started extricating myself in a mostly ungainly fashion from the row and glanced over to where Thomas was trying the emergency exit door, only to find it blocked. At this point, with all the wizards and vampires in the audience moving in various kinds of worried ways, the muggles were starting to catch on, especially with the Grimblehawks forming up defensively in the aisle near the exit into the lobby. I moved over and explained exactly what was going on again while the wraiths tried to force the door on the other side of the theater. I didn't know how good Matilda's sisters were in a fight. Abraham was fairly powerful, but got winded quickly based on the fight I'd seen him in previously. The Malfoys were probably pretty good, if they were willing to help out. So we slightly outnumbered our opponents, but they weren't likely to care about collateral damage, and about the only cover we had inside the theater was hiding behind bystanders. We need to try to push into the lobby, I suggested. That would let us control the fight and keep them from just setting the theater on fire. They have to come at us down the vomitorium, though, Edith, Matilda's oldest sister, argued. But if they do, they'll hit Muggles, I tried to explain. Honestly, the strategizing would also be easier if we weren't having to whisper loudly at each other while the students nearby looked on at us in confusion. Before she could offer a rebuttal, one of those students loudly said, "I didn't know this was a 3D movie." I turned to see what he was talking about, and the black-shrouded killer from the movie did, indeed, seem to be emerging from the screen. The trick of perspective fooled me for a moment, but I suddenly realized what they'd been trying to summon by getting me and Sirius Black into the same place. I sighed and explained to the Grimblehawks, "It's Voldemort. Give the White Court vampires their due, they were on the ball." From the still-locked emergency exit door, Lara yelled out in a voice that was honestly better acting than she'd managed for the movie, "Oh no! It's the killer! And the door is locked." She took on the posture of her character, cowering from the apparition, who actually wasn't focused on her at all. Permission to cut loose and play along. I asked Abraham. As the senior ministry representative, I'd need him to speak up if Dawlish came after me for using magic in front of a theater full of Muggles. He nodded, so I turned around, drew my unicorn horn focus and announced, "Don't worry, ma'am. I'll banish this ghost." I almost said bust, obviously, but discarded the idea at the last moment as too hammy. Lara's acting was better than mine, at least. I followed it up with, Hoc est corpus. Wraith Voldemort, unfortunately, was more agile than I gave him credit for, narrowly dodging the spell in midair as the blast of phoenix light seemed to cause some of his trailing smoky essence to dissipate. I didn't know if he could sense what I was doing, or had figured out during his stints in the castle that I was researching a way to destroy his wraith form. "Dresden!" he howled, raising up into the ceiling to try to give himself more room to maneuver. I didn't know this was a multimedia show. One of the theater-goers explained to his friend. The film projector started to sputter above as I unleashed magic in the room, creating a strobing effect in the theater and probably making it hard to follow the actual murder scene happening in the movie. Voldemort's smoke-like form was difficult to make out in the dark above, visible more as a wispy shadow in the flickers of projector light. The soul fire charm took a lot out of me, so I couldn't just volley it repeatedly at the wraith of the Dark Lord. "Thilda. Can you herd him with your patroness?" I asked her. "On it." My girlfriend agreed, and snapped out, "Expecto Patronum." To send Minnie to fly up to the ceiling. With her being 17 now, she didn't even have to worry about the trace, though it might be nice to have Aurors show up to investigate underage magic in a city center. I wondered what the Muggles were actually seeing, since they didn't normally see Patronuses or Dementors. Obviously they were seeing something where Voldemort was, so his wraith form wasn't that much like a Dementor. I was getting ready to take another shot at the wraith as Matilda's patroness limited his ability to dodge when spell fire washed out of the hallway for the rest of the Grimblehawks to shield against. "Master!" Crouch Jr. yelled from the vomitorium, as Edith had called it. That might only apply to the entries into stadium seating, but this was no time to dither over architectural terminology. "Master, it is not time. Come with us!" the skinny Death Eater exclaimed, then ran back out into the lobby before anyone could return fire. With the two distractions, I very nearly landed my second soul fire charm on Voldemort, causing the projector to flicker even worse. Taking the better part of valor, he floated into the ceiling just before my spell struck. "Intangibility is cheating!" I yelled. I looked at the Malfoys, who had at least gotten out to the aisle and were dithering over what to do, and I told them, "Protect the bystanders." Abraham nodded, "Good show. Let's try to capture some of them." And then pushed forward with his nieces. I wasn't far behind them, though I was a little winded from multiple apologies in a short period. They weren't any less energy-intensive than the unforgivable seemed to be. We did a somewhat tactical entry into the theater's lobby, Edith managing a decent-looking shield and the rest of us breaking left and right as soon as we cleared the door in case someone threw a killing curse our way. The concession stand was up a short set of stairs to our right, the ticket counter across the lobby from us, and the doors out to our left. There wasn't a ton of cover other than a few armchairs and the columns supporting the middle of the building. Fortunately, the bad guys were in the process of evacuating, not waiting in ambush. Up by the concession counter, the giant snake was curled up and spasming as the last of Voldemort's black smoke was absorbed into it. Always with the possessing snakes, that guy. Nott was looming nearby, next to Black, as usual, in his dog form. Crouch turned and threw some kind of dark curse at us that Edith managed to deflect with her shield. Time to go. Not echoed from behind his Death Eater mask. To the left, behind the ticketing counter, Mavra was overseeing her undead himbos as they were drinking from the girl Crouch stunned on the way in. Leave her, you idiots. She grated at them, before turning and firing her own curse our way that I just lifted one of the plush chairs into the path of Conf Ringo. Abraham launched his favorite spell at Mavra, and she barely got a shield up in time to cancel out the blasting curse. Fortunately she didn't deflect it into the walls. The old guy was too used to fighting creatures in open terrain. Excorio. I tried, apologies focus still in hand and hoping that any of the targets on the right would be seriously inconvenienced by the exorcism charm. I was honestly hoping to hit Black or the snake, but Crouch jumped in the way, shield up, for all the good it did him. His anguished scream was at least gratifying as the magic connected and ran celestial fire along the cracks in his soul. Behind him, Not scooped the snake back up and tossed a crucio my way, forcing me to duck back behind the chair that was smoldering from Mavra's spell and breaking the spell on Crouch. Grab the dog and move. The senior Death Eater told him before spinning in place and disapparating with Voldemort and his new host body. Meanwhile, Matilda had hit one of the vampire minions with a fire-making charm. Between me and her uncle, she was learning some really bad lessons about spells that are appropriate inside non-warded structures. Fortunately, the screaming vampire turned and rushed through the nearby doors to find a place to put himself out without catching the lobby on fire. The second minion was charging for us, giving Mavra a distraction to run out after her immolating spawn. Seemingly confused by the whole thing, Black was bounding out the door after them, with Crouch, still messed up by the exorcism, staggering after them yelling, "No! You moronic dog! Come back!" Abraham's second blasting curse was more than adequate for an immature vampire charging straight at us, and flaming chunks of the creature got spread around the lobby. Bob had suggested to me that Black Court probably got more magic resistant as they got older, but young ones were only so much kindling if you could light them up before they could get their hands and teeth into you. "That's me tapped, I think," the elder Grimblehawk wheezed. The room free of opponents, Giselle was running across to try to save the girl who'd had her throat torn open by the vampires. Hopefully veterinary healers knew magic that worked on people, too. "Come in, Harry," Matilda insisted, rushing out after the fleeing opponents. As she'd expected, I was right behind her. "Bloody Gryffindors!" Edith swore, bringing up the rear. I wasn't sure where she'd been sorted, but she struck me more as a Ravenclaw. Mavra had managed to extinguish her surviving minion, though, with only his swim trunks for clothing, he was obviously badly burned. Black was turned and growling next to them, with Crouch still semi-drunkenly charging across the street after them. They weren't in the best spot for physically running from us, with the high fieldstone wall along the length of the road on the other side, broken only by the occasional driveway. It looked like the students at the theater had mostly walked from their various colleges rather than driving, so there weren't even too many cars down the street to provide cover. Before they could figure out whether to try to flee or fight, Matilda snapped off a spell she'd been working on as part of her Animagus training, Homerfooz. The Animagus reversal spell managed to nail the black dog, and in moments he'd transformed into a crouching human. Still wearing his Azkaban prison clothing, the emaciated figure was, as expected, clearly the Sirius Black of the wanted posters, including the long, unkempt black hair and beard. He shook his head in confusion, the hair flopping about. Before anyone could react to the transformation, he stumbled to his feet and moved away from the vampires and Crouch. I really wasn't expecting him to shout, "Wait! I want to talk. I'm innocent." Chapter 42, Blackguard. "He's in control when I'm Padfoot. But not when I'm me." Sirius Black slurred, stumbling away from Mavra and her scorched vampire minion. Barty Crouch Jr. was as nonplussed as the rest of us by the sudden turn, and stopped in the middle of the road where he'd been trying to corral the dog. We probably should have used the opportunity to attack them, but I think we were just as interested in hearing what he had to say. "I didn't kill those muggles. It was Peter. He would have gotten away as a rat. But I caught him. Ate him right up. The Dark Lord made me do it." He then began to cackle madly. "Amateur hour," Mavra rolled her eyes. She muttered something and slashed her wand. I had no idea where she'd been storing it in the bikini, nor did I want to know, sending a blast of purple light at us that we had to scatter to dodge. Then the fight was back on. "Cover!" I insisted to Matilda and Edith. The Grimblehawks broke to either side, Edith making for a car parked in front of the theater to the right and Matilda for the trash bins above the stairs down behind the building to the left. I'd stowed my apologies focus and drawn my blasting rod as we'd exited, and I tried a quick incendio to make a gout of flame to keep the vampires from rushing us. It wasn't a big street, and they were fast. Avada Kedavra. Crouch tried as the two vampires cringed away from my flamethrower and then bit back a cry of anguish, the killing curse fizzling as green sparks from his wand. He staggered back, and I suspected he was still feeling the effects of the exorcism. He recovered quickly enough, tossing a blasting curse my way that I simply dodged, already moving. I heard it shatter one of the doors on the theater behind me as I ran. Tactically, I was in a weird spot. With Black out of the fight, for however long he could fight off the Horcrux's influence, we were technically 3-on-3. But Edith was an accountant, and I suspected she had never been in a real fight before this. Matilda would keep her head, but she still didn't have a lot of luck with the really powerful combat spells. And I wouldn't necessarily bet my life savings on myself against any of the opponents on the street in a one-on-one fight. But I just needed to not die long enough for Tonks to show up with the cavalry. It was time to break out the chemical augmentation. As I ran across the street, mostly to try to keep their attention from going after the girls, I used my left hand to draw a potion from my utility belt and slugged it back. I grimaced since the flavor was one of the many things I still had to improve, but I'd at least gotten the potion up to doing something in the last couple of months. As the effects of the gummy berry juice, even the Muggleborn in my class didn't get my reference to the candy-inspired Disney cartoon, kicked in, time seemed to slow. I couldn't actually move any faster, so it was a lot like suddenly swimming instead of moving through the air, but I was thinking faster. The two vampires were recovering, and I decided to take out the minion to worry about Mavra with more of my attention. Spells are more about thoughts than incantation, so my somewhat time-slurred, Confringo nonetheless managed a proper blasting curse. I was even able to make small adjustments to my aim as I spotted the vampire trying to dodge right. Interesting looking in the slowed time, the coruscating flame of the spell nailed the vampire dead center mass, sending slow-motion chunks down New Battle Terrace. I knew that street name was a problem. Meanwhile, not expecting she could get a spell through their shields, Matilda was playing a freezing charm across the street behind me, leaving a slick barrier between us and the remaining opponents. She had to break off the charm to dodge chunks of exploded vampire, but I noticed that Edith actually had the reaction time to banish the arm that had been flying toward her back at Crouch. That at least confused the hell out of him. Clearly upset at the loss of her second minion, Mavra had to watch her step for a moment to account for the slick ground, and that gave me time to grab another item I'd been carrying in my utility belt since it became apparent she would keep coming. As the vampire began a mighty leap to clear the ice and pit her superior strength against my frail mortal body, I underhanded the fist-sized plastic bottle into the air between us and managed to hit it with a low-powered exploding charm, the speed potion letting me get it all in line in a way I probably couldn't have at normal speed. Top vampire fighting tip: garlic powder is cheap and plentiful at your local supermarket. Clearly now regretting her dedication to the costuming bit, the cloud of yellowish dust nicely coated all of Mavra's exposed skin around the bikini, and she howled in pain. The trailing shockwave of my charm was enough to push her leaping trajectory a bit. Coupled with me backpedaling and her pulling her arms to her body in pain, she narrowly missed me and rolled to the ground a few feet further down the street. Even covered in chemical burns, the vampire was fast. While I could track her visually as she rolled to her feet and made for cover, I couldn't swing my blasting rod down and around fast enough to nail her in the back, even if I could have marshaled enough magic to punch through her resistance, after all the spells I'd been throwing. And then came the distinctive pops of incoming apparition, though the sound was odd in the slowed time. I spotted Tonk's purple hair and red robes down the street one way, and the burly, scarred form of Moody the other. Screw this. Crouch. We have to go. Mavra grated out, before spinning in the air to dissipate as a spell from Tonks flashed past her. Moody's red stunner caught the still cackling Sirius Black directly on, but that meant nobody was watching Crouch. The last Death Eater on the scene dived at the collapsing form of the possibly innocent, definitely mad escaped convict and pulled his own disapparition. A whole hunk of matted black hair and an ear were left behind in the road, splinched off of Black in Crouch's haste. My Yumi berry juice didn't last long, and Tonks was hustling up as time snapped back to normal for me. Follow them through? She asked the senior Auror. Moody shook his head and snarled, too dangerous. Could be more than we can handle at the apparition point. And Crouch is smart enough to make multiple jumps to make himself harder to follow. I had always figured that the Aurors had a way of following an apparition, but they kept that spell as secret as possible. Everyone okay? Tonks asked. Muggle got bitten by a vampire inside. Matilda's sister is trying to heal her. Otherwise, I think we got off okay, I explained, then quickly summarized the rest of what had happened as Matilda and Edith walked up. Get the Obliviators here, just in case, Moody ordered Tonks. I'll check on the Muggle. As I followed Moody back into the lobby, I couldn't help but smile when I noticed that Tonks' Patroness Messenger had transformed into a small, sleek wolf in place of the jackrabbit she'd had previously. I supposed congratulations to Remus were in order. Inside, Abraham was recovering in one of the chairs that hadn't taken spell fire, and Giselle spoke up from the ticketing counter, I've got her stabilized, but we should really get her to St. Mungo's to fix the internal damage. The whole thing had taken only a few minutes, so there were thankfully no more Muggles that had wandered into the lobby in the meantime. I'll have Tonks take her, Moody agreed, frowning at the damage to the lobby, as well as the chunks of the vampire Abraham had blasted apart. How are the rest of you with repair and cleaning charms? After that, the ministry did what it did best and covered up a supernatural fracas. More aurors showed up, some of them specialized in memory charms, and the theater was basically as good as new by the time people started to exit the screening, just in time to be magically persuaded that the movie had just been broken up by a fun little live-action special effects show that didn't bear further consideration. All the wizards in White Court got interviewed, and having Abraham's testimony backing mine, not to mention Matilda and her sisters, meant even if Dawlish had been invited to the scene, he wouldn't have much to accuse me of. Apparently I wasn't supposed to just blow up vampires as a matter of course, but Mavra was enough of a known criminal that with the assault on the Muggle, being in the middle of breaking the statute, an arguable self-defense/hot pursuit, it would square with the ministry laws. Nobody yet was enough of an expert on the Unseelie Accords, but if Mavra wanted to walk into the ministry to demand recompense under the new interspecies rules, Moody thought that would just be hilarious. It's a shame John invoked the doom on you, Dresden, Moody told me as everyone was wrapping up. None of the rest of the kids about to graduate from Hogwarts are going to be worth a damn as aurors. Hell, I might as well go ahead and retire. You ever think about going into the private investigation business? I joked. Now there's a thought. He regarded me more seriously than I'd expected for a beat too long and then said, well, you better get on. Yeah, we have a hotel to get to. Matilda stated, taking my arm. No way. Tonks disagreed, striding up behind her. After what happened tonight, you two need to go straight back to Hogwarts. It's my birthday. She said, and Tonks' hair flickered blue in surprise as she picked up on the subtext. Moody had picked up on it as well and explained, hard to maintain constant vigilance when you're doing that kind of thing. Hotel rooms not safe. We apparently looked so put out that Tonks took pity on us. Remus is still at the school for the break. And his house is still under the Fidelius, which I think you're keyed into, Grimblehawk. I can't believe I'm telling you two to go have sex at my boyfriend's house. You're the best, Tonks. Matilda exclaimed. Moody was just chuckling, but advised, apparate straight there. Wait, do you even have your apparition license? I will soon. I explained, then grabbed Matilda and disapparated with her before they could ask any more questions. We actually only went a few blocks, since I did need to check out of the hotel early. There was not a refund sadly, but I could tell that I'd scored points by picking a reasonably nice place. From there, it was a short trip to the nearby Rath to jump back to Hogsmeade and then just use the 3 broomsticks flow to get to Remus, no need to risk splinching ourselves like had happened to Black. Finally, we tumbled out into the mostly emptied study of the house I hadn't lived in for nearly a year. Remus had clearly put most of his stuff into storage or moved it into his Hogwarts apartment, and the house was slightly eerie to navigate through with everything missing or under furniture covers. We lit our rings to see by, though, and if it was a little chilly in the house, we were soon planning to warm each other up. My bedroom still had a bed in it, and the sheets were nicely folded in the linen closet. I don't know how making your own bed is for normal foreplay, but the bedclothes went on and the people clothes went off in one continuous process that we both seemed to find outrageously funny. It might have been the adrenaline crash from the fight finally catching up to us. Finally, blissfully, we were beneath the blankets. You're sure? I asked, one more time. Obviously, Harry, she agreed. Even though we're basically in a horror movie and slipping upstairs in an abandoned house to have sex is the last thing we should be doing. Harry Dresden, this is not a horror movie, it's a love story. But if you're super worried, you can, keep your rod handy, she smirked. Very deliberately, I reached off the bed and pulled my blasting rod from my belt and set it on the nightstand in each reach. Yes, ma'am. Rolling her eyes, she initiated a closer embrace, leaning in for a kiss and joking, well, if anyone asks, at least I can say you used protection. Chapter 43, House Paint. Voldemort's wraithly return was kind of a weird non-event. It mostly had to do with the fact that we'd assumed he was already floating around somewhere making more plans to come back. That he hadn't had the better part of a year to work on his next scheme was something of a surprise. The best Dumbledore could figure was that he was fettered somewhere out of the way, and it had only been that Nott and McNair had a homunculus ready for him after he abandoned Quirrell that he'd been able to come back so quickly after the Philosopher's Stone incident. When I'd evicted him from the school the second time after killing the basilisk, his servants had lost track of him. The order was staking out Nott's estate, but they'd apparently set up somewhere less obvious. On getting back to the school I found out that Theodore Nott hadn't gone home for the break, and he admitted his father had told him to stay at school and hadn't been forthcoming with information since the winter holidays. It seemed pretty obvious that Mavra must have shown up with Black in tow after my encounter with them on New Year's, and they'd worked out a way to get their incorporeal master back. Maybe they were making another creepy baby to house him instead of the snake. Remus had a bit of a crisis when we passed on that Black claimed that Pettigrew had been the traitor. It had to be strange to spend over a decade mourning a dead friend and reviling a living one only to find out that he'd had it backwards. Without the shard of Riddle's soul egging him on, Black might have successfully apprehended Pettigrew instead of eating him, and the previous years might have gone very differently. Of course, if the shard hadn't affixed itself to Black, there was no telling where it would have gone. The information made our tactical goals more confused, for the next time we encountered the haunted animagus. Previously, if he managed to die, that was basically as good an outcome as exorcising him. Now we had to figure on attempting to save him if it was at all possible. Privately, I figured the guy had sounded unsalvageably crazy, so I resolved that I wasn't going to risk anyone's life on taking him in alive. But if Remus was there for the confrontation, I worried any fight could go pear-shaped when he started taking risks that were just as crazy as his friend. After his initial annoyance at Not, Lucius Malfoy seemed to decide that his family hadn't actually been in much danger. If I hadn't stumbled on the Death Eaters making their move in the lobby, they might have been content to sneak off with none of us aware that Voldemort had returned. They couldn't have predicted the narcissistic Dark Lord would make his entrance through the damned movie screen. And without Malfoy's influence, there was no way the Ministry was going to treat the Wraith as anything more than another weird side effect of former Death Eaters and hostile vampires at large. The Ministry was happy to pursue known enemies Sirius Black, Barty Crouch Jr., and Mavor the Black Court Vampire, but they were much less interested in identifying wealthy widower Cantankerous Not or admitting that Dark Lord Voldemort was still on this mortal plane. As was common with spring break when there wasn't a monster terrorizing the school, a lot of students hadn't bothered to go home. Once Matilda and I had been returned for a couple of days, several of our friends started to agitate for Enchanting Club. We'd let it slide for the year, meeting fairly infrequently, because most of the original attendees were firmly in actual Ancient Runes class. But the exams for that were coming up, and everyone wanted some time to pick each other's brain while doing a group project. What I hadn't expected was the group project they'd picked. "Wasn't that in my room?" I asked, regarding the portrait of me that Filch had provided as my Christmas present. "I grabbed it," Percy explained, after everyone suggested it. "My family library has some books on magical art," Luna added. "Mr. Filch really has done the hard part. Finishing the enchantments should be well within this group's capabilities." "But I don't need a talking portrait," I argued. "It doesn't actually start talking until you die, Harry," Hermione countered. "And you keep getting so close to that, we'd kind of like you around in portrait form to talk to if you manage it one of these days." "Thanks for the vote of confidence," I said, sardonically. Not that it wasn't accurate. Penny turned one of Luna's family books to show me a ritual matrix. "I'm interested because it's remarkably similar to soul magic." I boggled. "I definitely don't want my soul trapped in a painting." "Are all the portraits souls?" She shook her head and explained, "No, it's similar, but not trapping your soul. There's both a tether to your mind to allow your memories to imprint on the object, and the magical construct that allows it to retain these memories and personality in the first place. They're not really even sentient, but the spells that allow an inanimate object to talk are very similar to Soulfire." The twins shared a look and George asked, "What if we had something else that could kind of talk?" "Duplicating it is something we'd be very interested in," Fred concluded. Percy gave them both a calculating look, suggesting, "We could take a look at it and find out." They had an intense, silent twin conference through eye contact and body language, probably considering how much of a narc their brother and his girlfriend were, before finally showing off the not-so-secret map. I hadn't realized that it would also display text insulting people that didn't know how to activate it, and once I caught on to the nicknames of the 4 wizards who were doing the insulting, I laughed and laughed. "If we can't help figure it out, I think I can get in touch with one of the original creators," I informed them, after working out that Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs would make sense as names for a werewolf, rat, dog, and stag. I might not have made the connection if I hadn't read Remus books, as well as hearing a few of his stories about the kind of things they got up to when they were students. That got me the twins' attention, and once they demonstrated the full Marauders map I agreed that it would be a really useful item to duplicate. When activated and expanded, it showed the whole school, or at least the rooms that the Marauders had known about, seemed to update the positions of the ones that moved, and, most importantly, showed the location of everyone on campus with their name. Percy was impressed. "I am not sure even the headmaster has anything like this. It would be extremely useful for all teachers to have, and in identifying intruders. And, I suppose, you have only used it for pranks." I caught his eye before he could say anything he'd regret and gave him the look I usually gave him when he was about to be too officious. He sighed and said, "I shall not confiscate it. But you may need to make this available if you know whose forces attempt to gain entry to the school." They agreed to that, and we spent a very productive session analyzing the map and planning out the spells for enchanting a portrait. Unfortunately, it looked like the map worked by keying into Hogwarts' complicated ward structure. We might be able to make copies for Hogwarts, but it wasn't clear whether any other locations would have similar capabilities to hook into. I resolved to feel Remus out about it carefully, since he was smart enough to figure out why I might ask about it, and might feel obligated to reclaim it for the defense of the school. Honestly, if I hadn't been supporting Percy strengthening his good relationship with his brothers, I might have argued myself that the thing needed to live full-time in Remus or Dumbledore's offices. Maybe I could obliquely suggest the concept to Remus and get him to come up with making a new copy of his own. For all I knew, he'd already started working on a replacement. Enchanting projects took up the rest of the break where I wasn't getting roped into studying for NEWTs by my year mates. I probably should have been spending more effort finding an apartment and a job, but Dumbledore was insisting I stay on the school grounds as much as possible until we found out what new scheme the Death Eaters were planning. I could have left if I wanted, being an adult, but he made good sense. With my luck, I figured they'd just grab me as soon as I was graduated in a few months anyway, but try convincing him of that. There were rumors of a suspicious break-in at Ollivander's wand shop, but the bad guys at least hadn't made any overt moves by the Quidditch rematch the weekend after the break. It was at least nice enough weather for it, for once, with only light clouds and wind and about 50 degrees. I was slightly surprised to find Alexis was first to the stands and cheering her head off for Gryffindor. What? I'm still mad at Ollie but I want the team to win, she explained, using her wand to levitate a giant house banner above the stands. You still rooting for Malfoy? I asked Matilda. Nah, she admitted. If Ginny beats him he'll have something to prove next year. Really intensify that rivalry until it boils over, in furious closet snogging. Both of the tiny star-crossed lovers definitely seemed motivated. With Ginny on the improved broom, neither would be able to claim imbalance in sporting equipment for whichever one got the snitch first. Unfortunately, that imbalance was still in force for the rest of the team, since the Slytherins all had nearly new brooms as good as the two Seekers, while the rest of Gryffindor was on their assortment of more affordable ones. It still seemed really unfair to me. But as much as it had contributed to destroying Oliver and Alexis' relationship, his insane training was more than obvious. The Gryffindor team was simply outplaying Slytherin in a way that was basically unstoppable. The bigger boys on the opposing chaser line had one strategy: clutch the quaffle, bunch up, and try to brute force their way through the line. But the twins were simply vicious and, more importantly, precise with their bludgeons. On more than one occasion the guy with the bigger ball had it taken straight out of his arms by a small metal one. Defending it would have smashed a collarbone or worse. Meanwhile, the girls on the Gryffindor line were constantly in both lateral and forward motion, easily dodging just about everything the other team sent at them. I wasn't totally sure, after 3 years of Oliver trying to explain it, why passing was such a thing, but they did it a lot and it looked neat. Maybe it was just because if you did it fast enough the other team had a hard time keeping track of who had it with the distances and speeds involved in the sport. As the score inflated to 190-50, what Oliver claimed should have been a regular occurrence finally happened. Ginny and Draco spotted the snitch at exactly the moment that the 150 points for catching it could only barely decide the game, and only then if Draco could catch it before Gryffindor scored another goal. The entire stadium lost it, screaming in excitement as red and gold streaked through the sky against platinum and green. I was even caught up in the moment a bit myself, but not so much that I didn't glance around to make sure that there weren't any Dementors or Animagi lurking. No threats spotted. I turned just in time to watch Ginny clench her fist what looked to be less than an arm length ahead of Draco's own swiping arm. It wouldn't have mattered. The final score was 350-50, since Katie had put through a final goal moments before. But my house lost their minds at the thrill of such a narrow win turned into a blowout. I saw Draco marshal his sportsmanship and shake Ginny's hand before heading off the field, and then we were all getting swept along to the house party to end all house parties. My memories of the party were a little scattered, since Oliver had broken out his stash of fire whiskey after revealing that the scout from the team he wanted to join had signed him on the spot. Percy didn't even object, as long as only people who were at least 17 got hold of it. The younger kids were already knocking themselves out on smuggled butterbeer anyway. The fact that wizarding soft drinks for children are mildly alcoholic says all you need to know about the culture. My buzz started to wear off late into the evening, when it was just the really heavy partiers still up, and several kids conked out on the couches instead of in their rooms, including Matilda sprawled out across me on the couch. What caught my attention was Alexis giving Oliver a small kiss on his cheek on her way out of the room and telling him, "Congratulations, Ollie. I'll be rooting for you in the pros." He sighed wistfully at her as she walked up to her room, as if contemplating his lost opportunity, then said, "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Professor," and headed his own way out. I looked over to see that, as was often her practice, McGonagall had showed up to make sure the party went down without any injuries or alcohol poisoning. I hadn't really talked to her outside of class since the conversation after New Year's. She regarded me with an unreadable expression, flashes of pain, sadness, and happiness all flickering across her face. Hell, if Alexis and Oliver could make up, and Death Eaters could kill me the first time I slipped up, it was dumb to hold a grudge. "Quidditch Cup in your office 2 years in a row," I offered. "Maybe 3, she allowed, "if I can't convince Albus Quidditch won't be a distraction from another competition he's hoping to host next year. But don't tell anyone. Yet. I think we'll get it anyway, if Angelina keeps the team even half as trained. Plus, Next year, 4 Weasleys on the team. As far as we knew, nobody in the house was even half as ready as Ron was to take over for Oliver as keeper. It should certainly at least keep them all out of trouble, she gave a small smile. Do you need any help getting Ms. Grimblehawk to bed? I think she'll get moving when I wake her. Hopefully before my leg goes completely to sleep, I joked, though I was getting some pins and needles from where one of her elbows was cutting off my circulation. But thanks. I decided to extend an olive branch. Do you want to come by the new apartment sometime this summer? We haven't actually found one yet, but we will soon. Hopefully. Percy, Penny, me and, well, Matilda will probably be there, I challenged her sensibilities. Her smile got bigger. You'd almost be able to tell she was smiling even if you didn't know her really well. I'd like that a lot, Haas. Good, I nodded, then joked, especially since you're a transfiguration genius and none of the rest of us want to try fixing anything that's wrong or painting. That even got a slight chuckle. At the very least, I'm sure I can show your roommates the spells. Good night. My grandmother took her leave as I felt some tension leaving my body for that relationship improving. Next, I just had to deal with other tension in my body, the one that was sleeping peacefully despite her whole weight crushing her arm into my thigh. It turned out, unfortunately, that true love's kiss only woke my girlfriend from magical slumber. Chapter 44, Cape Fear. I'd missed the previous year's apparition test, due to all the fallout of the Chamber of Secrets. Honestly, an apparition license seemed ludicrous on the face of it, considering that with owls completed and past my 17th birthday I could cast any other spell that wasn't blatantly illegal without a certificate in hand. The whole thing seemed like a weird nod to Muggle children having to get driver's licenses. But apparently they took it seriously enough that I'd been cautioned that I'd get in trouble if they found out I'd been operating without one. When pressed, they claimed it was because of the danger of splinching, both to the wizard that was bad at operating, and the statute of secrecy if Muggles found wizard body parts lying around. At least I got to take the test with Matilda, who'd been studying at all the in-castle training sessions for the past several months. It was interesting to me that Dumbledore could selectively take down the anti-apparition wards in the Great Hall for the trainings, which seemed like a huge security hole since they were scheduled far in advance. But then, for some reason, the final test near the end of April had to be in Hogsmeade. On a school day. On the afternoon before a full moon. I had Monday afternoons off from classes, but Matilda, and most of the other 6th years, were missing their extra-long potions class to take the test. Unsurprisingly, Maeve wasn't present for the testing, she'd probably bribe a private tester later, who wouldn't look too closely. When I'd seen the Sid Redcap teleport the previous summer, it didn't actually look much like apparition. Most of the rest of the 6th years seemed to be there, though I guess if they weren't taking defense with me I'd be less likely to recognize them. With me and 30 or so other students waiting for their exam in the 3 broomsticks, Dumbledore had at least stepped up security. Remus had gone ahead and cancelled his class with the 5th years for the afternoon, since he was already feeling peaky from his monthlies, but was on hand sitting at a booth with Tonks. She would probably be a bigger help than him if anything went wrong, but he wasn't completely helpless before his transformation. Since his potions class was cancelled for the test anyway, Professor Belby was also on hand, though slightly late. I'd noticed him hand Remus a flask that was almost certainly his last dose of Wolfsbane potion as he headed in. Moody, also there for security, slid into a chair with his back to the wall at the table where Matilda and I were waiting for our test. Been thinking about what you said, he started, without preamble. Did the research on Muggle private investigators. Might be able to make a go of it. Lot of crimes the Aurors don't have time for that, people would pay to have investigated to get enough evidence that the Ministry has to look into it. Probably less infidelity investigations than the Muggle world, though. You might be surprised. Matilda suggested. I raised an eyebrow and she explained, I hear things. My father didn't cheat on my mother. But people go to him for advice on getting divorced. Interesting, Moody considered. So, what do you think, Dresden? Apprenticeship? I asked. With pay. He nodded. Start out as a quarter-share partnership. We can negotiate raising it if you wind up doing more than a quarter of the work. I glanced at Matilda, who nodded. We'd already talked about it a little, after Moody seemed interested when I'd mentioned it to him after the last Death Eater run-in. Tonks had mentioned that being trained by Moody was extremely stressful, but she wouldn't have traded it for anything. I smiled, works for me. He nodded and shook my hand, explaining, I'll get you more information once I get the permits sorted. Speaking of permits, they're about to call you, I think. Sure enough, I was called up next for the test. The actual process wasn't at all hard, as one might expect for a couple of officials trying to get through over 30 people in 2 hours. Apparate into a hoop. Apparate between 3 hoops quickly. Pop over to Honeydukes, grab a token to prove you'd been there, and pop back. Easy. I heard there had often been a longer distance apparition portion of the test previously, but the veil was still fractured, so nobody could do that anymore. Well, nobody that didn't know about the wraths, and I was still sitting on that information as much as possible. Hundreds of wizards using them as springboards all the time would probably shake tons of monsters out of the never across Britain. And then they would have to make a law and wouldn't let me get away with doing it. I finished quickly and decided to wait for Matilda to finish up before heading back to the castle. They were doing it alphabetically, and there weren't really any E or F last names among the 6th years, so it was only Elora Dunn and Ross gibbered in between our tests. She was just walking back across the inn's common room waving her signed license card when there were sounds of screams outside. If I'd been thinking about it, I'd have realized the timing couldn't have been coincidental. 5 more minutes and we'd have been back inside the school wards. But, in the moment, Gryffindor doesn't train you to assume innocence in danger is a trap for you. I was out on the street like a shot, Matilda right behind, and Remus, Tonks, and Moody following. I'd gotten very efficient at spilling out of the 3 broomsticks for screams over the course of the year. Bold as anything, Sirius Black in his animagus form was just standing in the middle of the road outside of the joke shop, snarling at the rapidly fleeing passers-by, visibly missing one ear where Crouch had splinched it off his human form in their previous escape. He got a good look at me, red eyes flashing, turned and tore off down the street. If I wasn't expecting a trap before, I was after that. Where were the other Death Eaters? At least it was broad daylight, so there likely wouldn't be any vampires about. Unfortunately, while I was trying to figure out what their plan could possibly be, Remus was shouting, "Wait! Sirius!" and charging after his friend. I blamed the stress of the impending change. "Remus! It could be a trap!" I shouted after him, but he was already sprinting down the street with moon-powered ferocity. Moody snarled in agreement behind me, but Tonks was also already sprinting off to cover her boyfriend. "Lupin can manage a patroness, right?" Moody asked, somewhat rhetorically, looking up as the dark shapes of Dementors began to swoop in from whatever shadows they were stationed in near the town, waiting for someone to yell Black's name. "Let's get these people off the street." I heard him mutter, "If that girl survives, I'm going to kill her." With his prosthetic leg, there was no way he was going to keep up in a footrace with an animagus, a werewolf and an athletic 20-year-old. Instructions from the senior aura helping to restrain our own Gryffindor natures, Matilda and I summoned Patronuses and began to help Hogsmeade citizens back into buildings who'd been caught out. Fortunately it wasn't a school Hogsmeade weekend, so the only students to corral were already in the inn. The day had been only a little cloudy and not too cold before the Dementors began to stream in, but it got dark and chill as they swarmed. I was grateful to have my patroness nearby, which made even the mass of creatures easier to deal with. It helped that most of the mass was floating after Remus and Tonks, and I hoped they had the presence of mind to protect themselves even though they hadn't when they ran off. We'd mostly gotten the streets cleared when an adult wizard shouted, "Help!" from nearby. Somehow, he'd caught the attention of 2 Dementors, who descended from the sky and began to follow him as he rushed into the nearby house. "These things are worse than Death Eaters," I swore, charging down the street. Matilda pelted along behind me with a grunt of agreement. We must have gotten separated from Moody in the confusion. When we got into the house, it was already too late. 2 bodies were unmoving on the ground, the wraithly creatures hovering above them. "No!" Matilda screamed. "Hoc est corpus!" She'd had an easier time learning the soul fire charm than any of the other apologies, possibly because it was simple for her to assemble the proper emotion. The bright blast from her wand filled the living room in fiery, reddish light as it impacted against the first Dementor, turning in what could have been surprise. A tornado of silver sparks whipped through the creature, shredding it like a black rag in a blender. Shadowy substance simply unraveled and evaporated into the light, briefly illuminating a desiccated skeleton within that, itself, crumbled into dust that spun away and disappeared. The second Dementor tried to charge us, but I already had Mouse in position, pressing it into the corner. Matilda breathed heavily, trying to recover from the powerful magic. Under the silvery light of the patroness, I had a moment to examine the citizens that had their souls devoured by the creatures. A man and a woman, naked and suddenly familiar looking where they'd been concealed behind the Dementors. Perfect copies of Matilda and me laid on the floor, unmoving. The wizard we'd rushed in to save poked a head around the door of the next room, gave us a manic grin while licking his lips, and tossed a potion into the room. Wait, not a potion, a grenade. I hadn't exactly prepared to deal with a flashbang. In the blast of sound and bright light I was disoriented enough that I couldn't defend myself, and even the spells on my duster weren't enough to hold up to the barrage of stunners. Hopefully the others dealt with the obvious trap better than we had. Chapter 45, Tight Ropes. When I came to, it was night, it was cold, and it was windy. I could immediately tell that I'd been stripped of my duster from the fact I was shivering. The smell of salt water and crash of waves suggested I was outside near the ocean. Also, something was threatening to rip my right arm out of its socket, making playing at being unconscious not worth it. Opening my eyes, I could tell that I was sitting on a large boulder atop a cliff. The full moon's light streamed down upon the scrubland to my left and the sudden drop to the crashing ocean to my right. Several large braziers were set up in a circle around the area to provide firelight, though I was far enough from the nearest one that I was still close to freezing beneath the thin white robe I'd been dressed in. I was sitting across a ritual circle from Sirius Black, in his human form and dressed in the same white robe. Well, not directly across. The circle was marked into thirds, and the giant snake Voldemort had possessed at the theater was coiled in the third spot around the large diagram. The stupid snake got a brazier close by to keep it warm. A seemingly inanimate, human-sized scarecrow was propped in the middle of the circle and draped in a black robe. Also like me, Black's arm was manacled, though it was his left arm versus my right. I looked up and realized that both of our arms were bound to stout ropes leading up through a pulley system into a complicated gantry that was basically a crane arm or gibbet dangling a structure over the edge of the cliff. The hanging object was a human-sized birdcage, and Matilda was trapped inside, also dressed in what had to be sacrificial robes. She still seemed out of it. Yes. You might be able to get loose, Mavra's voice grated from behind me, explaining, but can you do it without her falling? Between the two of you and the pulleys, you're not quite being dragged down after her. If one of you gets out, she certainly falls to the rocks below. I could smell the grave stench of her breath as she moved closer and whispered in my ear, a certain Sid princess was willing to pay me extra to ensure she dies, but if you're good I'll just make her into a new child to replace some of those you've denied me. Even if you could get out, Crouch added, manner jolly as he emerged from behind one of the braziers, we've taken all your gear. Had to leave it on the body doubles to sell the bit. I doubt Moody will be fooled for long, but a few hours of confusion is enough to cover up an abduction quite nicely. How'd you even have time to switch our clothes without him catching you? I wondered out loud, while furiously trying to figure out how I was going to escape from my regularly scheduled annual death trap. He explained gamely, it's not like undressing charms are hard, and not popped his head around a building and let Mad Eye chase him for a minute. No names. Not shouted from down the hill, probably working on whatever ritual they were using. It's not like your identity's much of a secret at this point, old bean, Crouch chided. The snake hissed, and he apologized, yes, master. Sorry. Just explaining to Dresden why he shouldn't try to escape. For some reason, my left hand hadn't been bound, which seemed like an oversight, and I used it to confirm my belt, vest, and amulet were missing. That gave me cover to use my bound hand to feel that my ring was still in place. It wasn't super shiny, the rune work was subtle, and it wasn't really enchanted, it was a focus, so they may have missed that it was a threat in their hurry. Hopefully they'd missed Matilda's as well, but at the very least I'd be able to send a message to our friends if I could figure out where we were. The cage Matilda was in really wasn't much more than enough metal wire to keep her from squeezing out without them being able to drop it or stun her before she could escape. After all, too much weight on the thing and it would just drag Black and me over the edge anyway. As emaciated as he was, Black probably didn't weigh much more than Matilda. That gave me a few options to get her out quickly. A simple cutting charm might manage it, and I was good at doing those wandlessly. Tell Remus I'm sorry, Black babbled in a moment of semi-lucidity while I planned. They'd finally trimmed down the rest of his hair and beard, making his missing ear more prominent. I didn't realize he was there. You told him I was innocent? That it was the rat? I tried everything I could to let him catch me back at the village, but I have no control when I'm Padfoot. We got away from him. And my little cousin Nymphadora. Yeah, that's her. And Remus feels really bad about thinking you were the traitor all those years, I assured the possessed animagus. Just try not to transform, and maybe we'll all get out of this. Good ol' Siri will be fine, Crouch chuckled. He's going to live a long, safe life. Why didn't they call you last year? I needled Crouch. You're McNair's replacement in this whole deal, right? Does it hurt that you only got Reedon when he got blown up? I trust the master's wisdom, he shrugged, though he flicked his tongue over his lips in what could have been annoyance. Fewer people involved means fewer chances of capture. No one could have expected you to be such a persistent hindrance. But third time's the charm, right? I think this is technically 4, if you count the first possession attempt, I argued. Not an auspicious number. Better let us go and try something else. He chuckled. I like you, Dresden. Shame. What's going on? Matilda groaned, waking up in the cage and getting her bearings. She was far enough over the edge of the cliff that she was really only visible by the flickering firelight reflecting off of her robes and the moon shining on her hair. I was caught for a moment in worry and fear. This was exactly what I'd been afraid of, getting involved with her. Another person for the bad guys to take away. Another resurrection attempt. They used guerrilla warfare to capture us, I hinted, hoping she was coherent enough to work out that I was making escape plans. She cursed quietly in Welsh, as she realized the predicament she was in, testing the cage and making it sway enough that Black and my arms were jolted. Sorry. She said, catching how our obedience was being enforced. I thought I spotted her eyes widen in surprise as her thumb flickered over her hand, which I took as evidence that she'd also kept her ring. I was having a hard time coming up with a workable plan. I didn't think they were stupid enough not to put up anti-apparition jinxes. This site might even be a permanent enough ritual space to have wards. The hillside below would be a shooting gallery if we tried to run that way. Maybe the wards didn't extend all the way down to the water, but trying to apparate mid-air wasn't exactly reliable in the best of times and the consequences for failure were pretty great. Sticking charms were another thing I'd used a fair amount without needing a focus, due to my crafting work, but temporarily affixing a couple of pieces of leather to each other was a lot easier than freezing a pulley system long enough to cut myself and Black free and then retrieve Matilda. If they just left us alone it would be no problem. And, of course, any one of Not, Crouch, Mavra, or the Voldemort snake would probably be dangerous to me even if I was fully armed. Speaking of armed, I was surprised to see my unicorn horn focus in Not's possession as the masked Death Eater trudged up the hill and into view. If I could get hold of that, I could exorcise the snake. He had it placed on a tray that also included 2 wands, some pots of ritual components, and a small wooden box covered in sigils. The whole process was being treated gingerly, even more than I'd expect from an old man in the cold outdoors. Maybe I should just try a banisher to knock the stuff into the ocean. I'll stop you if you raise that hand, Mavra explained, still lurking behind me. I could hear the smugness in her voice as she explained, your heartbeat increased. It's almost as good as reading your mind. Right, new step 1 was hoping I could knock a super strong, preternaturally fast vampire off the cliff behind me before trying anything else. I was really upset they weren't underestimating me nearly as much as they had the previous year. Even despite the chill, I started to sweat a bit. I wasn't sure how I was going to get out of this. The ritual of 3x3, Not began to intone, setting down the tray of items on a small table outside of the circle and withdrawing a pot of salve. 3 come to the circle. The most loyal servant, he dabbed a bit of the green ritual paste on the snake's head. Figured that Voldemort didn't have any real friends. The enslaved foe, he walked over and daubed on Black's forehead, as Crouch held his head to keep him from squirming away. And the recalcitrant enemy, he said, daubing my own head as Mavra's vice grip held it in place. With both of her hands on my head, she couldn't exactly stop my left fist from flying free at the old man. He managed to twist so I didn't get him in the gut or the groin, but I felt like the crack I felt was his hip and not my hand. He snarled in pain as Mavra moved one hand off of my head to grab my arm, and Matilda hissed as the jostling made her cage shake dangerously. You're sure you need him alive? The vampire asked. This is risky. For now, he allowed, limping back around the circle to his tray and picking up the 3 foci. 3 wands, all with cores from the same phoenix, for rebirth, he explained, voice less certain from the pain. The master's old wand, badly burned, he explained, placing a wand that was little more than charcoal in front of Black. Someone must have recovered it from the house Snape had burned Voldemort alive in. The enemy's wand, too pure for this mortal world, he scoffed, setting my focus down in front of me with great wariness, though Mavra still held me in her rotting embrace. At least she was wearing robes so it wasn't much skin-to-skin contact. And a new wand, for a new dominion, he finished, placing a slender wand that was maybe 11 inches long and, I guessed, made of holly in front of the snake. I figured I now knew why they'd robbed Ollivanders. It was at least small comfort to see that having to keep kneeling to place the foci was further messing up Not's injury. Maybe he wouldn't be mobile if I could bring it to a fight. I kind of regretted the gesture, though. I probably should have used my shot to fire a cutting charm at the scarecrow in the middle of the circle, which was likely packed full of all kinds of gross stuff for Voldemort to use to form a new body. Finally, the 3 anchors, Not began. My lord, if you would remove yourself from Nagini. The snake flinched as the smoke of Voldemort emerged from its body and hovered in wraith form above the circle, just over the scarecrow. 2 are already in place, and only 1 more remains, he said, flipping open the ring box to reveal an oversized, shiny gold ring set with a black stone that would have been uncomfortably large to wear, even for a signet ring. My lady, if you would take it. He asked Mavra. The curse only applies if you put it on, she disagreed. And I need to keep hold of Dresden. She wasn't wrong. If she'd released either hand to take the ring, I'd have gotten enough mobility back to do something about it. Practice your occlumency, Not, Crouch suggested, flippantly, from where he was still making sure Black didn't try anything. It's only a death curse if you succumb to the compulsion and put it on. Well, I didn't like that at all. Fine, Not agreed, treating the ring box like a live grenade as he walked it over to me. Mavra wrenched my left hand up toward him, but she couldn't both control my arm and bring her strength to bear on my fingers. The old man certainly didn't have the strength in his palsied hands to pry my fist open, especially when he had to be so careful of the ring. I was just winging it, trying to stall out the ritual. While she could only control my arm, Mavra's strength was too much for me to even think of shoving her away or knocking the box off the cliff. He'd started when the full moon had been highest in the sky, so I might only have to hang on for a couple of minutes. But Voldemort's wraith had a better view of the proceedings, and was the one that had been there every time I'd messed up his plans previously. With a wavering sigh of spectral annoyance, he ordered, "Crouch. Kill this spare." "Yes, master," Crouch agreed, and then cast a negligent, diffindo to sever the ropes holding Matilda's cage to the gantry. She screamed as she plummeted, and in my own scream of anguish my fist went slack enough for not to pry it open and slam the cursed ring onto a finger. And then I blacked out from the pain of the curse that began to mummify my hand alive. Chapter 46, Somebody. Despite blacking out from the pain, I wasn't out for long. When a ritual starts to drain you to revive a lich, unconsciousness apparently isn't an option. Green light rushed down my arm to my rapidly blackening left hand. I assumed the light came from my head since black was, similarly, glowing from the mark on his brow. It moved through the ring that had been shoved onto my hand where it picked up a web of black soul energy before leaping into the focus at my feet. Black and the snake, already Horcruxes, just immediately added the black webs as the energy directly leaped from their heads into the wands before them. In hindsight, I may have gotten off a little bit easier than they did. The non-dominant hand is usually used for absorbing magic and erecting shields, not projecting magic, at least in the way I was taught. The energy pathways out of my right hand were much more developed. At the very least, the green glow I was producing seemed a little less than what the other two were generating, from what I could tell through the pain. The energy earthed itself into the phoenix cord foci and flowed along the ritual diagram's lines into the scarecrow, green light seemingly somewhat purified of the Horcrux taint by fox feathers. Nott was busily chanting in Latin, and I picked up words referring to resurrection and rebirth over the suddenly heavy whines. Mavra and Crouch had let go of us rather than get caught in the ritual, but my body was paralyzed by the pain such that I couldn't really think about escaping. I wondered if I'd have the strength after it ended, or whether this was going to drain me dry. If I'd lost Matilda and failed to prevent Voldemort from getting a new body, was there really even a point to me trying to escape? The driving, bitter wind was caught in a tornado that spun within the ritual circle, the rest of the diagram on the stone lighting green traceries to balance the power being drained into the scarecrow. Wrapped in the majority of the light, the figure's face began to transform from simple leather into flesh, and it filled out into a much more humanoid form beneath the black cloak. Though I was trying hard to do something, I wasn't able to interfere, and within a minute the wraith floating above was caught in the light like one of the traps in Ghostbusters, pulled into the body. Not long after that, the process completed in a flash of green brilliance. Suddenly, the night was still cold but the whines had all but ceased. The process racking my body ended, allowing me to slump to the ground, exhausted, but not dead. Newly embodied, Voldemort pulled down the cowl of his hood to observe his few followers. Long black hair framed a face that would probably be handsome if not for the fine, pale but green-tinged scales that he had instead of flesh, lack of any appreciable nose, and glowing red eyes. It was hard to tell from the ground, but he might have gotten some of my height, since he seemed to tower over the Death Eaters. "Wand!" he demanded, and not painfully bent down to retrieve the new wand in front of the snake, offering it with both hands to his master, hilt first. Voldemort swished it and green sparks emerged. "It will do. A close enough match until I can find a superior option." "Hey, you fixed the lisp," I needled with a groan from the ground. No reason not to piss him off, since he was going to kill me anyway. "Try she sells seashells by the seashore." "Crucio," he tossed off absently, causing my body to rack in agony for a mere moment. It honestly distracted from the pain in my cursed hand, so wasn't too bad. Indeed, a suitable wand. "Oh, my, Dresden, that hand looks awful. You should get that looked at." "Great, the guy may have gotten a touch of my sense of humor as well." He addressed Nott, "Speaking of which, my memories in my spectral form are not perfect. Clearly I directed you to the ring when a third anchor was required, but why did you not simply use the locket housed beneath us?" Crouch looked a little green, either in fear or remembering an ordeal. "It had been replaced with a forgery, master. It seems Regulus Black betrayed you before his death." "Regulus Black?" managed from where he had sprawled on the stone across the circle. "My brother didn't die a Death Eater?" "Ha! Voldemort schemed, then we shall have to direct Sirius to search the Black Estates for evidence of whether he managed to destroy it. Or Bella, when we make contact, if the dog is too addled to adjust the wards." "Should we summon them, master?" Crouch asked, rolling up the sleeve of his black robe to show his evil cattle brand and offer it to his boss. "Soon. But not immediately. First, gifts for my truest followers." He turned to Mavra and asked, "My lady of the line of Drackle, we appreciate your assistance in this matter. What is it that you'd like in repayment?" "I was going to take the girl, but you dropped her off a cliff," Mavra complained, apparently not cowed at all by the reborn dark wizard. "She had spunk. Let's just say, give me first refusal on any of your captives that are similarly useful, before you ruin them." I've lost 3 children in nearly as many months due to this operation. Very well. I apologize for the loss of the young one, but it's safer for us all if Dresden doesn't have anything to fight for, he smirked in my direction. Now, Bartmuse, what would you have? Only to be truly elevated to the inner circle, Master, Crouch knelt. Of course. You were on your way before the war, and your faith does you credit. He did something complicated with his wand to summon a new silver Death Eater mask like Nott was wearing, and passed it to the kneeling wizard. Rise, and be one of us. And finally, Cantankerous, my most faithful. Without you, I would still be trapped in the darkness between worlds. What would you have? Your return to lead us once again is all that I require, my lord, he bowed. You see, Dresden. Voldemort monologued. My followers may be diminished, but they are true. They understand power, and that it is mine to grant. I have conquered death. And now I must finally conquer prophecy. Well, that sounded like a setup for murder if I'd ever heard one, and I released the cutting charm I'd been silently building into my right hand, snapping the rope and using the release of tension to fling myself to my left, away from Mavra, and out of line of any spells. I managed to snatch up my apologies focus on the way across. I vaguely thought that I might manage to kill or exorcise the snake, at least, or take out Nott. Petrificus totalis, Voldemort snapped out quickly and without apparent effort, nailing me with the body bind curse before I'd made it 2 yards and causing me to slide to a stop just shy of Nagini, who hissed and moved away, not willing to risk being near the subject of her master's ire. You are a worthy enemy, Dresden. I will give you that. Few wizards have been as much of an irritation to me as you have been, even at your young age. For that, I shall give you a wizard's death. If it makes you feel any better, only death will free you of the ring's curse anyway, which I can see has already nearly claimed your hand. But first, let's just make sure that you aren't sporting any irksome blood magic protections from your mother, like another child of prophecy who shall remain nameless. He chuckled at his own joke, ran some diagnostic spells, and apparently confirmed to his own satisfaction that whatever happened when he attacked the Potters wasn't going to happen with me. Very well, he intoned, sighting down his wand. Attend, and bear witness to your brother and sister Death Eaters, what happens to enemies of Lord Voldemort, nay, to hostile fate itself when it faces an immortal wizard. Farewell, Harry Dresden. Avada Kedavra. The green blast of the killing curse hit me directly in the chest. Chapter 47, Death Curse. I died. I'd love to spin a detailed story about the afterlife. Maybe it's like a train station, with shining subway cars to take you to the beyond. I could have finally seen my parents, perhaps. Possibly even picked the brain of whatever higher power was behind all my trials and tribulations. Really risked my ticket into heaven by being sarcastic about it. But, either you don't get to remember that kind of thing when you come back, or I wasn't dead for long enough to even get the experience. Dying hadn't felt like anything, but being revived felt like a wash of love and power reigniting every cell in my body. I couldn't play dead with how I twitched and my eyes snapped open, but in the time I'd been out maybe only a few seconds the Death Eaters had all moved over to the edge of the cliff, wands drawn and ignoring my corpse. Even the snake went to take a look. Black, still tied up and way more out of it than I'd been from the ritual, looked surprised when I sat up, but managed to keep from making a noise. I had a theory about what had happened, and it didn't involve me being immune to the curse because of fate or higher powers. What was important was that I was no longer surrounded, had my apologies focus in hand, and my left hand still hurt but was no longer being actively and slowly disintegrated. Time to get to work. I managed to roll fairly silently to my feet and hissed out, Diffindo. As I passed Black, cutting his bonds. A few steps past him, I was able to take cover behind one of the braziers. It wouldn't last long, but might help for a second. Not hearing them immediately taking notice, I turned my focus on my left hand, incanted, Excorio, and directed the exorcism charm into the ring on my blackened hand. I figured running around with an active Horcrux on me wouldn't be very good for long, and that the charm might help with any remaining mummification curse energy. Honestly, I had a thin hope that it might also save my hand, which I couldn't exactly move at the time. The wailing of the soul being evicted finally got everyone's attention. The bad guys still had us on numbers, no doubt. My focus in hand might have given me a chance against any one of them, but I was only in a slightly better position than I'd been before I got killed. So I took my shot, whatever energy that had revived me giving me enough stamina to go for broke right after using the tiring exorcism charm. Sighting at Voldemort, I yelled, Hoc est corpus. As I'd expected, the element of surprise only got me a moment of speed advantage. Somehow the dark asshole had snapped out another killing curse fast enough to have done for me if I'd waited even half a second. What I got was red and green energies colliding in mid-air. Then things got weird. The threads of power propelling the spell fire, normally an invisible trail of ionized air, ignited. As green and red magics destroyed one another, the energy washed backwards, forming a blazing golden rope of energy connecting my focus to Voldemort's wand. My magic was bound to the process, and I couldn't have let go of my focus if I wanted to. Neither could he. Some force with a sense of aesthetics briefly levitated the both of us more in line with the ritual circle, facing off directly across its diameter maybe 4 yards apart from one another. At least I wasn't the one with my back to the cliff this time, and I absently noted Black hiding behind the pulley-decorated post he'd been bound to. Before even Mavra could react, the golden rope threw off dozens of additional threads of coruscating light that surrounded us in a webbed dome centered on the ritual circle. Voldemort's eyes widened and he yelled at his followers, "Do nothing." Already off guard at my survival, he clearly didn't understand what was going on. Given a faint undercurrent of fox cry that I heard within the magic that was currently muting the exterior sounds, I suspected it was a byproduct of using foci with matched cores. And I kind of hoped that, since the Phoenix was a buddy, I'd have an advantage in this particular test of wills. "Do nothing unless I command it," he shrieked, the Phoenix song rising so that even he could make it out. "Maybe you should retire that curse," I yelled across the golden tether linking us. "You're 0 for 3 the last times you've used it, right? I'd be interested in seeing what goes wrong the next time you try it. What have you done? What is this spell?" he snarled. I loved that he was giving me credit for doing this on purpose. As I'd kind of assumed, the connection began to become unstable, the rope modulating from a uniform cord into a wave-like structure, almost like an undulating necklace of beads. "Your return trip to hell," I told him, exerting all my will along the cord. Give him credit, Voldemort was powerful. If he knew what was going on and wasn't under 5 minutes back from over a decade in perdition, he probably would have won the reverse tug of war. But I was highly motivated and he was off balance. So when I started to push, the beads of force slowly but inevitably moved toward his wand. I smirked as I noticed through the wavering light that the rest of the bad guys were just standing on the edge of the cliff watching. They probably should have gotten to safer ground, but might have been worried about getting around the dome without getting shocked. And that's when a dark furred arm reached over the edge of the cliff, grabbed Mavra's leg, and pulled her off to plummet into the sea below. Nobody expects the monkey. With the biggest physical threat out of the way, Black found his courage and an objective. "Tell Remus I'm sorry. That I meant something," he shouted at me, then sprinted awkwardly between the edge of the dome and the edge of the cliff. Crouch and Knot staggered back, hesitating to attack their master's Horcrux and forgetting for a crucial moment that any basic immobilizing spell would have worked to stop the haggard man. They left him a clear path to the other Horcrux outside the dome. I like to assume that Nagini had a really surprised look on her face when Black grabbed her and then leaped off the cliff, aiming for the rocks below. "2 more Horcruxes down, Tom," I shouted over the now thunderous Phoenix song. It was a calculated risk to reveal that I knew what they were, but the shock value was worth it. I did get to see his surprised face. The moment of anguish was enough to slam the rest of the energy home into his wand. What I hadn't prepared for was for the wand to produce an echo of the last, and basically only, spell it had cast. Namely, killing me. Silvery smoke poured out of the end of Voldemort's wand and took my own form. The hairy phantasm regarded me from where he stood next to Voldemort, said, "Well, this is odd," flexed his fingers and made a pantomime that I read as, "I'll hold him once you break the connection." I nodded and shouted, "Thilda. Ready to go." Moments later, the reddish-brown furred howler monkey swung herself back onto dry land as close as she could get to me without crossing the dome and waited. Resources in place, I yanked my focus offline to break the connection, and I watched my phantom double tackle Voldemort as the dome collapsed into countless golden sparks. By the time Voldemort was screaming, "Stop him!" I was already sprinting downhill, Matilda bounding onto my back as soon as the dome had fallen. She was much easier to carry and apparate within her animagus form. Despite the long arms and surprising monkey strength, she was only about a dozen pounds. Crouch and Knot didn't manage to get it into gear before my long legs and adrenaline had carried me far enough across the rocky scrub to feel comfortable trying to apparate. Sure enough, the anti-apparition space wasn't that big, and I twisted in space just as a couple of spells finally started to streak down the hill at us. As was becoming my signature move, I flipped them both the bird as we disapparated to safety. Whatever coastline we'd been on was close enough to London to apparate into Remus' backyard on the second try, after skittering off a vale crack and landing in the middle of a random cow field. It had been an educated guess that we were closer to the house than to Hogwarts, based on the fact we hadn't frozen to death like we might have on a seaside cliff closer to Scotland. Feeling safe inside the Fidelius-protected house, I fire-called Dumbledore and we were quickly allowed to fly through into his office. While Dumbledore wanted to debrief immediately, he had to deal with me waving my curse-blackened hand in his face. He seemed more interested in the ring than in my injury, but at least sent us down to the infirmary while he gathered the order. Madame Pomfrey made some very unhappy noises about the wound, but managed to bind it up in potion-slathered bandages that she thought might let me save the hand. Also, I was very nearly magically exhausted. Matilda was fine other than some scrapes. As soon as Pomfrey agreed I was stable enough, though she'd prefer I stayed in bed, I was whisked back to the headmaster's office. The debrief was intense, and involved an ever-increasing number of members of the Order of the Phoenix getting called in. It was like 3 in the morning before someone remembered to give me back my pants. Dumbledore wanted to warn everyone that Voldemort was finally back, but the more political members of the group finally convinced him that wouldn't work out. The Aurors, in particular, were pretty sure all that would accomplish would be turning Minister Fudge against me, Dumbledore, and the school as he tried to stick his head in the sand. I'd been somewhat circumspect about mentioning Voldemort's wraith, so the idea was around in the minds of the Ministry, but even with Matilda to back up my testimony it wasn't likely to be enough. What they could do was go to the site, which Dumbledore was able to pinpoint based on research he'd been doing into Riddle's early life, especially once I mentioned that it had been a Horcrux hiding place. The scouting team found enough evidence of the ritual left behind to secure the scene, including tracking down the body of Sirius Black and the oversized snake dashed to pieces on rocks below. I was glad that Remus was still locked up in his quarters in wolf form rather than having to go along on that particular mission. The eventual strategy we settled on was revealing that noted bogeyman Sirius Black, known terrorist at large Barty Crouch Jr., vampire of interest Mavra, and an unnamed masked Death Eater, who answered to Not, had kidnapped us as part of a ritual. That part was pretty easy to prove, even if we had to throw Sirius under the bus. The difference from the real story was that they'd created some kind of dark magic homunculus to try to convince people that you-know-who was returned. The hope was that Fudge would go hard against the Death Eaters to try to prove that Voldemort hadn't returned, which would allow those that knew he had to hunt for him. Finally, after the hours-long meeting, which basically wound up with Matilda as a member of the Order since they hadn't exactly ever asked her to leave, we were sent back to the infirmary, where I was confined to bed rest and Matilda was allowed to stay even though she was doing okay. "I thought I lost you," she said from her bed, an arm's length from mine. We'd been in the meeting so late that the room was already growing light from the first rays of the rising sun. "You brought me back," I told her. "Only by accident," she admitted. "I was trying to blast him in the back. I didn't really think about how the rings work." "Happy little accident," I smiled. "Penny is going to lose her mind when she realizes we made an actual counter to the killing curse. And did you think you'd lost me? When I fell?" "Only for a second," I told her. Then I realized no 2-bit death trap was going to do in Matilda Grimblehawk. "That's right. Full-price death traps, minimum." She deliberately removed her ring from her right hand and placed it on her left ring finger, reaching out across the separation. When my ring clinked against hers, our hands grasping in the dawn light, it felt like victory. Chapter 48, Still Lives. Defense classes were cancelled on Tuesday. Madame Pomfrey wasn't going to let me out of bed to go substitute teach, even if I had managed to wake up before lunch showed up. And Remus was in no condition to do so after getting the short version of what had happened. He came into the infirmary after Matilda and I finished our meal to get the full story. The fact that poor, broken Sirius Black had still gone out a true Gryffindor at least made some difference to his mood. I promised him the full memory to view if he could borrow Dumbledore's pensieve, and he was heading out, only to remember something and stop at the last second. "You still haven't found a place to live once you graduate, have you?" I shrugged. "Lots of interruptions. Hard to find a big enough place for 4 people on our budget." "With you-know-who back," he began, then suggested, "you can't really stay anywhere without strong wards. Why don't you rent my place? I can keep the rent to what you can afford." "But it's your house," I argued. "I'm here most of the year," he disagreed, "and I can stay with Dora in her flat if I want to get out of the castle during the summer." "Congrats on that, by the way," I told him. "Noticed her patroness changed." He smiled. "Yeah. It's going well. Better than I deserve, but I'm trying to deserve her." He chuckled a bit and said, "Plus, she told me what she let you use the place for on Ms. Grimblehawk's birthday. Not sure I could live there after that." He winked to show he was kidding, but Matilda gasped anyway and I laughed. I glanced at her to check and she nodded. "I'll check with Penny and Percy, but I think that would be perfect." "Thanks, man. We'll try not to trash the place," I grinned. After he left, there wasn't much to do the rest of the afternoon other than talk and read a bit. I needed a little help maneuvering items with my left hand numbed and wrapped in a huge mitten of bandages. Before dinner, Pomfrey was changing them and Dumbledore chose that moment to show up and observe. "It's not looking bad," the Mediwitch said, after unwrapping and cleaning it. I must have scoffed, looking at the blackened hand, and she said, "Truly. The spell didn't actually dig all the way through. This would already be healed if it wasn't curse damage. I'm optimistic that time and potions will repair most of it." "Can we remove the ring?" the headmaster asked, glancing at where the gaudy trinket was still mounted on my middle finger. "Not yet," she shook her head. "The dark magics were either single-use or seemed to have been removed by Mr. Dresden's charm, but the remaining enchantments on it would make it resist resizing or cutting to get off safely. I don't think they're harmful. It would be worse to try to pull it off with his injuries." Was that hunger in Dumbledore's eyes as he looked at the ring? He covered it with, very well. Inform me when it's safe. I need to research the item as soon as possible, though it has been neutralized. I'm glad the injuries aren't more serious, Harry. With that, he took his leave. Suspicious, Matilda whispered, and I nodded. Pomfrey rewrapped my hand, fully concealing the ring, and asked if I wanted to try going to dinner in the Great Hall. Anything to get out of the boring bed, I nodded, and Matilda promised she'd help with anything I needed 2 hands for. Honestly, other than my hand, which was comfortably numb underneath the salved bandages, I wasn't doing that badly in the injury department. I'd been much more banged up in most of my previous fights with Death Eaters. Altogether, I'd really only taken a half-hearted torture curse for a moment, and the killing curse, it turned out, was a painless way to go. I wasn't planning to make a habit of getting hit by it, but as post-battle hangovers went, it wasn't bad. The rumor mill was going crazy and we were mobbed at dinner. The morning newspaper wasn't really set up to make it to print on Auror investigations that happened in the early AM, but I suspected I would be dodging Rita Skeeter for a long while. Dumbledore had apparently mentioned a little bit about what had happened to the breakfast crowd, mostly just to say that the Dementors would be removed from the school and that the rumors of my and Matilda's attack by the creatures had been exaggerated. It turned out that Moody hadn't been fooled by our body doubles for even a minute, and had detransfigured them back to the comatose muggles that they'd been originally. They still hadn't been able to track down where we had been kidnapped to in time, but managed to return the poor pair back to the long-term care ward in Glasgow they'd been taken from by the Death Eaters. We spent most of dinner and then a huge amount of time in the common room after dinner retelling the story. While we weren't officially claiming that Voldemort was back, we weren't going to keep it quiet from our friends and allies either. The Muggleborn, especially, needed as much warning as they could get. I was fully ready to take a real shower, with my bandaged hand safely bagged so it wouldn't get wet, of course, and then collapse when I finally got back to my room, only to be surprised by my own voice saying, "Well, that's unexpected." On my nightstand, the small enchanted portrait of me was looking up from his work at the enchanting table where Filch had painted me. He looked as surprised as I was. It took me a moment and then I said, "But I was only dead for a few seconds." "Guess it counted," he boggled. How much do you remember?" I asked. "It's fuzzy after you got hit by the flashbang," he admitted. "Another Voldemort ritual. He's back. Hit me with the killing curse, but then Matilda got me with the soulfire charm. We got away after that," I summed up. "Hey," he nodded, taking it in. "I'm glad you're not dead. Not sure what it means for me. I don't think I can go back to sleep. Wonder if I'll get more memories in the meantime. Or even the next time you die. We'll put Bob on it. But I need a shower," I promised my own portrait. As weird things went that had happened to me, having my own artificial intelligence barely even rated. That wasn't the only thing I consulted with Bob about over the next couple of days. I owed the skull so much pornography for the information he'd given me about what was going on. The bandages finally came off for good on Friday evening. "See, not so bad," Madame Pomfrey explained, carefully debriding the blackened skin off to reveal some fairly gnarly scar tissue. I tentatively flexed my fingers, and they seemed to mostly work. The feeling in my hand wasn't great, but that could just be the potions having a lingering effect. "I think you'll get back most of your mobility and feeling. The scarring should also fade," she promised. "You just need to give it time. Unfortunately, magic healing doesn't work well on curse wounds. A warning, though. That hand may be hard to heal magically going forward. Try not to seriously injure it again." "Thanks, Doc," I told her. She grinned, apparently amused that wizards from the Muggle world thought of her as a doctor. I stopped by the Gryffindor common room for a bit before heading over to the headmaster's office. He was eager to talk to me after I was cleared medically, and I knew why. "Lemon drop," he offered as I took the seat across from his desk. "Thanks," I told him, taking one of the candies. I absently made a mental note to get him an assortment of Muggle candy for the next Christmas. Before he could spend time getting around to the topic I told him, I gave the ring to Hermione. His eyes widened. All he could get out was, "Why? You already gave Ron the cloak," I shrugged. "And she's the only one I trust with it that doesn't have a loved one that died. She'll use it for something good. Probably spend her time summoning up great thinkers of history for advice. Not like we'd use it." Bob had no trouble at all identifying the stone in the ring as one of the Deathly Hallows. It was only that it was wrapped most of the time that had kept my willpower strong enough to not use the device that could summon the shades of the dead. Bob was also very clear that the stories of most users committing suicide to join their loved ones within a few years of obtaining it weren't exaggerations. I continued, in the face of the headmaster's shocked face, it was all I could do not to instantly call up my parents. Check to see if my ex was actually dead. "Sir, how long do you think you'd last if you could talk to all the people you must have lost?" His eyes starting to water, he said, plaintively, "I've sought it for so long. If you have questions for someone, run them through Hermione. But if you want to talk to someone, well, sir, Voldemort's back. We need you now. You know where it is when this is all over, if you can't wait any longer. He let out a shuddering breath and thought about it, finally nodding, I can wait a while longer. If you can resist, so can I. He took nearly a minute to pull himself back together. But beyond its primary use, with the cloak and the stone together. I pulled my mother's amulet from out of my shirt and ran my thumb over the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. You should give the wand to one of the kids too. I'm not sure if it should go to Seamus or Neville. Seamus would suck with it, but it would probably hold up to his power better than a normal wand. Neville has power issues, and it might amplify him up to a normal wizard's level of strength. When did you figure it out? He asked, laying his wand, the third Deathly Hallow, on the table. The Death Stick. The Elder Wand. The Wand of Destiny. I'd suspected for a long time. Was pretty certain after my research this week. You got it from Grindelwald, who got it from Gregorovitch. It's not that hard to figure out if you know where it is now. Honestly, Bob had been a huge help. I had an unfair research advantage. It's not unbeatable, he explained. But it certainly is able to channel immense amounts of power. Why do you think it should go to one of the boys? Maybe Neville isn't the chosen one, but you were treating him like he was when you gave Ron the cloak. A kid who wants nothing more than to be seen, and you gave him perfect invisibility. He won't abuse it. The same reason I gave Hermione the ring, she'll use it, but won't be consumed by it. And might as well complete the set. We don't need a Master of Death, but we may need the kids you've been grooming to fight Voldemort since they were 11 to have weapons he doesn't know about. You've given up hope of winning against him. Dumbledore sighed, sadly. He already killed me, I reminded him. That drew a shocked breath, and he got out, and either must die at the hand of the other. Oh no, the prophecy is finished. He hadn't exactly told me that part, but it checked out. Honestly, I figured he'd be extra careful to take me out first and with overwhelming force the next time we run into each other, I explained. But if I also don't have the prophecy going for me anymore, maybe it'll be Neville that does him in after all. He won't expect it, after all of this, but he'll have to chuckle at the irony if it happens. With another long consideration, Dumbledore nodded, this is honestly ideal. I'd always worried that the subject of the prophecy might lose. The prophecy protected Tom as much as it did the chosen one. Now he's vulnerable to anyone, and you didn't even stay dead. And he's got a lot of enemies. Fewer friends than he thinks, too, I thought out loud. I wondered if he'd tried to call his minions yet, and whether Malfoy and my godmother had answered. And he's down to probably 2 Horcruxes. Dumbledore nodded along, but corrected, possibly 3, as he didn't mean to make the one that attached itself to Sirius Black. We'll have to work hard to figure out what those are, and quickly. I only fear that, knowing that he's lost 4 and that we know about them, he'll move quickly to secure the rest. He doesn't know where the one that Sirius' brother stole is, I remembered. It was supposed to be in a cave or something underneath where they did the ritual. And the ring was probably the next easiest one to get to. He might not have that easy of a time recovering the others. I'll mobilize the order, he agreed. And this might be an ideal first case for you in Alaster, once you start your private Aurors business this summer. I joked in narration, it all started with a dame. Chapter 49, Thrice Cursed. Ultimately, we weren't officially saying that Voldemort was back, but there was no way the Ministry could ignore that Death Eaters were running around doing rituals and kidnapping people, somehow involved with noted Azkaban escapee Sirius Black. Abraham Grimblehawk was a respected official, multiple Aurors had seen things they could testify to independent of whatever I'd seen or Dumbledore claimed, and the only reproachable thing Matilda had ever done was fall in love with me. Which is probably why the Death Eaters didn't try to stay quiet for longer. About 2 weeks after the ritual, the channel opened between Britain and France. It was a pretty significant milestone for transportation, and doubtlessly pulled off a fair amount of wizarding attention to make sure undesirables weren't crossing onto the continent through the new tunnel. After all, the Ministry understood how to monitor boats, and planes were pretty risky for dark wizards, all things considered, but a disillusioned wizard could just walk down the channel in a worst case. Making sure their protections were working took attention. Evidently, it took attention that should have been on Azkaban. The Death Eaters hit the prison during the first guard shift change, bold as brass, first thing in the morning on the Friday. They managed to delay the boat with the morning staff and just float across as if they were the replacement for the weary guards that had just gotten off the graveyard shift. It turned out Crouch had always had a flair for impersonation, according to Dumbledore, and used it more often than not. Most of the Dementors that had been in Hogsmeade were still on the long way back. Those that were still at the prison reportedly just let Voldemort right past. Well, that was at least the operative theory, since none of the guards had survived. While the worst of the Death Eaters that survived the war had never even gone to Azkaban, he managed to add a stout handful of likely insane prisoners. Names like Rookwood, Traverse, and Dollahove were back on the at-large list, as well as a bunch of other hard cases that hadn't fought in the previous war but were likely going to fight in the next. It made for a tense run up to finals in the castle. Especially among those taking owls and newts, the stress of studying plus the fear or magical terrorists meant everyone was constantly on edge, ready to snap. It didn't hit too close to home, since I wasn't that concerned about my finals and already expected to be a target, while Matilda didn't have a major test and figured her family was only in a modicum of danger compared to everyone else's. Perhaps the biggest blow-up was Hermione, who was always tense around finals and one night had to be tackled by her friends and forcibly invited to spend the summer with her friends, behind their wards, with an emergency port for her parents. I didn't think she was really even on the Death Eaters lists, honestly, unless Voldemort still remembered that she was vaguely involved in the Philosopher's Stone incident. I managed to corral Draco and Theodore not when I subbed for defense class late in the month, to find out what they knew. It's tense in Slytherin too, Draco admitted. But Maeve is pretty cool about the whole situation, so the people we'd expect to be making noise mostly aren't. Interesting. If my godmother was to be believed, which wasn't a given, the Winter Court wasn't in any way allied with Voldemort. Other than Maeve sicking Mavra on Matilda, a deadly triangle of names, I couldn't point to anything that even connected them other than Bellatrix and Lucius' former allegiance. So no special house guests this summer? I asked the boys. Just Theo, Draco nodded at his friend. Apparently my house is under heavy surveillance, the taller, dark-haired boy allowed. My father indicated that he didn't expect to be there at all over the summer and that I should find alternate accommodations. I nodded. The Order had been watching the Knot estate for a while, and the Aurors in the group might have even gotten official dispensation after the breakout. That still left a ton of potential houses for Voldemort to set up court in. If he thought to cast the Fidelius, he might even be holed up somewhere that none of us could even remember we should be surveilling. Glad you've got someplace safe then, I told him. Fun summer plans. The Quidditch World Cup, Draco nodded. Assuming nothing goes wrong to cancel it. I sent them on to their next class, but had been reminded of Maeve by the discussion. I'd been talking to Bob, and getting a crash course on Sid legal issues. I dismissed my last period early and caught her before she could get back into the building after her herbology class. Harry, she acknowledged, waving her posse ahead so we could speak privately in the middle of the yard. It's rare that you seek me out to talk. What do you wish to speak about? Attacks, I said. The Death Eaters. She raised a perfectly thin white eyebrow. No, yours. That got her attention, and I continued, the way I figure it, you've attacked Matilda Grimblehawk 3 times. An interesting tally. Enumerate them. She suggested. First, last year, in the library, when you used your aura against us and your feud with her began. I called it an attack and you didn't disagree at the time. Second, at this year's New Year's ball, in front of half the Ministry and your allies. Third, when you set Mavra the Black Court vampire to try to kill her, by Mavra's own admission. Do you deny any of these attacks? She seemed to have forgotten that the first one had been labeled an attack, and was surprised I knew about Mavra. And if your count is accurate. She allowed. 3 attacks, all bested. By the Unseelie Accords, you must put aside the grudge or declare war. I'd triple-checked. And, if I understand it correctly, now that we're doing this all officially, if you think that Matilda has done something to earn your ire and reset the counter in the future, you have to tell her and offer terms for recompense before it becomes another feud. She stood there like an ice statue on the sunny, fairly warm spring day, considering. It was uncanny the way she could just fail to move when she wanted to. Finally, she tried, and how would you prove any of this, or pursue it as more than a schoolyard rivalry? I shrugged, pretty sure if I made the accusation, under the Unseelie Accords, and you indicated that your actions weren't covered, or that you aren't a member of the Winter Court, that would set off a whole chain of broken oaths, right? At the very least, there would be questions about why Sid was at Hogwarts. Do I have to prove anything? Another few moments of that frozen statue, before her eyes narrowed and she admitted, very well. Consider Matilda Grimblehawk safe from my displeasure until such time as hostilities are renewed, with due warning as stipulated by the Unseelie Accords. She tried to marshal her face back into smug nonchalance and offered, keep her. You'll need her to console you, with what's coming for you, Harry Dresden. I figured my own smug nonchalance was better as I grinned at her, gave her a saucy wink, and said, thanks, Maeve. You're a real sweetheart, when you want to be. If I died right then, I'd at least have her shocked gasp at my audacity to keep me company in the afterlife. I strode off, half hoping she'd curse me in the back. She didn't, and that evening, after dinner, when McGonagall was giving out some last-minute transfiguration tutoring, she asked, what has you smiling like that, Hoss? It can't be your toads to toadstools, which still remain slow and incomplete. I poked the still-breathing mushroom, and couldn't disagree. Transforming an animal into a fungus was surprisingly more difficult than turning it into an inanimate object, or changing it within the same kingdom. Part of the problem was that part of my brain was always trying to get a perfect Smurfs mushroom house out of the thing, rather than a toadstool that actually existed. Just got at least one opponent off my back, I told her. That leaves what? 20,003. Oliver joked from over by his own, subtly croaking toadstool. And 4, I corrected, joking. You have to count Umbridge, even though she's not mean to my face. That woman, my grandmother sighed. Suffice it to say, those of you going into the ministry, well, try to steer clear of becoming entangled with her. I believe she has little involvement with the Department of Mysteries, Percy allowed. His toadstool was perfect, and he was just trying to figure out how to make it more perfect. Though I likely would have been heavily exposed to her on my original career path. My father has said some things I shall not repeat. Is she involved in international magical cooperation? Alexis asked. Unless she biffed her NEWTs, that's the department she was going into, since she already spoke fluent French and her potion perfume had never really worked to catapult her into becoming the wizarding world's Coco Chanel. It seemed unlikely she'd do badly, since her toadstool was also great. She and Oliver weren't exactly getting back together, but the tension was gone since the Quidditch party. On normal years, no, the professor suggested, but shrugged, this year, perhaps. Between the World Cup and other things, the minister is likely to be more focused on our international relationships. I assumed this was whatever she'd mentioned that might cancel Quidditch the next year. Fortunately, it wasn't my problem. And why did I get a sense of foreboding as soon as I had that thought? On the way back to the common room that night, Filch spotted me across the stairs and motioned for me to follow him. I caught up with him outside his office. What's up? I asked. He showed me in, and I realized his office floor was covered in boxes full of bedding. Mrs. Norris slumped tiredly in one of them, with a grey ball of fluff curled up next to her. One left, Filch explained. Got Mrs. Fig, a friend of the headmaster's, to take the rest. But this one's too much trouble. Already got loose from my office and got in a fight with something. Got his tail torn off, he did, and came sauntering back bleeding. And he's going to be big. Reminds me of you. He unceremoniously scooped up the kitten, already almost as big as his mother, and handed him to me. The fuzzy little beast sniffed my hands, apparently decided that I was all right, and went back to sleep. And tell that Granger girl to get that menace of hers fixed. Don't think I don't know who the father is. Happy graduation, Dresden. Completely wrong-footed by the unexpected pet, I nonetheless couldn't help but be impressed by the little guy, who might not be little for very long. I smiled and pet his head, thinking aloud, well, I call your mom Mrs., so I guess your name can be Mr. Chapter 50, Minute Detail. The NEWTs were saved until the very last week of the semester. They had to basically be graded immediately, so the graduates could move into their ministry jobs, and that was why it took so long for the OWL grades to come in, even though those tests were finished earlier. It would probably have made more sense to just have NEWTs at the beginning of June, rather than the end, but to suggest that would have made my prefect friends stab me at the thought of losing even a moment of study time. June was tense, is what I'm saying. No assurances that Penny and Percy were already guaranteed their jobs as long as they didn't completely fail the tests would get through. Alexis didn't want to hear that just being able to speak a second language probably more than qualified her for the International Magical Cooperation Department. There were times I couldn't avoid getting pulled into group study, but when everyone was reviewing separately, Oliver, Matilda, and I played a lot of fanciful wizarding card games. Since most of the Quidditch team was taking OWLs and were pretty serious about it, Oliver didn't even have them to hang out with. The lower years uncompressed first, their exams out of the way. This was good, because reports of Death Eater attacks had been growing, and Hermione, in particular, might have lost it if she'd still been stressed about exams as the danger grew. The old playbook of going after Muggleborn was back in force. They hadn't gone after any blood traitor targets yet, that anyone had heard about, since the Aurors were much more likely to show up in those circumstances. But suddenly, after the summer solstice, when owls were just finishing up, the attacks suddenly stopped. With no spy in their ranks, Dumbledore didn't have a clue what had happened, and was worried that they were planning something huge. Neither Draco nor Theo had received any information from their fathers. But as the days passed and Voldemort didn't show up with an army in tow and empowered by some massive seasonal ritual, it got weird. Should people hope that something had put a spoke in the Death Eater's wheel, or wait for the other shoe to drop? NEWTs were at least a distraction from the waiting. I felt like I impressed the proctors with my arithmancy, runes, and defense, and didn't do too badly in my other subjects. Getting to drop my biggest annoyances after owls had freed up my attention. Unfortunately, while I knew the charms and transfiguration theory back and forth, they really were biased towards wand users and didn't like it when I had to use ritual circles for the more esoteric effects rather than a simple swish of a focus. Not like it actually mattered in any appreciable sense for my career path, but I wasn't going to actively blow my scores. If nothing else, my grandmother would be sarcastic about it. And then it was all done. There hadn't been any attacks for over a week, so Dumbledore didn't even mind me taking the train back, though there were going to be way more Aurors on board and waiting at the station than ever before. Nothing but to take one jaunt away from the castle and into adult life. It was even harder for my peers that had been at the school for all 7 years. For most graduates, the time at Hogwarts made up the majority of their life that they could even remember. Suddenly, it was over, and you were just in the world. Wizards didn't even have a real equivalent to college, to ease into adulthood. One day, you have teachers and prefects assigning demerits and hustling you off to bed by curfew packed in with roommates, the next you are going out to get a job and living more or less on your own. For some of them, they'd never even be back at the school again, except maybe to see a Quidditch match. That wouldn't be me. Unless Voldemort managed to kill me over the summer, I was planning to continue to assist Remus with planning his classes and sub for his post-full moon days. And I'd seen several of my other professors in classes I did well in eyeing me with the consideration of someone who might also want to take a day off from time to time. Maybe my NEWT scores would have some use in getting dragooned into a side hustle as a substitute teacher. So, as much as it had worried me throughout the year thinking about last train rides and last time seeing the people I'd come to think of as friends, in reality it was just a transition from peer to teacher. I'd be at the school often enough that Moody would probably be mad about it taking away from my investigation work. But still, watching the rolling British countryside as we travelled south, friends jostling in between compartments while my girlfriend nestled in my arms and new pet cat sprawled across our laps, I realized it was an ending. While I still had any number of people watching my back and in the same killing curse crosshairs, there was no longer an institution in between me and danger. I don't mean simply Hogwarts, but the entire concept of childhood. Attacks on children inspire action. Attacks on an adult, well, that's illegal but not the same kind of tragedy. What I wanted in my adult life was a simple little job trying to figure out if there were wizard philanderers and other types that would pay for a little private investigation, while I figured out what it was like to live as part of a pair of couples sharing a house and figuring out how to buy groceries and pay bills. What I was likely getting was years of constantly looking behind me for dark wizards that I'd pissed off too many times. And I still didn't believe that the Sid plots were finished with the Unseelie Accords getting renewed. But as the four of us bid farewell to our friends and bundled ourselves through the platform 9 3/4 floor and into the house we were renting from Remus, it would keep for a few days. We had bedrooms to decorate, a kitchen to allocate, and a long road ahead of us making sure that Percy and Matilda could operate the entertainment center. Maybe suddenly being a full-on grown-up wasn't that bad, if you had friends to share it with. End of year 3. Thanks for sticking with me through another year, everyone. First, the bad news, my chapter buffer isn't full enough that I'm confident in starting to post year 4 immediately this time. I was only about a week ahead of posting a couple of times toward the end, and I'd rather have a delay before starting year 4 than risk getting into a position where I have to have a break in the middle. So the 2 appendices will post over the next week, and then there will be a hiatus. I'll post the preview chapter here when year 4 is ready to start posting, so you can just follow this story if you want to be alerted when year 4 begins. I'm hoping it won't be a very long wait, but I also managed to nearly blow my 30 chapter buffer from NaNoWriMo. It's been a stressful year, y'all. On to the good news, I have multiple side projects I've been working on, often to get past writer's block on this story, each with several chapters in the can. Since year 4 of this story concludes the series, I'll need a new project to start posting after year 4 anyway. So I plan to start posting the first sections of those stories while I work on my buffer for year 4 of Born in Fiendfyre. If you're interested, follow my profile and follow and review those stories if you like them enough to nominate them as my next major project. I can't promise I'll be inspired to finish the one that gets the most follows, but my muse is not immune to bribery through upvotes. In the meantime, please review this story to let me know what you liked, what you want to see in year 4, and any open questions or plot threads you noticed that you want to make sure I resolve in the finale. I've been bad lately about replying to reviews, and am more likely to reply if there's a question that's easy to answer, but I do read all of them and appreciate the feedback. Chapter 51, Appendix 1, Prolonged Apologies. I submitted this as my written extra credit for my arithmancy, charms, and defense NEWTs. My scores weren't broken down precisely enough to tell if they gave me fewer points for it because it was split 3 ways, or if I got full credit on each test. Maybe those proctors don't even talk to each other to notice that I duplicated it, the way the ministry is run. The class of charms nicknamed apologies to contrast them with the unforgivable curses can be more accurately termed as spells that use the power of soul fire. Soul fire is, itself, something of a term of art. It refers to power that is external to the caster, seemingly channeled from celestial realms. This is in opposition to the hellfire that powers the unforgivables, which is the infernal force that makes them impossible to block with magic. Unlike the more common class of spells, both apologies and unforgivables require the caster to achieve a particular mindset that is sympathetic with the energies of the beyond required to enact the spell. Our theory is that this involves attuning one's very soul to the correct dimension through use of this emotion, as evidenced by soulless creatures being unable to cast even unforgivables. But this is a digression for the Department of Mysteries to weigh in on. Suffice it to say that in order to cast any of these spells, the caster must essentially use emotion to create a proper resonance to channel additional energy from outside the inner magical well. The first apology is a well-known charm, the Patroness. This spell, with the incantation Expecto Patronum, summons a silvery positive energy which, in complete use, turns into a protector imago, but which might only form a shield or even a mist if partially cast. This field tends to uplift the spirits of those nearby, and wards off creatures of negative energy, such as Dementors. Fully realized castings, referred to as corporeal, even though they are still intangible, can have a near-physical effect on dark creatures. While it has long been thought that one needs a strong happy memory to cast the spell, this is a bit of a misunderstanding. The actual emotion involved is the feeling of being safe, or of providing safety for others. Since this feeling is often part of happy memories, and so few individuals can manage to cast the spell, it is only recently that the specifics were determined. This emotion of safety feeds the intention of the spell. The Patroness is the counterpart to the Fiendfyre curse, which also summons an imago in the form of cursed fire. Through investigating the arithmancy of both spells, we were able to isolate the factors that channeled exterior energy and compare them against the three unforgivables. Replacing the Hellfire core of the arithmetic diagram with the corresponding Soulfire core from the Patroness, and updating the interface elements between these cores and the rest of the spell matrix, we were able to create 3 new charms. See the attached arithmetic diagrams. The second apology is the Empowering Charm, or Libertas. It is the counterpart to the Domination Curse, the Imperious, and essentially serves as a counter to that spell and several other mental effects such as the Confundus. Being affected by the charm augments the target's own strength of will, enabling the mind to more easily fight off exterior influence. It also provides a brief rush of confidence. Silvery blue in appearance and with the incantation Libero, the charm requires pride in the target to cast. This may serve to make it less useful as a general prophylactic against mind-controlled subjects entering controlled spaces, as experiments in the last year at the Ministry have determined that the emotion must be fairly strong. Few people, it turns out, are able to summon a meaningful pride in all their co-workers, let alone perfect strangers. The third apology is the Exorcism Charm, or Excoriatus. It is the counterpart to the Torture Curse, the Cruciatus, but does not counter that spell. Instead, the charm directs a scouring stream of energy at the target's soul. This can serve to remove exterior influences, particularly spiritual possession. It does not remove most curses, though it is possible that it can reduce the long-term effects of curses if applied quickly enough after application, research ongoing. Due to its effect of essentially directing a strong current of energy that seeks out cracks between the soul and the spirit of a possessing entity, it also seems as effective deterrent to individuals that, through use of dark magic, have cracked souls. These individuals suffer incapacitating feelings of guilt and shame at their actions, and may be unable to successfully cast curses for a short time after being affected by the spell. Currently, it is unknown what extended exposure would do to a sufficiently morally bankrupt individual. Familiar to Muggles as television static, the stream of spell energy is a dense collection of silver sparks. Its incantation is Excorio, and the emotion to cast it is hope. Specifically, this hope is the feeling that the future will be better than today, and that good will overcome evil. To the best of my knowledge, the spell has not been widely tested, as it was only finished a few months ago, but it may serve as a useful non-lethal offensive spell for Aurors to use on dark wizards. Unlike other incapacitating spells, it is as unblockable as the Unforgivables. Finally, the fourth apology is simply known as the Soulfire Charm, the counterpart of the Killing Curse. It does counter that spell, if cast quickly enough after death, before the soul has left the body. This spell has only been completed very recently, and our team was obviously unable to test the Killing Curse except accidentally, which I, myself, was hit by it. Thus, it is unclear what the allowable time limit is to restore a victim of the Killing Curse, or the peculiarities of how both spells affect targets not considered to have souls. In addition to its ability to revive a target, the spell's offensive application destroys Dementors and likely other entities primarily composed of dark magic, e.g., wraiths. Manifesting as a reddish-orange bolt shot through with silver, the incantation for the spell is Hoc Est Corpus. It requires a feeling of love to cast. Those of us that have tested it primarily used romantic love, but familial love and even deep friendship might be sufficient. Likely, the sensation is tied to willingness to give up one's own life for the object of affection, given its ability to call a target back from recent death. The emotion does not have to be felt toward the target, though it may help with the revivification version of the spell. Given the recent defection of the Dementors of Azkaban, it may be as important for Britain's Aurors to learn this spell as any other. It does not appear to have any significant short-term effect on a living target that is not made of dark magic, but research has so far not been extensive on this subject. 2 members of our research team anticipate working in the Department of Mysteries after graduation, so new research is likely to be published quickly as it's relevant to other ministry staff. Chapter 52, Appendix 2, Monkey Shines. Ms. Grimblehawk, perhaps you could give your account of events. I know Harry was conscious for more of it than you were, but he didn't see it from your perspective and, in fact, was dead for a moment of it. Of course, Headmaster. Right. I woke up in a cage. It was dark and cold. Someone, probably Crouch, had changed me into a white robe. Wait. That Haler probably saw me naked. Some of us do speak a bit of Welsh, my dear. Sorry. Can we get our clothes back, by the way? Been in these robes for hours. Oh, certainly, my apologies. I'll see they're brought up presently. Anyway, I was in a cage. Harry was in the ritual circle. I recognized everybody. I think I could see further down the hill than Harry, because I was hoisted up. Nott had a little table set up where he was mixing potions. I think the vampire is pretty scared of Harry, she was really close behind him and watching hard. They probably expected him to pull off an escape, even with all they'd done. I figured out pretty fast that my cage had a lot of space between the bars. I could have probably squeezed out even in human form. But that would have tipped them off. And I could see it was a long way down to the rocks below. I didn't want to get dropped on those in a cage. It would be much harder to squeeze out, even if I hit the water and survived. No on drowning. And we had to stop the ritual, so I knew Harry was going to have to try to do something. I got ready. I was hoping to time it for when they were distracted. But then that big jerk decided to just kill me off. I had never managed the animagus transformation that fast before. Falling to your death is a motivator. Ah, yes, Minerva informed me that you had your breakthrough recently. I asked your uncle to help us file your registration as quietly as possible with the ministry for just such a circumstance where our enemies would not be aware of it. Right. So, in my animagus form I'm way smaller. I managed to jump out easily through the bars, and catch onto the side of the cliff. It's a little harder to climb rocks than trees, but I figured it out. Problem was, I didn't have my wand. Harry's been trying to teach me to do wandless, but I'm not there yet. I was basically looking for a moment I could jump out and bite someone, or steal something, or use my monkey strength to trip someone. Guerrilla warfare, you know? Is something funny, Alastair? Very well, please continue. I couldn't figure it out fast enough. They finished. It was like Harry said, you know who came back, all snaky. I'm still figuring out the animal senses thing, but I don't know that he's really human. Or human adjacent. I think he's basically just driving a dark magic meat puppet, basically. And then he killed Harry and I lost it. The smart thing to do would have been to get away at that point, I know. And I knew that the rings Harry made us couldn't, like, shoot apologies at people. But I just saw red and forgot all that. I'd gotten back onto the edge of the cliff a ways down. They didn't see me in the dark. I changed back to human, and tried to shoot the soul fire charm at you-know-who. Hey, it worked on a Dementor. I'm glad it worked out the way it did. I don't think Harry was dead more than a second or two. Glad I didn't burn out the connection on the rings, or that it didn't, you know, go into the wrong person because I wasn't really focusing. After they killed Harry, they'd put their wands down and got that stance. You know, the whole gloating bad guy thing? So they didn't even notice I was there. They ducked like I was really casting at them. I thought it didn't work, so I went back into monkey form and hid down the cliff where they couldn't get to me. What? Harry. What? I think Harry is worried that wasn't the best tactical choice. Tom is known to be one of the few wizards able to self-levitate sufficiently to approximate true flight. And, if Bram Stoker's novel is to be believed, elder Black Court vampires may develop the ability to climb like spiders. Oh. Dracula, right? We skipped that one, but maybe we should get it on video. I think Cary Elwes is in it. Don't know why they cast mostly Americans for the main parts, though. Keanu Reeves' accent seemed awful, from the trailers. But, yeah, I went down the cliff, which at least distracted them. Harry did his thing while I kind of scampered away from where I dropped off. Then the whole wands connecting thing, and the light show, and I realized Harry had lived after all. Or I'd brought him back. I got in position to yank the vampire off when she was distracted. I don't think she died, though. Probably too tough. I bet she's even more mad at me, now. I better get one of those jars of powdered garlic. Harry, remember that we need to get a whole bunch for the new flat. Maybe some ornamental crosses. Anyway, then it was time to go. I feel bad for Sirius Black. But I'm pretty sure he got the snake. He was aiming for the rocks when they went past. And that's about it. Thank you. Our next step, I believe, is to send Auras to the site. I believe I'm familiar with the location. Perhaps Kingsley and Alice, for a start. Chapter 53, Year 4 Preview. Your stepmom is going to kill me. Matilda and I had just finished a mid-July showing of The Crow, which had been out for a few weeks, at a cinema not far from Remus' house. Well, I guess it was our house now. My girlfriend and I were renting the place from Remus Lupin, famous teen lit novelist, Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor, and secret werewolf with our friends Penelope Clearwater and Percy Weasley. The large suburban home in High Wycombe had two things going for it: access to Muggle amenities, and a Fiendfyre's charm that kept dark wizards from finding me. It was a bargain at twice the price. But right now, a few miles from our new rental home, all I could think, watching the brutal movie of supernatural murder, was that I'd told Matilda's uncle that, based on the comic, it probably wouldn't be too bad for her baby brothers to watch. But it was very violent. I thought it was romantic. Matilda disagreed, as we walked through the lobby of the local theater. If we got murdered by bad guys, you'd come back to avenge me. I think I already did, I told her, quietly, my arm draped across her shoulders. Back in the spring, we'd been kidnapped by dark wizards in a successful bid to restore their lich of a dark lord to some form of life. In the process, she'd been dropped off a cliff. I was briefly worried that she had died, and I had technically died myself for a few seconds after the bad guy came back and killed me. I got better. Matilda had been responsible. Between Lord Voldemort and his many minions, all seeking us for the affront of escaping from their death trap and destroying 3 of his get-out-of-death-free cards on the way out, we probably shouldn't be taking in a movie a couple of weeks after school let out. But when you're 18, out on your own for the first time, and trying to figure out how dating works when you live together, risks must be taken. The dirty little secret was that, while murderous and powerful, Voldemort's gang of dark wizard friends, the Death Eaters, were pretty limited in number. Realistically, there were only a couple dozen of them of any consequence, even after breaking several out of wizard prison. If they had the information network necessary to catch us taking in a film at an arbitrary time in a random Muggle theater 30 miles from the only parts of London pureblood wizards ever visited, then we were already screwed. It was little leaps of logic like that keeping me from going insane, being hunted by dark wizards. Also, they'd been surprisingly quiet for a few weeks. Hardly any innocents had been murdered, that anyone knew about. I want to know what was up with that dedication, Matilda said, still talking about the movie we'd just finished. For Brandon and Eliza. One of the other film watchers exiting the theater intruded on our conversation and explained, "You didn't hear? The main actor, Brandon Lee, died during filming in some kind of accident. Eliza was his fiancée." "What? No." Matilda clutched at me on hearing the news. "He was so good." We both stopped for a second, considering the enormity of the dark romance underscored by tragedy. No wonder it was still getting crowds, weeks after release. Digesting that news, we stepped out onto the streets of our new neighborhood. High Wycombe wasn't a very big town, but had a college and was midway between London and Oxford, so there was more nightlife than you'd expect from a sleepy hamlet in the middle of a nature preserve. Remus had mostly picked it because of said nature preserve. If he got out on a full moon, he was less likely to accidentally run into people and animal control if he was racing across the fields. But Matilda and I were more interested in figuring out which of the hole-in-the-wall restaurants was our favorite than in rambling through nature. Technically, it didn't really matter where we lived. The house was 3 miles from the town's shopping area, so we'd operate rather than walking. While the repeated damage to the Vale from Fey invaders had severely limited the range that wizards could teleport, we probably could have made it to Oxford or a London suburb almost as easily. But it seemed to both of us like part of the experience of living in a place was actually living there. We felt that way even if, due to the Fiendfyre's charm cast over the house, nobody in the area even realized that there was anyone there to be their neighbors. The night's winner for hole-in-the-wall dining was a spicy chicken place that claimed to be some kind of African/Portuguese fusion. It was shockingly tasty and affordable, the perks of a college town for small budgets. My new private investigator business with Alastair Mad Eye Moody hadn't really started raking in the funds yet, but he was paying me, and I still had some income from transcribing superior potions recipes the previous year. Honestly, the biggest trick was exchanging galleons for pounds, since you couldn't exactly pay for a taco dinner with a gold coin. We were just finishing when my ring heated up, and Matilda checked hers as well. I'd made all my friends a private method of communication for the previous Christmas, but it was a party line rather than letting anyone send direct messages. It was at least quicker and less obvious than using the Patronus, a spectral protector animal that took a lot of skill to cast to send messages, which was the main way other wizards did it. Inside the band, small writing said, "Harry, Ministry Owl for you at home PW." "Late for a delivery," Matilda commented, having read the same message from our roommate, Percy Weasley. She had her shoulder-length reddish-brown hair pulled back so it wouldn't get in her food, and I smiled seeing more of her face than usual. And that she had a bit of sauce on her nose. "Yeah, I guess we better check it out," I agreed, reaching over with a napkin to clean the spot on her nose that she obviously didn't notice. Owls were the other way of sending messages between wizards, but they were more like the post office than the telephone. One showing up after dark probably meant it was important. At least it had showed up at the house rather than tracking me down and landing on a table in a Muggle restaurant. Honestly, the particulars of Owl Post were very confusing. Sometimes the smarter owls could track you down wherever you were, unless you set up some kind of spell to prevent them finding you, but mostly they went to wherever the letter was addressed. But our house had a charm that prevented anyone from finding it that wasn't in on the secret, except it didn't really work on animals. There was probably some extremely narrow conceptual space that allowed an owl to be sent to Harry Dresden's residence and have it all work. I'd have to ask my roommates about it, they were both big brains working for the Department of Mysteries now. The unspeakables of the Ministry's Magical Research Department probably didn't cover the deep secrets of Owl Post as part of new hires' first couple of weeks of orientation, but it was worth a shot. We paid up, found an unobserved alley, and operated home. Neither of us was nearly good enough at magical teleportation to keep our air displacement to a minimum, so our roommate poked his head out the back door as we appeared with loud pops in the backyard. Good speed, Percy nodded, his curly red hair currently cut short, round glasses glimmering in the porch light. For the back of the house, the lamp was magically powered, since the wards to keep our magic from burning out the electrical system were mostly on the front of the house. He'd obviously been home long enough to shuck his official work robes, and was just in sweatpants and a comfy plain grey t-shirt. Generations of purebloods would be simply scandalized by his muggle attire. The owl at least let me retrieve the message. It left, so I assume no response was required. You can use Hermes if one is. Thanks, I told him, walking up and taking the small parchment letter he was offering me. Think we should get another owl for our mail? I asked. Hermes was Percy's personal owl and familiar. My own new familiar, Mr. the Oversized Kitten, bumped my leg affectionately as he used the open back door as an excuse to go exploring outside. He was only a couple months old but already bigger than most full-grown cats, and we'd given up on trying to keep him inside already. He mostly stayed in the fenced backyard anyway, so far. He'd probably be out on the nature preserve hunting in no time, though. With an amused smile at the escaping cat, Matilda offered, I can ask my parents. Her family was wealthy, and probably had owls to spare. How was work? I asked Percy as we all walked back into the kitchen through the rear door, leaving it cracked for when Mr. wanted to come back in. If we told you, we'd have to kill you. Penelope, our other roommate and Percy's girlfriend, called from the living room. I could hear some kind of TV show playing from the front room, where Remus custom wards did allow us to keep muggle conveniences safe from magic energy. Not that we could tell you, since those oaths of secrecy are comprehensive, Percy added with a smile. The magical bindings would probably just prevent them from accidentally saying something, well, unspeakable, rather than severely punishing them if they answered a question. It was fine. Still a lot to learn, he shrugged, avoiding specifics. He leaned against the kitchen counter, clearly curious about the letter. I obligingly broke the wax seal on the tightly folded piece of mail, a ministry official stamp, and read the letter aloud. Harry Dresden, your presence is requested at the Ministry Auror's office to identify a body. Please attend as soon as possible, after business hours if necessary. Who would you recognize that nobody else would? Matilda asked, taking the letter from me and confirming what I'd quoted. My heart felt like it fell into my stomach as I came up with the only name that made any sense to me, Elaine. My ex-girlfriend had disappeared after the fire I'd caused escaping her and my former mentor, and I'd never been sure if she'd been caught in it or escaped. She was the only person I could think of that nobody else in Britain would recognize for sure. Matilda grabbed my hand and squeezed, breaking me out of whatever spiral of doubt and memory I was falling into. I'm coming with you. Percy nodded, and you can contact us if they refuse you entry. I didn't think the ministry was especially mad at me right then, but I had at least one Auror who hated me and we didn't know if any other Death Eaters had infiltrated the government, so it was a good idea to be cautious about weird, late-night summonses. We nodded, and I made sure to gear up. I still couldn't really justify taking my staff into the ministry, since that would be kind of like showing up to the DMV with a meaningfully carried shotgun, but I made sure my blasting rod was accessible on my belt, which itself had magically expanded utility pouches full of other useful things, and I put on my rune-protected long coat even if it was a little much for July. Likewise, Matilda ran upstairs, changed out of her date outfit, and came back down in her official internship robes. She worked in the department that regulated magical creatures, so her work clothes weren't exactly combat gear but they were clothes. Prepared as well as we could be, we went into the den, activated the fireplace, and traveled to the Ministry of Magic. After a few moments of spinning through an incandescent void, we were spat out of one of many fireplaces ringing an immense underground atrium, each with an excellent view of a problematic golden fountain in the center of the room. I wondered how non-wizards felt when they had to show up and look at an immense idol that cast them as tiny support staff for wizards. Did non-wizards even get to come to the ministry? I couldn't exactly see a centaur using fluid travel or taking the physical entrance from the London street above. The place was even more empty than it had been when I'd visited over a previous Christmas holiday, with no one there but the one security guard across the hardwood floor from our entry fireplace. I was a little nervous and barely remembered to check my long-legged stride so Matilda could keep up as we crossed, footsteps echoing strangely in the room. "Harry Dresden, I got a summons," I explained to the guy, showing him my letter. "And this is Matilda Grimblehawk. She's with me." "You're both on the list," the guy nodded. "Let me scan you through." I blinked and looked at my girlfriend, who was as confused as I was. As convenient as it was that she was on the list, too, would they have just assumed I'd bring moral support? I gave the guy my unicorn horn focus, the closest thing I had to a wand, and Matilda offered her own wand once mine was verified. He gave us temporary badges and pointed us to a nearby elevator, with instructions to go to the second floor, which, since the levels were basically labeled like sub-basements and we came in on the 8th, was the second floor from the top. When we finally stepped off the elevator into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I sighed with relief that we were met by Alice Longbottom, one of our friends on the force. The small witch, still keeping her dark hair cropped short, nodded and said, "Glad you made it so fast. This is going to blow up soon." "Why was I on the list?" Matilda asked the older witch. "Did you not get your letter?" Alice asked. "It must have gone to your parents' house. We'll have to get your address updated in the records if you're living with Harry." Well, that changed things. If they'd specifically called both me and Matilda, there might be a few more individuals that we'd encountered together. And she'd never met Elaine, so it couldn't be my ex. I didn't really know how to feel about that, the short-lived anticipation of closure evaporating in a moment. "We managed to intercept a couple of Death Eaters that were moving the body tonight," Alice explained quietly, trusting us to follow as she walked to her left, over to a wing of the offices that seemed to be set up as a morgue. As we pushed into the room, it had the minimalist setup of drawers and tables that I'd expect from TV and movies, but, of course, done in warm woods instead of metals, as was the common wizarding style. The place wasn't cold, either, relying on stasis charms rather than refrigeration to preserve corpses. "I have Harry Dresden and Matilda Grimblehawk to identify the body," Alice announced to the other living occupant of the room. The man was tall and had a mane of light brown hair that was starting to grey, and he regarded us through a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles. "I suppose I can expect this to make its way to Dumbledore almost immediately?" he asked. His tone of voice was such that I couldn't tell if he was trying to warn us away from telling Hogwarts headmaster and the leader of the Order of Anti-Death Eater Vigilantes that Alice, Matilda, and I were members of, or tacitly giving us permission. Then, like a muggle magician doing a trick, he quickly pulled the white sheet off of the cadaver on the table in front of us. Unmistakable, once no longer shrouded, was a body that I couldn't fail to recognize. It had killed me only a few weeks earlier. Somehow, inert upon the slab and dead like any other man, we were clearly looking at the semi-reptilian corpse of Tom Riddle, the theoretically immortal self-styled Dark Lord Voldemort. Please check out Born in Fiendfyre, Year 4, Holy Grail, available now by checking my profile.